Chapter 491. Officer Huang was sweating profusely, his heart was beating wildly, and his voice was trembling slightly because of fear. You mean? The beast intends to use my wife and children as sacrifices to revive other beasts. It's possible. Gao Yang almost couldn't bear to look at Officer Huang. It's very likely. Qing Ling said bluntly, trying to summarize. The island country also has an altar, and a beast also died there. Tonight, this beast took Su Shi away and wanted to use the ghost in her stomach as a sacrifice to revive his companions. The tail team also wanted to catch Su Shi, but was intercepted by the beast. Officer Huang's hands couldn't stop shaking, and reason told him, this is the conclusion closest to the truth. The clue is out. Officer Huang looked at Tengu. You must know a lot about the island country. Do you know where there is such an altar? Tengu was still silent. Gao Yang had noticed that Tengu was a little bit wrong since he got on the ship. Although Tengu used to talk less, he was relaxed and lazy. At the moment, Tengu was very shy, and even had a strange stubbornness all over his body. I don't know. Tengu's voice was cold. No. Officer Huang was anxious. Didn't you grow up there? Think about it carefully, don't jump to conclusions so quickly. I don't know. Tengu repeated, with a certain resistance and even disgust in his tone. You? Officer Huang was about to say something, but was persuaded by Gao Yang. Old Huang, I call Chening now. The Baichuan group is the most professional in this area of investigation. They have stationed personnel on many isolated islands. Okay. Officer Huang nodded. Gao Yang immediately called Chening and asked her to contact the station personnel of the island country to find out if there is a venue similar to the altar on the back mountain of the No. 7 winery on the island country. Chening returned to Gao Yang, and the island country no longer had any personnel from the Baichuan group stationed there. More than a decade ago, the Baichuan group sent people to explore the island country and obtained a lot of real information, including the actual activity area there and the situation of individual awakeners. However, the awakener who investigated the island country did not survive X's hell poison on the night of the Scarlet Tide. Chening had to go back to the headquarters to search for archived information to see if he could find relevant clues. Go find it immediately. Please. Officer Huang on the side couldn't help but add. I notify you as soon as I have any clues. Chening was also a man of action, and quickly hung up the phone. Gao Yang also hung up the phone. He glanced at Officer Huang. Everyone go back to your room to rest and prepare for going to the island tomorrow. Officer Huang wanted to say something, but Gao Yang stopped him. Especially you, get a good night's sleep. Teacher Su is still waiting for you to rescue her. You must retain your strength. Officer Huang was persuaded by Gao Yang. He sighed and nodded. Okay, I go back to my room to rest. If there is any clue from Chening, notify me immediately. Don't worry. Tiango didn't say anything and left the room. Gao Yang sent the two to the door. He noticed that Tiango didn't go back to the room with Officer Huang, but took out headphones from his pocket and put them on, and walked towards the deck in a sullen manner. Gao Yang said nothing and closed the door. Gao Yang and Qing Ling were left in the cabin. Gao Yang first made an encrypted call to Qilin, reported the events tonight in detail, and expressed his own guess. He believed that the one who kidnapped Su Shi should be a living beast, but Gao Yang did not tell Qilin that Zhuang Mei might be a living beast. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment. Are you sure? I'm sure. Gao Yang said confidently. The White Phoenix energy cloud created by the meteor at that time is exactly the same as the White Phoenix that revived in the west. I know. Qilin paused for a moment and said solemnly, you continue to act. In addition, I will not send any reinforcements. Why? Gao Yang was puzzled. The enemy is a living beast, and the four of them alone can never be the opponent. Elder Qiang, I have my own arrangements. Qilin has made up his mind, and didn't explain much. Gao Yang knew what was going on, and didn't ask any more questions. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Gao Yang was very confused. Why didn't Qilin send me support? Did he overestimate my strength, or did he suspect that I was disloyal to the organization and wanted to take this opportunity to kill me? No, it's unlikely. If Qilin wants to kill me, there is no need to go through so much trouble. It should be that Qilin has other arrangements, but for some reason, it is not convenient for me to know now. In this case, I can only bite the bullet and do it. This concerns Officer Huang's family. Even if no reinforcements are organized, I can't ignore it. Qing Ling sat cross-legged on the bed and listened to Gao Yang's call. She asked, why didn't you tell Qilin that Zhuang Mei was a beast? Gao Yang didn't answer and asked, do you think that the person who took Teacher Su away tonight was Zhuang Mei? Qing Ling said coldly. It's better, otherwise it means there are other beasts. Gao Yang didn't dare to think about it. One beast is so terrifying, and if there is another one, can the awakened really hold on until the day when the door to the end is opened? Don't think about it, rest first. Gao Yang glanced at Qing Ling. You sleep on the bed, I sleep on the sofa. Okay. Qing Ling didn't hesitate, raised her head, and lay down, turning over and facing Gao Yang. I go out for a while, and be back soon. Gao Yang walked towards the door. Qing Ling didn't ask Gao Yang what he was going to do, and replied sullenly, yeah. Gao Yang turned off the main light for Qing Ling, replaced it with a dim orange wall lamp, turned left, walked out of the corridor of the cabin, and came to the high-rise deck. It was quiet at 1 o'clock in the morning, and there were no other passengers on the deck. Tengu sat cross-legged in front of the guardrail beside the deck, with headphones in his ears. The moonlight in the sky was gray-blue, and the dark sea water was surging with large patches of phosphorescence. The sea breeze blew, and Tengu's hair without a braid swayed back, and his handsome face was particularly lonely. Gao Yang didn't say anything, but quietly walked to Tengu's side, sat down slowly, and accompanied him to blow the sea breeze. After about a minute, Tengu tilted his head slightly, took off one earphone, and handed it to Gao Yang. Gao Yang took it silently, and put it in his ears. The previous song just ended, and Gao Yang knew the next song was from the island country, as soon as he heard the prelude, called I Have Thought of Leaving. This song is full of emotions, and there is a kind of tenacious hope hidden in the sadness and depression, and there is a kind of sad beauty of nirvana. After listening, Gao Yang returned the headphones to Tiango. Tiango also took off his headphones, and his voice was still lazy. He looked at the sea level in the distance. Do you think that my mother is from the island country, so I should be very familiar with it? Don't you think so? Gao Yang said. No. Tiango shook his head. I have never been there. Gao Yang was a little surprised, and didn't know what to say for a while. All my knowledge of the island country comes from the internet. I actually hate it, but I still pretend to know it very well, as if I really lived there with my mother. Tiango tilted his head and looked at Gao Yang. It's ridiculous, right? Chapter 492. Why do you do this? Gao Yang didn't understand. Tiango lowered his head. If you don't want to say it, don't say it. Gao Yang leaned back, supported his hands, and it was nice to just blow the sea breeze. In the past, Tiango would definitely not say it. In the past, he wanted to go to the island country many times to see his mother's hometown. Twice, he even bought a boat ticket, but in the end, he didn't have the courage to get on the cruise ship. But tonight's sudden situation made him have no time to think about it. When he came to his senses, he was already on the cruise ship. It turns out that nothing in this world will wait until you are ready to happen. So what's wrong with telling the secret hidden deep in your heart to a teammate who is not familiar but reliable? Tiango raised his head and looked at Gao Yang calmly. His voice was still lazy. Because I am afraid that people will know that I don't have a mother. Next, Tiango told his story. The story is not long, and it was told in 2 songs. In Tengu's memory, his parents were completely different from those couples on TV. The couples on TV either treated each other with respect, or were inseparable, or stuck together through thick and thin, or never left each other, but his father and mother quarreled every day. They were hysterical, insulted each other, and even fought. When Tengu was 4 years old, the relationship between his father and mother broke down completely, and his father moved out of the house and lived with another woman. His mother and Tengu stayed in the previous apartment. Was his mother good to Tengu? Now thinking back, it was actually not good at all. Sometimes, his mother would stay in the mahjong hall for a day and a night, making Tengu so hungry that he could only look for the rotten bread crumbs in the trash can. In Tengu's memory, when he was a child, he would eat until he couldn't eat anymore every time he ate, because he didn't know when his next meal would be. Sometimes, his mother would get drunk, vomit all over the floor, and then fall asleep on the sofa. 4-year-old Tengu would hold a broom and mop that was taller than himself, cleaning the house, and cleaning up his mother's vomit. In the middle of the night, his mother would suddenly wake up, then get drunk and cry, shouting nonsense like being a human being is meaningless, and she would rather be a dog than a human being in the next life. Finally, the neighbors called the police, and she was taken away by the police for disturbing the neighbors in the middle of the night. Sometimes, his mother would bring a young and handsome stranger home. At first, they were in love and sweet-talked, but after a few days, they would repeat the quarrel between his father and mother, and then his mother would kick the man out and end the relationship. Tengu's mother is a completely incompetent mother. But strangely, what Tengu remembers is always the kindness of his mother to him. Sometimes, when mom won money playing mahjong, she would order hamburgers, fries and Coke, and then lie on the sofa with Tengu to watch Cat and Mouse. The mother and son ate high-calorie food while watching Tom being played around by Jerry, and then laughed happily. Sometimes, when Mom saw Tengu being bullied by the neighbors' naughty children, she would rush up and slap the other's head, and then inevitably stand on the street and quarrel with the naughty children's parents, and the quarrel would last for a small hour, and swear at them like a shrew. Sometimes Mom would wake up in the middle of the night, then push open the door of Tengu's bedroom, hug the sleepy Tengu and cry. Mom kept talking about her confusion and helplessness. Life is too bitter, and she doesn't know where to go. Tengu was still too young to understand his mother's words, so he could only hug her tightly. At that time, Tengu thought that he must grow up quickly, so that he could protect his mother and not let her be sad. On Tengu's 4th birthday, his mother bought him a big cream cake. At night, his mother lit candles, asked Tengu to make a wish, and then blew out the candles. At this time, his mother looked at Tengu and smiled. Her face was particularly calm. "Shaoran, Mom is leaving." "Where are you going?" Tengu asked. Mom thought for a while, and said, "To the island country." The 4-year-old Tengu didn't know where the island country was, and thought it was the same as Mahjong Hall, supermarket, noodle shop and park. He thought his mother was just away from home for a while, and would be back soon. "When will Mom come back?" Tengu asked. Mom picked up the plastic fork and slowly cut the cake for Tengu. "Mom is not coming back." "Why?" Mom smiled. "Because Mom is going home, so I can't take you with me." "Mom." Tengu finally realized the seriousness of the matter. I promise that I will not faint again. I don't want toys, and I won't be bullied by Xiaoji. I will never make Mom angry again. Mom, don't leave me." Tengu's eyes were red, but he didn't dare to cry. "Shaoran, be good." Mom still smiled. She touched Tengu's head. "Don't cry, don't chase me, understand?" Tengu still wore a paper birthday hat on his head, sitting on the sofa, watching his mother get up, walk to the entrance, and close the door. In the past, every time Mom went out, she would blow and wash her hair, put on a beautiful skirt, stand in front of the mirror to put on lipstick, and then take her wallet, keys, and cigarettes. But this time, Mom didn't bring anything. It seems that she just went downstairs to buy a lighter. Tiango wanted to cry and chase her, but he held back. Because he was an obedient child, he had to listen to his mother, not cry, not chase her. Tiango told himself that this was just a test from his mother, and he must have done something wrong and made his mother angry again. It must be like this. So, I have to be an obedient child, so that my mother will come back. Tiango held back his tears, and ate the piece of birthday cake that his mother cut for him. After Tiango finished eating, he thought the cake was so sweet and delicious, so he ate the whole cake like before, leaving only the one that belonged to his mother. Tiango's stomach was bloated, and he was burping all the time. That night, his mother didn't go home. The next day, his mother didn't go home. On the 3rd day, his father showed up and took Tengu, who was almost unconscious from hunger, back to his new home. On the table, there was a piece of stinky cake that Tengu had left for his mother. Since then, Tengu has lived with his father and stepmother. The next year, his father and stepmother gave birth to a younger sister for Tengu. His father and stepmother had a good relationship, just like the loving couples in TV dramas. Moreover, they did not favor his stepsister, and treated Tengu equally. Tengu grew up in a happy family, and he was very grateful and contented for it. However, deep in Tengu's heart, there was always something. That was the scar left in his heart by his mother on his 4th birthday, a scar that had never healed. Later, Tengu always wondered how his mother, who had returned to the island country, was doing. Did she form a new family? Was she happy? Would she still wake up in the middle of the night and cry helplessly? Would she still think of Shaoran, who had been waiting for her to come home? Tengu could not know all this. The only thing he could do was to learn everything about the island country, and try to imagine his mother's life there. Sometimes he even fantasized about another destiny line of his in a parallel world. In that destiny line, his mother took him to the island country, and lived another life from then on. Later, whenever someone asked Tengu about his mother and the island country, he could always answer fluently, as if he grew up there. Tengu did this just because he didn't want people to find out that he had no mother a long time ago. Chapter 493. Tiango finished his story. Gao Yang did not speak. At this time, it seemed wrong to express understanding, comfort and encouragement, or make a joke. He and Tiango looked at the deep blue ocean in the distance, where the stern of the cruise ship left a long triangular ripple, which then slowly recovered without leaving any trace. After a long silence, Gao Yang asked, "Do you still miss her now?" "Yes." Tiango raised his head, supported the splint with both hands, and said lazily, "I will think about her no matter what, thinking that if I see her again, I must ask her." The boy narrowed his eyes slightly. His eyes were a little sad, but the corners of his mouth were smiling. "Why don't you love me?" Half an hour later, Gao Yang returned to the cabin. He gently pushed open the door, and under the soft wall lamp, Qing Ling, wearing a bathrobe, lay on the big bed. Gao Yang only took a glance, and was sure that she was not really asleep. Her movements were not natural enough, and her breathing was very light, but she was just resting her eyes. Gao Yang did not disturb her, closed the door, and walked into the bathroom. Gao Yang turned on the shower, and took a shower to wash away his fatigue. He also took this time to review what happened recently. 20 minutes later, Gao Yang put on a bathrobe and walked out of the bathroom while wiping his hair with a dry towel. He glanced at Qing Ling on the bed and was slightly stunned. Although she was still in the same position as before, Gao Yang was sure that she was sleeping soundly this time. From her soothing and slightly deep breathing, it can be known that she was sleeping quite soundly. For a while, Gao Yang's mental state was also relieved. For some reason, whenever he saw Qing Ling, a girl with an extremely insecure feeling, eating very happily and sleeping very peacefully, he would feel healed. It seems that no matter how difficult life is, there will always be a worthwhile moment. Gao Yang dried his hair, laid down on the sofa, slowly closed his eyes, and said softly, "Good night." The 4 people on the cruise ship woke up early, and went to the buffet restaurant for breakfast together. There are various places for entertainment and recreation on the cruise ship, but the 4 people are not in the mood at all, and they returned to the room to continue waiting. Officer Huang stood on the balcony, smoking one cigarette after another. He would call Chining once every half an hour, wishing that she would give accurate clues immediately, so that he could go straight to the destination to save his wife as soon as he got off the ship. Later, Chining was annoyed, and simply stopped answering Officer Huang's calls. Officer Huang also knew how annoying he was, but the time of waiting was too tormenting. He didn't bear it for long, and he started to call Chining again with Gao Yang's mobile phone, repeatedly urging her to speed up. I have to say that the effect was very good, and Chining turned off her phone directly. During this period, Gao Yang also contacted Zhu Ke to inquire about Kiyo's situation, and the results of the interrogation of Edmund's body. On the phone, Zhu Qiu's voice was exhausted. The girl is still in a coma, and her life is not in danger for the time being. I sent someone to monitor her. You can ask Lu Qingying for help. Her beautiful dream can communicate with Kiyo in dreams, and maybe you can get some clues. Gao Yang suggested. No, Kiyo is in a deep coma. Boss Lu's beautiful dream can only work on normal sleep, and cannot connect to the target's deep consciousness. Is that so? Zhu Ke continued. Emin's body cannot be interrogated for the time being. Why? Gao Yang was puzzled. The energy that killed him is very strange, and is still lingering in his body. If I force my energy into it, it may cause energy disorder and fail. There is only one chance to interrogate the corpse, and I can't take this risk. What should we do? Officer Huang, who was listening to the call, was very anxious. We need clues, and there is no time. In theory, that energy will not remain in the corpse for too long and will dissipate within a day or two. Zhu Ke said, we can only wait. I understand. Contact me as soon as you have any clues. Gao Yang hung up the phone. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the cruise ship docked at the island country's pier, and Gao Yang and his 4 companions went ashore among a group of tourists. Chining did not respond for the time being, and the 4 people could not blindly search. After a brief discussion, Gao Yang and his companions went to District D of the island country. District D is very prosperous, with convenient transportation and located in the center of the region. Once there are any clues, no matter where they go, they can ensure that they arrive as soon as possible. Although only 2 of the 4 were human, Gao Yang and Qing Ling were wearing red crystal necklaces with the aura of the lost, but after all, the population of Area D was dense, and they were afraid of causing unnecessary suspicion, especially of provoking the horn, so the 4 decided to act separately. They did not find a hotel to stay in, but staggered their time, and went to an internet cafe with a large population flow. The internet cafe here has private rooms for accommodation, free drinks, comics, and public bathrooms. The price is cheaper than a single room in a hotel, and many young people even stay in the internet cafe for a long time. Gao Yang relied on the mobile phone translation to have a simple exchange with the waiter at the bar, and booked a private room for the night. The individual rooms of the internet cafe are similar to capsules. The space is small and can just accommodate a single bed. The bed is made of smooth black leather and is easy to clean. At the end of the bed is the computer desk and computer. There are some clothes hooks and small inlaid cabinets on the walls on both sides. There is a ventilation device in the room, so it is not very stuffy. Gao Yang lay down, but he had no intention of sleeping. On the cruise ship, there was no choice but to wait, but he could have a good rest. Now that he has arrived at the destination, he cannot move, which is very painful. Gao Yang glanced at the time. It was 2 o'clock in the morning, so he decided to go out for a walk. Gao Yang came to the free comics area, which was like a small library. Rows of bookshelves were full of comics. Several young people shuttled through them and picked comics. Gao Yang walked around for a while, and soon saw a familiar figure in the corner. Officer Huang stood in front of a bookshelf, picking comics. Officer Huang sensed someone approaching, turned around, and saw Gao Yang, and smiled bitterly. "I couldn't sleep, and I couldn't help but think about it, so I just flipped through the comics." Gao Yang remembered that Officer Huang loved to read comics when he was a teenager, and his sense of justice was learned from the hot-blooded comics. Gao Yang asked casually, "Do you understand it?" "You don't need to read the lines, just look at the pictures." Officer Huang took out a very old comic. "I have read this comic to pieces before." Gao Yang took a look at the cover, and found that he had also read this comic in junior high school. It tells the story of a swordsman. The swordsman was once a cold-blooded killer, but later fell in love with a woman, but he didn't know that the woman's fiancé had died under the swordsman's sword, and the woman came to seek revenge. Later, the swordsman knew it was a trap, but he still went to save the woman without hesitation, but eventually killed her by mistake. The plot is both entangled and heartbreaking. In short, it is not very auspicious to read such a story now. Officer Huang took the comic and seemed to remember Gao Yang's memories. He quickly put the comic back into the bookcase. Officer Huang looked at Gao Yang, his eyes bloodshot and slightly red. "Gao Yang, my wife and children will be fine, right?" Gao Yang nodded. "Don't worry, we can definitely save them." Gao Yang's phone vibrated. Gao Yang picked it up and saw that it was a call from Chening. Chapter 494. Gao Yang answered Chen Ying's call and didn't say anything the whole time. 2 minutes later, he quickly replied "got it," and hung up the phone. "How is it?" Officer Huang asked anxiously. Gao Yang glanced at Officer Huang. "Go to Yushan Mountain immediately, and we talk on the way." Yushan Mountain is the most famous active volcano in the island country. It is towering into the clouds, with green mountains and snow-capped peaks. Looking around, it looks like a fan hanging upside down in the sky, hence the name. There are 2 official channels from District D to Yushan Mountain, subway and bus. The bus runs 24 hours a day, every 3 hours. The 4 left the internet cafe and went to the bus station. They bought tickets at 3 a.m., and the bus left at 4 a.m. Since it was midnight, there were not many people on the bus. Gao Yang and the other 4 sat at the end of the bus and whispered in their native language. Chening found the archived island exploration data. There was a lot of information. She searched overnight, but in the end, she couldn't find the clues similar to the altar in the West Country that Gao Yang and his team wanted. But there are records in the data that people living in the area of Yushan Mountain have a strong folk culture of worshipping gods, similar to the Aurora town in the snow country. If there is such a thing as a white phoenix altar, you can go to the Yushan Mountain area to look for it first. Although this clue is too broad, it is indeed the only clue before Zhu Kei interrogates Edmund's body. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the 4 got off the bus in a small town near Yushan Mountain. The 4 first found a hot spring hotel to stay. The proprietress was a local in her 50s, wearing a simple blue and white bathrobe, with black hair tied up. She was thin and had a warm smile, revealing the eagerness of a businessman. Tengu can speak Japanese and has no problem communicating with the boss. The 4 of them booked 2 double rooms as tourists. The hotel is decorated with wood and is simple and elegant. The 4 of them had a bowl of local specialty ramen for breakfast and went back to the room to discuss the next step. During breakfast, Tengu had a full exchange with the proprietress and got some clues. The proprietress said that there are many one-day tour groups here, and there are many part-time tour guides who take individual tourists to eat food, soak in hot springs, climb mountains and camp, etc. Starting at 9 a.m., groups of more than 5 people can be formed. Among them, there are one-day tours around Yushan Mountain, which are specifically for visiting various shrines, and there are also special tours for climbing Yushan Mountain. After Tengu finished speaking, Gao Yang thought for a while, took off his red crystal necklace, and threw it to Officer Huang. "We will act separately. Officer Huang, you and Tengu will go to climb Yushan Mountain, and Qingling and I will visit the nearby shrines. If you find anything, please contact us at any time. Okay. Officer Huang put the red crystal necklace on his chest. Gao Yang glanced at the time on his phone. There's still some time. Let's take a nap. At 8:30, the four of them left the hotel and came to the town square. Sure enough, there were many local part-time tour guides soliciting customers, holding signs with the itinerary of the one-day tour written on them. Tengu and Officer Huang signed up for a one-day tour to climb Yushan Mountain, and set off when they had 7 people. Gao Yang and Qingling pretended to be a couple, and signed up for a one-day tour to visit the shrine. The tour guide was a slightly plump young girl. After asking, they found out that she was an international student from Licheng, working part-time here. Soon, 2 more couples from Licheng signed up, and the 6 of them set off. We all ate udon noodles together, and then took the tram around Yushan Mountain. At 10 a.m., the tram was rumbling. Gao Yang and Qingling sat side by side, listening to the guide's enthusiastic explanation while looking at the scenery outside the tram. In the near distance were beautiful houses of different heights, surrounded by small bridges, flowing water, and green plants. In the distance was Yushan Mountain, which was approaching slowly as the tram moved forward. The sun was shining, the sky was clean, and the colors were bright like a landscape painting. Unconsciously, Gao Yang became relaxed and leisurely. If it weren't for the important things, this might have been a good trip. As expected, the tour guide talked about the origin of the name Yushan Mountain. At the end of the talk, she smiled, and 2 dimples appeared on her slightly plump face. But every time I look at it, I think it looks more like ice cream. Everyone laughed, and Gao Yang noticed that Qingling beside him actually nodded seriously in agreement. After getting off the tram, the tour guide took everyone to visit the nearby shrine. Gao Yang took out his mobile phone and took pictures of the scenery and his girlfriend from time to time, playing the role of a couple conscientiously. The tour guide explained skillfully that the gods enshrined in the island shrines are all kinds of strange, some from myths, some from ancestors, and some from the natural environment and plants and animals. Anyway, everything can be a god. Now everyone is going to visit a fox fairy shrine on a hill. At the foot of the mountain stands a vermilion torii. The tour guide walked into the torii and bowed gently, saying that this is a kind of etiquette. Then, everyone climbed up along the small stone road and soon arrived at the shrine on the top of the mountain. A small wooden temple, with a stone statue of a fox enshrined in the center, and a low pine tree next to the temple, which was hung with wishing ribbons. Gao Yang and others followed the tour guide to a stone-built clear water pool, with a wooden water scoop placed by the pool. The tour guide picked up the scoop of water, washed his hands, and explained, "To worship at the shrine, the key is to be sincere, so we must first use the holy water here to wash away the dust on our bodies." Gao Yang and Qingling followed the other tourists, and went through the process together. Then, everyone followed the tour guide to the statue, under which there was a donation box with wooden grids. In the island country, it is said that foxes are messengers of the gods, so they are also called fox gods. Everyone can pay tribute to fox gods. If fox gods are happy, they will help us convey our words to the gods, and in this way, the gods will fulfill our wishes. Everyone took out their wallets, and donated some change to the donation box. Gao Yang complained, "Isn't this a bribe? It turns out that you can't escape the human relations anywhere." Chapter 495. The tour guide was very skilled, and had led many tourists before. She walked to the front of the worship hall, clapped her hands vigorously a few times, then put her hands together, and raised them above her head, bowed slightly, closed her eyes, and made a wish. Then, she stretched out her right hand, and pulled the thick hemp rope hanging on the beam, and a crisp and pleasant bell sound immediately came from above her head. After making a wish, pull the hemp rope again, and the process is completed. If the wish comes true, remember to come back to make a wish. The other 2 teams of couples hurriedly followed suit. Gao Yang and Qingling followed. Gao Yang didn't believe in such things, but the tourist character couldn't fall, so he pretended to pray, but in fact, he didn't think about anything in his heart. About 10 seconds later, he opened his eyes, and found that Qingling was still putting her hands together, and closing her eyes, as if she was making a wish seriously. A beam of clear sunlight just shone from the top of her head, shining on her thick black eyelashes, her eyelashes fluttering, and the stars jumping. The breeze in the mountains messed up her hair. At that moment, she exuded a girl's gentleness and loneliness. After Qingling made a wish, she pulled the hemp rope beside her. Dingling dingling. After she pulled it, she found that Gao Yang was looking at her sideways, and avoided his eyes in a panic. "Qingling? Gao Yang noticed something. Ahem. Qing Ling coughed lightly and explained. Sister is too troublesome, so let me deal with it. It is indeed Qing Ling's style. Gao Yang asked casually, Did you make a wish? Since I'm here. Qing Ling shrugged and said the 4-character mantra of her hometown. What wish did you make? Gao Yang asked. Qing Ling looked up and glared at Gao Yang. Why are you getting more and more gossipy? Gao Yang was choked and smiled awkwardly. He was about to say something when his face suddenly darkened. Gao Yang had a strong feeling that someone was watching him from behind, and it was a very strong person. He turned his head suddenly, and there was no one behind him, only the old pine tree with wishing ribbons hanging on it, and the branches and ribbons were swaying in the breeze. What's wrong? Qing Ling also noticed that Gao Yang was not right. Gao Yang was still staring at the tree, a little absent-minded. It was definitely not an illusion. There was definitely someone standing under the tree just now. Gao Yang quietly entered the system and checked repeatedly, but the luck value did not increase. Gao Yang came back to his senses and looked at Qing Ling. Follow me closely, don't act alone. I understand. Qing Ling didn't ask any more questions, and simply came over and took Gao Yang's arm like a lover. Gao Yang and Qing Ling followed the tour guide for a day, took a lot of tourist photos, bought some souvenirs, visited large and small shrines, and listened to the tour guide telling many folk legends, but did not find any clues that matched the White Phoenix altar. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Gao Yang and Qing Ling took the tram back to the Hot Spring Hotel. About half an hour later, Officer Huang and Tengu also came back. They climbed to the check-in spot halfway up the mountain, which is also the highest point that tourists can climb. During the free time, Officer Huang chatted with people to collect clues, while Tengu secretly launched flight and went to the top of the mountain to check around, but did not find any place similar to the altar. The 4 people were very tired after a day of exploration and were a little depressed. The proprietress prepared a sushi dinner for everyone. During dinner, the proprietress strongly recommended that they enjoy the hotel's own open-air hot spring, saying that it can relieve fatigue and beautify and maintain health. Officer Huang was in no mood. Gao Yang was afraid that he would stay in the room and think about random things, so he forced Officer Huang to go to the hot spring. The open-air hot spring was in the backyard of the hotel, with male and female areas. Gao Yang, Tengu, and Officer Huang went to the locker room to take off their clothes, wrapped white towels around their waists, stepped on wooden clogs, and entered the bathroom with a small wooden basin for towels and mobile phones. A small open-air hot spring surrounded by green bamboos. A thick screen was placed across one side of the hot spring pool. From the terrain, the opposite side was the women's hot spring area. In other words, men and women actually shared a hot spring pool. Perhaps because it was the off-season for tourism, there were only 4 of them in the hot spring pool tonight. The 3 men soaked in the hot spring and talked about something in their native language. During this period, Gao Yang called Suzaku again and finally received good news. The strange energy in Edmund's body had almost dissipated, and Suzaku expected to conduct a corpse interrogation around midnight. Officer Huang also called Chening, hoping to let Xiaoyan come to the island country and use perception to search. Chening refused, saying that Xiaoyan's perception was not omnipotent. He was able to easily find the tail team before because the crime was committed in a short time, and the exact escape direction was locked. There were 7 people in the tail team, which made it easy to find. Now there is only 1 beast, and it is almost impossible to find anything if we search the entire island country. Moreover, the other party must have the ability to hide energy and breath, otherwise such a powerful beast would have been discovered by the awakened people long ago. Finally, there is another reason. Chening also received a direct order from Mr. Li, and temporarily did not support Gao Yang and the other 4. This made Gao Yang wonder. Obviously, Qilin had communicated with Mr. Li. Gao Yang was puzzled as to why Qilin didn't support them. What the hell? Are you just watching them die without helping? Officer Huang was very angry. We may face. Officer Huang held back and still didn't say the word beast. Sorry, I have to obey orders. Qin Ying's voice was a little guilty. Officer Huang stopped talking nonsense and hung up the phone with a disappointed tone. Sure enough, no one can be relied on in the end. It's better to rely on yourself than to rely on others. Gao Yang. At this time, Qing Ling's voice came from the other side of the screen. What? Gao Yang was a little embarrassed for a moment. After all, everyone was naked in the same hot spring pool. Come here, Qing Ling said. Ah? Gao Yang thought he had heard it wrong now. Yes, come here. Qing Ling didn't want to joke. This is not appropriate, Gao Yang said. There is no one else here except me. Qing Ling continued. Wait, this isn't a question of whether there are other people. Do you understand the point? Ahem. Officer Huang pulled his lips helplessly. Although it's not the right time now. You and Qing Ling are young and energetic after all, and the opportunity is rare. If you really want to have this kind of interest, don't worry about my feelings. Me too. Tengu put his hands on the edge of the pool, with a wet towel covering his face. No. We don't have this kind of interest, and I'm not in the mood now. Oh no. We are not in this kind of relationship at all. Hurry up. Qing Ling was a little impatient. Business. Got it. Gao Yang took a deep breath, activated teleport to pass through the screen, and came to the ladies' hot spring area. Gao Yang kept squatting, and after teleporting, his chest and below were all submerged in the water, but suddenly a person appeared, splashing water and soaking Qing Ling's face. Qing Ling's collarbone and below were all in the water, her hair was tied up, and her expression was cold. Her fair skin was slightly flushed from the hot spring, and her neck was covered with sweat and a few strands of black hair. She stared at Gao Yang seriously, as if she had something to say. Chapter 496. What? Gao Yang asked. Turn around. Qing Ling said. Oh! Gao Yang slowly adjusted his body in the water and turned around. Behind him was a thick screen separating the men's and women's areas. Look at the screen. Qing Ling reminded. Gao Yang looked up and saw a landscape painting in the style of ukiyo-e on the screen. The main object in the painting is a red torii gate standing on a steep hillside. Through the torii gate, you can just see Yushan Mountain not far away. The whole painting has a broad vision, remote and quiet, revealing a bit of solemnity and solemnity. Where is this? Gao Yang asked. I don't know. Qing Ling shook his head. It should be a mountain near Yushan Mountain. Is this a shrine? Although there is only one torii gate, it should be considered a shrine. Gao Yang said. We haven't been here today. Qing Ling said. Gao Yang was startled and immediately understood what Qing Ling meant. Then he remembered what the tour guide said today. The torii is a unique building here, representing the entrance to the divine realm. Passing through the torii, you will reach the divine realm. The divine realm and the torii are only one step away. Gao Yang just flashed back to this sentence, and suddenly there was a sound of a door behind him. Swish. The proprietress opened the wooden door, holding a wooden basin with a bath towel in it. She said in a not-so-standard Liqing dialect, the bath towel is ready for you. The proprietress looked at Qing Ling in the hot spring, and found that she put her hands in the water. Her posture was a little stiff, and the water surface in front of her chest was still bubbling. Okay. Qing Ling stretched out a hand from the water, pointed at the screen and asked, Where is this? Oh, this is the White Crane Shrine in Shishan. The proprietress explained with a smile. Haha, it takes half an hour to climb the mountain to get here. The mountain road is muddy and difficult to walk. There are not many tourists at this time of year. It is beautiful to go here to see Yushan Mountain in winter. What god is worshipped in the White Crane Shrine? There are different opinions. Some say it is a white crane that has become an immortal and has been guarding the mountains and rivers for generations. Others say it is a giant white bird that looks like a phoenix, but no one has ever seen it. My grandmother said she saw it once and made a wish to give birth to my mother the next year. Haha, everyone thinks she made it up. Got it. Qing Ling got the clue she wanted and ended the conversation. Okay, then I won't bother you anymore. The proprietress put down the small wooden basin with a bath towel, walked out slowly with small steps, and closed the wooden door. Splash. Gao Yang popped his head out from under the hot spring pool next to Qing Ling. Fortunately, he was still able to hold his breath, otherwise he would have drowned. Ahem. Gao Yang coughed. Qing Ling, you just... I was afraid of being discovered. Qing Ling said. I understand the truth. Gao Yang looked innocent. But did you forget that I can teleport? I can just go back to the men's area opposite. Qing Ling was stunned, thinking that Gao Yang was right. She said coldly, I'm faster. Gao Yang rolled his eyes in his heart. Why learn something else but your sister's stubbornness? How is it? Do you have any clues? Across the screen, Officer Huang was very anxious. Yes, Shishan White Crane Shrine. It is very likely the altar of the White Phoenix. Let's go immediately. Gao Yang said. Voila. Qing Ling is a real action person. She stood up from the hot spring in front of Gao Yang and turned to get dressed. Ah! Gao Yang was caught off guard and shouted teleport back to the men's hot spring area. Officer Huang and Tengu were wrapped in bath towels, got up to leave, and found that Gao Yang had teleported back. He looked flustered, his heartbeat accelerated, his face flushed, and he was slightly distracted, as if he had been shocked by something. What's wrong with you? Officer Huang asked. No, nothing, let's go, Gao Yang said. The group changed into casual clothes, quietly left the hot spring hotel, and headed for Xishan near Yushan Mountain. It must be said that it was very convenient to travel with Tingu's flight. The muddy mountain road that would have taken at least half an hour to travel was reached in about 5 minutes by the four of them. Xishan is not high. Compared with Yushan Mountain, it is a small one. Looking down from a high place, it is like a small umbrella next to a big umbrella. The four of them landed on the top of the mountain. Under their feet was an empty and muddy flat land, the size of a football field, with dense forests on 3 sides and only a steep slope on one side, like a small cliff. On the edge of the cliff, there stood a red torii gate less than 3 meters high. After landing, the four people walked towards the torii. Through the torii, they could see the Jade Fan Mountain behind, as well as the beautiful night sky and the bright moon. It was almost dawn, the mountains were quiet, and the night wind was howling. The four people looked at a lonely and ancient torii, with an indescribable sense of loss. This is it, Gao Yang said. I didn't see the altar. Qingling held 2 swords in his hands. Me too. Tiango put his hands in his pockets and squinted his eyes. Can you feel anything? Special energy field or something? Gao Yang continued to ask. Officer Huang shook his head, stepped forward quickly, reached out to touch the red pillar of the torii, and then walked through the torii, walked around nearby, and tried for several minutes, but failed to trigger anything. He sighed in frustration. On the way here, he was more anxious than anyone else, but deep down he felt that things were going too smoothly. How could it be so easy to succeed? Gao Yang didn't think so. For some reason, he intuitively felt that this was the place. Don't worry, let's look for it again. Before Gao Yang finished speaking, his cell phone rang. 5 minutes ago. Liqing, Beigui Funeral Home, Special Mortuary. This is a dim and simple square secret room. In the center of the secret room is a rectangular altar made of black gold. On the altar lies Edmund's body. He is not wearing any clothes, and is only covered with a piece of white cloth. Qilin, Qinglong and Zhu Kei stood aside. Zhu Kei was closest to Edmund's body. She reached out and held Edmund's cold and stiff hand. 3 seconds later, Suzaku said confidently, the energy has almost dissipated. I can interrogate the corpse. Qilin nodded slightly. His eyes under the glasses were calm and deep. How much time do you have? Suzaku shook his head pessimistically. 30 seconds, 45 seconds at most. Qilong sighed, obviously very dissatisfied with the situation. I'm afraid we can't finish the questions we prepared. You have to make some choices, I asked them. Qilin said. Suzaku nodded. Okay, hold my hand. Qilin stepped forward and held Suzaku's other hand. Before starting, Suzaku reminded him at last, remember, if the other party doesn't know, he will be silent directly. You don't have to wait, change the next question immediately. Also, the corpse can only answer questions he knows, but there is no guarantee that the answer is objectively correct, because the information the corpse knew before his death may be one-sided or even wrong. Understood. Qilin had no doubts. Suzaku took a deep breath and held Edmund's hand tightly with his other hand. She closed her eyes, mobilized the energy in her body, and whispered, Equivalent exchange. Chapter 497. Woo. Instantly, the stored life value in Suzaku's body was injected into Edmund's lifeless body. 2 seconds later, the black gold altar under Edmund's body emitted a faint gray light. Edmund slowly opened his eyes, and his eyes also flashed with a dim gray light. His body did not move, but he opened his mouth slightly. Edmund, answer my question. Suzaku spoke quickly, with irresistible majesty. Yes. Edmund answered without emotion, and the voice in his throat was cold and hoarse, as if it was an echo from the abyss, which made people shudder. Can the lost and humans give birth to ghosts? Qilin had already grasped Gao Yang's speculation, and quickly asked the first question. No, Edmund answered. Qilin was startled. Gao Yang's speculation was wrong. Qilin did not waste time and immediately changed his mind. How did ghosts come from? Living beasts, Edmund answered. Ghosts actually come from living beasts. Qilin was very shocked. This was completely contrary to Gao Yang's speculation. What does the holy water come from in living beasts? Qilin's thoughts turned quickly, and he changed the question. Amniotic fluid. Amniotic fluid. It seems that living beasts can not only give birth to life, but also belong to mammals like humans, so there is such a thing as amniotic fluid. In this way, the organs in the giant culture dish that Gao Yang saw in the basement of the No. 7 winery in the West Country were most likely the uterus of the living beast. Why the living beast died is unclear. What is the relationship between the living beast and the lost? Shilin continued to ask the questions he had prepared long ago. Sowing. Edmund's answer was quite concise and abstract. How to sow seeds? Kieran asked. Scarlet Tide. Edmund's slightly open mouth paused for 2 seconds, as if he was processing information. During these 2 seconds, Kieran almost couldn't help asking new questions, but fortunately he held back. Sure enough, Edmund seemed to organize his words and continued to answer. After the lost died, they turned into seeds, and the living beast sent the seeds back to the lost through the blood mist. Seeds, lost, reincarnation. It turned out to be like this. Kieran was quite shocked. Everything made sense. Beasts do not have a real reproductive system, but in order to ensure the reincarnation of life, the living beasts will be responsible for sowing seeds. Every 10 years, the living beasts will use the red mist in the Scarlet Tide as a medium to send the seeds of the dead lost back to the bodies of all female lost. These female lost will give birth to new lost at a specific time, creating the appearance of reproduction from generation to generation. Female lost think they are pregnant and giving birth normally, but in fact, the children in their bodies are all assigned to them by the living beasts. As for the high-level beasts other than the lost, they should not have the ability to reproduce. This explains why only the lost were forced to sleep during the 7 nights of the Scarlet Tide, while other high-level beasts did not. This also explains why the high-level beasts could distinguish between the lost, ordinary humans, and the awakened during those 7 nights. Although ordinary humans are drowsy, their bodies will reject the seeds in the red mist. Perhaps these seeds hidden in the blood mist can only be seen by high-level beasts, and the awakened cannot see them. Therefore, the high-level beasts use this method of distinction to frantically hunt the awakened during the Scarlet Tide. In fact, Qilin did not think so deeply in a short time. He only figured out a general outline. He did not dare to waste time, and continued to ask questions. What other abilities or responsibilities does the beast have? Procreate. Edmund answered. Procreate what? Wang Gui. Edmund opened his mouth and seemed to say 2 words, but no sound came out. Wang Gui, it should be a ghost. Besides Wang Gui, what else? Qilin asked quickly. Edmund stopped answering, and the gray light in his eyes returned to dimness and silence. Edmund's body lost its vitality, slowly closed his eyes, and died forever. Suzaku's face was already covered with sweat, and his breathing was rapid. Suzaku never thought that it would be so difficult to interrogate a corpse for only 35 seconds. It is indeed a corpse contaminated by the energy of the beast. This is the first time I have seen it. The beast is terrible. She let go of Edmund's hand, and said apologetically, I tried my best. Thank you for your hard work. Qilin did not doubt or blame him. President. Zhu Ke looked at Qilin, his eyes anxious. We must support Qiang. This beast is too dangerous. They can't be opponents. Qilin said nothing. This beast must be planning to use the child in Su Shi's belly to complete some conspiracy. Zhu Ke continued. Qilong tried to add, maybe, the beast relies on sacrifices like Su Shi to successfully breed ghosts, and other more terrifying species. We must stop it. Qilin still said nothing. President. We must support it immediately, or let Qiang stop investigating first. Qilin looked stern and did not express his position. Zhu Ke didn't understand and looked at Qinglong. Qinglong, say something. Qinglong looked a little embarrassed. Although he also thought that Qiang should be supported immediately, he still chose to absolutely believe and obey Qilin's arrangements. Qiang will die. Zhu Chua's emotions were a little out of control. We can't lose more people. I have my own arrangements. Qilin finally spoke. President. I have never disobeyed any of your orders in these years, because you are always right, but this time, I dare not agree. Suzaku, believe in the president. How can I believe it? Zhu Ke interrupted. This is a living beast. Why don't you let us support it? Even if it's not for saving people, we can't let go of intelligence of this level of living beasts. Qinglong stopped talking because he couldn't figure out Qilin's real intention. President, I'm sorry, I have to inform Qiang, I can't watch my companions die. Zhu Ke took out his mobile phone with a determined look. Qilin did not stop him and sighed slightly. This is your freedom. Suzaku immediately dialed Qiang's number. At the same time, at the top of Shishan Mountain, by a shrine, Gao Yang's phone vibrated. He took a look and found that it was an encrypted call from Zhu Ke. Hello? Gao Yang picked up immediately. Qiang. Quick. Zizizi. Beep beep beep. Suzaku had just said 3 words, when the signal was interfered with, and then interrupted. Gao Yang was very confused and was about to call back. It's coming. Qingling shouted. Gao Yang looked up suddenly, and a dazzling white meteor appeared in the sky. It was flying quickly over the top of Yushan Mountain, and flying towards Baihe Shrine in Xishan. Perhaps it was because of its appearance that the mobile phone signal was interfered. The falling speed of the white meteor was quite fast. Gao Yang estimated that it would fall in front of them in less than 10 seconds. Gao Yang had never felt such a strong sense of tension and oppression before, and the others felt the same way. Gao Yang's hands couldn't help but tremble slightly. He clenched his fists and forced himself to stay calm. Everyone, it's time to go. A drop of cold sweat flowed down Gao Yang's forehead. Chapter 498. Boom. The white meteor in the night sky fell in front of the red torii with a dazzling and holy tail, and swayed a circle of white energy ripples in all directions. The speed was so fast that it was impossible to avoid it. Gao Yang and the other four were penetrated by this energy ripple again. They felt numb all over, and the energy in their bodies short-circuited for 1 second. Compared with the last fall, this white meteor was quite gentle this time. After a few seconds, the four saw the person coming. A woman with long brown hair, wearing a black slim-fitting long-sleeve turtleneck sweater, a black gauze long skirt, and a pair of black flat ballet shoes. She stood straight in black, with a slender figure, giving people a noble, mysterious and solemn texture. Under the moonlight, she looked like an elegant black swan. Gao Yang recognized at a glance that this was the mysterious woman who was captured by the surveillance camera on the rooftop and performed an evil ritual at the intersection in the middle of the night. This time, Gao Yang finally saw her face clearly. Not only was it not surprising, but he even felt that it was too reasonable, so reasonable that it was a little unreal. The woman in front of him was Zhuang Mei, a living beast. Zhuang Mei also recognized Gao Yang at a glance. She smiled faintly as a greeting. Her pale face seemed to be hazy with a hazy white light at this moment, and she looked extremely holy. Gao Yang was speechless. He moved his eyes upward and found that there was a woman who had fainted floating above Zhuang Mei's head. She was wearing blue pajamas and bare feet, as if she was held in the palm of an invisible hand. Her hands, feet and black hair fell naturally, her lower abdomen was bulging, and her face was haggard. Su Shi! Officer Huang shouted. He was surprisingly angry, but he didn't dare to act rashly. He knew very well that Su Shi's life was in Zhuang Mei's hands. Zhuang Mei no longer paid attention to the four of them, slowly turned around, raised her right hand, and Su Shi in the sky immediately slowly descended and floated in the center of the torii. Buzz! Ancient white lines appeared on the red torii, emitting a holy white light. A circular altar also suddenly appeared on the gray land around the torii, flashing white light. The totem in the center of the altar was the familiar white bird. Hiss hiss hiss. The white lines on the torii began to detach from the wood, and turned into small winding white chains. They wrapped around Su Shi's body, forming a big character and binding her in the center of the torii. This scene couldn't be more obvious. Su Shi and the child in her belly were the sacrifices chosen by Zhuang Mei for a certain ritual. This pregnant woman was about to sacrifice her life. Officer Huang would never allow this to happen. Bang, bang, bang. Officer Huang fired, and within 2 seconds, all the bullets in the 2 pistols were evenly distributed, locking all the fatal parts of Zhuang Mei. Puff, puff, puff. The bullets hit Zhuang Mei's body, but they were like a group of moths that didn't know their own strength. The moment they touched Zhuang Mei's body, they broke and fell silently to the ground. Zhuang Mei's movements were coherent, and she didn't even feel the attack. A few seconds later, Zhuang Mei, who had completed the initiation ceremony, slowly turned around and looked at Officer Huang, who fired the gun. Do you know what you are doing? She is my wife. Officer Huang quickly changed the magazine and shouted, Let her go. Heh. Zhuang Mei's voice was full of amusement. An awakener is willing to die for a beast. What's the matter? Bang, bang, bang. Officer Huang fired 10 shots in a row. This time, all the bullets were shot at the most vulnerable part of Zhuang Mei's body, her eyes. Ding, 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 ding. These bullets seemed to hit extremely hard steel balls, making crisp sounds, and then fell to the ground one after another, and Zhuang Mei didn't even blink. At that moment, Gao Yang felt indescribable despair. Zhuang Mei's body was almost as indestructible as the bones in winery number 7. Zhuang Mei ignored Officer Huang and looked at Gao Yang. Her tone was natural, like an elder dissuading a neighbor's child. Yang, you don't need to get involved in this, go back quickly. Gao Yang was silent. Zhuang Mei looked at the others again. You too, go away, I won't kill you. Zhuang Mei was slightly stunned. Her eyes slowly stayed on Tengu's face, and carefully examined it for 2 seconds. You are? Zhuang Mei showed a smile between surprise and playfulness. Xiao Ran. Tiango, who had been silent, had already red eyes. He recognized at a glance that this woman named Sheng Shou was his mother who abandoned him. Mom. Tiango's voice was hoarse, and he suppressed his emotions that were almost about to collapse, and asked the question that had been tormenting him for the past 18 years. Why did you abandon me? Zhuang Mei blinked, with a smile on her lips. Xiao Ran, you have awakened. You should know that I am not your biological mother. But you are still my mother. There was a broken stubbornness in Tiango's eyes. Zhuang Mei sighed slightly. I was indeed naive before, and I also wanted to try to become a human being and live an ordinary life. But this was just deceiving myself. Zhuang Mei's eyes were unfathomable. Humans, it's too troublesome, I can't do it, so I gave up. So, you are not from the island country? Tiango asked. Islander? Zhuang Mei was stunned. When did I say that? You said you were going to the island country, you were going home, and you couldn't take me with you. Tiango said. Oh. Zhuang Mei finally remembered. I just happened to come here to do something, and I just said something about going home. Silly child, you really believed it. Tiango looked at Zhuang Mei in disbelief, and couldn't believe that this was the answer he had been waiting for 18 years. It turned out that his mother was not from the island country at all. It turned out that the things he had been doing these years were not only stupid, but also very ridiculous. His 18 years were a joke. Gao Yan on the side tried to overcome his fear while thinking quickly. The summer 18 years ago was exactly the last scarlet tide. Could it be that Zhuang Mei's so-called coming to the island country to do something as related to her identity as a wild animal? Tiango clenched his fists. His red eyes were broken and sharp. Mom, have you ever loved me in these years, even for a second? Zhuang Mei was slightly surprised, as if she didn't expect Tiango to ask such a question. Zhuang Mei smiled faintly, as if answering an insignificant matter. No. Tiango's face turned pale. But I don't hate you. When you were a child, you didn't cry or make trouble, and you were trouble-free, like an obedient puppy. Who doesn't like a puppy? Zhuang Mei was still smiling. Tiango was stunned in place, and the long-standing memory engraved in his bones suddenly began to burn in his body, burning his chest fiercely, and evaporating his blood. Xiaoran is the best. I am not your biological mother. Xiaoran, Mom has nothing left, Mom only has you. I just said it casually, silly child, you really believed it. When Xiaoran becomes a man, you must protect your mother. When you were a child, you didn't cry or make a fuss, and you were easy to deal with, like an obedient puppy. Xiaoran, mother loves you. No, mother loves you. No. 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 No. I never loved you. Mother never loved you. Space Cutting Breakthrough Level 6. Chapter 499. Chong. Tengu didn't even raise his hands, and a wave of energy exploded around his body. Zhuang Mei's eyes shone, and she noticed that the space above her neck was distorted. In the eyes of Gao Yang and others, the image below Zhuang Mei's neck showed a very short and subtle displacement, and then quickly recovered, as if it was just a ripple in the air, which could not be found without careful observation. Gao Yang was secretly surprised. Tengu launched space cutting faster and more concealed. Zhuang Mei did not move, of course. Her head was not cut off as everyone hoped. However, the white halo radiating from her body was indeed disordered for a second, as if the moon in the lake was disturbed by a small stone. Then, a thin blood mark appeared on Zhuang Mei's white neck. Gao Yang was overjoyed, and a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. The beast can also be hurt, and her body is not absolutely indestructible. Even though it was just a negligible scar, it still gave the three people the confidence to fight. Qing Ling no longer hesitated and rushed forward. 2 black gold knives and 3 black gold darts had already tried to stab Zhuang Mei. Ding ding ding. Just like the bullets fired by Officer Huang, the black gold weapons failed to penetrate Zhuang Mei's body. They were like hitting a rock and were easily bounced away. Qing Ling did not stop sprinting. The bounced Tang sword spun back into Qing Ling's hand. She burst out with the maximum energy in her body. The energy of her feet, legs, waist, shoulders, and wrists was connected into a line, poured into the Tang sword in her hand, turned into sword energy, and injected into the sharp tip of the sword. Boom! Qing Ling's Tang sword turned into a dazzling cold light, stabbed at Zhuang Mei's eyebrows, and stirred up a huge airflow. Zzz. Countless frantic white energy filaments, like tentacles, burst out from the center of Zhuang Mei's eyebrows. Like a disturbed chaotic electric current, and then slowly calmed down. Qing Ling's Tang sword touched Zhuang Mei's skin, but just like the Tengu, it only left a small red dot on her forehead, like a mosquito bite. At that moment, Qing Ling felt deeply confused. Even his full-strength attack could not break through her energy defense. How to win this? Zhuang Mei was still standing there, watching them quietly, with a playful tolerance in her smile, just like a master watching his cats and dogs playing. Flame Fist. The next second, Gao Yang teleported to the right side of Zhuang Mei, and the energy on the right side of his back overflowed into a flaming wing, illuminating the entire mountaintop. This time, Gao Yang did not hesitate at all, leaving no room for luck, and directly activated the power of enlightenment, transferring all attribute points to strength and spirit. Gao Yang knew that if he had any chance of winning against the monster in front of him, he would take advantage of Zhuang Mei's underestimation and fight to the death. Instantly, the huge wings of fire were retracted and compressed into Gao Yang's right fist. This time, Zhuang Mei felt the real threat. She quickly raised her right hand, opened it, and took Gao Yang's punch. Empty. A dragon of fire that could vaporize ordinary creatures instantly rushed out of Gao Yang's fist, swallowed Zhuang Mei whole, and rushed out behind her, leaving a charred gully more than 10 meters wide. The dragon of fire rushed into the woods, burning a large area of trees, and finally flew into the air, turning into a rising red meteor, and finally slowly dissipated in the night sky. Qing Ling dodged in advance, but was still blown away by the scorching air wave. Tengu and Officer Huang were also forced to retreat far away. In less than 10 seconds, the flame fist ended. The ground was full of burning embers. Gao Yang and Zhuang Mei were still standing in their original positions. Gao Yang was panting and retracting his fist. His face was pale, his eyes were dull, and his attribute values were still returning. Zhuang Mei still maintained the posture of opening her right hand to block the fist. The clothes on her entire right arm were burned, and her right hand and forearm were severely burned, but that was all. Soon, a faint white halo covered her whole body again, making her look so holy. Zhuang Mei looked at Gao Yang, who was still panting, and said with some regret, "How sad your mother must be." Warning! The lucky point income increased to 9,500 times. A small white laser shot out from Zhuang Mei's burned index finger, piercing Gao Yang's heart in an instant. Gao Yang opened his mouth slightly, unable to say anything, and fell with his head raised. Gao Yang. Qing Ling rushed forward again with a knife. Beast. Officer Huang fired wildly. Tengu flew into the air, opened his hands, and activated space cutting. Zhuang Mei had to fight seriously. Su Shi's ritual still needed some time, and they couldn't let them destroy the ritual, otherwise all the previous efforts would be wasted. Zhuang Mei stood in front of the torii, motionless, with a circle of dazzling white energy under her feet, like a white fountain gushing out from the ground. Zhuang Mei raised her injured right hand slightly, and the fountain under her feet continued to gush out small and soft white energy threads. They looked chaotic, but in fact they accurately blocked every slash of Qing Ling's knife, and at the same time blocked every bullet fired by Officer Huang. Zhuang Mei raised her left hand above her head, aimed at the Tengu in midair, and fired a tiny but extremely fast white laser, forcing the Tengu to dodge continuously, unable to successfully launch space cutting. The battle was in a stalemate. In less than half a minute, Officer Huang had used up all his bullets, and Qing Ling's sword skills, which were bursting with all his strength, began to slow down. The Tengu in midair had already used up all his strength just to dodge the white laser, but it was still extremely dangerous, and his arms and waist were cut. Zhuang Mei's movements were elegant and easy. Soon, the smile on Zhuang Mei's face was retracted. She did not feel dangerous or tired, but simply felt bored and indifferent after the interest faded. Simply put, Zhuang Mei was tired of playing. She suddenly retracted her hands at a very fast speed, clasped them in front of her chest, and clapped her palms lightly. Paw! In an instant, the white fountain under Zhuang Mei's feet turned into a small shock wave, which spread rapidly in all directions. Wow! Qing Ling was immediately penetrated by the white shock wave, and her body felt numb, and she lost control of her body. The energy in her body was also sealed for a second. Qing Ling trembled, and the tang sword in her hand fell to the ground. 1 second later, Qing Ling regained control of her body, and just wanted to jump away. Zhuang Mei's left finger had already shot out a white laser, aiming at Qing Ling's heart. Z. The laser failed to penetrate Qing Ling's heart, but shot into the charred ground not far away. Zhuang Mei was stunned and slightly focused. More than 10 meters away, Gao Yang put Qing Ling, who had been saved, down from his arms. Seeing that Gao Yang was not dead, Qing Ling immediately figured it out. The one who was killed just now was Gao Yang's phantom. Gao Yang immediately activated the phantom substitute after hitting the flame fist. But since Gao Yang was not dead, why didn't he support her immediately, but watched her and Officer Huang fight hard for half a minute? Qing Ling didn't ask. She believed Gao Yang had his reasons. Gao Yang's reason was simple. He hid aside and watched the fight, only to analyze and find Zhuang Mei's flaws, and did not take action until Qing Ling was in danger. Now, he has the answer. Chapter 500. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Tengu finally found an opportunity and launched 3 space cuts at once. The white energy fountain under Zhuang Mei's feet disappeared instantly and retracted into Zhuang Mei's whole body. The air in front of Zhuang Mei's chest, or more precisely, the space, was distorted like ripples 3 times. 1 second later, the space returned to normal, and there were 3 small cuts on Zhuang Mei's sweater on her chest, that's all. At the same time, Gao Yang and Qing Ling had returned to Officer Huang, and the 3 of them kept a relatively safe distance from Zhuang Mei. Gao Yang quickly explained, "She is not invincible. Her white energy is both offensive and defensive, but it cannot work at the same time." Qing Ling and Officer Huang immediately understood what was going on. When Zhuang Mei stood still, she was in a completely defensive state, so their attacks could only cause her slight damage. Even Gao Yang's strongest punch under the power of enlightenment could only barely hurt her. However, when Zhuang Mei mobilized energy to attack, her body lost the protection of the white energy and was no longer invincible. In addition, Zhuang Mei can create an energy shock wave with a short-term silencing and paralysis effect. This energy wave has a penetrating property and cannot be defended by ordinary means. Even Edmund, who entered the invincible state, seemed unable to defend against this move and was killed by her. Go! Gao Yang launched teleport and approached Zhuang Mei. Through actual combat, Gao Yang gradually mastered more mechanisms of Phantom. First of all, the cooling time of Phantom is about 2 minutes, and it can switch between the Phantom and the entity at an ultra-fast speed. This move is simply a life-saving talisman. Before Gao Yang launched the Flame Fist, he summoned the Phantom in advance and hid not far away. Before Gao Yang was pierced by Zhuang Mei's white laser, he quickly switched between his main body and the Phantom, and only then did he escape death. However, in the next minute of the battle, Gao Yang was still in the cooling time of Phantom, and he had to be extra careful without the life-saving charm. Chirp. 2 white lasers shot at Gao Yang at a very fast speed, making it difficult to dodge. Gao Yang was well prepared, and he launched a teleportation to avoid it, throwing a fireball at Zhuang Mei. Qing Ling also kept a certain distance, summoning Tang Dao, Xiao Dao, and 3 black gold darts to attack Zhuang Mei, constantly disturbing her like a few annoying flies. The Tengu in the sky was ready to launch space cutting at any time, staring at her. Only Officer Huang was still standing in the distance, holding a gun in both hands, but he had no bullets, and was helpless like a fool. My wife and children are waiting for me to save them, but I can't do anything. I am such a loser. Officer Huang gritted his teeth and rushed towards Zhuang Mei. Even though his melee ability was very weak, he still had to fight with all his strength and bleed to the last drop of blood. The battle has been stalemate until now, and the boredom on Zhuang Mei's face has become deeper and deeper. If she hadn't been worried about disrupting the ceremony, she wouldn't have been so restrained. She frowned slightly, found the right time, and clapped her hands on her chest again, and tapped it lightly. Paw. Buzz. The white energy shock wave with the attributes of silence and paralysis spread out from Zhuang Mei, and there was no way to avoid it within a dozen meters around her. Gao Yang and Qing Ling's bodies were penetrated by the energy, and they suddenly felt numb. They stopped attacking and knelt on one knee. Zhuang Mei quickly raised her burned right hand, and at the cost of having 2 fingers cut off, she resisted the space-cutting launched by Tengu. At the same time, her left hand quickly pointed forward and shot out 2 beams of white lasers. Puff puff. They shot through Gao Yang and Qing Ling's bodies respectively, but they were not fatal. At the critical moment, Gao Yang pushed Qing Ling away, and the 2 dodged to the sides. Qing Ling's right shoulder and Gao Yang's left arm were shot through at the same time, and blood splattered for a while. Hiss hiss hiss. Swish swish swish. The white energy fountain under Zhuang Mei's feet emerged again, and splashed countless small and winding white energy, like willow fireworks, rushing down towards Gao Yang and Qing Ling's heads. This scene was seen by Officer Huang, who rushed towards Zhuang Mei. Damn it! Why am I so weak? Why can't I be stronger? Anger, incompetence, and pain tortured Officer Huang's self-esteem. In a moment, a strange and powerful energy descended, like a beam of light that broke through the thick clouds, falling from the sky and pouring into Officer Huang's head. In a trance, an ancient, profound, and majestic voice rang in his ears. 15. Light. The pistol in Officer Huang's hand flashed with golden light, and countless light particles around quickly gathered in the barrel, forming a very dense light element. Everything was so natural, there was no need to think at all. Officer Huang seemed to be guided by some ancient gods, and pulled the trigger. Chong. A golden stream of light elements condensed from the muzzle shot out of the gun, and headed straight for Zhuang Mei's eyebrows. Zhuang Mei was threatened, and the white fireworks rain that was about to bury Gao Yang and Qing Ling was retracted into Zhuang Mei's body at an incredibly fast speed. Bang! The golden bullet exploded between Zhuang Mei's eyebrows, emitting dazzling golden light, and countless golden tadpoles danced in the sky. Zhuang Mei's body was shrouded in a faint white halo, and her eyebrows were unscathed. Chong chong chong. 3 golden bullets were fired again. Zhuang Mei moved lightly, and 3 golden bullets flew past her. Ah! The moment he realized light, the anger that Officer Huang had accumulated in his body for these days burst out at once. He didn't care about anything. Whoever wanted this life could take it. No one should touch his family. Light broke through level 2. Chong 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 chong. The light element bullets in Officer Huang's double gun seemed inexhaustible, shooting at Zhuang Mei at a speed of 10 per second. Zhuang Mei dodged while raising her hands to block. Some of the light element bullets were avoided, and those that could not be avoided exploded in her hands and body, turning into countless splashing golden tadpoles. The boredom on Zhuang Mei's face became more and more serious, turning into deep anger. She seemed to have met a naughty kid, who was spraying water at her with a water gun. Although he couldn't hurt her, he made her very embarrassed. Light breakthrough level 3. Ah! Officer Huang threw away the gun in his left hand, and held it with both hands instead, with a nearly crazy golden light flashing in his eyes. This time, he was unreserved. Woo! Officer Huang's pistol began to accumulate a large amount of light elements in a spiral shape, and the whole world seemed to lose light, and dimmed sharply for a second. 1 second later, the world was as bright as day. Empty. A huge golden stray bullet was fired, like a light train, rushing towards Zhuang Mei and running over her. The golden stray bullet rushed out of the cliff, flew to the distant Yushan mountain, and hit the halfway point of the mountain, where a golden flower bloomed. Officer Huang, who had overdrawn all his energy, had blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. He fell to his knees with a thump. Zhuang Mei was still standing there, with some faint burn marks on her face, and her black sweater and black skirt were slightly damaged, but that was all. Level 3 light was not painful at all for Zhuang Mei, who was in a defensive state. Go to hell! Gao Yang shouted, leaped into the air, and launched a flaming fist at Zhuang Mei. At the same time, Qing Ling's 2 black gold knives also rotated and cut from the side of Zhuang Mei. Zhuang Mei raised her right hand slightly, summoned a white energy field, and instantly locked the 2 tang swords, and was in a delicate state of confrontation with Qing Ling's level 5 metal. Zhuang Mei raised her left hand, and shot 3 white lasers at Gao Yang, who was attacking. Puff puff puff. Gao Yang's heart, eyebrows and abdomen were pierced by 3 lasers at the same time. Gao Yang was like a bird hit by a shotgun. His whole body stiffened, the flame on his fist disappeared, and he fell to the ground. Chapter 501. No! Zhuang Mei realized something was wrong 1 second after shooting Gao Yang, because Gao Yang didn't dodge or defend himself. This was not his real body, but an illusion. It was too late. Ka ka ka. The space around Zhuang Mei shattered like a mirror. 1 minute ago. After Gao Yang and Qing Ling were injured, Zhuang Mei took advantage of the situation and launched a large-scale white fireworks rain on them, leaving them no way to escape. Fortunately, Officer Huang realized light in time and fired light element bullets to forcibly stop Zhuang Mei's attack. Then, Officer Huang attacked Zhuang Mei crazily for a while, and Zhuang Mei was successfully delayed. Before the battle, Gao Yang had copied Tengu's space cutting. Gao Yang shouted to Tengu, use that move. Gao Yang's copy had the ability to explore, so he knew that Tengu had a backhand. That move was very powerful, but also very dangerous. Before, at the old train station outside the city, Tengu was planning to use this move to get rid of the smoker at the end of the team, but was forced to interrupt. After launching this move, he will basically be a waste man for a period of time. If he cannot kill the opponent, he can only wait for death. Tengu understood Gao Yang's intention. This is the last fight. After a crazy sweep, Officer Huang overdrawn all his energy and shot a huge golden stray bullet, but still failed to effectively hurt Zhuang Mei in a defensive state. But he bought Gao Yang precious cooling time. Gao Yang launched the Phantom again and rushed towards Zhuang Mei. Qing Ling also summoned 2 swords to attack. Zhuang Mei was harassed by Officer Huang, and her disgust reached its peak. Seeing Gao Yang attacking again, she lost her initial calmness and switched to attack mode, wanting to kill Gao Yang quickly, but she didn't expect to kill only Gao Yang's Phantom. At that moment, Zhuang Mei was no longer in a nearly invincible defensive state. Gao Yang and Tengu seized this only opportunity. Space fragments. Gao Yang on the ground and Tengu in the air launched this move at Zhuang Mei at the same time. In an instant, the space around Zhuang Mei turned into a 3-dimensional space mirror, and then the mirror was broken into hundreds of pieces. Zhuang Mei's body was also cut into hundreds of pieces in an instant. From the visual effect, Zhuang Mei was in a mirror, and this mirror was broken into countless sharp fragments, and Zhuang Mei in the mirror also turned into countless sharp fragments. Bang! 2 seconds later, the mirror space disappeared completely. Zzz. Countless deep cracks appeared on Zhuang Mei's body, and blood spurted out, like a human-shaped red fountain. A tear of sadness fell from Tengu's face. He had overdrawn all his energy, slowly closed his eyes, and fell from the sky. Gao Yang also used up most of his energy. His legs softened, and he knelt on the ground, breathing heavily. Qing Ling flew out on the Tang sword, grabbed Tengu's hand, and pulled Tengu slowly to the ground. The battle seemed to be over. Qing Ling put down the unconscious Tengu, and looked at the enemy not far away. Qing Ling's pupils trembled, and a chill rose from the soles of his feet. In Qing Ling's pupils, Zhuang Mei, who was covered in blood, was reflected. Zhuang Mei's body did not turn into countless pieces, and she did not fall down. Even the crazy splashing of blood stopped. She was covered with narrow wounds, and her face was blurred, like a blood demon. Zhuang Mei's twisted and hideous bloody face showed unforgivable anger, but her voice still revealed cold contempt. I really still don't like humans. They are obviously kittens and puppies, but they always want to bite people. Zhuang Mei raised her head and opened her arms. Once again, huge white energy ripples spread out under Zhuang Mei's feet. These energy ripples seemed to be alive and elastic. They expanded and contracted with Zhuang Mei as the center point, like a breathing jellyfish. After a few seconds, all the white energy returned to Zhuang Mei's body in an instant. Then, Zhuang Mei, who was covered in blood, was enveloped by white light, flashing an extremely dazzling light. Soon, Zhuang Mei melted in this white light. Yes, melted. She turned into a ball of white light. This ball of light quickly expanded and grew rapidly towards the night sky, and finally changed into a white giant bird that covered the sky and the moon, illuminating the world. At that moment, Gao Yang intuitively felt for the first time what it meant to return from a bloodbath and be reborn from the ashes. Gao Yang looked up at the giant white bird that was as big as a large passenger plane. Its body was very similar to a phoenix, but it had no feathers. It had a smooth, flowing, wholly white body surface that looked as soft as snow and as hard as black gold. Its head was an upright oval, shaped like a cabinet mirror. There were no other facial features on its face, only one vertical eye, pure black, without a pupil, and inside it seemed like an abyss, with countless tiny black energy lines winding out of the eye, shaking rapidly and chaotically, like countless electric currents. Its huge wings spread out to both sides, like 2 gorgeous and sharp white fans. Its abdomen is a flat circle with an abstract black totem engraved on it, which looks like a baby curled up in the womb. The tail under the abdomen is countless slender, soft white tentacles, like the tail of a phoenix, and like the tentacles of a jellyfish. This is the true form of the beast. Zhuang Mei turned into a beast, lowered her head slightly, and looked down at the 4 awakened people on the top of the mountain, who were overconfident, as if she was looking down on 4 ants. Warning! Luck point income increased to 14,000 times. The cold warning sound of the system sounded in my ears. Gao Yang was still kneeling on the spot. He was no longer able to fight, and had lost the will to survive. At that second, there was only despair in his heart, calm despair. The beast flapped its wings and made a high-pitched, pleasant, and sacred cry. This roar had a strong penetrating property, washing the bodies and souls of the 4 people in circles. Clang! Qing Ling, the only one still standing, let go of the weapon in her hand, knelt on the ground with her legs, and could no longer resist. At this moment, she felt like a baby wrapped in the womb and amniotic fluid, so fragile that she almost forgot how to breathe. She could do nothing but relax and rely unconditionally, and then return to the Mother Earth unconditionally. Gao Yang's mental strength was much stronger than Qing Ling's, but he only supported it for 7 or 8 seconds longer. Soon, he also lost his last sanity, gave up resistance, and returned to the most innocent, most fragile, and most hazy state, like a baby still in his mother's womb. The roar of the beast continued, echoing in circles along the valley. In fact, not only Gao Yang and Qing Ling, but all people, beasts, in the Yushan mountain area fell into the innocent and fragile baby state. They felt the call of mother, and woke up from their sleep. They looked up with crazy eyes, and headed towards the direction of the White Crane Shrine, muttering something in their mouths, extremely excited. "Mom! Mom, I'm here, take me away! Mom, Mom, Mom!" The only remaining ray of reason in his brain reminded Gao Yang to quickly enter the system, just like Wan Xiang who resisted Qilin in the past, relying on the unreasonable shielding function of the system to avoid the spiritual invasion and brainwashing of the beasts. But Gao Yang couldn't do it. Gao Yang was lost in the dark room, where he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find the pull cord switch of the light bulb. Did he lose? Am I going to die? Will there be no miracle this time? The Master has come, and all beings surrender. Chapter 502. This voice was gentle, distant, and majestic, as if it came from the divine revelation between heaven and earth, instantly suppressing the brainwashing of the beast. Gao Yang suddenly woke up. It was a dragon. He wore an elegant and slim gray windbreaker, his black hair was tied into a simple long braid, and 2 strands of hair were slightly attached to his slightly pale cheeks, falling to his chest. He was handsome as a man, and exuded feminine beauty. He came to the Torii Gate at some point, and saved Su Shi. He carried the weak and unconscious Su Shi horizontally, and slowly walked towards Gao Yang, completely ignoring the huge beast above his head. Long came to Gao Yang, put Su Shi down, and smiled at Gao Yang. "Take them away, the farther the better." "Okay. Thank you for your hard work. Leave the rest to me." Gao Yang hugged the unconscious Su Shi without any hesitation, and shouted to Qing Ling who was recovering beside him, "Officer Huang is left to you." Qing Ling rushed to the unconscious Officer Huang without any nonsense, grabbed his hand while flying with a sword, and flew away without any effort. Gao Yang held Su Shi, teleported to the unconscious Tengu, grabbed Tengu's hand, and copied his fly, and chased Qing Ling without looking back. Gao Yang and Qing Ling did not dare to look back, and without wasting a second, they quickly flew out of the range of Shishan. Buzz. After a while, Gao Yang felt that he had passed through an invisible wall. That feeling was like a strange and heavy wind blowing in his face. Qing Ling had the same feeling. Both of them stopped in midair, looked back, and suddenly opened their mouths in shock. Long watched Gao Yang and Qing Ling walk away, then slowly turned around. The huge white bird Zhuang Mei, who was above his head, spoke. "Are you the Sequence 1 dragon?" Zhuang Mei's voice sounded like a waterfall in the mountains, very low, with a penetrating sense of noise, echoing. "Yes." The dragon raised his head, and the androgynous and beautiful face was illuminated by the holy light emitted by the beast, as flawless as a work of art. The beautiful boy's eyes flashed a glimmer of joy. It turns out that the beast really exists. Zhuang Mei could feel that this dragon was very strong, but she didn't know how strong it was. She still had a contemptuous attitude, and she didn't have time to waste time with him. She had to take Su Shi back and complete the ritual. In fact, Zhuang Mei should have stopped the dragon after it appeared, but she was indifferent and watched Gao Yang, Qing Ling and others take Su Shi away. Wait, is this also the ability of the dragon? However, this trick ends here. Long, you can't beat me. Zhuang Mei looked at the ant-like black dot figure on the ground. "I won't give you the opportunity to expand the domain." "Huh?" Long interrupted slowly. "You don't think you are still outside the domain?" Zhuang Mei was shocked. In an instant, the surrounding scene disappeared and turned into endless mysterious gray fog. Long's windbreaker rustled, his long hair flew, and he slowly rose until he was level with Zhuang Mei's eyes. No, it was slightly higher than his eyes before stopping. Judgment. Behind Long, an ancient stone chair transformed from gray fog appeared. The man sat down, leaning lazily, with one hand against his left face, and said softly, "Begin." Gao Yang and Qing Ling turned around and found that the entire mountain and river had disappeared. There was only an incredibly huge semicircular gray-white domain sphere in front of them. It seemed that the entire mountain and river was swallowed up by the semicircular domain. Qing Ling, who was still standing on the Tang sword and holding Officer Huang in one hand, frowned slightly. She slowly approached and couldn't help but reach out to touch the surface of this incredible domain. "Don't touch it!" Gao Yang shouted. "Qing Ling, guard this domain. Don't let any flying birds or things hit it." In fact, Gao Yang's worries were unnecessary. When Zhuang Mei issued the holy spiritual brainwashing sound, all the animals within a radius of more than 10 miles fell into sleep, and could not wake up in a short time. This is why Long was confident, and dared to directly launch such a large-scale domination domain, and quietly sealed Zhuang Mei in it. When Long appeared, Zhuang Mei was already in the domain without knowing it. Gao Yang, who was already very tired, forced himself to put the unconscious Tengu and Su Shi on the ground. At this time, the use time of his copy flight just ended. Gao Yang confirmed that neither Su Shi nor Officer Huang were in danger of life, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He stood up with difficulty, looked back at the huge dominance domain in front of him, and suddenly a flash of inspiration came to him, and he figured out one thing. Qilin did it on purpose. Qilin knew that Gao Yang could not be a match for the beasts, but he was determined not to support them. He even secretly found someone namely to reach an agreement, so that the Baichuan group would not participate in the recruitment. The purpose was to force the 12 zodiac animals to take action. Officer Huang must have reported the situation to the 12 zodiac animals. The yellow ox, the green snake, and the Tengu are all members of the 12 zodiac animals. Even Gao Yang is actually a member of the 12 zodiac animals. How could the 12 zodiac animals sit idly by, however, who has the ability to deal with the beasts? Dohu probably doesn't have this ability, so the only way is for the dragon to do it himself. Qilin, the bet is that Long will definitely come to rescue overnight. So, when visiting the Fox Fairy Shrine during the day, Gao Yang felt that someone was following him, and he didn't expect that this person was Long. But why did Qilin force Long to take action? Qilin himself has no confidence in defeating the beast. No, Qilin is very strong and quite confident. If you bring Suzaku and Qinglong, you can definitely fight. You know, Suzaku's equivalent exchange can increase the combat power of Qilin and Qinglong by 3 times in a short period of time. How terrifying that is. Gao Yang couldn't figure this out for a while, and he was too lazy to think about it. He looked at the huge domain ball in front of him, and Qingling, who was still patrolling seriously above the sphere, and sighed. Long, you must win. Dominate the domain. Long sat lazily on the stone chair transformed by gray fog, surrounded by deep blue. This is in the dark, deepest part of the seabed. Rain, thunder, for seas 3 judgments fell. 7 huge chains transformed from gray fog penetrated the body of the giant white bird, locking it in all directions. The damage caused by the immeasurable sea pressure was like countless plankton, rushing to drill into every inch of Zhuang Mei's skin, eating away her flesh and bone marrow. Ugh! Zhuang Mei let out a painful wail between human and beast, extremely shrill. She was suffering from a huge trauma, which came from the decomposition and plunder of the essence of life. In this world, the known injuries can be roughly divided into 5 types. The first type is physical damage. The second type is elemental damage. The third type is mental damage. The fourth type is spiritual damage. The fifth type, law damage. The life essence damage in the master that acts on the target is a higher dimensional damage that is a fusion of the above 5 types of damage. It represents the power of God's creation. God can create living beings, so he can naturally erase living beings. Even a powerful beast cannot resist it. After the Battle of the Scarlet Tide, Long survived a narrow escape, and the energy seed in his body finally broke through the ground, and Master broke through level 4. Long raised his right hand, opened it, clenched his fist, and brought down the 4th judgment. Stars. In a flash, the world came to the deep starry sky. There were thousands of bright stars scattered around Zhuang Mei. Then, countless stars began to rotate silently. They rotated faster and faster, almost close to the speed of light, and finally turned into a blue-white smooth circular aperture, like those beautiful planetary rings in the astronomical telescope. Then, something weird happened. The huge beast in the center was pulled and deformed by the gravity of the aperture, and was sucked into the aura in a liquid-like state, just like a ball of white paint being stirred on a pallet. Zhuang Mei couldn't even scream. She felt pain, despair and fear, but more of it was the nothingness that swallowed everything. Then, she felt nothing. It was not herself. In 10 seconds, no, in 5 seconds, Zhuang Mei would enter the door of ultimate death. Unfortunately, the 4th trial came to an abrupt end. Stars. The end. Chapter 503. Zhuang Mei's consciousness returned, and she did not die. She returned to the form of a giant bird bound by chains. She was dying, but she survived. Ha ha, ha ha. The weak white giant bird laughed loudly, and the laughter was full of contempt and disdain. The legendary master is just like this. A mere human wants to be a god? After 4 trials, Zhuang Mei's mental state entered a state of madness. All humans are the same, arrogant, stupid, ignorant, hypocritical, greedy, dirty, and overestimating their own abilities. Sister, I really don't understand. What's so good about humans? The white giant bird was stunned and didn't make any sound, because it didn't feel any signs of the collapse of the master's domain. At this moment, the gray chair behind Long disappeared. Long stood in the air. His braids had spread out, his long black hair was flying, and his windbreaker was rustling. His face was extremely pale, and his eyes were shining with a sacred and charming glow. Who said? Long smiled gracefully. Is the trial over? Long raised his hands, put his 4 fingers together, and placed them horizontally in front of his chest, with a distance of 20 centimeters between his hands, and kept a parallel distance of 10 centimeters up and down, and began to cross slowly. Long opened his lips slightly, and sent down the 5th judgment. Sun and moon. Suddenly, the world entered a complete and absolute darkness. Zhuang Mei felt a bone-deep loneliness and fear. Soon, 2 stars appeared on both sides of Zhuang Mei. The star on the right emitted a golden light, as if it was burning. The star on the left emitted a cold and lonely yellow, as if it was condensing frost. The 2 stars began to rotate, and became larger and larger. Zhuang Mei felt extreme heat and extreme cold. Soon, her body began to decompose, turning into countless strands of energy, which were absorbed into the stars on the left and right in the form of burning and freezing. The 2 stars were like greedy black holes, greedily absorbing everything from Zhuang Mei. They grew bigger and bigger, beginning to take the shape of the sun and the moon. And Zhuang Mei's originally huge giant bird body became smaller and smaller. No. 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 Zhuang Mei had no dignity, and struggled heartbreakingly. That was the last trace of despair it left for the world, but soon, this despair was also wiped out. In the boundless darkness, there was a fiery red sun, and a cold gray moon hanging. Zhuang Mei, the white giant bird that was originally between them, completely disappeared. Then, the 2 celestial bodies approached each other, spinning at high speed, and bursting with brilliant light. They approached and entangled little by little in the rotation, like a rotating Tai Chi. Finally, they began to merge and became smaller and smaller, until they returned to a dim star. Throughout the trial, Long's hands kept closing, and finally overlapped in front of his chest. The dim star quickly flew between Long's hands. Pop! Long's palms covered up and down, and the star disappeared, like a firefly being extinguished. The world once again returned to absolute loneliness and darkness. The beast Zhuang Mei. Erased. It returned to the nothingness and chaos at the beginning of creation. Its flesh, blood, soul, cause and effect, all did not exist. 3 seconds later, the domain of domination collapsed, and they turned into countless gray-white particles, dissipated with the wind, without a trace. The stream and mountain reappeared. Long slowly descended, landing in front of the torii. His face was pale, a stream of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his beautiful eyes became particularly dim, as if covered with a layer of dust. His beautiful black hair also turned into white hair without knowing when, of course, this was only temporary. He slowly sat down, put his hands on his legs, and lowered his head. Swoosh! Gao Yang, who had recovered some energy, rushed back as soon as the domain collapsed, and came to Long's side with teleportation. Captain! Gao Yang supported Long. Long did not open his eyes, his lips were slightly open, and his breath was weak. Gao Yang was stunned, leaned over and put his ear to Long's mouth, and finally heard Long's words clearly. Gao Yang was shocked at first, and 2 seconds later, he accepted it calmly. I promise you, Gao Yang said. After hearing Gao Yang's answer, Long finally fell asleep with peace of mind. He tilted his head, and fainted in Gao Yang's arms. Qing Ling injected special adrenaline into Officer Huang and Tian Go, and both woke up and regained some mobility. The 3 slowly walked towards Gao Yang, with Officer Huang still holding the unconscious Su Shi in his arms. Officer Huang cried with joy, and he walked to Gao Yang, looking as excited as a fool, and couldn't speak clearly. That's great, my wife is not dead, my child is fine. Everyone is fine, we survived, we all survived, I am not dreaming, Gao Yang, tell me quickly, I am not dreaming. It's not a dream. Gao Yang smiled tiredly. Thanks to the captain. Tian Go glanced at Long in Gao Yang's arms. Gao Yang nodded, thanks to the captain. Even Qing Ling, who has always been strong, cast an admiring look at Long. It seems that I still have a long way to go to become the strongest in the world. Gao Yang looked at Long, who was in a coma with mixed feelings. Who would have thought that the strongest awakener in the foggy world was actually a consumable that could only be charged for 2 hours and talk for 5 minutes? Next, Long would fall into a long hibernation, and Gao Yang was ready to repay Long for saving his life. If the things he foresaw happened before Long woke up from hibernation, Gao Yang would gamble his life and fulfill his promise. Tonight, there was a big battle, a narrow escape, a turn of events, and a life after a disaster. Gao Yang had experienced this situation too many times. He once again deeply felt what luck was. The joy of victory quickly dissipated, and everyone was left with only deep fatigue and the inexplicable melancholy and sadness that could not be dissolved in their chests. Gao Yang gave everyone 5 minutes to rest and then left. Tengu came to the torii, sat cross-legged, opened the music app on his phone, and put on headphones. Coincidentally, it was the song I have also thought of walking away again. Tengu listened to the song quietly, and slowly recalled everything about his mother in his mind. Happy, sad, happy, bitter, gentle, angry, scared, wronged, ignorant. 5 minutes later, the song ended. Behind him came the shouts of his companions. Tengu, let's go. Tengu took off his headphones, and stood up slowly. He faced the night wind, looked at Yushan Mountain behind the torii, and the deep night sky behind Yushan Mountain, and the longing and sadness that were farther away than the deep night sky. Mom, I still love you, but I won't miss you anymore. Mom, goodbye. Oh! Tengu turned around, put one hand in his pocket, scratched his face with the other hand, still looking lazy. His pace quietly quickened and caught up with his companions. Chapter 504. 1 o'clock in the morning, at the foot of Yushan Mountain, a hot spring hotel. When Gao Yang and his group came back, the hotel was extremely quiet. The proprietress fell on the lazy chair behind the front desk, holding an account book in her hand, and seemed to be keeping accounts before she fell into a coma. Needless to say, all the lost beasts fell into a coma, and would not wake up in a short time. The living beast Zhuang Mei died, but the residual power of her mental infection was still there. Officer Huang carried the unconscious Su Shi back to his hotel, and Tiango carried Long on his back, and returned to another hotel with Gao Yang and Qing Ling. At this moment, Long, who was lying on the bed, fell into a deep coma. His face was pale, his breathing was weak, and his body was cold, like half a dead person. Gao Yang was a little worried and looked at Tiango. Can the captain hold on until he returns to the Millennium Building to hibernate? Tiango shook his head blankly. He knew less about Long than Gao Yang did. Gao Yang thought for a moment, leaned forward, unbuttoned Long's gray windbreaker, and touched his chest. Tengu and Qing Ling were slightly startled. Qing Ling, he must be looking for the rune circuit. Tengu, he must want to do something to the captain. After a few seconds, Qing Ling and Tengu were slightly disappointed. Gao Yang took out a delicate black lipstick from Long's chest pocket, with SOS printed on the lipstick cap. Gao Yang unscrewed the lipstick cap, and it turned out to be an emergency injection disguised as a lipstick, which must contain special adrenaline or energy supply for Long. Squeak! Gao Yang inserted the black lipstick into Long's neck, and the medicine was automatically injected immediately. After a few seconds, Long's long black eyelashes trembled twice, and his pale face gradually showed some blood color, and his breathing slowed down, but he was more calm. If you only look at her face, she is simply a sleeping beauty in a fairy tale. Gao Yang took off Long's windbreaker and covered him with a blanket. Only then did he feel completely relieved. Gao Yang turned to look at Qing Ling and Tiango. Take a break. We will have a meeting in 20 minutes. Everyone treated their wounds briefly, washed off the dirt on their bodies, changed into clean clothes, and gathered in Long's room. Officer Huang also came over. He slumped on a lazy sofa, his eyes closed, and his face was tired. He had overdrawn his energy in this battle, and it was difficult to recover in a short time. How is Teacher Su? Gao Yang asked. Officer Huang still looked up, his voice hoarse. She is still in a coma. I hope she won't wake up before returning to Liqing. Gao Yang stopped talking. Su Shi was abducted by the tail team and brought to the island country by Zhuang Mei. I don't know if she woke up along the way. Whether she woke up or not, as a lost person, she can automatically correct her memory. If she wakes up at home next time, that would be the best. She will think she just slept for 2 days and had a nightmare that she can't remember the content. After a short silence, Gao Yang also found a chair to sit down, looked at Tiango, and pointed to another chair in front of him. Tiango, sit down. Tiango sat down and waited for Gao Yang's next words. Gao Yang said in a serious tone, Tiango, can I trust you? Tiango, with delicate eyebrows and eyes, blinked his eyes, looking confused. Officer Huang on the lazy sofa explained, Gao Yang means that what he is going to say next is confidential. You have to express your attitude first. Can I and Long trust you? Gao Yang brought Long out this time, because he was afraid that his weight was not enough. Tiango thought about it, and nodded. Okay. Activate the lie detector. The target did not lie, and his attitude was friendly. Okay, then I be honest. Gao Yang said. Actually, I am a member of the Chinese zodiac. Gao Yang did not lie. Although he had the idea of starting his own business, he did not betray the Chinese zodiac at present. Moreover, the rescue of the dragon this time gave him new plans for the future. Ah. Tiango half opened his mouth, his eyes moved, and soon figured out something. So that's it. The people who know about this are Long, Douhu, Qinshi, and Huangyou. Gao Yang glanced at Tiango. Now you know it too. Tiango changed his lazy look and was serious for 2 seconds. I will keep it secret. Okay. In the next few minutes, Gao Yang explained in detail the consensus reached between Qilin and Mr. Li, and not sending them reinforcements. What do you think? Gao Yang asked. Was it possible that you were exposed? Officer Huang was a little worried. Why don't you just go back to the 12 zodiac signs? I feel like you can't stay in the Kirin Union anymore. It's very dangerous. Gao Yang looked at Qing Ling and Tian Go. Qing Ling narrowed her eyes slightly. Selfishly, she hoped that Gao Yang would return to the 12 zodiac signs or start his own business. Anyway, she would feel at ease if her own people stayed by her side. But after thinking rationally, Qing Ling disagreed. Kirin's failure to send reinforcements may not mean that they suspect you. +1. Tian Go also thought of this. Maybe Kirin is coming for our captain. Tian Go, are you saying that Kirin and Mr. Li deliberately didn't send reinforcements just to force Long to take action? Officer Huang immediately understood this. Ah. Tian Go nodded. A long time ago, the deputy captain told us that Kirin and Mr. Li were a little afraid of the captain. Gao Yang complained in his heart. This is nonsense. Long killed the beast alone. I would be afraid if it were me. In fact, Gao Yang has thought it through very clearly. The main purpose of Qilin is to test Long, to know how powerful Long's dominant is, and whether he has broken through level 4. In addition, if Qilin has already known the information that Long is a power bank, then his second purpose is to use this to consume Long's combat power. Gao Yang is outside the domain, and does not know the battle situation in the domain. But from the results, Long has included the entire Shishan into the domain, and directly wiped out the beast with a danger level of 14,000. Who would believe that Long's dominant has not broken through level 4? You know, when fighting against Lilia, the leader of the Dark Ones finally sacrificed himself, and Lilia was also armed with the Elemental Angel, and the danger level was only around 10,000. In short, if Qilin knew that Long had broken through level 4 dominant, Gao Yang would really be unsafe. In the Misty World, Qilin has the most information. Gao Yang must assume that Qilin already knows the characteristic of the talent of the head and tail is connected. Then, once Qilin knows that Long's dominator has broken through level 4, he will soon figure out the whole thing. Gao Yang indirectly brought the energy seed of the miracle talent to Long. Therefore, Qilin will immediately conclude that Gao Yang is not loyal to him, and is a huge hidden danger, and must be eliminated. Gao Yang looked up and looked at the 3 people seriously. I need you to speak with one voice, so that I can continue to stay in the Qilin Union. Why do you still want to stay there? Qing Ling asked. It's not time to tear your face. Gao Yang's voice was calm. I don't think it's necessary. Qing Ling said. Qing Ling, don't worry, Gao Yang must have his reasons for doing this. Officer Huang believes in Gao Yang's judgment. Along the way, Gao Yang has made some mistakes, but compared with the countless correct decisions he made, they can be ignored. Moreover, with Gao Yang's current identity, he must understand the current situation better than them. Qing Ling stopped talking. Gao Yang smiled faintly and stopped explaining. Anyway, let's first unify our statements. Chapter 505. The hotel was very quiet. Everyone sat on the tatami around a small wooden table. Gao Yang drank a sip of instant coffee and spent some time to sort out his thoughts. First, the strength of the beast is slightly higher than Lilia. How strong is Lilia? Officer Huang asked, and Qing Ling and Tengu also looked over. Gao Yang was a little embarrassed. Yes, they have never fought with Lilia. Well, Lilia's words. You understand it as 2 fighting tigers. Gao Yang made an inaccurate analogy. Today's beasts, at least 3 fighting tigers, but this matter, we just need to know it ourselves. Everyone nodded, and finally had a concept. Gao Yang continued. Second, we fought a fierce battle with Zhuang Mei, consuming 50% of her strength. Long arrived in time, and opened the domination domain to kill Zhuang Mei. The sphere of this domain is not large, with a diameter of no more than 10 meters. This detail is very important. Don't make a mistake. The diameter of the domain sphere is no more than 10 meters. Qing Ling repeated, trying to delete the domain sphere that swallowed the entire stream and mountain in her memory. Third, Long did not faint after killing the beast. He said he had something to do, and left on his own without going with us. At this point, Gao Yang looked at Tiango. Tiango, you are responsible for secretly sending Long back to the base. This must not be known to anyone except Dohu. But Tiango was a little embarrassed. There are only 2 official channels to return to Liqing, airplane and cruise ship. I've thought about it. Gao Yang was confident. Let's take the cruise ship back. I tell you the details later. Oh! Tiango nodded. I call and report to Qilin according to this version. Gao Yang looked at Officer Huang. You also report to the Zodiac in this way, and then find a reason to call Chening, and accidentally reveal something to the Baichuan group, but don't make it too obvious. Leave it to me. Officer Huang took out his cell phone. Gao Yang thought of something and added, as for the truth of tonight's incident, Officer Huang, after you return to the base, find a chance to report to Dohu alone. Okay. Are you sure that only we know what happened tonight? Qing Ling looked at Gao Yang. Qilin and Baichuan group may have sent people to the island country to monitor us. The possibility is 0. Gao Yang said with a firm tone, giving 3 reasons. First, if Qilin wants to put on a show, he will definitely do it. If he sends people to monitor us, even if we don't notice it, Long will definitely notice it. Qilin will not take this risk. Second, when Zhuang Mei was in the form of a living beast, few people could withstand the brainwashing. Even if there were spies nearby, they would faint. Third, after Long unfolded his domain, he knew everything in the domain. If there were other awakened people in Xishan at that time, Long would also find out. I have no problem. Qing Ling was convinced. Does anyone have any other questions? Gao Yang asked. No one spoke. Then proceed as planned. Gao Yang stood up and left the hotel. I called Zhu Kei back. Qilin must still be with her. Officer Huang propped himself up tiredly. I called Dohu. Gao Yang came to the hot spring pool in the backyard of the hotel, sat on a small bamboo chair by the pool, turned on his phone, and there were more than a dozen missed calls from Zhu Kei. Gao Yang took a deep breath and called back. The other end answered almost immediately. Hello. Qing, why don't you answer the phone? What happened to you? Stop investigating immediately. The beast is very dangerous. You can't deal with it. Suzaku was so choked up that he said a lot of things in one breath, and Gao Yang had no chance to interrupt. He listened to Suzaku's endless chatter, and was moved for a moment. Suzaku talked for a long time before realizing that he was too anxious. Hello? Qing, are you still listening? Say something. Listening. Gao Yang smiled helplessly. Elder Suzaku, thank you for your concern. We are all still alive. What do you mean? Suzaku on the other end of the phone was quite surprised. You encountered a beast. Yes. Gao Yang's voice was full of fatigue after surviving a disaster, and this was not fake. We killed it. In the next 10 minutes, Gao Yang reported in detail the 2-day trip to the island country. Of course, the final result of the battle was said according to the revised version. After hearing this, Suzaku was completely relieved. I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad you're okay. Qing, don't hang up. Wait a minute. There was a rubbing sound from the other end of the phone, and it was obvious that someone was covering it with his hand. Gao Yang could tell with his toes that Qilin and Qinglong must be listening, and Suzaku was communicating with them. Half a minute later, Suzaku's voice came again. Qing, come back as soon as possible. We have interrogated Edmund and obtained a lot of information. I will briefly tell you the key points first. Okay. 3 minutes later, Gao Yang finished the call and hung up. He was still sitting on the small table and chair, and the hot spring at his feet was emitting misty white steam, blurring his vision. He clutched the phone, sweating profusely, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Gao Yang. A familiar voice came from behind him, and Gao Yang took a long time to come back to his senses. He stood up immediately. It was Qing Ling. Are you done? Qing Ling asked. Gao Yang didn't speak. His eyes were a little out of focus, as if he was looking at Qing Ling, but also as if he was not looking at anything. Qing Ling noticed something was wrong, took 2 steps forward, and grabbed Gao Yang's wrist. You are shaking. Gao Yang finally climbed back from the abyss of shock and confusion. He pulled his hand back from Qing Ling, walked around her, and walked back, his voice a little hoarse. Maybe I'm a little tired, just take a rest. Qing Ling turned around, stared at Gao Yang's back as he left, and frowned slightly. In the second half of the night, the lost beasts in the hotel woke up one after another, and the entire Yushan district returned to normal. Most people continued to sleep, and a few people thought they had insomnia, so they simply stopped sleeping and started a new day. Gao Yang and his group also slept for 2 or 3 hours, checked out before dawn, took the bus back to Area D, and went to the dock to take the cruise ship. The unconscious Long could not take public transportation because he had to hide his whereabouts. Although it was a bit unbearable, he could be wrong to sleep in a large suitcase. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Gao Yang, Officer Huang, Qing Ling, and Su Shi, who was still in a coma, came to the dock, boarded the cruise ship normally, and entered the 3 rooms booked in advance. After the cruise ship departed, Tiango carried a heavy suitcase and followed the cruise ship secretly, flew to the unmanned deck, and then found his own cabin. Tiango opened the suitcase, put Long back on the bed, and began to wait. At 4 o'clock tomorrow morning, the cruise ship will enter the dock downstream of the river. At that time, Tiango will quietly disembark with the suitcase containing Long, fly to the highest altitude quickly, and then send Long back to Qianxi Building to ensure that no one will notice his whereabouts. After a battle with Zhuang Mei and 2 days of running around, everyone is very tired and stays in the cabin to rest. Officer Huang and Su Shi share a room, Tiango and Long share a room, and Gao Yang and Qing Ling share a room. Qing Ling ate the meal brought by the waiter and fell asleep soon. With Gao Yang around, she slept very deeply. When she woke up, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Qing Ling turned over and sat up, reaching out to tie her messy long hair into a ponytail. When she looked up, she saw Gao Yang on the sofa. He hunched his back, stared down at the floor, and was worried. Qing Ling frowned. Gao Yang had become very strange since he returned Juchua's call. "You haven't closed your eyes for 2 days," Qing Ling said. "I can't sleep." Gao Yang still looked at the floor, his voice hoarse. "What happened?" Qing Ling didn't understand. Everything was going smoothly. Su Shi was successfully rescued, and Qilin was able to conceal the truth. "Nothing," Gao Yang said perfunctorily, and was distracted again. Suddenly, a nameless anger surged into Qing Ling's heart. She hated Gao Yang very much. She didn't even bother to put on her slippers, walked barefoot to Gao Yang, kicked Gao Yang's chest, and stepped on him on the sofa. She waved her left hand, and the Tang sword flashed out and pressed against Gao Yang's neck. Chapter 506. Don't put on a dead face. If you really want to die, just tell me and I help you. Gao Yang's neck was pressed by the cold blade, and there were already small bloodstains. He slowly raised his head, his eyes were a little red, and he looked helpless and confused. Qing Ling was stunned. It was the first time she saw Gao Yang like this. A few seconds later, she retracted the Tang sword with a swish, raised her foot that was stepping on Gao Yang, turned around and sat cross-legged next to Gao Yang. Qing Ling didn't speak, her face was sullen. The sea breeze at night poured in from the French window of the cabin, and the clothes hangers with clothes hanging on them clattered. No one spoke again. After a long time, Gao Yang finally spoke. In the darkness, his voice was very soft. "Qing Ling, let me ask you a question." Asked. Qing Ling was not happy. "If one day, you find out that I am your enemy, will you kill me?" Qing Ling stared at Gao Yang. "What do you mean?" "It means literally." Gao Yang repeated faintly. "If one day, you find out that I am your enemy, will you kill me?" Qing Ling turned his face away again, his eyes firm. "Yes." Gao Yang did not speak. This answer was within his expectations. "But I will ask why first," Qing Ling continued. Gao Yang was slightly startled. "Is this important?" "Very important," Qing Ling said firmly. Yes, this is very important." Gao Yang seemed to have suddenly figured something out. He smiled at Qing Ling. "Thank you, I seem to know what to do." Qing Ling nodded, his body was no longer as tense as before, and his voice was a little softer. "That's good. I'm a little sleepy." Gao Yang's heart knot was untied, and the fatigue in his body immediately swept up like an ocean. "Go to bed," Qing Ling said fiercely. "The sofa is mine." "Okay." Gao Yang stood up, dragged his heavy body, and fell headfirst onto the bed. The soft sheets still retained Qing Ling's body temperature, and a faint scent of hair. Gao Yang closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. Gao Yang was dreaming. In the dream, Gao Yang returned to the orphanage of his childhood, and he stood alone in the yard. It was midsummer, and the yard was still so lively. The children were playing, skipping ropes, throwing sandbags, building blocks, sitting on the seesaw, swinging on the swings. There were so many children, so happy, but no one invited him, as if he was just air. He felt wronged and lonely, and squatted on the spot and cried. After a while, the young and beautiful dormitory and came up and asked with concern, "What's wrong with you?" "Andy, everyone, no one wants to play with me." Gao Yang's face was full of snot and tears, and his little hands kept wiping them. "Why don't they play with you?" Andy asked with a smile. "Yes, why don't they play with me? Why? What did I do wrong? No, it's not like that, it's something else." Because. Gao Yang seemed to have thought of the answer, or to be more precise, a vague idea that was about to take shape. Woo! A short whistle sounded in his ears, interrupting his thoughts. Waking up from the dream, Gao Yang quickly opened his eyes, and saw Qing Ling, actually Qing Ling's face. At this moment, Qing Ling was kneeling beside Gao Yang's bed, leaning forward with her face slightly closer, looking at Gao Yang's face carefully. Because she was worried that her long hair would touch Gao Yang's face and wake him up, she put one hand behind her head, grabbed her hair, and tied a temporary ponytail. Her whole posture exuded a cautious, nervous, and immature girlish feeling. Gao Yang would never have thought that Qing Ling was counting his left eyelashes at this moment. Because Qing Ling had just seen a fortune-telling joke on her phone. It is said that men with even left eyelashes are more loyal in love. Driven by 3 parts of boredom, 3 parts of curiosity, and 4 parts of curiosity, she quietly approached Gao Yang, wanting to see whether his left eyelashes were odd or even. Just when she was halfway through counting, a whistle sounded, Gao Yang woke up, and the two looked at each other in a subtle atmosphere. Qing Ling had never expected such an accident to happen. Her head buzzed and exploded, and then the phone crashed. Woo! Soon, another melodious long whistle sounded. Qing Ling stood up expressionlessly, turned around, sat back on the sofa, put his legs together, picked up the phone again and started to scroll, pretending that nothing had happened. Gao Yang knew Qing Ling's personality was revealed at a glance. He didn't expose her, but slowly turned over and sat up, asking, "Are we at the dock?" "Yes, I was going to wake you up, but you woke up on your own." Qing Ling thought Gao Yang hadn't noticed, and imitated her sister's tone. "Okay, I washed my face to wake myself up." Gao Yang shook his dizzy head, got up and walked to the bathroom, turning on the faucet in the wash basin. Qing Ling, who was sitting on the sofa, blushed instantly, and her breathing became rapid. She covered her face with her hands, feeling very annoyed, and cursed herself 100 times in her heart. A minute later, Gao Yang walked out of the bathroom, and Qing Ling's personality had returned. "Go as planned," Gao Yang said. "Yeah." Qing Ling stood up. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the cruise ship had not yet approached the dock. Tengu carried a heavy suitcase and flew quickly, and secretly to the highest point in the sky, until the dock and the ship under his feet became small dots, and then flew towards the direction of the Millennium Building. Gao Yang, Qing Ling, and Officer Huang got off the boat normally. Officer Huang held the unconscious Su Shi in his arms, and covered her with a blanket. After leaving the dock, Gao Yang and the people of the 12 zodiac signs walked to different commercial vehicles on the roadside. On Gao Yang's side, Xu Kei drove over to pick him up personally. Officer Huang and Qing Ling also got on a black commercial vehicle. In the car, Bai Tu drove, and Do Hu sat in the passenger seat. "Where is Tengu?" Bai Tu asked. "He was too lazy to take the car and flew back directly," Officer Huang said. "Level 6 flying is so convenient." Bai Tu was quite envious. "Flying here, and there is so much freedom. Can you take me home first?" Officer Huang glanced at Su Shi, who was still sleeping beside him, his eyes soft. "My wife will wake up at any time. When she wakes up, I want to send her to the hospital for a set of examinations." "No problem." Do Hu, the co-pilot, held a cigarette in his hand, but did not light it considering the pregnant woman. "Protect your wife during this period. The organization will also send a bodyguard." "Who?" Officer Huang asked. "Captain, Meng Yang and Jun Ma are not good. You can choose one of the others," Do Hu said. Officer Huang thought for a while. "How about Monkey Lord?" "Okay, then Monkey Lord." Do Hu was very straightforward. Officer Huang chose Monkey Lord for several reasons. Monkey Lord's Earth has been upgraded to level 5. It is a combination of offense and defense, flexible and changeable. The Earth element can be used everywhere, making it very suitable to be a bodyguard. Moreover, Monkey's brother, Uncle Lu, is not in good health and has been hospitalized. It is the same hospital where Su Shi is expected to give birth. Monkey can also take care of Uncle Lu, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Finally, and most importantly, Monkey is just an ordinary employee in the Chinese zodiac, so there is no need to be too wary. Although Officer Huang is from the Chinese zodiac, he is still from Gaoyan after all. He has to be careful about what he says every day when he is with people like White Rabbit and Fighting Tiger. He is always on edge and very tired. As for why Qing Ling was not chosen, it was to avoid suspicion. In the Chinese zodiac, everyone knows that yellow ox and green snake have a good relationship. Okay, I call monkey, Fighting Tiger said. Chapter 507. Now? Officer Huang was a little surprised. It was only 4 o'clock in the morning. Old people usually sleep a short time, not to mention awakened ones. Dohu smiled, and sure enough, the call was quickly connected. Monkey Master, what are you doing? Oh, I just woke up and am practicing Soul Source Tai Chi. Okay, the organization has a task for you, about Officer Huang's wife. Half an hour later, Baitu parked the car at the gate of Officer Huang's community. A white-haired old man stood by the roadside, wearing a loose black Tai Chi suit, with a fairy-like demeanor, and it was the monkey. Officer Huang carried Su Shi out of the car, and Pohu smiled with relief. Xiao Huang, I heard about your story. I'm so glad you can come back safely. This trip was really a life-and-death experience. Officer Huang shook his head and sighed, feeling very emotional. He thought of something and asked, by the way, is Uncle Lu okay? Hey. Pohu sighed softly. He has advanced cancer. I'm afraid he won't have much time left. Officer Huang didn't know what to say for a while. At this age, birth, aging, illness and death, when the time comes. Pohu saw it clearly, and comforted Officer Huang instead. That's right. Officer Huang nodded, looked at his wife in his arms. Let's go back to the house. Officer Huang carried Su Shi, and walked into the community with Pohu. White Tiger and Fighting Tiger in the car watched their backs disappear before starting the car again. After the car drove out for a while, Dohu lit a cigarette, took a puff, and then took out an object wrapped in gray linen and hemp rope from the seat. It was about the size of a keyboard. Here. Dohu didn't look back, but handed the package to Qing Ling in the back seat. Qing Ling was resting with her eyes closed. She opened her eyes and looked at the package. 2 seconds later, her eyes lit up. Qing Ling sat up straight and looked at the package intently. She raised her fists and opened them. Hiss. The 2 items in the package quickly cut through the linen and flew into Qing Ling's hands. They were 2 exquisite short knives forged with black gold. This is a butterfly double blade. Dohu smoked a cigarette and introduced the weapon. The knife is as long as the forearm, and can be hidden in the sleeves, waist and boots. The blade is wide and thick, suitable for blocking, backhand knife, and straight stabbing. I will teach you 2 sets of boxing skills later. If you integrate them with the knife skills, you will be basically invincible in close combat. Qing Ling looked at the butterfly double blade in her hand. It was light in shape, but the total weight was not inferior to the tank sword. There was a hand guard with a hook on the handle, which was for the convenience of stabbing and blocking. At the bottom of the hilt, there is a pattern of a coiled snake. This is a weapon tailor-made for Qing Ling. This butterfly double-edged sword must cost at least 400 black gold coins. Qing Ling was a little confused for a moment. Could it be that because she assisted Long in killing the beast and made great contributions, the organization gave her a reward? The organization gave it to me? Qing Ling didn't like to guess, and she asked directly. Oh, how is it possible? Dohu laughed. The organization is almost dead. How can it have this money? You gave it to me? Qing Ling continued to ask. Could it be that Dohu has already noticed that I am thinking about his sword, so he gave me a replacement? It shouldn't be. I hit it very well. Haha, that's even more impossible. Dohu laughed even more happily. I haven't bought a new weapon for many years. Qing Ling nodded slightly. Indeed, Dohu currently has 2 black gold weapons that he can show off. The green dog demon sword and the black gold short sword. Dohu stroked his chin with one hand and flicked the ash out of the window with the other, saying with anticipation, but soon my dragon-slaying giant sword will be ready. When the time comes, I'll let you see what awesomeness is. Dragon-slaying giant sword? Qing Ling's eyes widened. Is it the long and wide sword I imagined? How many golden crow coins would it cost? I named it myself. Dohu guessed what Qing Ling was thinking and said, hey, it's not expensive. The materials, forging, and empowerment cost a total of 6,000 golden crow coins. 6,000? Before Qing Ling could express her surprise, Baitu, who was driving, had already shouted. I'm mute. Mute you mute? Baitu said with foul language. I can't even pay my salary here. It turns out that you have embezzled all of it. Rabbit, who do you think Uncle Tiger is? Dohu also explained a little excitedly. I have never taken a single penny from the organization. This money is unexpected money. What accident? Qing Ling immediately asked. Why didn't she encounter such an accident? Wasn't I sent to the snow country to investigate that Songmu sect? There is a hall under the original church of the Songmu sect. The entrance door is made of pure black gold. We found a way to get it back. The total value is 20,000 gold black coins, and the 3 major organizations divided it equally. Dohu was quite proud. I have always wanted a giant sword, so I gave the design drawings to the Baichuan group and asked their blacksmith to give me the weapon. I didn't expect the production cycle to be so long, and I waited for several months. Shameless. Why don't you hand it over to the organization? Baitu became even angrier. Why should I hand over the money I earned with my own ability? Dohu said confidently, I almost lost my life that time. How about you consider this little money as a work injury? That won't cost 6,000. White Rabbit began to haggle. No, you only have the right to use that giant sword that kills pigs. It belongs to the public property of the organization. Loyalu you wish. Dohu stuck out his tongue. I tell the captain. I tell the captain. Dohu imitated Rabbit's words. Tattler. Loyalu. You are itching. Rabbit and Dohu kept talking, and each freed up a hand to fight each other, just like children quarreling. Qing Ling in the back seat was dumbfounded and regretted it. She couldn't help but think of what she was doing during the days when Dohu went to the snow country, playing a boring beach volleyball game in Yo-Erdive, and eating a seafood hot pot that tasted pretty good. She should have followed Dohu to the snow country. Everyone gets a share. Qing Ling can get at least 3,000 Jinwu coins, 300 per sword, that's 10 swords. 10 knives. Won't she be the most beautiful woman in the misty world in the future? After a while, Qing Ling looked at the butterfly double knives in her hand and remembered the business. Who gave me these knives? Oh yes. Dohu also remembered this. This is what the electric mouse left for you. Qing Ling frowned. Wu Dahai's inheritance had been distributed long ago. The property and money were left to relatives and friends in the surface world, and the gold crow coins he saved were left to the organization. How come there are 2 more knives now? I have never heard of them before. Dohu guessed what Qing Ling was going to ask and explained. This is made of Wu Dahai's mechanical arm. The blacksmith preserved the lightning power remaining on the black gold, which can increase a certain combat power, so it took some time to reforge it. It doesn't matter if you don't like it. The effect of lightning power lasts for at most half a year. Why tell me now? Qing Ling asked coldly. Dohu shrugged. That's what Hai Zi's will ask for. Qing Ling stared at the 2 knives in her hands. This weapon just made up for her lack of close combat, and it also had lightning power, which greatly increased her combat power. She really liked it. After a few seconds, she raised her head and solemnly returned the butterfly double knives to Dohu. I don't want it. Chapter 508. Dohu held a cigarette between his legs and smiled as expected. He did not take the weapon, but held a folded light blue letter paper in his hand. Read the letter before deciding. Qing Ling hesitated for 2 seconds, took the letter and opened it. It was a letter written in black pen, with neat handwriting, vigorous font, and beautiful strokes. It was obvious that he had calligraphy skills. Who would have thought that Wu Dahai, whose thoughts were so muddy, could write such beautiful words? Qing Ling, if you can see this letter, it means I'm dead, but you're alive. Congratulations, you have good fortune after surviving a disaster. There's something I've always wanted to apologize to you for, but I can't say it out loud, so I can only do it in this old-fashioned way of writing a letter. I was a jerk when I first met you in the arcade. I'm sorry. In fact, if you had known me a few years earlier, I would have been relatively normal at that time. At least I could have left you with a normal impression. After awakening, I hated this world for a while. I didn't regard beasts as humans, my companions as humans, or myself as a human. I always tell myself that this is a stupid game. I can play it however I want, and I survived with this belief. But after meeting you, I seem to have become a different person. After a round, I found that it is more interesting to be a human being. Gao Yang promised me that he would protect you, but I am still worried because that guy is too useless. So I decided to help him. I will give you these 2 knives to make you stronger, so that Gao Yang will have less pressure. In short, don't feel burdened. I gave you the knife to keep Gao Yang's promise, not for you. But if possible, I hope you can live longer, so that the knife I gave you can kill more enemies. I think it's cool just thinking about it. Qing Ling was silent for a moment after reading the letter. She folded the blue letter paper again, and put it back in her jacket pocket. She looked up and looked at Dohu. I still need 2 scabbards. Give it to the organization. Dohu made an okay gesture. Gao Yang thought that Zhu Ke would drive directly to the Blue House Clinic and hold a meeting with Qilin and Qilong. As a result, Qilin thought there was no need for a meeting. He learned the situation from Gao Yang's phone call. Zhu Ke, who was driving, joked while smoking, "The president is shy and will not be able to see you for a while." Gao Yang smiled and flattered. The president is very predictable and guessed that the Dragon Club would come to support. "Don't give me that." Zhu Ke glanced at Gao Yang and the co-pilot. "The president didn't send anyone to support you. You must be a little bit resentful in your heart, right?" "I dare not." "Ouch." Zhu Ke explained exaggeratedly. "Chiang, you are an elder. There is no need to be so cautious. It will damage your charm." "I won't be fooled." Gao Yang smiled and changed the subject. "If I really change as you said, you will definitely say that you still like me before next time." "Uh-huh." Zhu Ke laughed, and the matter was over. "Go home or go back to college?" Zhu Ke asked. "Go home." Gao Yang's tone became lighter, and his eyes became colder. At 4:40 in the morning, Gao Yang stood at the door of his house. He took a deep breath, inserted the key, and pushed the door open. Gao Yang stood at the entrance, stunned before he had time to change his shoes. The living room was lit by a soft wall lamp. His mother was wearing dark blue cotton pajamas, with her hair casually tied up. She sat on the sofa, staring at the wall clock in a trance. "Mom?" Gao Yang called softly. "Yang Yang?" Linyu was startled and came to her senses. "Why are you back at this time? Tomorrow is a holiday. I played script-killing games with my friends all night tonight, and just broke up." Gao Yang explained with a smile, bending down to change his shoes. "Why haven't you slept yet?" "Hey, I don't know why I can't sleep. I haven't had insomnia for a long time." Mom smiled helplessly. "The last time I couldn't sleep was during the 2 days of your college entrance examination." Gao Yang changed into slippers, and sat down on the single sofa opposite his mother. He asked casually, "Where are Dad and my sister?" "They are sleeping." Mom smiled softly. "You can go to bed too. Don't worry about me. I sit here for a while. Anyway, it's almost dawn." Gao Yang looked down at his fingers and didn't get up. After a few seconds of silence, Gao Yang raised his head. "Mom, are you hungry?" Mom suddenly interrupted. "If you are hungry, you will definitely not be able to sleep. I will go cook you a bowl of noodles. You can eat, and then go to sleep." "Okay." Gao Yang swallowed the words back. He touched his stomach. "I am really a little hungry." "Wait." Mom got up, walked into the kitchen, and closed the glass door. After a while, the sound of pots and pans, the dong-dong sound of the knife cutting onions on the chopping board, the gurgling sound of water gradually boiling, the sizzling sound of oil pouring on the pan, the crackling sound of beating eggshells, and the buzzing sound of the range hood exhaust. Gao Yang has heard these sounds for many years, and he is very familiar with every rhythm and change of them. Gao Yang did not look at the kitchen, but just listened to the busy sound of his mother, slightly absent-minded, and felt that his soul was a little out of his body. 10 minutes later, the mother brought a bowl of noodles and placed it on the coffee table. It was a very ordinary bowl of noodles, with a few cooked green vegetables, some pickled mustard, and a fried egg, steaming hot, with a fragrant noodle. Gao Yang picked up the chopsticks and took a bite, with a familiar taste. "Is it delicious?" asked the mother. "Delicious." "Is it salty?" "Not salty." "The fried egg is a little old." "Not old." The mother sat on the sofa, watching her son eat noodles, and asked casually. The son buried his head in eating noodles, and answered casually. In a few minutes, Gao Yang ate the noodles clean, and drank 2 mouthfuls of noodle soup. "Are you full? I cook some more for you." "I'm full." Gao Yang took out a tissue, and wiped his mouth. The mother was not in a hurry to put away the chopsticks, and smiled at Gao Yang. "Did you say something to your mother just now?" Gao Yang avoided his mother's eyes, and stared at the noodle bowl, with only some soup left on the table. Ding 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 ding. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the wall clock rang 5 times. When the bell stopped, Gao Yang raised his head. "Mom, I'm sorry." "Aw?" Linyu was surprised and her smile froze. "Why are you suddenly saying sorry?" "I lied to you." "Lie to me?" Linyu was a little confused. She narrowed her eyes slightly. "What did you lie to me about?" Chapter 509. "Do you still remember that you sent me to the Children's Palace to learn Mathematical Olympiad in the 5th grade of elementary school?" Gao Yang asked. "Of course I remember." Linyu smiled. "At that time, your class teacher said that you had a talent for mathematics and was a good seedling, so I signed you up for the Mathematical Olympiad class at the Children's Palace." "I don't like mathematics at all," Gao Yang said. "Mom knows that your math grades are not outstanding after you entered junior high school." Linyu still smiled. "Yeah." Gao Yang nodded. "Actually, I didn't go to the Children's Palace every weekend at that time. I went to the electronic game room to play games. Oh, Mom knew it a long time ago, so you apologize for this? Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. How could you hide this from me? How did you find out? Gao Yang was stunned. I can tell from your eyes. Mom's eyes softened. You can't lie at all. Every time you lie, your eyes are different, just like your dad. Gao Yang was shocked again. Could it be that you also know that Dad lied to you? Everything. Lin Yu smiled helplessly. Later, I asked him to send you to the children's palace, wanting him to supervise you, but he accompanied you to play video games, and you colluded to lie to me. Yeah. Gao Yang lowered his head. Dad said that if you don't like to learn, don't learn. Dad also said that this is a secret between men, not to tell you, and not to tell Grandma and Xinxin. Gao Yang still lowered his head. Mom, I'm sorry, I don't want to lie to you, but I really don't like Olympiad mathematics. Lin Yu sighed. Silly child, Mom knows everything. Since you know, why are you pretending not to know? Gao Yang was a little confused. Why didn't you beat me or scold me? How can Mom bear to do that? You are my son. Lin Yu said, but you have to understand Mom. Mom must be a competent mother. It is not okay if you are spoiled like your dad and your grandma. You will never grow up. Gao Yang nodded. I know. Look how good it is now. Lin Yu smiled with relief. Our Yang Yang has grown up, and will definitely have a bright future. Mom does not regret anything she has done. Gao Yang's chest was in turmoil, and soon, he became depressed again. But Mom, have you ever thought about it? I don't want to have a bright future at all. I am really tired. Mom didn't say anything, but still looked at Gao Yang with a smile in her eyes. Gao Yang felt like he was back in the 5th grade. His nose felt sore, and he couldn't help crying. He sobbed, Mom, I'm really, really tired. Ah! Mom was a little surprised. She quickly got up, walked to Gao Yang, and gently hugged Gao Yang. Yang, what's wrong with you? Did someone bully you? Gao Yang couldn't control his emotions anymore. He hugged his mother and cried loudly, Mom, Olympiad mathematics is so difficult. I really don't know how to do it. I don't want to learn it. Can I not learn it? Mom's eyes were also red. She gently stroked Gao Yang's head and sighed. Silly child. Gao Yang cried in his mother's arms and felt unprecedented relief. Then he washed up, went back to his room and fell asleep until noon. When it was almost time for lunch, Gao Xinxin came to knock on the door. She kicked Gao Yang's butt through the quilt. Wake up, lazy bug. The sun is shining on your butt. Gao Yang was still lying in bed, his voice weak. It's rare for me to come back and stay for a day. Can you be polite to me? Oh, if you want to be polite, go find your girlfriend. Gao Xinxin said sarcastically. She must be gentle and polite. Gao Yang lifted the quilt and sat up, grinning. That makes sense. I go to the movies with her in the afternoon. Gao Xinxin grabbed the pillow and threw it at Gao Yang's face. Stay at home today. Don't go anywhere. Spend more time with your parents. Do you hear me? Yes. Lin Yu also took a day off today, busy in the kitchen for a morning, preparing a hearty lunch. At the dinner table, Gao Shou, as usual, praised his wife's cooking skills while chatting about random things. I had a dream last night. It was very strange. I heard someone crying in the dream, crying so sadly. Cough, cough, cough. Gao Yang almost choked on the food. I got closer and saw that it was a sheep. Gao Shou glanced at Lin Yu. Wife, I saw you holding the sheep and combing its wool. The sheep was crying and shouting something, saying that this question is so difficult, and I can't do it. What nonsense! Gao Xinxin didn't understand it all. Yes, it's simply inexplicable. Gao Shou was also very confused. Why did I have such a strange dream? He looked at Gao Yang again. Son, don't you know how to interpret dreams? Explain it to me. Gao Yang rolled his eyes in his heart. He calmly took a bite of the food and made up a lie. Not every dream has a meaning. Sometimes it's just that you think about it during the day and dream about it at night. Dad, you dreamed of a sheep. It must be the birthday gift that my sister and I gave to Mom. That scarf is made of wool, and Mom is combing wool. Doesn't it mean that Mom likes that scarf very much? That makes sense. Gao Shou was stunned. Why can sheep talk, and what questions can they answer? Don't you watch the brain every day? You always answer questions. I guess your subconscious mind has left an impression. Gao Yang said. Yes. Gao Shou was very convinced. That makes sense. The topic was over, and Gao Yang breathed a sigh of relief. After lunch, Gao Yang washed the dishes, and the family went downstairs for a walk, helping Gao Shou do some rehabilitation training. Only a few days have passed, and Dad's legs and feet have recovered very well. The four of them walked around the community. At this time, Lin Yu and Gao Xinxin went to a newly opened snack shop to buy food, and Gao Shou and Gao Yang sat on a public bench on the side of the road to rest. Gao Shou looked at his wife and daughter walking away, squinting his eyes slightly. Son, what happened last night? Gao Yang was stunned. Nothing. Don't come on, you hugged your mother and cried so loudly, I think it would be hard not to wake up. Gao Shou smiled and asked, did something happen? Tell Dad, Dad can help you. Gao Yang sighed and said softly, Aunt May is dead. Ah? Gao Shou was a little surprised, looked around, and came over. Dead? How did she die? My previous guess was right, she was a beast. Gao Yang summarized what happened in the past 2 days, as simply and quickly as possible. Considering that he was on the street, he replaced the key words with code words. After listening, Gao Shou's face became heavier. Soon, his pupils trembled, and he figured out something. Chapter 510. But Gao Shou didn't want to, and didn't dare to think about it. He saw Gao Yang beside him was hesitating whether to speak, and hurriedly interrupted. Don't tell me anything, I don't want to hear it. Gao Yang was stunned at first, but he breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, I know who I learned this bad habit of avoiding things when encountering problems. Son, in 10 days, it will be the 20th anniversary of my wedding with your mother. Gao Shou changed the subject. Gao Yang remembered. Yes, November 11th is coming soon. Heh. Gao Shou laughed. I chose this day to get a good start, to be devoted and to be together forever. Who knew it would become Singles Day now? Gao Yang also laughed. Dad, Singles Day is not popular now. It's called Double 11 Shopping Festival. When it comes to shopping, Gao Yang asked again, what gift are you going to give Mom? Hee, your dad is going to do something big this time. Gao Shou was quite confident, but, I need a little help from you and your daughter-in-law. Are you sure it's just a little? Gao Yang immediately had a bad feeling. Don't worry, I tell you the plan later. Gao Shou kept it a secret. Next Tuesday afternoon, both of you should make time. Okay. Gao Yang didn't ask any more questions. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Gao Yang returned to Liqing University. As soon as he returned to the downstairs of the dormitory, a gust of wind appeared beside him. He glanced sideways, and saw that it was indeed his third uncle Jingzhe who came to deliver the letter. Gao Yang took Jingzhe to the artificial lake, and took the postcard from him. This time, the scenery on the postcard included the blue sky and ocean, as well as the island coast with low white houses. The Sea of Love is so beautiful. I love it so much. But why is it the Sea of Love, not the Sea of Friendship? Gao Yang couldn't help laughing. Is there a possibility that it is not this love? The Sea of Friendship is definitely more beautiful than the Sea of Love. Just like the friendship between Gao Yang and me. I ate the second most delicious fish in the world here. The most delicious fish was the fish I ate with Gao Yang, the fish that Stupid Kai caught for me. Gao Yang, are you okay? I miss you so much, do you miss me? Gao Yang used the marble guardrail of the artificial lake as a desk, and wrote a short letter to Chu Shui in the moonlight. Maybe there really is a sea of friendship in this world, and we can go there to play together. Everything is fine here. I miss you too. When you come back from traveling around the world, I ask Idiot Kai to catch you another fish, bigger and tastier than the last time. Looking forward to your letter. Gao Yang finished writing the letter, and handed the postcard back to Jingzhe. Jingzhe was about to take it, but Gao Yang quickly took it back. Don't leave in a hurry, I want to ask you something. Jingzhe looked at Gao Yang with a polite smile. What are you doing? Gao Yang asked. Traveling around the world. Jingzhe answered. I have a talent for detecting lies. Gao Yang exposed. No comment. Jingzhe said. Gao Yang sighed and changed the question. Is what you are doing dangerous? Jingzhe thought seriously for a second and continued to smile politely. Who is not in danger in the foggy world? Gao Yang was speechless for a moment. Protect the first snow, said Gao Yang. Jingzhe nodded, his voice old-fashioned. Whoever wants to hurt the first snow must step over the bodies of Lord Chun, Bailu and me. Gao Yang nodded and handed the postcard to Jingzhe. Swish. Jingzhe disappeared in a gust of wind. Gao Yang stood there, staring at the sparkling lake in a trance. After a while, he regained his spirit. No time to waste, it's time to work. He turned on his mobile phone and sent a message in the Loving Patsong group. 3 o'clock in the morning, the same place, meeting. Gao Yang returned to the dormitory and chatted with his roommates. When his roommates asked why he had missed 3 days of classes, Gao Yang lied to them that he was a little unwell, went to the hospital for a checkup, and then rested at home for 2 days. The roommates were very worried about him, and asked Gao Yang to take care of his health, especially Chiu Chiu and Lin Dajian, who reflected deeply and said that they would never ask Gao Yang to stay up late or drink again. Gao Yang was a little moved for a while. In the early morning, the roommates went to bed one after another. Gao Yang, who was dozing off, confirmed that his roommates had all fallen into a deep sleep, and a thought occurred to him. Enter the system. You have accumulated 2,239 lucky points. Check the attribute page. Physical strength, 431 endurance, 438. Strength, 1128 agility, 1872. Spirit, 1747 charm, 416. Luck, 813. When fighting Xing Kong and Zhuang Mei, he used the power of enlightenment once each, and deducted a total of about 6% of the 6-dimensional attributes, which is about 350 points. In the battle with Zhuang Mei and Xishan, teleport and copy were upgraded to level 6, and phantom was upgraded to level 5, and all attributes were improved to varying degrees. Level 6 teleport. The flash distance no longer increases, the activation interval is shortened to 0.5 seconds, and the number of uses within half an hour is also doubled. Level 6 copy. Still can only copy talents after serial number 10, the usage time is still 20 seconds, but the number of copy types reaches 3, and the storage time of talents has also made a qualitative leap, up to 50 hours. Level 5 Phantom. Phantom lasts for 70 seconds, and Phantom can also use the Master's talents, with an efficiency of 20%, which is also a qualitative leap. Enter the Talent Temple. Gao Yang began to fall slowly, and soon lay on something. He opened his eyes. Interesting, this time he came to the rabbit room of the 12 Zodiac Signs Lounge. In the large living room with Nordic home style, he sat on the lazy sofa, and on the coffee table in front were various drinks, snacks, as well as game controllers, game consoles, and various game discs. In front was a large projection screen, on which was the Awakener's strength ranking, or the version that Gao Yang first saw, when he was still a nobody outside the top 100. Gao Yang turned around, and the system appeared. This time, the system changed into Li Weiwei. She was still wearing the clothes she wore on her first date with Gao Yang, a light green knitted sweater, a white pleated skirt, and her long braided hair gently resting on her shoulders. She smiled sweetly at Gao Yang, revealing 2 shallow dimples. Gao Yang was shocked. Could this also be a projection of his own reason, emotion, and imagination? It shouldn't be. He hasn't thought of Li Weiwei for a long time. Forget it. Don't dwell on it. Maybe the lucky system is the same as that Lu Qingying. One has a hobby of cross-dressing, and the other has a hobby of changing people. Look at the talent. Okay, please look at the big screen. Li Weiwei raised her hand. The big projection screen in front suddenly lit up and switched to a neatly arranged data chart. The 12 talent types were displayed in sequence, and the numbers in stock were below. Gao Yang took a look at the auxiliary talent first, and the number below was 3. Hey, why are there still 3? Oh right, it should be that after Dick died, the tracking talent returned to the talent temple. Never mind, I didn't intend to fight dealer anymore. There are 2 main reasons why Gao Yang changed his mind. First, Gao Yang felt more and more that the probability of understanding the first 12 talents was much lower than other talents, and the corresponding consumption of lucky points would be more. This can be confirmed from the side. Currently, no awakener with the first 12 talents has realized the second talent. Second, after the battle with Zhuang Mei, Gao Yang fully realized that he had overestimated the domain-type talent. Theoretically, once the domain is unfolded, one is the master of the domain, such as dealer and strange. As for dominator, it is even more terrifying. It directly becomes a god in the domain, and can do whatever it wants. But there are many restrictions on domain talents. First of all, it is very demanding on the teammates' cooperation, and teammates are needed to buy precious time. Even the Dragon's Dominator, which can launch a very large range of domains, has many disadvantages, such as it is very easy to destroy the domain from the outside, and the side effects after use are very large, which is difficult for ordinary people to bear. In summary, Gao Yang adjusted his strategy on the road to becoming stronger. Chapter 511. At present, Gao Yang thinks that his biggest shortcoming is that his resistance to mental damage is too weak. I am afraid that except for dragons and Qilin, few people can survive for half a minute in the brainwashing of Zhuang Mei's beast form. Moreover, considering the possibility of a falling out with Qilin at any time, or even the possibility of becoming his enemy, Gao Yang's need to resist mental damage is imminent. Although Gao Yang now has more than 2,000 luck points, the upper limit of level 4 luck and attribute points is only 1,000. 1,000 charm points are not realistic to resist Qilin's all things, or the mental attack of the beast level? Gao Yang thought for a while, and looked at the mental talent. The number below is 4. It takes 960 points to comprehend a new talent once. The system transformed until Li Weiwei said softly, "Are you sure you want to comprehend the mental talent?" Gao Yang was surprised. "It is worthy of my system. I only took a glance, and you knew what I was thinking." "Comprehension," Gao Yang said. "Okay, I arrange it for you." Li Weiwei smiled and waved her hand. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 4 on the screen began to spin wildly, a bit like the lottery symbol on the game console. Ding. 5 seconds later, the number was frozen, still 4. Unfortunately, the comprehension failed. Li Weiwei said. Gao Yang expected, "Try again." "I arrange it right away." Li Weiwei raised her hand. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The number 4 spun at high speed again, turning into a blurred shadow. Ding. 5 seconds later, the number changed to 3. "Congratulations." Li Weiwei smiled and said, "You have comprehended the spiritual armament." Gao Yang was delighted. "Whatever you think of, it will come true. This is exactly the talent I want." Li Weiwei began to explain in detail. Spirit Armor, serial number 82, Spirit System. It has a certain immunity to all mental damage, and can temporarily strengthen, adjust and close your mental and emotional state. Level 1 Spirit Armor, 5% immunity to mental damage, can arm your own spirit, emotional state for 10 seconds, talent cooling time is 120 seconds. Attribute bonus, Spirit plus 20, Charm plus 30. Level 2 Spirit Armor, immunity 10%, arming time 20 seconds, cooling time 90 seconds, Spirit plus 40, Charm plus 60. Level 3 Spirit Armor, immunity 15%, arming time 30 seconds, cooling time 60 seconds, Spirit plus 60, Charm plus 90. Level 4 Spirit Armor, immunity 20%, arming time 45 seconds, cooling time 40 seconds, and learn skills Idiot, Spirit plus 100, Charm plus 150. And so on. Gao Yang grasped the key point. What is the skill of Idiot? Literally, it makes you become a real idiot in a short time. Gao Yang complained. There is such a self-harming ability? But existence is reasonable. Maybe it will be useful someday. Li Weiwei continued to explain the detailed mechanism of talent, and Gao Yang fell into thinking. The next time I draw talent, it will cost 1920 points, which is getting more and more expensive. However, as long as the inventory in the talent temple increases, the probability of enlightenment will be higher, and it may be possible to understand it with only one draw. For evil people without bottom line, this is indeed a great temptation. In order to survive and realize their ambitions, they will inevitably embark on the surer road of killing each other. System, send me back. Gao Yang sighed. In the middle of the night, Gao Yang quietly left the dormitory and went to Fallen Street. It was almost 3 o'clock in the morning, and the number of tourists in Fallen Street dropped sharply. Most of the shops and restaurants were closed. The bustle faded, leaving only garbage that had not been cleaned up in time, dirty and desolate. Gao Yang wore a gray sweatshirt and a hoodie, and walked towards Iman's board game bar with his hands in his pockets. There was still enough time. Gao Yang walked into a 24-hour convenience store halfway, intending to buy some refreshing drinks for himself and the members. Welcome. Gao Yang walked into the convenience store, and the automatic sensor sounded. The store was bright, and the cashier sat at the front desk and swiped his phone listlessly. Gao Yang carried a shopping basket, walked to the shelf in the beverage area, and threw a drink into the shopping basket. Instinctively, he noticed someone around him. Gao Yang glanced sideways, a young girl wearing a black baseball cap, revealing half of her medium-short hair that gradually turned pink and white. She wore an oversized green retro baseball jacket with number 4 embroidered on the back, which covered her thighs directly, leaving her slender legs exposed, and a pair of high-top canvas shoes. She faced Gao Yang sideways, with most of her face hidden by the brim of her hat and her pink and white hair, revealing only her small chin and plump pink lips. She was still holding a lollipop in her mouth, picking out bulk snacks. She picked up a chocolate bar, and spun it in her hand twice, as if it were a pin. In the blink of an eye, the chocolate bar disappeared. If Gao Yang hadn't had sharp eyesight, he would have almost thought she was performing magic. She walked around the shelves of bulk snacks carelessly, picking snacks from time to time, sometimes a bag of dried fish, sometimes a bag of plums, or a small cookie. All the bulk snacks disappeared in her hands within a few seconds. After a while, she left the bulk snack area contentedly, and walked out of the convenience store openly. Gao Yang took the drink, and went to the counter to scan the code to pay. He deliberately paid 10 yuan more, and quickly left the store. On the dirty and deserted street, a girl in a baseball cap walked in front, her hands behind her waist, her steps brisk, and she was in a good mood humming a little tune. The singing stopped, and she found someone following her. A figure elongated by the street lights followed her little by little. The girl turned around, and saw Gao Yang catching up with her generously. The girl took off her baseball cap, her clear and lively gray-blue eyes blinked, and the barcode tattoo under her left eye became curved along with the bags under her eyes. Ah, you are? The girl recognized Gao Yang, the boss lady's friend. Gao Yang. Gao Yang introduced himself. I'm a freshman in college, in the Department of Electronic Computer Science. Washu, just graduated. The girl responded generously. I work the night shift at Border Walker. Chapter 512. Hello, Wanshu. Gao Yang extended his hand to her politely. A chocolate bar, a bag of dried fish, a plum, a blueberry sandwich cookie, and a small bag of pistachios. 10 yuan for you. Huh? Wanshu covered her mouth with one hand, opened her eyes wide, and looked up and down at Gao Yang, and raised the corners of her mouth with a little admiration. Are you following me? No, I just happened to see you. Gao Yang said. Stealing is not good. Oh, I don't want to either. Wanshu argued, with a little coquettish tone, but it's troublesome to pay the bill. I pay for you, just transfer it to me. Gao Yang said. But I forgot to bring my cell phone when I went out. The girl spread her hands. It's so troublesome to carry things with me. Gao Yang complained in his heart. It's also troublesome to breathe. Why don't you just stop living? Here, give it to you. Washu produced a small bag of sandwich cookies and stuffed it into Gao Yang's hand. This way we can divide the loot, haha. Washu didn't care about Gao Yang's reaction, turned around and continued to walk forward, put his hands behind his waist, and continued to hum a little song. Gao Yang sighed, chased after him in a few steps, and grabbed Wangshu's hand. Ah! Washu was surprised, turned around and looked at Gao Yang, opened his gray-blue eyes wide, looked at Gao Yang's face again for a few seconds, and smiled slyly. Junior brother, do you have something else to do? Why steal? Gao Yang asked. I told you. I forgot to bring my cell phone. It's so troublesome to go back and get it. Activate the liar detector. The target did not lie, and the attitude was kind. Gao Yang is not a nosy person, but Washu works in Iman's shop. Since he has seen her doing some strange things, he would like to confirm whether she is a high-level beast for the sake of caution. Gao Yang let go of her hand. Okay, I believe you. Stealing is wrong. Don't do it next time. I said. Washu leaned forward, tilted his head, and leaned in front of Gao Yang's chin, looking up at him. You are not here for the sake of the bar? What do you mean? Gao Yang was stunned, and then reacted. Do you think I am flirting with you? Wangshu smiled evilly. TSK, I admit it, but I don't want to fall in love. It's too troublesome. Gao Yang complained in his heart. You are really narcissistic, forget it, just be happy. Is there anything you think is not troublesome? Gao Yang saw that Washu was also going back to the board game bar, and since they were on the way, they chatted casually. Of course there is. Wangshu didn't look at Gao Yang, and walked forward briskly. For example? Weightlessness. Gao Yang was startled, and his hands immediately gathered energy and entered the battle state. Because Gao Yang immediately thought of Huang Lian's talent, Sequence 31 Gravity, he thought Wangshu suddenly launched some kind of domain talent against him. 3 seconds later, nothing happened around, and there was no alarm in the system, so Gao Yang quietly let down his guard. What do you mean? Gao Yang stared at Wangshu's back and asked. Weightlessness. Wangshu didn't look back and continued. The feeling of weightlessness should be great, light, and not troublesome at all. Strange girl, strange brain circuit. Soon, the two came downstairs of the board game bar. Before entering the door, Wangshu turned around and looked at Gao Yang, smiling flatteringly and cunningly. Junior brother, can I trouble you for something? Don't tell the boss about what happened tonight, otherwise she will definitely fire me. Isn't it good not to have to work? Gao Yang half-jokingly said, work is so troublesome. Working is troublesome, but being unemployed is even more troublesome. Wangshu glanced at Gao Yang. A carefree college student like you won't understand. Haha, carefree. Since awakening, I can't find these 4 words in my life dictionary. Okay. Gao Yang nodded. But you are not allowed to steal things again in the future. Oh, I'm really not a habitual offender. I just forgot to bring my mobile phone tonight, and it was troublesome. Washu smiled. And you paid the bill for me, so just treat me. I will treat you when I get paid. Not necessary. Gao Yang said. 3 o'clock in the morning, Border Walker Board Game Bar, Moon Room. Except for the scalper, all members of the Pasong team are present. As the captain, Gao Yang explained the trip to the island country to everyone, of course, with certain reservations and modifications. After listening, the members had different reactions. For example, Hui Xiong, Jiu Han, and Man Shi were quite excited. Especially Hui Xiong, his old partner Man Shi went to the West Country to fight with the resurrected beast, which made him so jealous that he couldn't sleep well for 3 days. You know, the most worthy thing for a man to show off is his glorious military exploits. As a person who has never seen the shadow of a beast, he can't raise his head in front of Man Shi. Now, Jiang took Qinshi, Wang Yo and Tiango directly to the island country, fought with the real beast, and won. Let's not talk about Captain Jiang, he deserves to be awesome. Wang Yo is about the same generation as Hui Xiong, and Hui Xiong also recognized it. But Qinshi and Tiango now have completely different weights in the Pasong group. This is simply the feeling of an international student who has been gilded by a layer of gold after going abroad. As the former deputy captain of Group 5, Hui Xiong is really depressed. Captain, you must take me with you on the next mission, Hui Xiong said. Gao Yang saw Hui Xiong's little thoughts, held back his laughter, and deliberately asked coldly, Why? Because I am. Hui Xiong held back the 3 words deputy captain and changed his words. Because I am the first tank of the team, I can carry and fight. I think I have an advantage in dealing with the beasts, and as for those small fish in the tail team, I am no problem. Okay, I will consider it. Gao Yang nodded. On the other side, Chen, the can face was more worried. Beasts, what a terrible enemy. At the beginning, dealing with the delusion beasts was already licking blood on the tip of the knife, and it was a life and death struggle. Now the enemy has been directly upgraded to a beast, and the follow-up is not dared to think at all. Chen Ying's mood is very contradictory. On the one hand, she always feels that she has no fighting talent and has made too little contribution to the organization and mankind. On the other hand, she is glad that she is not talented in fighting and avoids going to the front line, otherwise her grave grass would be lush and green now. Cantu was also very scared, but he was more worried about Gao Yang's safety. The captain always rushed to the front in everything, which deeply demonstrated what it meant to risk one's life. Gao Yang thought for a moment and said the theme of tonight. Next, it is the follow-up work arrangement of the Pasong team. Chapter 513. This is a direct decision from the leadership of the 3 major organizations. Although he also respected my opinion, Gao Yang did not say the second half of the sentence. Afterwards, the Pasong team will split into 2 groups. One group will continue to investigate the Tsongmu cult, and it is called the investigation team. One group will look for all clues about the living beast, and it is called the action team. Gao Yang looked around and added, the living beast altars have appeared in the western country and the island country. From the current intelligence, the Tsongmu cult is also planning to use the living beast, so looking for the living beast is also a side investigation of the Tsongmu cult. The personnel arrangements are as follows. Officer Huang has temporarily withdrawn from the Pasong team due to special reasons. The members of the investigation team are Chen, Iman, Cantu, Nana, and the White Rabbit of the 12 zodiac signs, and the colorless of the Baichuan group will also participate. The investigation team leader Chen, deputy team leader. White Rabbit. The members of the action team are me, Gray Male, Man Snake, Johan, Green Snake, Tengu, and the fighting tiger of the 12 zodiac signs will participate and serve as my deputy team leader. Gray Male secretly clenched his fist. Damn, it's finally my turn to show my skills. Captain. Ken hesitated, but still raised his hand. I realized Swift Wind 2 days ago. Swift Wind, serial number 27, elemental system. Isn't this the talent of the former Captain San Kong? Gao Yang was a little emotional for a while. It seems that there is also some kind of wonderful fate between talent and awakeners. Is this inheritance? Yeah. Gao Yang wanted to say congratulations, but considering that it was a formal occasion, he nodded slightly to express his affirmation. Ken was obviously not satisfied with Gao Yang's response, and he mustered up the courage to say, Captain, I can also fight. I want to join the action team. Kanta's hands under the table subconsciously grasped his jeans. Although the beasts are scary, it is more torturous not to be around the captain, and to worry about him every day. Moreover, all the members of the original 5 groups went to the action group, and she was the only one assigned to the investigation group, which reminded her of her student days, when she was excluded and isolated. Cantu looked serious and his eyes were burning, looking forward to Gao Yang's approval. Gao Yang could understand Kanta's disappointment to some extent, but he had thought about this arrangement carefully. Cantu and Nana's talents are more suitable for investigation, and letting Bai Tu and Wusei join is also to increase the comprehensive ability of the investigation team. Once the clues of the Songmu cult are found, the investigation team does not need to perform the frontline mission alone, and the Qinglong team will come to support and take over the entire team. The action group where Gao Yang is likely to face the beast directly, which is very dangerous, so it needs combat-type teammates with rich combat experience, which is why the big guy Do who will get involved. Can, just stay in the investigation team, and don't be ungrateful for what you have. Hui Xiong folded his hands and spoke in an elder's tone. The beasts are not a joke. We are all people who have our heads on the belt. I'm not afraid of death. Ken raised his voice, a little excited. I can fight too. Who here is afraid of death? Manshi poured a bucket of cold water. Johan nodded. It's okay to die, but it must be worthwhile. Everyone should do their job, and don't have too many subjective emotions. All mortals will die one day, except my king. Nana was halfway through her words, met Qingling's cold eyes, and immediately became mute. But Cantu wanted to say something else. Cantu, this is an order, Gao Yang said sternly. Cantu was startled, lowered his head slowly, and his voice became smaller. I obey orders. Gao Yang nodded slightly and leaned back. Do you have anything else to say? No one spoke. Then tonight is over, the meeting is adjourned, Gao Yang announced. Everyone stood up, packed up and left. Cantu, you stay? Gao Yang said, as Cantu stood up to leave. Cantu was stunned, thinking she had heard it wrong. She pointed at her nose. Me? Gao Yang nodded slightly. Tengu was the last one to leave the room, and this time, he did not forget to close the door intimately. There were only 2 people left in the room, and it suddenly became quiet. Cantu sat down obediently beside Gao Yang. She lowered her head, not daring to look into Gao Yang's eyes, and prepared to be scolded. It was indeed wrong to openly oppose the arrangements of the superiors during the meeting. With no outsiders around, Gao Yang put down his leadership airs and softened his voice. Ken, do you know how dangerous the action team is? Ken lowered his head. I know. Gao Yang said earnestly, half complaining. If Long hadn't arrived at the end of our trip to the island country, the 4 of us would have died. I know, the captain is doing this for my own good, and doesn't want anything to happen to me. Ken's voice was a little aggrieved, but I'd rather be with everyone, if you all get into trouble, and I'm the only one left alive. Ken Gao Yang thought the time was ripe. Raise your head. Ken raised his head, his eyes red. Can I trust you? Gao Yang stared at Ken. Ken was stunned, not understanding why the captain asked that. I mean, even if I'm not the 7 Shadows Elder, can I trust you? Ken finally understood. She quickly tilted her head and wiped the corner of her eyes, nodding vigorously. Yes. Captain, you can trust me. Whether the captain is the 7 Shadows Elder or not, I am the captain's man. Ken felt something was wrong after she finished speaking. Her face turned red, and she waved awkwardly. No, no, no. I mean, no matter where the captain is, I will fight with the captain. No, no, I want to say. Ken became more and more weird, and felt like she was going crazy. I know. Gao Yang interrupted with a smile. I believe you. However, there is still a process to go through. After the cooling time is over, I will ask you to do a lie detector test. Gao Yang stretched out his hand and gently placed it on Ken's thin shoulder. Ken, you have comprehended Swift Wind again. I am very happy. Among the 5 groups, I trust you the most. Ken opened his mouth slightly, unable to speak for a while. I also trust Hui Xiong, Manshi and Johan, but they are still a little bit behind you. Gao Yang told the truth, so I still need to bring them with me so that I can get to know them better until the time is right to confirm whether they are also worthy of trust. Yeah. Cantu nodded vigorously. Cantu, we are already real companions. Gao Yang encouraged. Do you understand why I put you in the investigation team? I understand. Cantu was flattered and subconsciously lowered his voice. Captain, don't worry. If the investigation team has any concealment or something wrong, I will report to you as soon as possible. Okay. Gao Yang was very pleased. Cantu's growth was not only in strength. Gao Yang thought for a moment and reminded, Ken, in this world, it's not just the beasts that are dangerous. You must be careful in what you say and do. Captain, don't worry, I be careful. Ken met Gao Yang's gaze. You must be safe too. Absolutely nothing can happen. Don't worry, nothing will happen. I've already divined. Gao Yang said. Ah? Ken was stunned. Gao Yang smiled. I applied a handful of pesticides last night, And the difference in the number of heads of the two sides is an even number, which means that things will definitely go smoothly. Kim knew that Gao Yang was deliberately making fun of her, but she still laughed. Chapter 514. 4 o'clock in the morning, Shanxing Hospital, 5F of the inpatient building. Before dawn, the lights in the corridor connecting the inpatient rooms were turned off, and it was dim and silent. At the end of the corridor, an old man with gray hair wearing a black Tai Chi suit closed his eyes, put his hands together, raised one leg and placed it on the thigh of the other leg, and bent the other leg into a squatting position. The monkey has been standing on one leg for more than 10 minutes. The door of the single ward was pushed open, and Officer Huang walked out. He looked at the monkey on the right side of the corridor and walked towards him. The monkey opened his eyes. "Xiao Huang, you woke up so early?" Officer Huang smiled bitterly. "I can't sleep well." Sushi's due date was only more than 10 days away. To be on the safe side, Officer Huang sent her to the hospital in advance, took a year off for himself, and stayed with his wife every day. Sushi felt that Officer Huang was making a fuss, but Officer Huang insisted. As the saying goes, nothing matters more than life and death, and having a baby is the most important thing. As a bodyguard sent by the Zodiac, Pohu was also inseparable, but he usually stayed outside Sushi's ward. The two sat down on a public bench in the corridor, and Officer Huang chewed gum in his mouth. He had quit smoking for a while, and he could only use gum as a substitute when he was addicted to smoking. "How is Uncle Lu?" Officer Huang asked. "Same old, he kept crying about pain here and there." Pohu said casually. "Yesterday, he suddenly wanted to eat stinky tofu, and specifically asked for an old store in Feiyang district. It was inconvenient for me to leave, and I didn't know how to use my phone, so I had to ask the nurse to help me order. The takeaway was delivered, and he ate one bite and stopped eating, saying that it didn't taste good." Pohu said slowly. "I also tasted it, and it really doesn't taste like that. There's nothing I can do. The original boss passed away a long time ago, and now his grandson is doing it. The craftsmanship has been passed down, but the taste is different after all." Officer Huang also felt that the world had changed, and the times had changed, and he felt inexplicably melancholy. "Uncle Monkey." Officer Huang hesitated, but still asked, "You joined the 12 Zodiacs just to clarify your relationship with Uncle Lu, right?" The monkey nodded. "Exactly. Uncle Lu's situation now." Officer Huang smiled bitterly. "Do you think this is still important?" Hee. The monkey raised his head slightly, thought about it, and answered the question irrelevantly. "Our parents passed away early, and we became orphans when we were in elementary school. At that time, my brother's grades were better than mine, but he dropped out of school and went to work in a small restaurant to earn money for my school. Although I only finished elementary school, I can write a few words, and my life experience is still very different. My brother is greedy and likes to cook food, so he pushes a small broken cart, selling spicy hot pot everywhere, who knew that this sale would last a lifetime. He is my brother, the only relative I have in this world, and no one can change this." The monkey narrowed his eyes slightly, and the wrinkles on his face spread out a little. "I want to figure out the relationship between us, not to satisfy curiosity. Xiao Huang, you will understand when you reach my age. People, being confused for a lifetime is not necessarily a bad thing. I want to figure out the relationship between us, just to be prepared. I hope my brother can have a good end, not end up in a tragic end. I am very afraid that he will turn into a beast after death, find out that he is not a human, and his life is just a waste. I never want to see such a thing happen. For this, I am willing to do anything." Officer Huang was stunned and asked, "Anything?" "Anything." Poha nodded. "Even if it's wrong?" Officer Huang continued to ask. "Even if it's wrong," Pohu said frankly, "but you have to be prepared to bear the price." Officer Huang stopped talking. After a few seconds, he leaned back, closed his eyes slightly, and took a long breath. A few seconds later, Officer Huang opened his eyes again, his eyes bright. "I've upgraded." Pohu looked over. "Very quickly, it's only been 2 days." "Yes, faster than I expected." Officer Huang took out his mobile phone and planned to notify by 2 to come and get the element rune circuit. After the 12 zodiac signs learned that Officer Huang had comprehended light, they asked Officer Huang to carry the element rune with him. Just now, Officer Huang's light broke through level 4. As soon as Officer Huang found Baitu's number, his face sank and his hands could not move. The same thing happened to Paho. When he came to his senses, his body had been bound by a cold, strange energy, like a slippery giant python, entangled his whole body. Both of them were awakened with elemental talents, and they reacted at the same time. It was phantom, As expected, a thin black shadow, like a rope, approached the two silently along the floor, quietly climbed up along the foot of the chair, merged into Officer Huang, Paho and the shadow, and silently bound them. As expected of the king of assassination among the elemental talents, Officer Huang and Paho were caught without any awareness. The two did not completely lose the ability to resist, but did not act rashly. First, the phantom that bound them did not strangle them, but simply restricted their actions. Secondly, the owner of the phantom had not yet appeared, so they could not find a target to attack. Soon, Officer Huang discovered two more things. First, the camera in the corner had been destroyed at some point. Second, the shadow on his chest was moving slowly. It was a black tentacle transformed from the shadow, which was finding the elemental rune circuit in his jacket pocket and pulling it bit by bit, trying to take it away. Officer Huang no longer hesitated, and his lips opened slightly. Shadowless light. Half a second later, 10 small light balls exploded around Officer Huang and the monkey, and at the same time, they burst into dazzling light, as if 10 cameras pressed the shutter at different angles at the same time and turned on the flash. In an instant, the phantom that bound Officer Huang and the monkey disappeared. It was not a real disappearance, but it had faded to the point where it could be ignored. Officer Huang easily broke free from the phantom's restraints and took the rune element back into his hand. The monkey also stood up and made a posture to fight. But he didn't activate his talent easily. This was a hospital after all. Once the earth element was mobilized to fight, it would cause too much disturbance and make a big noise. Come out. Officer Huang looked ahead of the corridor. A small light ball of light element was suspended at the corner of the corridor 20 meters away. It was the scout sent by Officer Huang. A few seconds later, a tall and thin black shadow walked out of the corner of the corridor. A young man with model proportions, a small head, a gray t-shirt, a loose and casual black suit and trousers, a pair of dirty sneakers, and a black baseball cap. He put his hands in his trouser pockets and raised his palm-sized face slightly. His skin was smooth and tight, healthy wheat color, bright small eyes, high nose bridge, and thin lips. Half of the young man's face was illuminated by the light ball, exuding a sexy and ruthless temperament of a playboy. He smiled. Officer Huang, long time no see. Chapter 515. You are? Officer Huang's eyes lit up, and he recognized him. A member of the Huanglian group? When the three major organizations survived the Scarlet Tide together, the Huanglian group of the Zodiac and Baichuan group went to the playground of Liqing University to destroy the altar, and fought with Master Wei. This kid was among them. Officer Huang had some impression of him, but not much. He didn't expect that he would now comprehend such a high-level talent as Phantom. Officer Huang, how come you even forgot my name? After all, we are friends who have passed our lives together. The man smiled crookedly, and it was hard to tell whether he was joking or really unhappy about it. Your name is Zhonghe. Pohu remembered the young man's name. The talent is the Wind Ear. Wind Ear, serial number 111, reinforcement system, excellent hearing. TSK. Zhonghe still looked at Officer Huang. Look, even the Monkey King has a better memory than you. Officer Huang's face fell, and his tone was cold and hard. Your behavior just now was very dangerous. You openly violated the rune convention of the three major organizations. I can kill you immediately. It was a misunderstanding. Zhonghe's tone was a little frivolous. I'm not the type who is busy looking for revenge on those who despise me after becoming rich. I think you are the one. You are already hanging. Officer Huang was patient and guessed the other party's intention. Are you here to borrow elemental runes to upgrade? Yes, I went through the procedures with the White Rabbit of your organization. She said that the rune is with you, and asked me to come to you to get it. Zhonghe said. I told you to come to me to get it, not to steal it. Officer Huang, you misunderstood again. Zhonghe put one hand in his pocket, and walked over slowly. I heard it. You just got promoted to level 4, right? Isn't it my turn? According to the rules, I must show my talent to make sure I am not lying, and then I will follow the process. Officer Huang stared at Zhonghe, and he was really annoyed with this guy. He said coldly, Wait. Officer Huang called by two, and it took a long time for the other party to answer. He heard that the voice was still sleepy and a little confused. Hello? Zhonghe from Baichuan Group came to me to borrow elemental runes. Is this true? He came to see you now. I was going to notify you tomorrow. There was a rubbing sound from Baitu, and it seemed to turn over. To borrow the rune circuit to upgrade, shouldn't we go to our 12 zodiacs to be supervised? Officer Huang asked. That's true, but everyone is busy now. There are not 2 people in the base. We can't let the cute little sheep supervise it, right? Officer Huang was speechless for a moment. After thinking for a while, he asked again, just give him the rune like this? Yes, give it to him. But, don't worry, Uncle who said that if he doesn't return the rune within 3 days, he will go and get it in person, and collect some interest, such as an arm or something. Got it. Officer Huang hung up the phone, and took out the elemental rune circuit. He looked at Zhong He and said, go on. Officer Huang threw the rune. Zhong He didn't stretch out his hand. A black shadow appeared on his chest without knowing when. The black shadow quickly changed into a black shadow hand, caught the rune, and put it in his suit pocket. Thank you. Zhong He said, and came to the chair next to Officer Huang, sat down with his legs crossed, and started browsing his mobile phone. Are you not leaving yet? Officer Huang was a little confused. To carry out a mission. What mission? Officer Huang had just finished asking when he noticed a red crystal necklace around Zhong He's neck. He immediately realized, the Baichuan group sent you to monitor Su Shi? Don't say such harsh words. I was sent to protect you. Zhong He said without raising his head, your wife has a special status, and the tail team is eyeing her covetously, so you have to keep a close eye on her. No need, I and Paho are enough here. Officer Huang was very disgusted. Officer Huang, it's useless for you to tell me these things. If you have any opinions, go to my leader. Zhong He thought of something and looked up at Officer Huang. Oh, by the way, Qilin Union will also send people to protect Su Shi. Do you two know how to play mahjong? Then we can play together. Officer Huang didn't speak, and a deep chill flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath, calmed down, and sat down again. After a few seconds, he accepted the current fact and asked Zhang Hyuk coldly, identity script. Zhang Hyuk said calmly, I am a model by profession. I met you during the anti-prostitution campaign when I was looking for a prostitute. I was detained for 2 days. That's how I met you. This time I was having an affair with another woman's wife, and was caught by her husband. My leg was broken, and I was hospitalized here. Zhang Hyuk pulled up his trousers, and saw several bandages wrapped around his left leg. You are so fake. Officer Huang smiled. At least you have to put a plaster on your broken leg. You should act like a complete show. I will break your leg for free. No way. Zhang Hyuk smiled. Or I can change my disease. Let's put it this way. You have been overindulging in sex for a long time, and taking medicine randomly. You are not good in that aspect. You just had surgery today, and will be hospitalized for observation for a week. Officer Huang said. Zhong He was not irritated and accepted it happily. Okay, this is it. After the meeting at Iman's store, Gao Yang quietly returned to the dormitory, slept for 3 hours, and woke up around 7 o'clock. Gao Yang always felt that something was wrong, and soon realized that the dormitory was too quiet today. At this time on weekdays, Mishi would have gotten up and washed up, but today he was still sleeping in bed, sleeping very soundly, with no intention of getting up at all. Gao Yang thought that Mishi might not be feeling well, so he didn't wake him up. He got out of bed, washed up, went to the cafeteria for breakfast, and went directly to class. Mishi, Chiyo, and Lin Dajian didn't show up all morning, which made Gao Yang miserable. He wanted to conjure up a phantom clone to help them deal with the teacher's roll call. At noon, Gao Yang returned to the dormitory. Chiyo and Lin Dajian went out. Mishi stood in front of the mirror combing his hair. He rarely changed into new clothes today. A black and white wide-striped sweater, a pair of light blue straight jeans, and a pair of white running shoes. Oh, you bought new clothes? Gao Yang said. Yeah. Mishi quickly put down the comb in his hand, and smiled a little embarrassedly. It fits you well, Gao Yang said, and suits your temperament. Haha, I just bought it casually. Mishir was even more embarrassed, pulling the sweater uncomfortably. Are you feeling uncomfortable today? Gao Yang asked again. Ah? Mishir was stunned. No. You actually stayed in bed. Gao Yang laughed. In Gao Yang's impression, Mishir never stayed in bed, and he didn't need an alarm clock. No matter how late he went to bed, he would wake up around 7 o'clock every morning. Mishir himself said that he had been so regular since he was a child, and except for being sick, he had never slept in a day. Yeah, I don't know what happened today, I slept until more than 10 o'clock. Mishir himself was a little incredible. This is the first time I slept in. How do you feel? Haha, it's quite comfortable, and I feel refreshed. Mishir said, and remembered something. Gao Yang, do you know that Teacher Su is about to give birth? Chapter 516. Who? Gao Yang pretended not to react. Teacher Su from the music class. Mishir reminded. Oh. Gao Yang suddenly realized she is about to give birth. Yes, Teacher Su told me the due date before, and I heard that she has been hospitalized. Mishra smiled. I plan to visit her in the hospital. Do you think it's appropriate? Not appropriate. She is just an elective teacher. You don't have such a good relationship with her, right? Gao Yang held back and said indifferently, go if you want to. But I still feel a little abrupt when I'm alone. Mishra was a little embarrassed. How about, Xiao Gao, you accompany me, it will be more natural if there are two of us. Gao Yang was a little embarrassed. Forget it if it doesn't work. Mishra said. Not really. Gao Yang decided to tell the truth. Teacher Su is just our elective teacher. Logically, our relationship is not that serious. I know. Mishra nodded. But I don't know why. When I first met Teacher Su, I had a special liking for her. She seemed to be my life mentor. Really? Gao Yang became alert without making a sound. My parents told me since I was a child that I should study hard and make a name for myself. I never dared to slack off. Except for eating and sleeping, I spent all my time studying. Finally, I got into a good university as I wished. Mishra smiled bitterly. After getting into university, I continued to study hard. I had to find a good job, make money to buy a house in the city, find a wife, and have a child. Only then can I be considered promising. Gao Yang said nothing. But Mishi's eyes were a little confused. I always feel recently that these are not what I want, but are imposed on me by my parents and people around me. What do I want? I don't know. But it's definitely not what I have now. When I think that my life has been arranged, I feel very bored. Gao Yang sighed. Yeah, it's boring. But since I met Teacher Su and listened to her class, I seem to have the answer. Really? Gao Yang became alert again. Every time I listen to her class and listen to her playing the piano, I am very happy and satisfied from the bottom of my heart, as if I have found the meaning of life. I suddenly realized that I don't have to work hard all the time. I don't have to be a frog with a spring tightened, jumping, and I don't need to live a planned life. Mishra became more and more excited, his eyes sparkling. I don't have to get up at 7 o'clock every day. I can sleep in like you. I don't have to save money to buy so many study materials. I can buy myself a new dress. I can do nothing all day, just waste time. I can do whatever I want. I don't need to live in rules and regulations at all. It's good. I should enjoy life more. Gao Yang said along with his words. It's not just about enjoying life, but it's about the attitude towards life. I can't really explain it, but every time I hear Teacher Su playing the piano, I feel that life can be freer. Mishra realized his own gaffe and smiled embarrassedly. Haha, I suddenly said a lot of nonsense. Gao Yang shook his head. No, it's pretty good. Today's Mishra was a little strange. Gao Yang wanted to activate liar detector on Mishra, but unfortunately, he had activated it once on Wang Shu before, and the talent's cooling time had not ended. Old Sure, when are you going to visit Teacher Su? Gao Yang asked. Go in the afternoon. Mishra smiled and encouraged herself. No matter what, just do whatever you want to do. Well, I go. Just in case, Gao Yang decided to go with Mishra. Before he finished speaking, his cell phone rang. He saw that it was a call from Zhu Kei. Gao Yang avoided Mishra and turned to answer the phone. Is it convenient to talk? Zhu Kei asked. Yes. But you woke up again. Gao Yang was stunned. I come right over. Gao Yang turned and looked at Mishra. Old Sure, there is something urgent at home. I have to go back, or go to see Teacher Su tomorrow. I go with you. Okay. Mishra looked at herself in the mirror again, in a good mood. Gao Yang left Liqing University, and took a car to the Xuanwu branch of Shilongzai in Feiyang District. Entering the lobby, there was no familiar receptionist in black and white cheongsam, and other service staff also disappeared. The whole building seemed deserted and desolate. After Xuanwu died, the lost ones, who were dominated by him, were free without the control of the puppet master. At first, this did have a big impact on the Kirin Union. The Awakeners, who were used to all basic services being done by the lost ones, now had to do everything themselves, and they were in a mess for a while. But soon, everyone got used to it. Gao Yang went to a ward on the second floor. In the corridor, outside the door, Suzaku was wearing a white coat, leaning against the wall, with one hand in his pocket, and the other smoking a lady's cigarette. Hearing the footsteps approaching, she looked up and flicked the ash. Here they come. Did you find any new clues? Gao Yang asked. Suzaku shrugged. I can't find anything. How could it be? Gao Yang was puzzled. Even if Kyo didn't want to say it, Qilins all things could easily torture her, but she definitely couldn't bear it. Zhu Kei guessed what Gao Yang was thinking and didn't answer directly. You can talk to her. Gao Yang suppressed his doubts and nodded. Does she know about Edmund's matter? Zhu Kei shook his head. Gao Yang pushed the door open. A sealed white living room. Kyo was wearing a thin light blue hospital gown and sitting on a white bed. She was dejected, with specially empowered black gold shackles on her hands and feet, and her abilities were completely sealed. Kyo heard the door open, but she didn't respond at all, like a puppet that had lost its vitality. Her face was pale, and it was hard to tell whether her eyes were dull or blank. Kyo. Gao Yang walked to Kyo's bed, pulled over a folding chair, and sat down. We meet again. Kyo didn't answer, slowly raised her head, and looked at Gao Yang, her face numb. Gao Yang lied. If you don't want Edmund to die, you'd better answer my questions obediently. But he didn't show any emotion, and didn't seem to worry about Edmund's life or death. Gao Yang also understood some micro-expressions, and his intuition didn't seem to be fake. A few seconds later, Ke spoke again. His voice was light and hoarse. Edmund, who is it? Gao Yang was secretly shocked, and 2 seconds later, he quickly understood everything. Ke had lost his memory again. Chapter 517. 10 minutes later, Gao Yang walked out of the ward with nothing to show for it, and closed the door gently. Zhu Kei was also a little worried. Do you think she really lost her memory, or is she pretending? Gao Yang replied, It doesn't seem like she is pretending. Where is your lie detector? Zhu Kei asked. I didn't call you here to hear your feelings. I used it at midnight yesterday, and the cooldown period hasn't expired yet. Gao Yang said. Zhu Kei sighed, raised his slender fingers holding the cigarette, and gently touched his temple. If it doesn't work, we can only kill her and interrogate the corpse. Will it work? Gao Yang asked. I don't know either. I have never interrogated a corpse with amnesia before, so I may not be able to get anything out of it. Zhu Kei said. Besides, Edmund seems to have protected her very well, and he may not let her know too much about the Sangmu cult. I won't kill her unless it is absolutely necessary. We agree, Gao Yang said. Gao Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he didn't want to kill Kyo. He promised Edmund not to hurt Kyo, although this was just a strategy in a desperate situation. Edmund was so clear-headed that he knew Gao Yang's promise to him was a strategy. But Edmund had no choice. In order to protect Kyo, he had to try even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance. He was betting on the fact that Gao Yang still had a trace of simple kindness in his heart. Human nature is the most dazzling miracle, but also the most dangerous weakness. Let me do a lie detector test first, Gao Yang said. Observe for a while, maybe you can recover your memory. Zhu Kei nodded. Let's do it. 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Shanqing Hospital, Intensive Care Unit. The evening breeze blew the white window screen, and the sunset flowed in like a golden wave, and the whole room was covered with a soft red filter. Sushi was wearing soft and comfortable pajamas, half lying on the bed. Her black hair was softly scattered, without makeup, her skin was fair, and she was elegant. She put her hands on her bulging belly, and gently stroked it. Husband. There was no one in the room, and Sushi's voice was a little coquettish. What's wrong? Officer Huang sat by the bed, and peeled an apple. Just now the baby seemed to move again. Sushi's eyes were a little expectant. It seems that the child is bored and wants to come out quickly. Officer Huang smiled. You said, will it be a boy or a girl? Sushi's voice was soft, and she talked about this topic that she had talked about countless times. I think it's a girl, Officer Huang said with certainty. So sure? Sushi smiled. Of course, I have evidence. Officer Huang was not in a hurry to answer. He cut the apple into small pieces, put them in the bowl on the bedside table, and then picked up a small piece with a toothpick and put it to Sushi's mouth. Sushi opened her mouth to eat the apple. Officer Huang watched his wife eat the fruit and said, The evidence is that you are more beautiful, my wife. What? Sushi was puzzled. I heard that during pregnancy, if the mother is pregnant with a boy, her appearance will decrease, and if she is pregnant with a girl, her appearance will increase. Slippery tongue. Sushi sneered and reached out to hit Officer Huang. Before Officer Huang could say anything, the door was pushed open. Officer Huang turned around naturally, but he was immediately alert in his heart. A thin and strange woman stood outside the door, carrying a brown shoulder bag. She has a baby-like face, but she wears a mature light makeup, a white shirt and suit that doesn't fit her well, a short flaxen hair tied in a small braid, a 3:7 split bangs, and a red SL hairpin on her hair. She is very young, like she just graduated from college and started working. She exudes the nervousness and immaturity of entering society, which can't be concealed at all. Hello. She greeted her warmly. Maybe. Do you like prunes? Officer Huang couldn't help rolling his eyes in his heart. What kind of old-fashioned pickup is this? I, a middle-aged man, think it's outdated. I like Ronaldo C. more. Officer Huang said deliberately. The young girl was stunned, and her previous disguise was naturally broken in a second. She didn't know Ronaldo C. very well, so she could only bite the bullet. Haha, Ronaldo C. is also very good. I watched his game recently. What do you want to sell? Officer Huang interrupted impatiently. This girl is almost writing I am a fledgling salesman on her face. Oh, okay. The young girl was completely led by Officer Huang. She was like a freshman in military training being called by the instructor. She hurriedly stepped forward, took out a business card from her chest pocket, and handed it over with both hands. Officer Huang took it, and took a quick look. It turned out to be a salesman of a skin care product named Hong Xiaoxiao. Hong Xiaoxiao glanced at Officer Huang, and saw that he did not refuse immediately. She hurriedly recited the sales term she knew by heart. Our skin care products use YCA substances extracted with the most cutting-edge technology, and have obtained the first-level certification of the International Beauty Association. It can effectively prevent the transport of melanosomes from melanocytes to keratinocytes, thereby affecting skin pigmentation, accelerating metabolism, and promoting the shedding of keratinocytes containing melanin. It also has the effects of anti-aging, improving skin barrier, treating acne, and promoting blood circulation in hair follicles. The most important thing is that it is absolutely safe, and can be used by pregnant women. If you are not sure, you can check our official website. I will buy it. Officer Huang interrupted. Ah? Hong Xiaoxiao was stunned. She had seen many people drive her away before she finished speaking, but it was the first time that someone bought it before she finished speaking. What a kind man. Oh, okay. Hong Xiaoxiao hurriedly took out a set of skin care products from her bag. Sir, how many sets do you want to buy? One set, use it first, and I will ask you for more if the effect is good. Okay. Hong Xiaoxiao hurriedly handed the skin care skin packed in a box to Officer Huang. Officer Huang took it, put it on the bedside table without even looking at it, and took out his mobile phone to scan the code to pay. Then, he looked at Hong Xiaoxiao with a cold face. Hong Xiaoxiao was very tactful. If it works well, come to me again, then I won't bother you. I wish you a happy life. Bye, goodbye. The door closed, and the room became quiet again. What a waste of money. Sushi complained softly. I haven't used up all the stuff at home. It's not easy for college students to just enter the society. Officer Huang smiled. And if you don't buy it, you have to refuse it. I'm not annoyed, but you and the baby are. You? Sushi was startled. Ah, the baby is moving again. Really? Well, come and listen. Sushi waved her hand. Officer Huang immediately came over, and gently put his ear on Sushi's bulging belly. Soon Officer Huang smiled and said softly, Little guy, I'm your dad, be obedient, don't move around, we meet soon. Click. The door was pushed open. Chapter 518. Officer Huang moved his face away from Sushi's belly in a lightning speed, and almost sprained his waist with such force. He pretended nothing happened, put his right fist to his mouth and coughed twice. You are thirsty, I will get you some water. Officer Huang pretended to talk to Sushi, and looked sideways. There was a strange young man standing at the door. He was wearing a black and white wide-striped sweater and jeans, wearing glasses, and had a simple and shy temperament. Officer Huang thought the person who came in was Paho or Zhonghe, and he muttered in his heart, Why are there so many strangers today? Who are you looking for? Officer Huang asked. Teacher Su. Mishir was holding a heavy fruit basket in his hand, which looked very expensive. He stood at the door, a little embarrassed. Hello, I am Mishir, I am Teacher Su's student, I often listen to her music class. It's you. Teacher Su, who was half lying on the bed, thought of this student, adjusted her sitting posture slightly, and smiled. Why are you here? Teacher Su, I heard that you were in the hospital for childbirth, and I happened to pass by here, so I came to see you. Mishir smiled. Oh, you are really thoughtful. Sushi was a little touched. Haha, come, sit down. Officer Huang's face became friendlier when he saw that it was his wife's student. He stepped forward to take Mishir's fruit basket, and found a chair for Mishir. Then, Officer Huang retreated to the window, with his hands on his waist. He looked relaxed, but he was actually ready to draw his gun and shoot at any time to prevent emergencies. He believed that no matter how fast Mishir moved, she would not be faster than his level 6 gun god. Teacher Su, I and other classmates miss you very much because we can't listen to your class. Haha, I also want to come back to class as soon as possible. I'm so bored staying in the hospital every day. Sue, she said. Mishra was a little excited. Teacher Sue, you don't know that the number of students in the current elective course teacher is less than 1/3 of the previous ones, which shows your popularity. Really? Sue, she couldn't hide her happiness. Of course. Mishra glanced at Teacher Sue's bulging belly. Teacher Sue, when will the baby be born? The doctor said next week. Officer Huang behind him interrupted. Mishra smiled and looked at Officer Huang. Boy or girl? Sue, she gently touched her big belly. Old Huang and I didn't ask. We wanted to give myself a surprise. Yes, we like boys and girls, Officer Huang said. Next, Sue, she and Mishra talked about school matters. The atmosphere was relaxed, and Officer Huang occasionally interrupted a few words, and the whole person slowly relaxed. During this period, Sue, she was bored in the room and didn't move much. The only people who could talk were Officer Huang and the nurse. Paho and Zhong, he stayed outside the door most of the time. Now, Officer Huang thought it was a good thing to have a student to chat with her. After talking about school, the teacher and the student started talking about music. Before they knew it, they had been talking for more than half an hour, and Sue, she gradually felt a little sleepy. Mishra was getting more and more excited, as if she had endless things to say. Ahem. Officer Huang was keenly aware of it, that, Xiao Shi. Ah? Mishra looked back at Officer Huang, still smiling. My wife is going to rest. How about we talk next time? Mishra was obviously not satisfied, and felt embarrassed for a moment. Yes, I talk too much. It's nice to be able to chat like this. Sushi smiled, but I've been feeling sleepy lately. You don't know that I fainted a few days ago, and woke up after 2 days of sleep. My husband was so scared that he had to send me to the hospital. Teacher Sue, you should have a good rest. Mishra stood up, still a little reluctant. When the baby is born smoothly, I and my classmates will come to see you again. Okay. Sushi nodded. Mishra stood up and left the ward. Officer Huang saw Mishra out, and gently closed the door of the ward. On the bench in the corridor, outside, Paho and Zhong, he sat quietly. Paho closed his eyes to rest, and Zhong, he lowered his head to browse his mobile phone. He seemed careless, but in fact they were both cautious. I won't see you off, Officer Huang said. Well, you don't have to see me off. Goodbye, Officer Huang. Mishra turned around and walked away. After 2 steps, he suddenly stopped, as if he remembered something. Officer Huang remained calm, and slowly touched the gun on his waist with both hands. Mishi didn't turn around, nor did she make any strange moves. She just remained silent. Xiao Shi? Officer Huang stepped back, keeping a safe distance, and called softly. Mishi didn't answer, her shoulders trembling slightly. He raised his right hand and wiped his face, and after a while, he wiped it again. Officer Huang found that Mishi was crying. It's so good. Mishi didn't turn around, she sobbed and murmured to herself. Teacher Sue is so happy, I can be as happy as her, like her, as free as her. Of course. Officer Huang answered while pulling out his double guns. Well, yes, I can definitely do it just like. Mishi's voice became more and more firm, and he slowly turned around. Mishi's eyes had melted into 2 dark holes, and 2 sticky brown liquids flowed out of his eye sockets, like a mixture of blood and some green juice. His face was shattered like a broken lens, with strange green light flashing in the cracks. His mouth opened and closed with a strange smile, and he finished the sentence. Like humans. Bang, bang, bang. Officer Huang fired 3 shots without hesitation, hitting Mishi's forehead, chest and kneecap respectively, and 3 streams of green juice splashed out of his body. Mishi is not an ordinary parasite, but the king of parasites, with the strength equivalent to half a beast. After it was shot, its body just shook, but did not fall down. Roar. He roared, and a strong airflow vibrated from all around, and Officer Huang was immediately overturned, and was about to be swept out of the window at the end of the corridor by the airflow. Chong. The floor deformed and bent, turning into a solid wall, blocking Officer Huang. At the same time, on the other side of the corridor, all the ward doors and corridor entrances were sealed by the wall, just like a cement zipper was quickly pulled up. 2 thin snake-like phantoms scurried across the corridor, quickly entangled Mishi's feet, and then spread to his whole body like black vines, binding and strangling Mishi. Ah! Mishi screamed, creating waves of strong airflow, which was mixed with highly corrosive green liquid, like a sulfuric acid rain. Holy shield! Officer Huang summoned a translucent light element giant shield with his left hand, blocking the 3 people. Countless corrosive liquids splashed on the light shield, like a sulfuric acid rain violently hitting the glass window, and quickly corroded, evaporating waves of light green poisonous mist, quickly filling the entire corridor. The three people immediately held their breath, and their skin that touched the poisonous mist still felt a burning sensation. Officer Huang did not hesitate at all, and did not consider the consequences at all. He only had one thing in mind now: kill Mishi. Chapter 519. Whether it was the strangulation of level 3 Phantom or the encirclement of level 5 Earth, they were too slow. The longer the delay, the more danger she would face. Officer Huang stood behind the light shield, holding the gun with both hands, and mobilized all the energy in his body without reservation, quickly gathering high-density light elements in the gun barrel. Swish, swish, swish. Countless small light balls were sucked into the gun barrel in an instant, and a stable and dazzling golden light ball was compressed at the muzzle. Woo! The light balls scattered, the light shield shattered, and a huge light element shock wave rushed out of the muzzle. It was like a high-speed train shining with golden light, running through the tunnel of the hospital corridor with all its strength. Pound. At this time, if anyone was outside the building, they could see that the entire inpatient building suddenly dimmed for a second, as if all the lights were sucked away by a black hole. Then, a brilliant golden light exploded on the 5th floor of the hospital building. A huge golden light broke through the side wall, like a laser cannon, shooting into the distance, and soon hit the Green Mountain a few kilometers away, creating a fireball with flames rising into the sky, as if a missile was dropped. Back in the hospital building, the corridor on the 5th floor turned into a scorched tunnel burned by the shock wave of the light element. Fortunately, Pohu used the earth element in time to seal all the doors, elevator entrances, and corridor entrances of the entire floor. In addition, Officer Huang controlled the diameter of the laser cannon, and did not cause harm to innocent people. Officer Huang panted quickly, and looked at Mishi 10 meters away. His pupils trembled. In his imagination, Mishi should be completely melted by the light element. But Mishi was not dead yet. Its head and half of its chest were indeed melted, turning into a half-burned wax figure. But most of its body was still there. It was the phantom that bound its movements that became its hard armor, resisting most of the attacks of the light element. This was something no one had expected. At this moment, Mishi, who was severely injured by Officer Huang, mobilized all the energy in his broken body, and opened a large deformed gap in his abdomen. All the energy of the green death light gathered there, turning into a laser cannon ready to fire. The direction of the muzzle was aimed at the ward on the left, Sushi's ward. Zzz. No! Officer Huang rushed forward. Boom! A huge green death light sprayed out, instantly breaking through the restraints of the phantom, breaking through the cement door blocked by the earth element, and rushed into the ward. Boom! Outside the inpatient building, a green death light broke through the wall, leaving a strange green tail under the bloody sunset, and soon turned into a thin sulfuric acid rain, which was scattered all over the city with the wind. The incident happened suddenly, and Zhonghe, who lacked practical experience, finally came to his senses. He took back the phantom, and Mishi's body lost its life and energy, turned into a pool of rotten meat, and rolled limply on the ground. Officer Huang rushed over, came to the completely destroyed door, and looked inside the ward, if it could still be called a ward. Officer Huang's face was pale, and he walked in slowly. There was a hole with a diameter of 2 meters on the wall of the ward, and She was lying on the bed at this position. Now, they have disappeared, as if they had never existed. Outside the hole in the wall, it was leaching bathed in the sunset, which was unspeakably beautiful. The bloody sunlight shone on Officer Huang's pale face, and the despair in his eyes cooled down a little bit, and then burned again, turning into a raging rage. At this time, Pohu and Zhang Hyuk had already arrived at the ward. Zhang Hyuk was about to say something. Officer Huang turned around and punched Zhang Hyuk in the face, and Zhang Hyuk staggered back. Officer Huang rushed forward and pressed Zhang Hyuk against the wall, with the muzzle of the gun against his chin. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Zhang Hyuk immediately controlled the phantom, wrapped himself up, and put on a black bulletproof vest that was armed to the teeth. However, the level 3 phantom may not be able to defend against the bullets of the level 6 gun god, not to mention the bullets blessed by the level 4 light. Huang Yo, stop it! Pohu shouted. Why are you meddling in other people's business? Officer Huang shouted at Zhang Hyuk. If you hadn't meddled in other people's business, I would have killed it. My wife and children wouldn't have died. If I hadn't restrained it, how would you have had time to kill it? Zhang Hyuk asked back. Then why didn't you take back the phantom in the end? Officer Huang continued to question. I forgot, okay? Zhang Hyuk shouted. I just realized my talent. I have no experience. You are a piece of shit. Officer Huang trembled all over, and he restrained himself from pulling the trigger. Yes. I am a piece of shit. During the Crimson Tide, I couldn't protect my teammates, I could only watch from afar. Now that I have realized the Phantom, I am still a hindrance. John Hyuk blamed himself, and he gritted his teeth, and all the phantoms were taken back from his body. Come on! Shoot this piece of shit out of me! John Hyuk shouted with red eyes. This way you can realize the Phantom and save the world. You are not the only victim. My family of 5 are all dead, my good brothers are all dead. I don't want to live anymore. The anger in Officer Huang's eyes cooled down little by little, and turned into deep self-blame and pain. A few seconds later, he put down his gun, staggered back 2 steps, and looked around the messy ward dejectedly. He sneered, fuck. He quickly raised his pistol and pointed it at his temple. Don't. The monkey was shocked. Bang. The bullet pierced Officer Huang's temple, and a trace of blood splashed out, staining the monkey's old face red. Officer Huang fell to the ground with a muffled sound. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Zhong He was still leaning against the wall, dumbfounded. He stared at the man who died at his feet, and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. The monkey was also stunned. What happened was completely beyond his expectations. It was fine just now. It's been less than a minute. How did it become like this? Did something go wrong? It took a full 10 seconds for the monkey to come back to his senses. He wiped the blood off his face with his withered hands, and looked at John Hyuk. Call the organization and ask someone to come and clean up the mess. Okay. John Hyuk took out his phone. Pooh turned and walked out. I go take a look outside. If there are high-level beasts in this building, especially the Horner, they must be dealt with immediately, otherwise it will be even more troublesome. Pooh was about to go out when a thin figure came over. Pooh was stunned. He had clearly blocked the entrance and exit of the entire floor, so how did she get in? Or maybe you like Luo Si? Hong Xiaoxiao was wearing ill-fitting work clothes, holding the shoulder straps of her bag with both hands, and her smile was a little awkward. Chapter 520. Pooh immediately remembered, you are? That salesman? It's me. Hong Xiaoxiao was still smiling. She leaned forward, stretched her neck, glanced into the ward, and was shocked. Wow, so tragic. Pooh asked in a deep voice, are you an awakener? Monkey, don't be nervous, I'm one of you. Hong Xiaoxiao walked into the ward, tiptoed, and hopped over the gravel on the ground. She looked at Zhong He with a nervous look. Handsome guy, please go out for a while, I save people first, and explain later. Zhong He was a little hesitant, and didn't trust this person very much, but considering that the current situation couldn't be worse, he quickly walked out of the ward. Hong Xiaoxiao walked to the big hole in the wall. The bed disappeared, but half of the bedside table next to it was still left, and the other half was corroded by the green death light. It fell to the ground, and the box of skincare products that Hong Xiaoxiao had sold to Officer Huang rolled to the corner of the wall. It's a blessing in disguise. Hong Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief. If this thing is gone, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do. Hong Xiaoxiao squatted down, stretched out her hands, and placed them on top of the box of skincare products. Crack. The skincare product box immediately disintegrated, and the bottles and jars inside also scattered. In the middle was a Mobius strip made of black gold, about the size of 2 rings. It whooshed back into Hong Xiaoxiao's palm. Hong Xiaoxiao held the Mobius strip with her 2 thumbs, closed her eyes, and concentrated deeply. Buzz. The Mobius strip flashed a strange white light, and then the entire texture changed, melting into a soft white rubber band. Time reset. Hong Xiaoxiao shouted softly, pulling the Mobius ring left and right with both hands, like a twirling rope. The white energy twisted between Hong Xiaoxiao's 10 fingers, and soon it split into countless white filaments. These white filaments flowed and spread as fast as water grass, and soon filled the entire ward and began to repair everything. It was not restored in a reverse way like a movie tape, but a real repair. There was no order priority, and all beings were repaired equally. The walls of the ward, the bed, the furniture, the curtains, and Su Shi's body were all repaired synchronously, turning into a form wrapped in white energy. Her face appeared little by little, and finally she was a complete person. The same was true for Officer Huang's body. It was first wrapped in energy, and the blood amber on the ground quickly disappeared. In about 30 seconds, everything in the ward returned to its original state. Su Shi was still lying on the bed, unharmed, and fell asleep. There was no sign of a bullet piercing Officer Huang's temple. He was lying on the ground, just fainted. He and Su Shi were not resurrected, they just returned to the state 3 minutes ago. The coma was a side effect of time reset. Huh? The Mobius strip in Hong Xiuxia's hand completely disappeared. She was sweating and her bangs were wet. The monkey had gone to clean up the mess. Zhong He, who had witnessed everything outside, walked in and looked at the restored ward in disbelief. How did you do it? He. Seeing this handsome guy coming in, Hong Xiaoxiao immediately patted her butt and stood up. Her voice was both enthusiastic and nervous. Hello, my name is Hong Xiaoxiao. My surface identity is a salesman intern, and my real identity is the deputy team leader of the Qilin Union Suzaku Group. I just joined last month. I am a newly awakened person, with the talent game player, serial number 16, Miracle System. After listening to Hong Xiuxia's sincere introduction, Zhong He also began to introduce himself. I am Zhong He, deputy leader of Group 6 of Baichuan Group. I have the talents of Phantom and Clairaudience. Yes, I know you. Hong Xiaoxiao blinked her big eyes. I have seen the basic files of all awakened people, and your ID photos are on them. Hong Xiaoxiao is a bit of a fangirl, and she is impressed by handsome guys, especially young handsome guys. She has a little notebook in her mind. The handsome guys of Qilin Union include the 7 Shadow Elders, the handsome guys of the 12 Zodiac signs include Dragon and Tengu, and the handsome guy of Baichuan Group is Zhong He in front of her. Among them, Hong Xiaoxiao is most impressed by Zhong He because she likes handsome guys with small eyes. Are you the person sent by Qilin Union to monitor sushi? Zhong He asked. Yes. Hong Xiaoxiao did not hide it. Elder Zhuke said that the fighting power here is sufficient. I have special abilities, and I am responsible for the backup. I didn't expect that I would use them right after I came here. Can you revive others? Zhong He stared at Hong Xiaoxiao, making her feel a little embarrassed. No. Hong Xiaoxiao was a newcomer, and had no defense. Seeing the handsome guy, she couldn't control her mouth. The main ability of game players is to save and load files. I marked this ward half an hour ago. After that, this space will automatically save every 3 minutes. This is also the limit of a level 3 game player. Zhong He suddenly realized, I understand. You were just loading the file, making everything that happened in this room return to the state 3 minutes ago? Yes. Hong Xiaoxiao smiled. I'm so lucky. If Officer Huang hadn't committed suicide in the room, or if he hadn't asked me to buy skincare products before, I wouldn't have found a chance to mark it, and I wouldn't have been able to load the file. Zhong He broke out in a cold sweat. This is too dangerous. Hong Xiaoxiao is so lucky. Is this the aura of a novice? However, I can't use this ability on them in the next 3 days. Teacher Su will rely on you to protect her. Zhong He nodded, walked over, helped the unconscious Officer Huang to the ground, and put him on a chair beside him. He turned around, looking serious. Hong Xiaoxiao, I owe you a favor today. Oh, you're welcome, it's my job. Hong Xiaoxiao smiled and pushed away the hair that blocked her eyes. By the way, do you want to try our skincare products? Zhong He was stunned. Hong Xiaoxiao stood on tiptoe and approached Zhong He. Although your skin is very good, it is dry. When you get older, dry lines will easily appear. If you don't take good care of it, it won't work. Our company happens to have a moisturizing mask that is suitable for your skin. If you use it with other skincare products, the effect will be, I will buy 3 sets first and find you after I use them up. Zhong He was too lazy to listen, and took out his mobile phone to scan the code. Ah? Buy 3 sets, how much? Oh, okay, I give it to you right away, and you can get 20% off for 3 sets. Let me see, wait a minute. Hong Xiaoxiao hurriedly lowered her head, and rummaged through her bag. Hong Xiaoxiao was so happy. He didn't even listen to my introduction of the product, and he wanted 3 sets. How come another kind person came? I am so lucky. No, luck is also a part of strength. It feels like it is not a dream for me to become a gold medal salesperson. Chapter 521. At 3 a.m. the next day, Gao Yang's lie detector cooldown period ended. Gao Yang immediately went to the intensive care unit, had another conversation with Ke, and tested her with a lie detector. The result was, Ke didn't lie, and her attitude was kind. It was incredible, she was kind. It seemed that Ke really had lost her memory, and had forgotten everything, even who she was, and her nature should not be bad. Gao Yang walked out of the ward and told Zhuke the result, and Zhuke looked as expected. What do you think? Zhuke stood by the window, holding a cup of milk tea in her hand, and the cold moonlight illuminated half of her face. To be honest, she should light a cigarette at this time, which would be more stylish. You can try Lu Qingying, Gao Yang said. Zhuke was thoughtful. Lu Qingying's beautiful dream was not a secret. She had also heard a little about the mechanism that the first dream invasion would trigger a subconscious nightmare. That makes sense. Maybe we can find some clues in the subconscious nightmare. Zhuke nodded and made a decision. Okay, I lock her up first and try all kinds of methods. Okay, let me know if there's any progress. Gao Yang had just finished speaking when the phone rang. Gao Yang saw that it was Officer Huang calling, and he picked up the phone immediately. Hello? Gao Yang, I have something to tell you. Officer Huang's voice was a little tired. I should have said it earlier, but things are a bit complicated. We have only taken a break from the aftermath until now, and Hong Xiaoxiao hasn't had time to report to Zhuke. Hong Xiaoxiao. A new recruit recruited by the Zhuke team, with a high talent and a miracle system. Gao Yang has some impression of him. What's wrong? Gao Yang asked, is there anything wrong with you? Something happened, but it was a close call. Officer Huang smiled bitterly. I remember that college student named Mishi was your roommate. Yes. Gao Yang was startled and immediately had a bad feeling. What happened to him? He came to visit my wife this evening, and as a result... Officer Huang paused. He woke up and is a parasite, very strong. Gao Yang's heart sank suddenly, and he didn't say anything. We handled it. Officer Huang said apologetically, your condolences. Okay, got it. Officer Huang hung up the phone. Gao Yang was still holding the phone, standing there, not knowing what to do for a while. On the phone, Gao Yang could feel that Officer Huang was not in a good state, but he didn't seem to want to say more. Gao Yang himself was also shocked by the bad news about Mishi, and had no time to care. What's wrong? Zhuke walked over. Gao Yang slowly turned around and took back his phone. Hong Xiaoxiao will report to you. Suzaku sighed, guessing that it must be some troublesome things again. She was too lazy to ask again. Anyway, she would know sooner or later, so it's better to know later. Do you have any cigarettes? Gao Yang asked Suzaku. Ah? Suzaku thought he had heard it wrong. Give me one. Gao Yang felt a little stuffy in his chest, and wanted to do something. Suzaku took out the cigarette box from his pocket. Gao Yang was about to take it, but Suzaku suddenly took it back, with a slight smile on his face. Gao Yang's hand was in the air, and he looked at her in confusion. Believe me, sister, smoking can't solve any problems. It will only make you develop bad habits that hurt your body. Suzaku stepped forward and patted Gao Yang on the shoulder. Don't thank me. Duh. Suzaku walked away in red stilettos. At noon, Gao Yang returned to the university dormitory. Lin Dajian and Chiu played games until midnight last night, and woke up at this time. Lin Dajian, who was in a muscular body, was wearing a large vest and shorts, and flip-flops on his feet, and was rinsing his mouth. Chiu was still lazing in bed, with his legs between the quilt, turning on the vibrato on his phone, and watching the dance video of the young lady. Did you go home to sleep again yesterday? Lin Dajian asked Gao Yang incoherently while brushing his teeth. Yes. Gao Yang forced a smile. Oh, it's good to be close to home. Lin Dajian spit a mouthful of toothpaste foam into the wash basin. Where is Lao Shi? Why didn't I see him last night? I don't know, I didn't see him either. Gao Yang lied. Oh, Lao Shi is a very sultry guy. Maybe he secretly got a girlfriend behind our backs. Chiu, who was on the upper bunk, turned over. Who knows what girl he went to the small hotel with last night? I have to interrogate him later. Ha, yes. Gao Yang still smiled. No, you can't interrogate him. Mishi is a mutated and powerful parasite. He woke up, and was dealt with by us awakeners. He disappeared from this world completely. Maybe tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow at the latest, the police will come to investigate and tell us that Mishi is missing. We can't find him anywhere, and our phone can't be reached. We will worry about Mishi and ask around. The next week will be the most difficult time for us, but within half a month, we will slowly accept the fact that Mishi is completely missing. In the next few months, Mishi will still be one of our important topics. We think of him from time to time and wonder, where did Mishi go? Pessimistic people will think that he is dead, murdered, or committed suicide, but they won't say it. Optimists think that he might be like the protagonist in The Star and the Six Coppers. After 20 years of thrift, hard work and extreme self-discipline, he suddenly got tired and could not find the meaning of life, so he left, changed his identity, and started a second life that was crazy, decadent, or wonderful. In the end, Mishi's matter will pass, and we will forget him. 10 minutes later, Lin Dajian and Chiu got up to have lunch. Gao Yang said that he had eaten and stayed in the dormitory. Bang. The dormitory door closed, leaving the whole room in silence. The sun at noon was direct light, which could not shine into the window, and the dormitory was a little dim. Gao Yang looked up and took a look at the study table under Mishi's bed, which was piled high with textbooks and reference books, a closed brand-name laptop, a small rechargeable desk lamp for staying up late, a glass kettle with a lid, and a box of cooling oil. When staying up late to study, Mishi would twist open the cooling oil and apply a little on his philtrum to wake up his brain and refresh himself as soon as he felt sleepy. The smell of the cooling oil was very strong and filled the air. Xiao complained about it several times and asked him to drink coffee instead. Every time, Mishi just smiled apologetically and continued to use it next time he stayed up late because the cooling oil was cheap. Gao Yang got up and sat down in front of Mishi's study table. There were various notes and forms on the wall behind the table. There were course schedules, calendars, weekly study plans, monthly study plans, semester goals, and some self-encouragement mottos. Why sleep for a long time when you are alive? You will sleep for a long time after you die. It is not that you persist when you see hope, but that you will see hope when you persist. Even if you are a bug in the gutter, don't forget to look up at the stars. Gao Yang looked at them one by one, and his chest was stuffy. He took a deep breath and kept telling himself. The one who gets up on time every morning, takes the initiative to clean the dormitory every day, helps everyone to pick up the shoes that are scattered around, the one who brings meals to roommates and remembers everyone's taste without being reminded, the one who always helps roommates with homework for free and patiently teaches them more than 10 times when they encounter questions that they don't understand. The one who always orders less when roommates treat him to a meal despite financial constraints and always asks everyone to order more when it's his turn to treat, the boy who looks unconfident and often evades, but if you look directly into his eyes, you can see the gentleness and kindness in his heart. He doesn't want to be a bug at the mercy of others anymore. He goes to look up at the stars. Gao Yang, no need to be sad, bless him. Chapter 522. The day after Mishir disappeared, the police came to investigate. Xiao and Lin Daijian were shocked at first, and then they were anxious. They looked for her everywhere, but found nothing. Gao Yang cooperated with the acting during the day, and carried out the work of the Patsong group as usual at night. In a blink of an eye, it was next Tuesday. At 4:30 p.m., Shanxing District, Zhou Gold Shop. Gao Yang and Qing Ling were wearing black and white couple sweatshirts and standing on the street outside the gold shop. The two looked serious, as if they were about to go to the battlefield. Are you ready? Qing Ling asked. Okay. Gao Yang took a deep breath and suddenly thought of something. Wait. What? Qing Ling looked sideways. Well, can you change the way to rate your girlfriend's salary? Gao Yang asked. Why? Because it's a little expensive. Gao Yang smiled bitterly and told the truth. Gao Yang thought it wouldn't cost much, but he never expected that the frequency of acting coquettishly, holding hands, and hugging last time was too high. When he received the bill said by Qing Ling, his jaw was almost dislocated in shock. He had lost a month's salary. Gao Yang didn't feel bad about the money. After all, the previous salary of 200 Jinwu coins had been paid out. But it was still early for him to pay wages next month, and the current small treasury was a little empty. Let's do this. Gao Yang said, I will directly calculate it for you on a daily basis, 20 Jinwu coins a day, and I will treat you to meals whenever I have time. Qing Ling nodded. Okay, I have no problem, I asked my sister. Qing Ling closed his eyes for half a minute, opened them. My sister said it's okay. Today I will only charge you half a day. 10 Jinwu coins will be enough. But I have another request here. I will take the initiative later. You just need to cooperate. Gao Yang immediately understood what Qing Ling meant. All intimate behaviors were performed by her according to the actual situation, and I just needed to cooperate. Qing Ling was probably afraid that I would take advantage of the unlimited number of times, and keep taking advantage of her. Oh, who do you think I am? Deal? Gao Yang smiled. Qing Ling smoothed her long hair back with both hands, took Gao Yang's arm intimately, and walked towards the gold shop. Welcome. The young shopping guide at the door took the initiative to open the glass door for them with a warm smile. Gao Yang and Qing Ling saw Lin Yu in the store at a glance. Mom! Gao Yang shouted. Auntie. Qing Ling smiled sweetly and waved. Lin Yu was wearing the uniform red slim dress and black high heels in the store, with a black silk scarf tied around her neck. Her hair was dignified and her makeup was elegant. She stood at the counter and introduced a gold bracelet to a middle-aged aunt dressed elegantly. When she heard Gao Yang's voice, she immediately looked up at the door, surprised and happy. Lin Yu smiled apologetically, handed the customer to the young colleague next to her, and walked over with small steps. Yang Qing Ling, why are you here? Lin Yu asked with a smile. We didn't have classes in the afternoon, so we came here while shopping. Gao Yang said. Sister Lin, this handsome boy, could he be your son? A short-haired shopping guide in her 30s looked at Gao Yang. Lin Yu smiled and nodded. Gao Yang, this is Sister Li. Hello, Sister Li. Gao Yang greeted Qing Ling together. This is Xiaoling, Yang Yang's girlfriend, and they are classmates. Lin Yu introduced. Oh, what a perfect match. Sister Li greeted her warmly and went to work. Mom, I actually want to buy Xiaoling a ring as a birthday present. Gao Yang explained his purpose. Ring? Lin Yu was a little surprised. Where does her son get so much money? Gold rings are very expensive. Gao Yang guessed her mother's thoughts and immediately explained. I want to buy a silver ring. Do you have it here? Silver rings, there are, but there are not many styles. Lin Yu smiled. I show you around. There are some discounts for employees' families. Lin Yu took Gao Yang and Qing Ling to a glass counter near the corner, where a small amount of silver jewelry was placed. Qing Ling leaned over and carefully selected through the glass cabinet. Her mother carefully recommended it to her, and took it out for Qing Ling to try on from time to time. How is it? Qing Ling put on a simple silver ring, and turned it in front of Gao Yang. It looks good, Gao Yang said. Auntie, try it on too, I compare it. Qing Ling's acting was natural, and took off the silver ring. Okay. Lin Yu took the ring, and put it on her ring finger. It's quite suitable, Auntie. Your hands are so beautiful. You can be a hand model, Qing Ling said. Haha, you are still so sweet. Lin Yu smiled, and took off the silver ring. After that, Qing Ling chose for a while, and asked Lin Yu to wear it several times. Finally, Qing Ling chose a classic style, and Gao Yang paid for it. The two said goodbye to Lin Yu, walked out of the gold shop, turned left at the first intersection, and Qing Ling let go of Gao Yang's arm. On the side of the road, Gao Shou had been waiting for a long time. He walked up to him quickly. How is it? Is it going well? It's going well. Gao Yang smiled and glanced at Qing Ling. I got the ring size. I don't know about the style, you asked Qing Ling. There are two types that Auntie likes very much. I took pictures, and sent them to Uncle on WeChat later. Qing Ling smiled. When you buy a diamond ring later, choose according to these two types. Okay. Gao Shou smiled. I knew you two were reliable. Gao Shou thought for a moment and asked again, Are you hungry? Gao Yang and Qing Ling looked at each other and nodded. They had a casual lunch and were really hungry. Come on, I treat you to hamburgers. The three of them walked into a hamburger restaurant and chose a seat by the window. Dad ordered a family pot. Eat more, I order more if it's not enough. Gao Shou brought a full plate of fast food and was in a good mood. You two have done a great job today. Now everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. I will ask you for help when the time comes. No problem. Qing Ling nodded, looking quite expectant. Gao Yang thought it was better to have less trouble than more, so he didn't tell Gao Shou that he and Qing Ling were fake lovers at the beginning, and Qing Ling continued to maintain the persona of a gentle girlfriend. Huh? Why is there one less straw? Gao Shou got up and went to the counter to get a straw. Qing Ling's sweet smile was retracted in a second. She didn't even look at Gao Yang and focused on eating the food. She opened the small red box, picked up a French fry, and looked at Gao Yang. Why are you standing there? Gao Yang immediately tore open a packet of ketchup. Qing Ling dipped a little and took a small bite. Qing Ling picked up a glass of iced cola and looked at Gao Yang again. Gao Yang immediately tore open the packaging bag of the straw and inserted the straw into the cola cup in her hand. Qing Ling drank a sip with satisfaction, and Gao Shou came back. Gao Yang sneered in his heart. A gentleman's revenge is not even 10 seconds late. Xiaoling, I want to eat grilled wings. Qing Ling smiled like a flower, quickly picked up a grilled wing, and put it to Gao Yang's mouth. Come, I feed you. Gao Yang took a bite, and looked at the Coke in Qing Ling's hand, a little thirsty. Qing Ling quickly handed the Coke over. Here, drink this. Gao Yang took a big sip, refreshed and in a good mood. Haha, you two have a good relationship. Gao Shou was very relieved. It's okay. Qing Ling smiled on his face, but stepped hard on Gao Yang under the table. Sometimes we quarrel. Chapter 523. Gao Yang felt so much pain that he almost couldn't cry out. He hurriedly looked for a tissue to wipe his mouth and covered it. Haha, that's normal. Relationships need to be adjusted, and quarrels are also a form of communication, Gao Shou said. Dad, are you really going to propose to Mom on our anniversary? Gao Yang changed the subject. Of course. Gao Shou was very serious. Why do you suddenly want to do this? Gao Yang asked. It's not sudden. I've been thinking about this for a long time. Gao Shou said, as if it was a matter of course. Then he sighed with a sense of guilt. When we were young, there was no such thing as a proposal. We got married in a hurry. After marriage, we gave birth to you and Xin. We were busy making money to support the family. Now it's been a blink of an eye. You know your mother's temper. Even if she wants something in her heart, she will never say it out loud. She has always been very particular about the sense of ceremony. This proposal ceremony is something I owe her. It is also a regret in my heart. Gao Shou took a sip of the drink and looked at Gao Yang. Son, I don't think I have ever told you how your mother and I got together. Together. I did? Gao Yang deliberately said, you are fast, accurate, and ruthless, and you can control my mother in one go. Puff. Gao Shou almost spit out a mouthful of coke. Cough, cough, you little brat. I was just bragging, and you took it seriously. Qing Ling's eyes lit up without knowing when. Uncle, tell me about it, I want to hear it. Ha ha, okay. Gao Shou put down the coke, rubbed his nose, and boasted, my fate with Lin Yu is so great that even love movies dare not shoot it like this. Gao Shou lives in the countryside. Thanks to the relationship of his father, Gao Yang's grandfather, as friend, he entered the local textile factory after graduating from junior high school. Although his grandmother wanted Gao Shou to continue to go to high school, Gao Shou, despite his intelligence, did not like to study. Moreover, being able to work in a textile factory, as a worker in those days, was a long-awaited iron rice bowl for many people. Gao Shou's brother also joined the textile factory as soon as he graduated. The work in the textile factory was done in 3 shifts, but Gao Shou was a relative and had his brother to take care of him, so he did not have to work the night shift. He worked from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day, going from the factory to the canteen and the dormitory. His life was so regular that it was boring. Gao Shou had dinner in the canteen every day, and then followed a few workers to a small shop opened by an old woman in the town outside the factory. The young people did not do anything. Each of them bought a bottle of soda and some snacks such as melon seeds and peanuts, and squatted on the curb outside the shop to look at beautiful women. Across the street from the shop was the only high school in the town. Gao Shou and a few others waited for the high school students to finish school and look at the female high school students. Several people picked beautiful female high school students to appreciate and privately named and scored them. Isn't this just a second-rate person? Gao Yang heard this with a look of disgust. You are the second-rate person, your whole family is. Gao Shou realized that something was wrong and immediately shut up. Your dad has a serious job. I'm tired after a day of work. What's wrong with looking at young and beautiful high school girls? They are 17 or 18 years old, young men with full blood and vigor. It's normal for them to be curious about the opposite sex. We didn't flirt with them. We didn't even dare to whistle. We just looked at them from a distance. How come you say they are second-rate people? Okay, I'm wrong, Dad. Don't get excited. Gao Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Qing Ling was also laughing on the side. Xiaoling Gao Shou glanced at Qing Ling. Gao Yang's mother was as beautiful as you back then, tall and thin, fair and clean, with long black hair. However, her personality was not as cheerful as yours. She was very silent, always with a cold face. We all called her Snowman. Every time Lin Yu appeared, Gao Shou's colleagues would push Gao Shou. Old Gao, look, your snowman is out. Gao Shou, squatting on the side of the road, forgot to drink his soda, biting the straw, staring at Lin Yu in the crowd. In summer, high school girls wear white shirts and blue skirts, and Lin Yu stands out among them. She has long hair and a big braid. She usually goes home from school with 2 female classmates, always walking in the inner position. She nodded slightly, didn't talk much, and occasionally smiled stiffly when the 2 classmates laughed and played. Every time Lin Yu smiled, Gao Shou's heart was like the lake surface brushed by the spring breeze, gently rippling. In his fantasy, Gao Shou had approached Lin Yu countless times, making her smile with his cool and humorous manner. In reality, Gao Shou just squatted on the curb, watching her and her classmates carrying their school bags after school, and disappeared at the intersection in a short while. Occasionally, she would stay at a roadside snack stand or stationery store with her classmates for a while, which was an extra benefit for Gao Shou. Gao Shou squatted for a year. After the initial novelty wore off, Gao Shou's colleagues rarely came. They preferred to go to the dance hall to dance disco, and meet some unrestrained and passionate social girls. They imitated the stars in magazines, wearing floral shirts and bell-bottom pants, putting mousse on their hair, smoking, drinking and dating. Gao Shou has a good appearance, and occasionally goes to the dance hall with his colleagues. Many girls are interested in him. But Gao Shou is unmoved because he has someone in his heart, that is the snowman who has never spoken to him. Even if no one is with him, he will still go to the small store on time every day, drink a bottle of soda, wait for Lin Yu to finish school, and then watch her leave. Dad, you are a pervert. You didn't follow her directly later? Gao Yang became more and more disappointed as he listened. I hope it's not that my dad followed my mom, and then accidentally saved the beauty and promised her something like that. Gao Yang didn't want to listen anymore. In your eyes, your dad is such a person? Gao Shou was very excited. Besides, there is communication between me and your mom, not just one-sided. Uncle, ignore Gao Yang, continue. Qing Ling was already listening attentively. Gao Shou continued to recall. Back then, he was able to persist for a year, not entirely wishful thinking. Because Gao Shou found that every time after school, Lin Yu would always look at him when she walked out of the school gate. At first, Gao Shou thought he was overthinking, but later, he was sure that Lin Yu really noticed him. Every day after school, she would pretend to stroke her hair casually, then raise her head and look at Gao Shou just a glance. Then she would pretend that nothing happened, go out of school with her classmates, and disappear at the corner of the street. Later one day, Gao Shou was delayed by something and came 10 minutes late. When he rushed to the store, Lin Yu had already finished school. Gao Shou still had a fluke. Maybe Lin Yu would also finish class late today. As a result, of course, he didn't wait. Gao Shou was depressed and just wanted to leave. It suddenly rained heavily. Gao Shou was trapped and went to a small store to buy a bottle of soda and waited for the rain to stop. The old lady who was watching the store was thin and small, and a little old. Her face was full of wrinkles. She sat on a small bamboo stool, holding a tattered palm leaf fan and shooing away flies from the shelves. Gao Shou came every day, so they knew each other naturally. But on weekdays, the old lady was busy with business, so Gao Shou would only stay for 10 minutes and then leave, so they rarely communicated. Today, a heavy rain trapped Gao Shou, and there was no one else in the store. The old lady took the initiative to ask cheerfully, "Young man, you come here at this time every day, drink a bottle of soda and leave. Is the soda in my store so delicious?" "Grandma, the soda in your store is different from that of other stores. It has a kind of magic. If I don't drink it for a day, I will feel uncomfortable and lose my energy to work." Gao Shou lied without blushing or beating his heart. "Oh, I am old, but I am not confused." The old lady smiled. "It's not my soda that is magic, I'm afraid it's the girl from the school opposite." Chapter 524. Gao Shou was exposed and felt very embarrassed. He subconsciously defended himself. The old woman was smart. Gao Shou had to admit it when he saw that he couldn't fool her. "Look at you. You are so tall, but you have been squatting here for almost a year. You don't even dare to come forward and say a word to me. You are a coward." The old woman did not hide her disgust. "We are spiritual friends. By Latu, you don't understand," Gao Shou said stubbornly. "You are stubborn." The old woman was curious. What does that girl look like? Maybe I know her. Is it true? Gao Shou was skeptical. I have been running the store here for more than 10 years. I dare not say that I know all the students across the street, but I know half of them. The old woman was quite proud. Gao Shou was skeptical, but he still described Lin Yu's appearance. The old woman thought about it carefully and said, "The girl you mentioned is called Lin Yu. She sometimes comes to my shop with her classmates to buy food. I have some impression of her." "Haha, isn't she beautiful?" Gao Shou was quite proud, as if he was proud of it. "It's just like that, with a bitter face." The old woman didn't seem to like it. "You don't understand. That's called temperament." Gao Shou was very excited. "If you say it is, then it is." The old woman didn't argue. She looked at the heavy rain outside, turned around and went to the store to pick up a black umbrella. "This rain won't stop for a while. I don't have much business here. I'm closing the shop and going home." Gao Shou looked at the sky. "It's raining heavily, Grandma. Where do you live? I take you there, don't fall." "Uh-huh." The old woman looked at Gao Shou. "I see that you don't want to get drunk in the bar. Do you want me to help you get a connection?" "What are you talking about, mother-in-law?" Gao Shou smiled frankly and embarrassedly. "You want to introduce me to someone, but I don't have the courage to meet you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have stayed here for a year." "Uh-huh." The old woman handed him an umbrella. "Then I trouble you." "It's okay, I'm free anyway." Gao Shou helped the old woman close the wooden door of the small shop, held the umbrella, and sent the old woman back home. The old woman lived in a rammed earth house at the foot of the mountain outside the town. It was a long way to go through a farmland. Gao Shou sent the old woman to the door of her house. The old woman said it was raining heavily and invited him to sit in the house and drink some tea. Gao Shou thought that he didn't have to work the night shift and had plenty of time, so he agreed. When the old woman opened the door, Gao Shou was dumbfounded. There was an old atemortal table and several wooden chairs in the living room, and a girl was doing homework at the desk. She faced the door sideways, with a thin figure, long black hair spread smoothly, fair skin, and a quiet temperament. It was Lin Yu, whom he had secretly loved for a year. Lin Yu looked up and saw the old woman, then looked at Gao Shou behind her. She stood up defensively for a moment, frowning slightly. "Grandma, who is he?" "Ha ha ha." Qing Ling heard this, and laughed a little gloatingly. "Why is it a little funny?" "Hee hee, now I think about it, I also think it's a little funny." Gao Shou took a bite of French fries. "But at that time, I was really dumbfounded, and I wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Grandma Lin Yu insisted on thanking me for sending her home and letting me have dinner at her house. In fact, I had eaten a meal in the cafeteria, and I had another meal. I listened to Grandma Lin Yu talk a lot, and learned a lot about Lin Yu. Oh, what a miserable life." Gao Shou sighed. Lin Yu's parents divorced when she was a child. Her mother ran away with her lover, and her father was a gambler. The family's savings and house were all lost, and he was in debt and ran away in the end. Lin Yu lived with her grandmother from a very young age, and the two depended on each other for survival. Her grandmother was old, and she left a small shop in the town and opened a small shop, which was the only income for the family. After Lin Yu went to high school, her grandmother was afraid that Lin Yu's classmates would know that her family was not well off and would laugh at her, so she asked Lin Yu not to say hello to her after school and pretend not to know her. Lin Yu was also obedient. Every time she came out of school, she would only look at the small shop across the intersection and her grandmother. Gao Shou said this and rubbed his nose again. "Hey, I was really self-indulgent back then, thinking that she was looking at me." Gao Shou continued to recall. After dinner that day, Lin Yu and Gao Shou were very shy, but with the matchmaking of their grandmother, the two still became friends. Grandma did this out of selfishness. The old lady has always been in poor health, and no one knows when she will die. Through her observations over this period of time, Grandma thinks Gao Shou is a good guy. Most importantly, his family is well off, his parents are still alive, and Gao Shou has a good job. If Lin Yu is also interested in Gao Shou, when she graduates, Grandma can rest assured to entrust Lin Yu to her. If Lin Yu is not interested in Gao Shou, then making a friend like Gao Shou will give her more care in the future. Another point is that Lin Yu is getting more and more beautiful now. When she goes home from school, she is occasionally harassed by some young people from society, which makes Grandma very worried, so she wants Gao Shou to be Lin Yu's bodyguard. When the grandmother expressed this meaning tactfully, Gao Shou felt a surge of passion, as if he had transformed into a loyal knight, and agreed immediately. Lin Yu was very angry. She thought that the grandmother was acting on her own. It was a different era, and she still had this bad habit, marrying her to any man she could find. She threw down her bowl and chopsticks, rushed back to her room, and slammed the door. Gao Shou was deflated for a moment. It seemed that Lin Yu not only had no good feelings for him, but also a little disgusted. But the grandmother comforted him. Xiao Yu is like this, she doesn't trust people easily, but once she believes, she will recognize it. Young man, if you are serious, you have to show your sincerity and perseverance. That night, Gao Shou returned to the factory dormitory, and didn't fall asleep all night. His mind was full of Lin Yu. Finally, he made up his mind that he would show his sincerity and perseverance. The next day, after get off work, he hurriedly ate his meal and ran to Lin Yu's grandmother's store again. Gao Shou said this, put down the fries in his hand, lowered his head, and sighed deeply. What happened? Qing Ling listened attentively, and also guessed the direction behind. Auntie's grandmother. Did something happen? Gao Shou nodded, dead. When Gao Shou rushed over, the small town intersection in the evening was full of people and cars. Gao Shou's heart sank, and he immediately rushed over, pushed through the crowd and took a look, and was stunned. A coal-loaded tricycle rushed into the small store, smashing the container into pieces, and the ground was full of broken glass and household coal. Outside the door was Lin Yu's grandmother. She was bleeding and lying on the ground, and had just been rescued by passers-by. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! At this time, Lin Yu, who had just finished school, also saw that something happened here, rushed into the crowd, and saw the dying old man on the ground at a glance. Grandma! Lin Yu shouted and rushed over, knelt down with a plop, and wanted to help her grandmother. Don't touch her. Don't hurt her anymore, just let her lie there. The enthusiastic uncle beside pulled Lin Yu. Grandma. Lin Yu burst into tears. She turned around and grabbed the enthusiastic uncle's leg. Save her. Save my grandma. I only have this one relative. I can't live without her. Classmate, don't panic. I've called an ambulance. It'd be here soon. Gao Shou was stunned. The world was spinning. His ears were buzzing, and he felt like he was dreaming. This old man with gray hair, a kind smile, always wearing a three-quarter-sleeved lotus green old man shirt, holding an old cattail leaf fan in his hand, and every time he sold peanuts, he would give him an extra handful. I joked with him yesterday, invited him home for dinner, held his hand with earnest words, and talked to him a lot alone. How could it become like this after just one day? Her face was ashen, blood was oozing from the corners of her mouth, her whole body was stained with blood, and she lay on the ground motionless. Chapter 525. That was the first time Gao Shou deeply realized how fragile life is, and how unpredictable fate is. Later, Gao Shou learned that a coal-loaded tricycle made a sharp turn in a hurry to avoid a child who suddenly ran out of the road and crashed into a small shop on the roadside. The owner of the small shop happened to be sitting at the door of the shop, which led to the tragedy. And the reason why she sat at the door was because the high school across the road was out of school, and she wanted to see her granddaughter. I still remember that the ambulance came soon and took Lin Yu's grandmother away, and Lin Yu also got on the car. Gao Shou's voice was very heavy. I heard later that her grandmother died before she was sent to the hospital. Before she died, she kept holding Lin Yu's hand and wanted to speak, but she couldn't say anything. Gao Yang and Qing Ling didn't know what to say for a while, so they could only continue to listen. The story continues. In the next few days, Lin Yu didn't come to school, and she was dealing with her grandmother's funeral. Overnight, the whole school knew about it. The classmates were all saying, "This cold and beautiful girl Lin Yu actually came from a poor family. She depended on her grandmother for life." Because of vanity, she pretended not to know her grandmother after school every day. Now, her grandmother had an accident, and she became an orphan. Her aunt came to her and said that she would take away her grandmother's rammed earth house and the small shop in the town, and she was arguing about her grandmother's inheritance. Gao Shou didn't care about these. He would come to wait for Lin Yu to finish school after get off work every day, and then keep a distance from her, silently send her home, and make sure that she was not entangled by social youth along the way. After arriving home safely, Gao Shou left. Because this was the agreement between him and Lin Yu's grandmother. Lin Yu knew that Gao Shou secretly picked her up from school every day, but she never went up to talk to Gao Shou, and didn't even look at him, as if they were just strangers. Gao Shou had no complaints about this. He even thought that he was partly responsible for the death of Lin Yu's grandmother. If he had come earlier, he might have saved everything. Lin Yu hated him, and it was right. In a blink of an eye, high school graduation. On the evening of the day after the college entrance examination, Gao Shou sent Lin Yu home for the last time. That day, Gao Shou thought that Lin Yu would walk into the house without looking back and close the door as usual. However, Lin Yu stood on the path in the field, looked at the rammed earth house not far away, and stopped. Gao Shou will never forget that summer evening, the fresh air in the countryside after a shower, the sunset glow on the horizon was flushed, the frogs in the field were noisy, and the warm evening breeze dried the sweat on his skin, sticky and itchy. Gao Shou stopped and looked at Lin Yu's back from more than 10 meters away. During that half-minute of silence, he didn't know what Lin Yu was thinking. He didn't know that the decision Lin Yu made next changed his life, and even the fate of the world. Lin Yu took off the school bag on her back and threw it into the field. She turned around. Her eyes were more determined and passionate than ever before. She walked quickly towards Gao Shou, and Gao Shou's heartbeat accelerated. For a moment, he was at a loss and just stood there stupidly. "Do you like me?" Lin Yu came to Gao Shou and stared into his eyes. "Ah?" Gao Shou was startled. I made an appointment with your grandmother to protect you, so I send you every day, but if you don't hate me, we can start as friends. I like you," Lin Yu said. Gao Shou was stunned. Lin Yu took a step forward, stood on tiptoe, stretched out her hand to hook Gao Shou's neck and kissed him. In those 2 seconds, Gao Shou felt that he was dead, and the world did not exist. 2 seconds later, Gao Shou came back to life, and the world reappeared. In the dusk, Lin Yu's long black hair was blown by the wind, and the black eyes were dancing with star-like light, which was incredibly beautiful. Lin Yu's voice was flat. "This house is returned to my aunt, and I have no home. Can I go home with you? I will find a job tomorrow, and we will get married when we are old enough. I want to give you a child. Grandma wants me to be happy, and we will definitely be happy." Gao Shou finally came back to his senses. Pa! Gao Shou slapped himself hard, trembling and saying, I'm not dreaming. I'm not dreaming. Lin Yu still looked cold. She stared at Gao Shou. A few seconds later, she laughed, tears in her eyes. Gao Shou, you are really stupid. I like this about you. Gao Shou finished, still a little embarrassed. Haha, it's embarrassing to talk about this in front of my son. Gao Yang was listening attentively. No, is it over? What happened next? You took my mother away like this. Will Grandpa and Grandma agree to go home? Yes, I took your mom home. After your Grandpa and Grandma listened to me and explained the whole story, they agreed immediately. Dad laughed, especially your Grandpa. He pulled me back to the room that night and told me that such a pie in the sky doesn't happen often. I must seize it well. After that, your Grandpa had a drink with his friends and gave a red envelope. Your mom soon went to work in the factory. Your mom is beautiful and educated. There are many people in the factory who like her. They can line up from the cafeteria to the dormitory. 2 years later, the factory closed down due to poor performance, and everyone was laid off. Your grandfather was in poor health and had a serious illness, and all our family assets were gone. There were several big bosses who pursued Lin Yu at that time, but she never left me and got married to me. At that time, the conditions were not good, and we didn't have a wedding, let alone a proposal ceremony, and we didn't even have a wedding ring. In order to take care of your grandfather, we couldn't go to the big city to work, so we opened a small shop to support our family. A year later, I got pregnant with you, and then your sister. You know what happened next. Gao Shou sighed again. Over the years, your mother has paid too much for this family. If it weren't for me, she could have lived a better life. Uncle. Qing Ling looked at Gao Shou. Don't have such thoughts. Since Auntie chose you, it means that this is the best life she thinks. Gao Shou was stunned, and then smiled. Xiaoling is right. Qing Ling also smiled. Uncle, don't worry, this plan will definitely succeed. Ha ha. I feel relieved when you say that. Gao Shou was very happy. By the way, Gao Shou remembered something again, opened his collar, and took off a white round jade pendant from his neck. The texture was bright, the pattern was simple, and it was very old. Gao Yang knew that his father always kept this jade pendant with him, and it was said to keep him safe. Son, this jade pendant was given to me by Lin Yu's grandmother. Gao Shou touched the jade pendant in his hand, feeling very emotional. Sometimes people really can't explain it. Back then, her grandmother seemed to have foreseen that her end was coming, so she was anxious to entrust Lin Yu to me. She asked me to accept this first, saying that if we were together, this would be Lin Yu's dowry, and if we were not together, it would be a thank you gift for taking care of Lin Yu. When I wear this jade pendant, I feel that her grandmother is still blessing our family. Gao Shou said. Gao Yang reached out to take it. Gao Shou quickly retracted his hand. What are you doing? You said so much, aren't you going to pass it on to me? Gao Yang looked as if it was a matter of course. This is how they act on TV. What are you thinking about? Gao Shou said with an exaggerated expression. This is my treasure. Gao Shou smiled evilly and touched his chin. After you two get married, I can consider giving you the jade pendant. This is called inheritance, a sense of ritual, understand? Gao Yang was almost amused by his father. You can give it to me or not, I don't care. Chapter 526. After finishing the whole family pot, Gao Shou went to pick up Lin Yu after get off work. Gao Yang and Qing Ling went back to Liqing University together. Just as they were about to enter the subway station, Dohu called. Gao Yang swiped the screen of his mobile phone. Hello? Elder Qing, one good news and one bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Dohu sounded in a good mood. Bad news. Tiango will temporarily withdraw from the Patsong action team. I will arrange for him to perform other tasks. Can you approve it? Gao Yang complained in his heart. You acted first and then asked for permission, and you are still being polite to me. Approved? Gao Yang did not ask what task Tiango was going to perform. If he could say it, Dohu would definitely tell him on his own initiative. What is the good news? Gao Yang said. There is a new clue about the living beast. Dohu said with a little pride. I got it from an old friend. Where is the clue? Gao Yang asked. Ligua. Gao Yang thought for 2 seconds. All members of the action team, gather at your place immediately. You mean, you want me to notify them? Dohu asked. It's very simple to send a message in the encrypted group. Gao Yang said. No, I am the second in command of the organization, your former leader and teacher. How can you order me to do this? Dohu was a little unhappy. I don't want face. Uncle Hu, I am the general manager of the Patsong group after all. I can't notify them. Gao Yang was a little helpless. I also want face. I don't care. Let others do it. Do Hu hung up the phone. Gao Yang was a little embarrassed and glanced at Qing Ling next to him. Qing Ling, who listened to the conversation, took out his mobile phone and said with disgust, "Men are so childish." Within half an hour, except Tengu, all members of the Patsong action team rushed to the Rat Gate conference room on the 6th floor of the Millennium Building. When Gao Yang and Qing Ling pushed the door open, Do Hu, Hui Xiong, Jiu Han, and Man Shi were all there. Gao Yang was slightly stunned and found that there was a developed and framed photo hanging on the wall of the Schumann meeting room. It was a group photo of the group in Neo Erdive. Electric Mouse squatted in the front, with his arms open, with a face that was not domineering enough but cute enough. Behind him stood his companions in swimsuits. From left to right, they are Clown, disguised as a local, Green Tea, Red Fox, Kan, Ronnie, Suzaku, White Rabbit, Qing Ling, Chening. Blue sky and white clouds, beach and sea, handsome men and beautiful women, swimsuit volleyball, it was like a dream. Now, many of the people in the photo are gone, and the Electric Mouse, who clamored to remove all the men in the photo, did not do so in the end. Gao Yang activated spiritual armament to block the sad emotions and calm himself down quickly. The 7 Shadow Elders are here too, let's have a meeting. Do Hu sat in the main seat, crossed his legs, and rested them on the conference table, looking like he was the boss. Gao Yang didn't bother with him, and found a seat with Qing Ling. Report. Gao Yang took back the sovereignty immediately with just 3 words. Do Hu was relieved. Yang, you have grown up. Do Hu held a cigarette in one hand and rotated the square kerosene lighter in the other hand, not in a hurry to light it. A friend of mine, Dr. Jia, is a genius, and currently lives in Lingua. Fake doctor? Hui Xiong sneered. What a good name. Don't chat awkwardly. Man Shi, who was standing by, folded his hands, with a stern face. Homophonic puns are not funny. I seconded. Johan added a knife. Continue. Gao Yang brought the topic back and recalled the basic information on the sequence list. Genius. Sequence number 56, Knowledge Department, Superior Intelligence. You should be familiar with this person. The mathematical model that predicted the civil war among the Awakeners, and the 7 prophecies were all created by him. Do Hu said. So it was him. Hui Xiong suddenly realized. Our current mobile phone encrypted communications, some cutting-edge technologies, and the development of most black gold equipment are all attributed to him. Do Hu added. During the Scarlet Tide, he did not come to the White Tiger Hotel for refuge. Man Shi can remember anyone he has met once, and in his memory, there is no such person as Dr. Jia. I asked him to come over, and he agreed. Do Hu scratched his cheek with the hand holding the cigarette. In the end, he did not do it. What happened? Hui Xiong became interested. No, it is said that he simply forgot. Do Hu sneered. He is always obsessed with some crappy research, often not eating or sleeping for several days, until he fainted and was sent to the hospital by the housekeeper. This is a lot of information. He is indeed not an ordinary person. Let's talk about business. Gao Yang brought the topic back again. That's it. Do Hu shrugged and started to light a cigarette. That's it? Hui Xiong was also puzzled. Where are the beasts? Where are the clues? Do Hu took a puff of cigarette, raised his head and blew out a perfect smoke ring, and said slowly, At noon today, I called him and asked him to give me another batch of alarm buttons, which are out of stock here. Then I talked to him about the beasts and asked him if he had any clues. As a result, he said he had clues, but we had to go to him to tell him. He may be lying to us. Man Shi said. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Do Hu said calmly, but what can we lose? Just treat it as a trip abroad. Gao Yang didn't know much about Ligua. It was rumored that the air there was full of curry, and drinking a mouthful of local river water could lead to going directly to the ICU. Gao Yang glanced at Johan across the table, checked the flight tickets to Ligua. Johan took out his mobile phone and quickly checked. The fastest one is tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. Gao Yang looked at Hui Xiong, immediately asked the logistics department to send the medicine. We will study Ligua's spoken language tonight, and set off tomorrow. Okay. Hui Xiong started to dial the phone. Gao Yang glanced at Qing Ling beside him. Qing Snake, go find Nana and ask her to prepare a few more necklaces. Understood. Qing Ling nodded. Gao Yang raised his voice. We will gather at Shalongzai at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning and go to the airport together. After that, Gao Yang looked at Do Hu. Deputy Captain, do you have anything to add? No. Do Hu said. Okay, the meeting is over. Chapter 527. The members of the action team took the M potion, left the Millennium Building, and went their separate ways. Gao Yang and Qing Ling returned to the university, went to Nana's witch club in the middle of the night, requisitioned her laptop, found a few classic Chinese movies on the internet, and studied spoken English. Chinese is very difficult to learn, and it feels like your tongue can get tangled. In addition, the actors in the movie start singing and dancing as soon as they disagree, which is very magical. Gao Yang, Qing Ling, and Nana stayed up all night. They didn't learn much spoken English, but they remembered a lot of dance moves. At 11 o'clock in the morning, all the members of the action team disguised themselves as a small tour group and boarded the plane to China. Douhu, Gao Yang, and Qing Ling sat together. Along the way, the three of them used code words to quietly talk about some things in the foggy world. Douhu revealed that Dr. Jia spent most of his time in China, studying various things. He spent 20 years to confirm one thing: the foggy world is indeed shrinking silently. For example, in his country, the actual area available for action has shrunk by 1/3 in the past 10 years, and the number of lost people has also decreased by 1/4. This is the same as the situation in the Umbrella Corner where Manchi lived in the past. Why hasn't the city become smaller? Gao Yang asked in a low voice. When Gao Yang was a child, he lived in the countryside, which was on the edge of the city. Now when he returns to his hometown, the countryside is still there, which means that the city has not changed. I don't know about this. I can ask Dr. Jia later, Douhu said. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the plane landed. The interior of the airport is very large, and the decoration is luxurious and magnificent, just like a palace. But as soon as you leave the airport, you can feel the backward atmosphere of the urban-rural junction. The 6 people walked to a yellow taxi without a rear-view mirror. Douhu stepped forward and bargained with the driver in not very standard Mandarin. He first told the location, and then asked how much it cost. 2,000. The driver was a middle-aged uncle who was a little fat. He had dark skin, thick black beard, and a solid orange headscarf on his head. 500, Douhu said. No, at least 1,000. The driver in the car window began to shake his head, but it looked like he was nodding when he looked closely. 250. Douhu had no expression on his face. No, absolutely not. The driver frowned, waved his hands frantically, and continued to shake his head. At least 500. 150. 250. Get in the car. Get in the car. The driver hurriedly got out of the car and opened the door for everyone. Get in the car. Get in the car quickly. The Huixiong people were dumbfounded. This is the first time I've seen bargaining like this. Douhu showed a veteran smile. Huixiong, you are big, sit in the front, we sit in the back. There are 6 of us. Huixiong was dumbfounded again. Isn't this against the rules? As Douhu has been to Ligua several times, he doesn't care. 6 people are nothing, you can double it. Have you heard a saying, never guess how many people are in a car in Ligua? Oh, I thought it was an exaggeration. Huixiong sat in the co-pilot, and the remaining 5 squeezed into the back compartment. Gao Yang, Manchi, Johan and Douhu are all thin, and they are staggered one in front and one behind, just enough to sit down. Qing Ling felt aggrieved and sat on Gao Yang's lap. Is it really necessary to be so frugal? Huixiong still didn't quite understand and said in his hometown dialect, we are saving the world after all. How embarrassing it would be to say this to others. You don't know the way, so you're in 2 cars. Who knows where the driver will take you? Douhu said. I see. Huixiong sneered and stopped talking. The car left the airport and headed for the city. The road was very desolate. From time to time, you could see backward villages, withered and yellow thatched houses with pointed roofs, and cattle and sheep everywhere. Soon they entered the city. Although there were many high-rise buildings, the comprehensive urban planning was still very chaotic, overcrowded, and the streets and alleys were messy. The driver stopped the car at an intersection and asked everyone to get off. As soon as the group got off the car, they were immediately surrounded by locals. The passers-by did not watch secretly, but looked at them openly, as if they were all circus animals. Qing Ling felt very uncomfortable and thought she was exposed. She almost couldn't help but draw her sword. Douhu told Qing Ling that this was one of the characteristics of the country, which avoided a tragedy. The group walked through the bustling market, with all kinds of novel and diverse delicacies that made people overwhelmed. Qing Ling walked past a stall selling flying pancakes, and witnessed 2 young men throwing a pancake around, dancing and staring. Gao Yang had a bad feeling and hurriedly pulled Qing Ling away. I suggest you don't have any bold ideas. Qing Ling frowned a little unhappy. I'm just looking at it, I won't eat it. Do, who walked out of the market, called a 7-seater tricycle on the side of the road, negotiated the price with an old man driver, and everyone got on the car. After a bumpy 20 minutes, they finally arrived at the rich area. The rich area is completely different from the ordinary residential area. The environment here is beautiful, the streets are spacious and clean, and the 6 people came to a modern gray-white villa full of technology. Do, who pressed the doorbell of the iron gate in the front yard. After a while, a noisy and strange voice sounded inside, which was completely unlike that of a human. "Who are you? Who are you? Who are you?" Do, who, Dr. Jia's friend. The other side seemed to think for a while, and began to repeat, "Friend, open the door, friend, open the door." A few seconds later, the automatic iron gate opened. The 6 people walked through the lawn, an outdoor swimming pool in the front yard, and came to the front of the villa. The door of the villa was not closed. Do, who walked into the house generously, and his face suddenly sank. Gao Yang immediately entered the battle state, and confirmed whether the system had an alarm. "What's wrong?" Gao Yang asked in a deep voice. "Something happened, everyone be careful." Do, who walked quickly into the entrance and entered the house. Others followed immediately. The interior is large, simple, luxurious, spacious, well-lit, with a cool and smooth marble floor, white walls, thick gray curtains, and the overall decoration is coffee-colored. Under the crystal chandelier was a large gray carpet with Persian-style patterns, on which was a beige leather sofa. The sofa was splattered with blood, which looked dried. Everyone walked slowly, holding their breath, and approached slowly, and soon saw the current situation clearly. On the carpet lay a male corpse, a naked curly-haired man, lying in a pool of solidified blood, with a small black gold dagger stuck in his abdomen. It was the only thing hanging on his body. The scene in front of them was too shocking, and everyone didn't know where to look for a while. Do, who walked forward quickly, grabbed a nightgown on the sofa, and covered the body. He squatted down, reached his hand in front of the man's nose, and after a few seconds, pressed his fingers on his neck to confirm his death. Do, who stood up and sighed, "Dr. Jia is dead." Chapter 528. Gao Yang frowned. It was obvious that Dr. Jia was stabbed with a black gold dagger. But this death was too strange. This was a living room, not a bathroom. Why did Dr. Jia die naked? Or did the person who killed Dr. Jia have some perverted hobbies? Or was he performing some kind of evil ritual? But judging from the traces on the scene and the body, it was not likely. Do, who slowly pulled out the dagger from Dr. Jia's abdomen and made a preliminary judgment. The time of death should not exceed 5 hours. He was killed at noon today. Could it be that someone knew we were coming and chose to silence him? Jiohan said. Do, who squatted beside the body, playing with the dagger in one hand and touching his chin with the other. It shouldn't be. Our calls were encrypted, and it was impossible to leak. If the encryption was deciphered, the intelligence of the 3 major organizations would have been stripped down to their underwear. There is only one possibility left. Someone among us leaked the news. Manchi said. I don't think so. Hui Xiong said. Maybe it was just an ordinary robber who broke into the house and robbed. It's unlikely. The murder weapon was a black gold dagger. Gao Yang analyzed. The other party didn't use his talent to kill people, so he didn't want to leave any clues. I agree. Jiohan nodded. Do, whose eyes darkened, and his eyes wandered over everyone. The atmosphere became tense for a while, and Hui Xiong felt a chill on his back when he met Do, whose eyes. No, that's not right. Gao Yang immediately denied himself. We have overlooked a possibility. Everyone looked at Gao Yang, and Hui Xiong was happy. Captain Jin Tianin, who had been silent for a long time, was online. Dr. Jia committed suicide. Gao Yang said. Suicide? Do, who didn't understand. Just as Gao Yang was about to explain, a parrot nearly half a meter tall flew down from the second floor of the villa. It flapped its wings and hung on the crystal chandelier on the ceiling. Dr. Jia is dead. Dr. Jia is dead. Dr. Jia is dead. Then, it spread its wings again, glided slowly, and landed on the shoulder of the gray male. It is a great parrot with a short tail, a round head, long hair on the face, and a narrow strip of white bare skin around the eyes. It is not shy at all, and keeps looking at everyone, very lively. Soon, it continued to shout, Liar! Liar! Dr. Jia is a liar. Sure enough, Dr. Jia is faking his death. The reason why Gao Yang felt something was wrong was because of this parrot. When they rang the doorbell just now, the voice of this parrot appeared. Gao Yang thought it was some kind of intelligent voice that automatically unlocked the door. After careful consideration, it always felt more like the voice of a parrot. The parrot has a high IQ. since it knows how to open the door. If Dr. Jia was really killed, he would not be so calm. Dohu also figured it out. He looked at the gray parrot on the gray male's shoulder. Dr. Jia is faking his death? Experiment. 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 The gray parrot repeated, flapped its wings again, and flew to man's shoulder. Oh my god, this parrot has become a spirit. Gray male was quite surprised. With good training, the parrot's intelligence can reach that of a 6 or 7-year-old. Man, she said. It seems to be a false alarm. Johan walked forward and reached out to touch the parrot. A false alarm. A false alarm. A false alarm. The parrot imitated the tongue for a while, and flew to a high coffee table, on which was a small porcelain bowl with some nuts in it. The gray parrot started eating and ignored everyone. Dohu took out a shrunken cigarette box from his trouser pocket. The case has been solved, so let's wait. The others also relaxed and began to wander around the villa. Everyone visited Dr. Jia's home, which looked like an ordinary single rich man's home. The door of the basement was locked, which should be his private laboratory. Soon, it got dark, and everyone was impatient to wait, so they went to kill time. Dohu and Huixiong went to the second floor, took a bath, changed into bathrobes, took out Dr. Jia's whiskey and cigars, lay on the sofa, and watched the boxing match on the home theater. Johan and Manshi were playing table football in the entertainment room. They were currently winning and losing, and the finals were in progress. The gray parrot stayed on Johan's shoulder and watched the game seriously. No matter who lost, it would happily flap its wings and repeat noisily, "Stupid! Stupid! Stupid!" It was not very harmful, but very insulting. Gao Yang and Qing Ling went to the refrigerator in the kitchen to find some ingredients. Gao Yang cooked rice in an electric rice cooker, and made a curry chicken rice for Qing Ling with curry, chicken steak and some vegetables. When Qing Ling took the first bite, she choked and coughed, and her face turned red. "It's so bad?" Gao Yang was a little hurt. "It shouldn't be, my cooking skills are okay." "No, the curry here is too spicy," Qing Ling said, and took another bite. This time her expression was much more relaxed. After tasting it carefully, she expressed her opinion, "It tastes weird." Take another bite." Qing Ling scooped another spoonful into her mouth. Qing Ling seemed to have adapted to the taste, and ate it one bite after another. She sat up straight, holding the plate in one hand, and the spoon in the other, very pious. Gao Yang, who was sitting opposite, held his chin with one hand, watching Qing Ling eating in a trance, and sighed in his heart. Qing Ling would definitely be popular if she did a food broadcast. Suddenly, a man's groan came from the direction of the living room. Dr. Jia is resurrected. Gao Yang immediately stood up, walked to the living room, and shouted to the second floor, "Dr. Jia is awake! 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 Awake!" The gray parrot was the first to fly down from the second floor, and landed beside Dr. Jia. Dr. Jia, covered with a bathrobe, opened his eyes. He sat up slowly, covered the wound on his abdomen with one hand, and couldn't help shouting again, "Ah, it hurts." The wound began to bleed again, quickly dyeing the bathrobe red. He looked up and found Gao Yang and Qing Ling watching on the side. They were not panicked at all, and asked, "Do you have some medicine? Come on, give me a shot, it hurts so much." Gao Yang took out AC medicine he carried with him, and threw it to Dr. Jia. Dr. Jia caught it, pulled out the needle cover, stabbed himself in the abdomen, groaned, and his expression suddenly relaxed a lot. At this time, the others came down from the second floor. Dr. Jia put on his bathrobe, slowly got up, sat on the sofa, and took a deep breath. "Dr. Jia, what are you doing now?" Dohu asked with a smile. Chapter 529. Dr. Jia took a breath and explained, "I extracted some energy essence from the guy with the talent fake death, and combined it with the blood of the self-healing and healing talents to create a fake death drug. I tried it myself first. From the experimental results, I should have succeeded, but I feel there is still room for improvement." Dohu smacked his lips. "This is indeed Dr. Jia's style. Aren't you afraid of the experiment failing?" "Impossible. I calculated that the failure rate is only 0.01%. What if? If it doesn't work, Shu Kei should save me," Dr. Jia said. "Why do you think she will save you?" Dohu laughed. "Am I not worth saving?" Dr. Jia said, as if it was a matter of course. "I am the ceiling of human wisdom, the greatest legacy of the awakening world." Okay. Dohu used his little finger to pick his ear. "The greatest legacy. You can experiment if you want, but what's the point of taking off all your clothes? When I first came in, I thought you were being done by a necrophiliac. I want to observe the changes in the body during suspended death." Dr. Jia pointed to the crystal chandelier above his head. There is a camera installed on it. Okay. Dohu smiled helplessly. Clean up first, and then tell us about the beast. Right away. Dr. Jia turned and walked into the bathroom. 10 minutes later, Dr. Jia was wearing a loose white scientific research suit, exactly like the scientists in Western movies. Dr. Jia washed the blood off his face. He looked less than 50 years old, with a full forehead, soft facial features, and a round face. He looked quite blessed. His hair was thick and curly, his beard was stubble, mixed with a few white strands, revealing a trace of aging. Dr. Jia, you look much younger than I thought. Gray Xiong asked with a smile. You are well maintained. Dr. Jia was very proud. I never take care of myself. I think that relaxation and an open-minded state of mind are more helpful to keep the body young than skin care. Like me, I have no regular life, only eat high-calorie food, stay up late at night, never exercise, never keep healthy, and I am almost 38 this year. You can't tell it all, right? For a while, the room was silent. Man's face showed a subtle embarrassment. He is also 38 years old, and people believe that he is Dr. Jia's son. You can't tell. You can't tell. You can't tell. After a few seconds, the gray parrot broke the silence. Ahem. Gao Yang coughed twice. Dr. Jia, let's talk business. Okay. Dr. Jia looked at Gao Yang. You are the seventh shadow elder of the Qilin Union. Do you know me? I know all the awakened ones. Dr. Jia said. I have all your information. Do you know the tail team too? Johan asked. I don't know him, but that hyena worked as my assistant for a few months before joining the tail team. I only found out that he went to the tail team recently, Dr. Jia said. Gao Yang was secretly surprised. It seems that this hyena stole a lot of things from Dr. Jia before he developed the holy water. Let's talk about living beasts. Dohu brought the topic back. Dohu, I happened to see the living beast altar you told me about, Dr. Jia said. Inli country? Gao Yang asked. Oh, not there, Dr. Jia said. Then why did you call us over? Hui Xiong was a little puzzled. He had stayed up all night learning Mandarin and his tongue was cramping. Dr. Jia disagreed. I plan to go with you. I don't know how to check in. My previous housekeeper resigned, so I asked you to pick me up. Gao Yang was ashamed. Your character is probably based on the doctor in a Western movie, right? Where is the beast first? Dohu said. Nigua, Dr. Jia said. Johan took out his mobile phone and checked it consciously. There is a direct flight at 3 a.m., 5 hours, visa free. Buy a ticket, this one, Dohu said. What about your parrot? Gray Xiong asked. Is it okay if no one takes care of it? No problem. Dr. Jia said. It can take care of itself, and I gave it a fake death pill, so it won't be a big problem in the short term. No problem. No problem. No problem. The parrot repeated proudly. After a short rest, the group called a 9-seater business car to the airport. This is a service that only the rich can enjoy. After getting in the car, everyone chatted in their native language. Gao Yang asked the question that had troubled him for a long time. Dr. Jia, I heard that you have been observing the phenomenon of the lost world shrinking. As far as I know, Liqing has not shrunk, but Ligua and Sanju seem to have shrunk. Why is the situation different for each isolated island? Good question. Dr. Jia was twirling 2 walnuts in his hand. The walnuts were brown-red and shiny on the surface, as if a layer of grease had condensed. It looked like they had been twirling for many years. Let me first tell you the conclusion. The more awakened people there are, the slower the fog circle shrinks, but it is not absolutely static. Even Liqing is shrinking, but it is very slow. It may take 30 or even 50 years to notice the change. This is just your guess. Hui Xiong half believed and half doubted. You are only 38 years old. Gao Yang added in his heart, although he looks like 50 years old. The lifespan of the universe is hundreds of billions of years. Do we have to live that long to get this answer? Doctor, ignore him, he is a nitpicker. Manshi said. I am just being serious. Hui Xiong said stubbornly. I have a lot of data to support it. Dr. Jia continued. The fact is that the more islands there are with awakened people, the slower they are swallowed by the fog circle. There is a strong correlation between the two. Why is this the case? Xingling spoke. I don't know either. Dr. Jia's hand turned the walnut faster, and he was a little excited, but I think that the awakened person's talent is a whole, a group of energy, and this group of energy is randomly distributed, so it has a serial number. Gao Yang was secretly surprised. This is exactly the same as Long's statement. Everyone was silent and thought about it. Let me give you an inappropriate example to make it easier for you to understand. Dr. Jia spoke faster. The total energy of the talent flows into 199 light bulbs. Each light bulb has different wattages. The more light bulbs are gathered, the wider the area can be illuminated, and the slower the invasion of darkness. Some isolated islands have only a few light bulbs, or even none, and cannot illuminate the surroundings. The darkness will slowly surround this place, which is what we call the fog boundary. Not bad, easy to understand. Dohu highly praised Dr. Jia's metaphor. Is this another guess? Gray male argumentative spirit possessed. It's not a guess, it's a conjecture. Dr. Jia corrected. Speaking of guesses, I do have a great guess. Do you want to hear it? Chapter 530. Listen. Gao Yang did not hesitate. Everyone was also very interested and looked at Dr. Jia. Let me tell you the conclusion first. Dr. Jia put the walnut back into his pocket and moved his body. Song Dao is not a referee, but a friendly army. This conclusion was like a thunderclap, shocking everyone for a long time. Dr. Jia was very satisfied with everyone's reaction and further said, I think Song Dao is protecting us humans. The doctor deliberately left everyone some time to think. Half a minute later, he continued, I guess Song Dao is also a high-level energy body, and it comes from the same place as the innate energy of us awakeners, but it is more advanced. Song Dao energy and innate energy may be twins, mother-child relationship, or superior-subordinate relationship. The main difference between the two, one is static and the other is dynamic. Just like one is nature and the other is a high-level animal in nature, it is easy to understand, right? Gao Yang suddenly became enlightened and his mind was broadened a lot. He is indeed a genius, always able to find different angles to think about problems. Why before this, all awakened people thought that Song Dao was either the god who controlled everything, or a cold-blooded, ruthless judge, because everyone was trapped, they instinctively regarded the mist and Song Dao as the same thing. The two do have many similarities, incomprehensible, irresistible, powerful and cold, and above all living things. But no one has ever thought that the mist and Song Dao may be two different forces. You mean, Song Dao is a friend of mankind, and the mist is our enemy? Qing Ling also figured out what Dr. Jia meant. Yes. Dr. Jia is very confident. Although it is just a guess, this guess makes some logic more self-consistent. I seem to understand it a little bit. Johan, who was thinking seriously throughout the whole process, analyzed. The fog is swallowing all the isolated islands bit by bit, but Song Dao is protecting the isolated islands and trying to make the whole world look like it is running normally. We who live on the isolated islands are naturally protected by Song Dao. This explains why Song Dao does not allow high-level beasts to harm ordinary humans at will. Dohu smiled. Old Jia, I now begin to think that if you die one day, Shuke may really save you. A wise move. Dr. Jia accepted the praise frankly. No, that's not right. Manchi found the problem. If Song Dao is protecting us, why not just clean up the beasts? Yes. Gao Yan also felt something was wrong. Since Song Dao has the ability to restrain beasts, it shouldn't be difficult to eliminate them, right? Even if not all of them are eliminated, further restricting them is definitely possible. Who said beasts are enemies? Dr. Jia asked with a smile. Isn't it? Hui Xiong shouted, and the driver was startled. Although he didn't understand what these people were saying, he felt that they were discussing something very serious. As soon as the beasts found out that we were awake, they would kill us. If this is not an enemy, what is it? Hui Xiong thought he gradually understood everything, but he became even more confused. Although there are a few beasts on the side of humans, such as the visitors, most beasts are enemies. No, it has nothing to do with this. Dr. Jia interrupted Hui Xiong and explained. What I mean is that beasts are neither enemies nor friends. They are not in this category at all. Inside the car, it was quiet. Everyone couldn't keep up with Dr. Jia's thinking. The beast is... Dr. Jia was about to announce the answer, but suddenly his head tilted and he fell asleep. It was so fast that people almost suspected he was acting. Hey, Dr. Jia, don't say half of the words. Hui Xiong was so anxious. Dohu laughed. I forgot to say that Dr. Jia has narcolepsy and may fall asleep anytime and anywhere. I remember, it seems to be called narcolepsy. Johan said. He loves to die. Dohu said, he uses himself as a guinea pig for nothing, and has caused a lot of problems with his body. Fortunately, he is an awakened person and his body is stronger than ordinary people, otherwise the grass on his grave would be 2 meters high. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the action team carried the sleeping Dr. Jia on the plane and headed for Nigeria. Dr. Jia was in a drowsy state throughout the flight, which attracted the flight attendant's questioning. Gao Yang had to patiently explain that he had narcolepsy. Hui Xiong was like a person who had only the finale left to read a book. He felt uncomfortable all over and checked whether Dr. Jia had woken up every few minutes. He was so depressed that he had bipolar disorder. It was already 9 o'clock in the morning when we arrived in Nigeria. Dr. Jia finally woke up, but unfortunately he was still dizzy, as if he was drunk, weak all over, and confused. Hui Xiong carried Dr. Jia out of the airport and asked after a few steps, "Dr. Jia, are you awake? What is the beast?" Summer quietly passed, leaving a little secret. "Huh? It's thundering, it's raining, it's time to put away the clothes. Ah? Constipation, uncomfortable, give me a suppository. Speak human language. What is the beast? 3.141592653589793233846. Gao Yang couldn't listen anymore. Hui Xiong, spare him. Wait until he sobers up. No, I'm afraid he died like this. I hate this kind of people the most. They say their parents are dead in the middle of their words. When everyone walked out of the airport, the first thing they felt was the dry air, and the sky was full of gray and yellow. Everyone took a taxi and went to District K, the central area of Nigeria. The prosperity of District K is not half of that of the city, mostly low-rise buildings with several floors, including classical buildings, modern apartments, and many illegally rebuilt houses and dilapidated houses. The roads are generally narrow and traffic jams, and the streets are crowded with all kinds of vendors. The crowded crowd shuttled freely in the traffic on the road, with natural expressions and leisurely strolls. The car drivers were not surprised, and they squeezed in the crowd and stopped every 3 meters. The sound of horns, the flow of people, and the hawking of vendors formed a chaotic and unique foreign landscape. Everyone finally arrived at Area K and checked in at a hotel. Relying on the super memory of the M potion, everyone temporarily made up for a few hours of Nepali spoken language and reached a level of basic communication. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Dr. Jia was completely awake. Gao Yang sent a message in the group of the Patsong group, asking everyone to gather at the buffet restaurant on the first floor of the hotel, eat and set off. Hui Xiong and Man Shi were in the same room, and the two finally came to the buffet restaurant. When Hui Xiong saw that Dr. Jia could eat vegetable salad chicken rolls normally, he immediately rushed over. "Dr. Jia, what is a beast?" Hui Xiong. Gao Yang was tearing a roast pigeon for Qing Ling beside him, and interrupted without raising his head, "Eat." Although everyone used their native language, there were still many tourists in the buffet restaurant, so the risk of exposure was still not small. And along the way, Gao Yang always felt that someone was following them. Of course, it was just an intuition, there was no evidence. "Let's talk about it later, I'm starving." Dr. Jia took a big bite of the chicken roll, his mouth full of cheese sauce. "Will you faint again suddenly?" Do, who was also a little worried. According to the past situation, fainting once a week, it won't happen again in a short time. Dr. Jia disagreed. Gao Yang smiled, picked up the orange juice in his hand, and was about to drink it, but suddenly he was startled. He seemed to remember that this glass was transparent. Why is the color a little darker now? Gao Yang was not sure. He immediately maximized his 6 senses and repeatedly investigated. There was indeed no suspicious person in the restaurant, and the system did not sound an alarm. To be on the safe side, Gao Yang still quietly put down the juice in his hand and went to eat other food. On second thought, he was worried that Qing Ling would drink his orange juice. After all, she was overly enthusiastic about food, and there was no boundary between her and Gao Yang. Gao Yang found an opportunity, and quietly poured out the orange juice. It turned out that Gao Yang was too worried. After the meal, no danger appeared. Half an hour later, everyone was full and left the hotel to go to the most famous tourist attraction in K District, the Triangle Tower Scenic Area. Chapter 531. 7 people came to the scenic spot, bought tourist tickets, and entered the desert. Looking around, the sky and the earth were all yellow sand, desolate and magnificent, and there were many triangular towers on the horizon, mysterious and ancient. It was quite far to walk to the triangular tower, and walking in the desert was not only very hot, but also very resistant. Most importantly, everyone had to meet the identity of tourists, so everyone chose to ride camels like other tourists. The vendor, who rented camels, was a middle-aged man named Amo. He was of medium build, with deep facial features, red and black skin, thick and rough beard, wearing a linen robe, a white hat on his head, and quite enthusiastic. He had 4 adult camels in his hands, just enough for 7 people. The gray male was big, riding a camel, walking in the front. Dohu and Dr. Jia rode one, Gao Yang and Qingling rode one, Johan and Man Snake rode one. Amo led the rope in front, connected the 4 camels in a line, and walked towards the triangular tower. Amo also acted as a tour guide, introducing the triangular tower. Its base is an equilateral triangle or square, and some are regular polygons. The side is made up of multiple triangular or trapezoidal faces connected together. The top area is small and sharp. Triangular towers are all built with huge stones. Modern buildings with a height of up to 40 floors have a center of mass close to the base. The higher the level, the less material is used. This can effectively resist natural disasters. It is said that even a knife is difficult to insert, which shows the wisdom of the ancient people of Nepal. As for the purpose of triangular towers, most of them are tombs of ancient rulers and dignitaries of Nepal, and their bodies will be made into mummies. The ancient rulers of Nepal believed that they were the sons of the supreme god on earth. The integrity of the body after death determined whether they could successfully return to the side of the supreme god. Gao Yang listened to Amo proudly telling these histories and legends, and couldn't help but sigh, if he knew that these things were all forged by Songdao, and that this world actually only had a lifespan of 100 years, his worldview would probably collapse. Qingling sat in the front of the camel, with her back against Gao Yang's chest. The road was a little bumpy, and the hair under the headscarf flew to Gao Yang's nose from time to time, with a faint fragrance. Amo, who led the way, talked about the wild history of the pharaohs and queens. Qingling was not interested in these. She leaned forward and gently pulled the reins in her hand. The camel, which was buried in the road, stopped immediately and raised its long neck. Qingling stretched out her left hand and touched the camel's furry head. The camel made a humph-humph sound, which was honest and cute. Qingling was satisfied, loosened the reins, patted the camel's neck, and the camel slowly buried its head and continued on its way. Gao Yang smiled and asked softly, "Qingling?" Qingling didn't answer, which was considered as tacit agreement. She turned her head and looked at Gao Yang behind her. "It's so well behaved." "Yes, camels are very gentle," Gao Yang said. Qingling took out her mobile phone and handed it to Gao Yang. "Let's take a photo with the camel, and take the camel in the photo." Gao Yang was a little helpless, but he felt that this was in line with the identity of a tourist. He took the phone, half-turned sideways, and raised the phone to the back. "Look back." Qingling turned around and made a V sign to the camera with a bright smile. Click. Half of Gao Yang's face, Qingling's whole face and half of his body, the back of the camel's head, and the desert and the triangular tower in the distance were all in the photo. Dr. Jia. Seeing that there were no other tourists nearby, Hui Xiong could no longer bear it, and shouted in his native language, "What the hell is this beast?" Amo, the leader, did not respond. It seemed that he did not understand. Even if he did, it was probably a lost beast. Dr. Jia was taking pictures with his mobile phone and had forgotten about it. He did not take it seriously and said casually, "Battlefield. It's over." Gray Xiong on the camel slapped his face. "He is not clear-headed again. I am very clear-headed now. It's your IQ that is not enough." Dr. Jia took back his mobile phone and answered him seriously. Gray Xiong was not angry. "Say it again. What is a beast?" "Battlefield." Dr. Jia repeated. "It's over, my IQ is not enough." Johan laughed at himself. "It means literally, battlefield, position, understand?" Dr. Jia said. Gao Yang pondered for a while. He seemed to understand what Dr. Jia meant, but he could not describe it accurately in words at once. Soon, he thought of a more accurate description. Chessboard, beasts are chessboards. Yes, this metaphor is good. Dr. Jia gave a thumbs up. By analogy, Song Dao and me who are chess players, we humans are mainly awakened, we are chess pieces, and beasts are the entire chessboard. Oh, I seem to understand. Hui Xiong suddenly realized it a second ago, and then frowned again. Wait. No, beasts should also be chess pieces. No, beasts are chessboards. Dohu smiled. He also figured it out. I irresponsibly guessed that the birth of beasts is the product of the game between Mi Wu and Song Dao. Dr. Jia glanced at Amo, who was leading the way. Have you played a game called Garbage Pickup 4? Everyone looked at each other. No one had played it. Well, anyway, you understand it this way. Song Dao and Mi Wu are two big countries that fought and dropped nuclear bombs on each other, causing global nuclear pollution, and beasts are the specific manifestation of environmental pollution. We awakened ones are the exploration team under Song Dao, picking up garbage and struggling to survive in this harsh environment of nuclear pollution. I say it again. Dr. Jia emphasized. the beast is not our enemy. It is more like a concrete manifestation of an irreversible harsh environment. We awakened ones will definitely be polluted and harmed if we survive in this harsh environment. That's why I said that the beast is not the enemy, but the battlefield. Among us humans, those who have not awakened are like the reserve army hiding in the underground base. The awakened ones are the exploration team, responsible for picking up garbage and looking for resources on the ground, but they will definitely be contaminated by radiation. Songdao randomly distributed anti-radiation equipment to us, which is our talent. We can't say that the radiation environment on the surface is our enemy, because the real enemy is the person who dropped the nuclear bomb. Fog. The current radiation environment is just a product of war. The beast is the radiation environment, the position, and the chessboard. Only our exploration team is the chess piece said by Songdao, but now, Songdao and the fog seem to be playing chess with us. Dr. Jia sighed, I'm so tired. I can't explain it more clearly. Gao Yang suddenly had an idea. This guess is somewhat similar to his own guess in concept. Humanity, animality, and divinity. Then can we force it like this? The war between divinity has led to the infinite flooding of animality, and the only remaining human nature is struggling in the swamp of animality. Gao Yang's mind was a little confused, and he forced himself to stop metaphysical thinking. I feel confused. Hui Xiong frowned, but I seem to understand it again. Others seem to understand. Assuming that's what you said, what are the two great powers Songdao and Ni Wu doing? Qing Ling listened very carefully. She had to report to her sister later. If she delayed the important work, her sister would never let her out next time. It's obvious that they are still fighting. Why are they fighting? Manshi asked. Fighting for territory, resources, discourse power, or just having nothing better to do, who knows? Dr. Jia spread his hands. Anyway, our living space is shrinking, which means that Songdao is still no match for the fog, and destruction is inevitable. It's just a matter of time. Didn't you come to the conclusion that this world only has a lifespan of 100 years? I estimate that when the time comes, this world will no longer exist, and will be swallowed up by the fog. As for what the fog is, don't ask me, I'm just a genius, not God. Gray Xiong was a little annoyed. How can you easily come up with such a terrible conclusion? First of all, the above is just my guess. Dr. Jia said. Secondly, if the fog wins, it wins. No matter what, we are all part of the vast universe, but we will continue to exist in a different form. If we can't beat it, we can join it. It's not shameful, and the pattern is more open. What a perverse theory. Gray Xiong snorted, and for a moment he didn't know how to refute. Heh. Dohu took out a cigarette and lit it. Philosophy is too vague. I am just an ordinary person, and I only need to seize the day. Yeah, right. Hui Xiong gave Dohu a thumbs up. This is the real situation. Chapter 532. While they were talking, the group had already come to a sand dune on camels. The view here is wide, and the 9 triangular towers in the entire desert scenic area are in full view, which is very spectacular. Professor Jia talked with Amo for a while, and they were not in a hurry to go to the triangular tower. Everyone got off the camel, and had a taste of tourists. Everyone stood on the sand dune, and took a lot of tourist photos. For example, the most classic action, raise your hand, use the perspective dislocation, and take funny photos such as holding up the triangular tower with one hand, or eating the triangular tower in one bite. At dusk, the sunset on the horizon is like a huge red disk, dyeing the entire desert red, desolate, magnificent, and sad. Amo, I heard that there is a place where you can see 9 triangular towers in a line. Professor Jia saw that the time was almost right, and asked. Amo was a little embarrassed. I know that place too. Can't you go? Hui Xiong walked over, and a pair of heavy boots stepped on the sand, making a creaking sound. You can go. Amo smiled shrewdly, but that's a different price. Dohu laughed. Okay, lead the way. Everyone rode on camels, and continued to set off. After walking for a while, dusk fell and the sun set. Above the triangular tower, a magnificent fire cloud burned, like a long-standing historical landscape painting. The group came to a big sand dune. Everyone stood on the top and saw 9 triangular tower corners of different sizes clustered together. From a visual point of view, it looked like a family portrait. It was not a spectacle. But everyone took a few photos in accordance with the principle of since we are here, we still took a few photos. Okay, Amo, you go back. Dr. Jia took out 2 coins and said, the rest is a tip. Amo was a little surprised. I haven't been to the triangular tower yet. It's inconvenient to go back without a camel. You don't have to worry about this. Dr. Jia was very determined. Amo was still persuading. It's getting dark. It's very cold after dark, you. Before he finished speaking, he fell to the ground with a muffled sound. Manshi came behind Amo without knowing when and gave him a knife. He sneered. No need to talk nonsense, just let him sleep. Gao Yang was ashamed. You are really a cruel person who doesn't talk much. Manshi carried Amo, put him on the camel, covered him with warm clothes, and drove the camel towards the exit. Dr. Jia did not comment on this. He looked at the triangular tower in the distance and said, "Follow me." The 7 of them walked for more than 10 minutes, crossed 7 or 8 small deserts, and came to a small basin under a sand dune. This basin was about half the size of a football field, and was no different from the nearby sand. Gui Xiong was the first to walk down the sand dune, and looked around. There is no altar here? This is it. Dr. Jia was very confident. 8 years ago, I came here to check the boundary of the fog. I suddenly fainted. When I woke up, it was already night. I accidentally found this altar. Gao Yang pondered. No wonder we have to find the position of the 9 points of the triangular tower first. Dr. Jia remembered the exact location by this. It is really difficult to find a place in the monotonous desert. I remember that the altar appeared at about dawn. Although I was confused at the time, it should not be a dream. The totem of the altar really looks like a bird. Why didn't you tell us earlier? Hui Xiong asked. There are too many strange things in the foggy world. At that time, no one knew that this pattern was related to the beast. I thought I would come back to investigate when I had time, but I soon forgot about it, Dr. Jia said. If someone else said this, Gao Yang would not believe it, but it was very reasonable when it came from Dr. Jia's mouth. Dohu glanced at his watch. It's still early at 12 o'clock, let's wait. Everyone sat at the foot of the sand dune, took off their backpacks, ate some biscuits and water, and continued to wait. When it got dark, the stars were shining, the moonlight was gray and blue, and the triangular tower under the night sky looked both solemn and lonely. Manshi and Huixiong did not sit there idly. The two cooperated and dug a sand pit more than 2 meters deep with their bare hands. Manshi stood outside the pit. How is it? Huixiong climbed out of the sand pit and patted his butt. I didn't see any hair. Dohu smiled as expected. If the altar was just buried under the sand, it would have been discovered long ago. Captain. Huixiong looked at Gao Yang. When you went to the shrine in the island country, there was no altar at the beginning, right? Yes. Gao Yang nodded. The altar was hidden. It only appeared under our feet after Zhuang Mei appeared. Then if there is no beast this time, will the altar not appear? Huixiong was a little worried. It is very likely. Gao Yang was not optimistic. For a while, everyone looked at Dr. Jia, who crossed his legs and held a walnut in his right hand. Why are you looking at me? I saw it last time, but it doesn't mean I will definitely see it this time. What else impressed you when you saw the altar last time? Gao Yang asked. I saw a white phoenix flying over my head. Dr. Jia did not wait for everyone to be happy, and continued, Do you expect me to give such a clue? How is it possible? I was confused at the time, and it was not easy to remember this place. It won't be in vain. Hui Xiong put his hands on his hips, a little irritated. Wait until 12 o'clock first. Dohu was not in a hurry at all. That's right, maybe the beast will fly over soon. Manshi looked at Gao Yang with a smile, just like the captain in the island country. For a moment, the scene was silent, and the atmosphere was extremely cold. Manshi looked around at everyone. I was just joking. Gao Yang complained in his heart. A beast with a danger value of 14,000. How can you laugh at such a joke? Ah, that was a mistake. Dohu held a half-smoked cigarette in his mouth. We should have brought a nani with us. It would be troublesome if we really had to fight the beast. We are just here to investigate the altar. Hui Xiong felt a little guilty. At most we will find the skeleton of the beast, right? We won't really fight the beast, right? Everything is possible. Qing Ling said. Hui Xiong felt a chill on his back and looked at Johan. Old Han, is sea potion enough? Sea potion is useless. Dr. Jia took out a small blue medicine bottle from his trouser pocket and shook it. Try my new medicine. After taking it, you can be resurrected if you die once within 24 hours, provided that your heart and brain are not seriously damaged. Quick! Give me one, Hui Xiong said. I am the weakest, but my life is the most precious. I will take one pill first. Dr. Jia unscrewed the medicine bottle, poured out a blue pill, and threw it into his mouth. Then he poured the remaining pills into his hand. There are 3 more, you can divide them up. Gray Xiong immediately stepped forward and picked up a pill. Just as he was about to eat it, he stopped. He looked at the medicine in his hand. thought for a while, turned to look at Gao Yang. Captain, I give it to you. Your life is more important than mine. Manshi suddenly appeared, grabbed Gray Xiong's hand, and quickly covered it in his mouth. Gray Xiong, who was still talking, swallowed the pill unexpectedly. Chapter 533. Cough, cough, cough. Hui Xiong pinched his neck and coughed. Manshi, what are you doing? You are putting me in an unjust situation. Am I a coward who is afraid of death? Manshi didn't bother to look at Hui Xiong, took the remaining 2 pills from Dr. Jia, ate one himself, and handed the other to Jiuhan, who looked up and swallowed it in one gulp. What are you doing? Hui Xiong was stunned. In the team, the 3 of us are the weakest. Manshi explained. No, is it reasonable to be weak? Hui Xiong was even more puzzled. Manshi is right. Dohu smiled with his hands folded. If we really encounter a strong enemy later, the weakest person will be the easiest to die. But if the enemy is as strong as me, Qi-Ying and Qing Snake can't deal with it, the end must be a group annihilation, and it doesn't matter who takes the resurrection medicine. Hui Xiong suddenly realized, it makes sense. A few hours later, Manshi went out for a walk, and the others waited in place. Hui Xiong asked Dr. Jia all sorts of questions, and Dr. Jia was happy to answer them. But the topics they talked about were either related to everyone's blind spots in knowledge, or too metaphysical, making people sleepy. Time's up. Qing Ling held her phone, and the green fluorescence illuminated her face. Everyone also looked at their phones. It was finally early in the morning. Everyone stopped talking consciously, sitting or standing, staring intently at the gray-blue desert basin under their feet. 10 seconds passed. 30 seconds passed. 1 minute passed. No response. Hui Xiong was the first to lose his temper, and was a little anxious. As expected, Manshi folded his hands. After the fact, Hui Xiong glared at him. What should we do next? Qing Ling glanced at Gao Yang, and then at Dohu. Gao Yang didn't say anything, still thinking. Dohu scratched his face. It's really a bit unwilling to return empty-handed like this. Yeah, I even took the resurrection medicine. It can't be in vain, right? Hui Xiong sighed. All medicines are poisonous, and the side effects are definitely not small. I'd rather take it in vain. Manshi was much more rational. Me too. Jiuhan smiled. Maybe there are side effects. After all, I only experimented on myself. Dr. Jia's curiosity came up. If you 3 have any adverse reactions later, remember to tell me. Dr. Jia. Gao Yang finished thinking and caught some clues. When was the last time you saw the altar here? 8 years ago. The exact time. Then I really forgot. Dr. Jia tried to think about it. It should be summer, very hot during the day, and quite cold at night. 8 years ago summer. Gao Yang extracted the key words. Scarlet Tide? Qing Ling immediately guessed Gao Yang's thoughts. Gao Yang nodded and looked at everyone. Let me tell you my guess. The captain's reasoning is late, but it's here. Manshi walked down the sand dune. Ha ha. Hui Xiong slapped his thigh. I almost forgot that the captain also has a name called Jean Tianan. After Hui Xiong finished speaking, he suddenly felt a little sad. There were 5 people who knew about this joke at the beginning, but now there are only 3 left, and there is still a little one who has not arrived. Gao Yang looked at the sand under his feet, and said slowly, according to the clues we have now, it is not an ordinary altar, but a sealed energy body of some kind. It will not appear out of thin air. Every time it appears, it is related to the living beast. We understand the living beast as the key to activate the altar. Gao Yang paused. The first time we saw the altar of living animals was on the back mountain of the No. 7 winery in the West Country. On the surface, the altar was not hidden, because the entire back mountain was full of bones of living animals, which was equivalent to inserting a key, so the altar always existed and did not need to be activated. There is nothing wrong with this idea. Dohu touched his chin and expressed his approval. The second altar is in the island country. There is a white crane shrine on the stream mountain near Yushan Mountain. We looked for it, but didn't find the altar, and then Zhuang Mei appeared. Qing Ling recalled. Yes. Gao Yang looked at Qing Ling. As soon as Zhuang Mei came, the altar of the living beast appeared under our feet, and activated energy field. Gao Yang looked at Dr. Jia. Dr. Jia, the last time you saw the altar here, it should be around the last scarlet tide. Zhu Ke asked some clues from Edmund's body. The living beast has 2 main functions. First, it can give birth to ghosts and 2 other creatures. The ghosts are ghost groups. Edmund didn't say the other 2 creatures. Maybe the time is up. Maybe he can't say it. He was killed by the living beast, and sealed by the energy of the living beast after his death. The key words can also explain it. Wait! Hui Xiong was quite shocked. Are these things true? Manshi and Johan were very surprised. They didn't know these things. Dohu smiled. As a senior member of the 12 Zodiacs, he naturally knew. He glanced at Gao Yang. You just say it like this, is it okay? Gao Yang didn't care. Everyone will know sooner or later, there is nothing to hide. Okay. Dohu didn't care. Gao Yang continued. The second duty of living beasts is to sow seeds. All the lost beasts that die will become energy seeds. What are energy seeds? Dr. Jia became interested. One way of saying it is that you can also understand it as a string of genetic codes for clones. Gao Yang changed his metaphor. Interesting. Dr. Jia understood it immediately. Gao Yang continued, these energy seeds will return to the gate of the end, or somewhere else, such as the altar of the living beasts. These seeds will return to the bodies of the lost beasts through the scarlet tide once every 10 years, through the power of the living beasts and the altar, and through the blood mist as a medium. The lost beasts, who receive the energy seeds, are completely unaware of it. They grow up normally, get married and have children, just like ordinary humans. Dr. Jia concluded excitedly. In fact, they have no reproductive ability, but are in infinite reincarnation, or in other words, self-reproduction and self-replication. Gao Yang nodded. Haha, interesting. Dr. Jia took out his mobile phone. I have to write it down and analyze it carefully later. Others also digested it. Gao Yang waited for half a minute, and seeing that Hui Xiong's brows were relaxed a lot, he continued, based on the above premise, I guess that Dr. Jia was able to see the altar here last time, not by chance. It may be before the start of the Scarlet Tide, or just after it ended, and the energy of the altar has not subsided. It is very likely. Dohu nodded. Dr. Jia was dizzy at the time, probably because of the influence of the Scarlet Tide. Johan spoke. The Scarlet Tide has no hypnotic effect on the awakened, but it also has a certain effect. My former teammate Lian was like being drunk during the Scarlet Tide last time, very uncomfortable, and accompanied by vomiting. Dr. Jia may have been too close to the altar, and was affected by the energy. I see. Dr. Jia agreed. Dohu sighed. Although the matter has been sorted out, we can't activate the altar without the beast. Wait, something seems wrong. Dohu slapped his head. We came to the altar just to find the beast. If the beast appears directly, what else do we need? Really? Johan sighed slightly. Are we really going to fight the beast? Hui Xiong smiled bitterly. Actually, I have a way that may be able to activate the altar, Gao Yang said. Chapter 534. Everyone looked at Gao Yang. What's the solution? Hui Xiong asked, his face darkened. Captain, you don't really plan to lure the beast here, do you? I don't have that ability. Gao Yang smiled helplessly. He looked at Dohu. Deputy Captain, let's talk in private. Okay. Dohu smiled brightly, hugged Gao Yang's shoulders enthusiastically, and walked aside. Uncle Hu, can I trust you? Gao Yang said. Dohu narrowed his eyes and looked at Gao Yang, with a playful smile. Did Long tell you something again, when he went to the island country this time? Gao Yang was shocked. He is indeed the man Long trusts the most. He knows everything at once. Gao Yang looked solemn. I can't say, but I assure you that we are on the same boat. At least, it was definitely before opening the door to the end. Look at what you said. Dohu raised his eyebrows. We are originally people in the same boat. I feel relieved with what Uncle Hu said. Gao Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Can Dr. Jia be trusted? No. Dohu was straightforward. It's not that he has bad intentions. Dohu said helplessly. It's just that he has no concept of secrets at all. He will tell anything others ask him. Gao Yang recalled it, and it was true. Okay, then let him step aside for a while. Gao Yang walked back with Dohu. Dohu glanced at Dr. Jia. Dr. Jia, please step aside. We have something to talk about. Gao Yang was shocked. No, it's not so direct. I thought he was going to find an excuse. Okay. Dr. Jia didn't care, and turned around and left. Gao Yang watched Dr. Jia walk away, and looked at his team members. Gray Xiong, Manshi, Johan. The three looked over. Can I trust you? Gao Yang asked. All three were stunned. They didn't expect the captain to suddenly say such a polite thing. But the three were not stupid. They had a feeling that things were not simple. Captain, you know me? Hui Xiong spoke first, patting his chest. We have been through life and death together for so many times. Although I am a generation older than you, I respect you. I, Lao Xiong, have given my life to you a long time ago. Captain, you know me? Manshi sneered. I joined the Qilin Guild to seek revenge on the hyenas. Now that I have revenged, it doesn't matter where I am. Captain, you know me? Johan's eyes flashed with anger. As long as the Songmu cult can be completely eliminated, I don't care about anything else. I believe you are a man of your word. Okay. Gao Yang was very moved, but still activated lie detector. Because the three people's answers were very similar, lie detector was tested together, but they were separated. The test results are, Hui Xiong did not lie, Man Shi and Johan's attitudes were kind. It can be considered as barely passing the test. Gao Yang nodded. Okay, from now on we are one family. I will reveal my cards. I am an undercover agent of the 12 zodiac signs. The three of them were stunned, but not too surprised. Gao Yang added, however, I did not do anything to harm the Qilin organization. My main role is an eye. Haha, one eye at the beginning, promoted to elder in 2 months. Hui Xiong gave a thumbs up. You are worthy of being the captain. I don't care which organization you work for. Man, she said, but why did you suddenly confess to us? If it were me, I wouldn't rush to say it. Me too. Johan agreed with Manshi. Captain, you don't have to rush to reveal your cards. After all, the more people know, the more risks there are. Hui Xiong said, Johan, the captain trusts us. I know. Johan thought carefully. But if one of the three of us is killed now, and Zhu Ke interrogates the body, will the identity of Captain Chiang be exposed? Hui Xiong hissed. I really didn't expect this. So you all stay alive. Gao Yang smiled. Originally, I also planned to wait until the time was right before revealing my cards, but now there is something I must tell you right away, otherwise I can't move forward to the next step. Gao Yang looked at Dohu again. We are all one of us, so I won't hide it. I have always been in contact with the people of the Ghost Group. Ghost Group? Dohu frowned. Yeah. Next, Gao Yang told everyone about the 4 members of the Ghost Group and his entanglement with the sisters Chushua and Bailu. After listening, everyone refreshed their cognition again. That means, Xiao Yangyang, you now have half of the curse energy of Chushua in your body? Dohu concluded. Yes, I was resurrected once by Lilia before. I don't know if the curse in my body is still there. Gao Yang looked at his right hand, but I want to give it a try. Try it. Qingling knew what Gao Yang wanted to do. Hee. Dohu also reacted. Give it a try, there is no loss anyway. Next. Manshi pulled out the black gold dagger and threw it to Gao Yang. Captain, you better also equip a close-fitting weapon. Sometimes, you can't rely too much on talent. Okay. Gao Yang thought Manshi was right. Thank you for the gift you gave me. Manshi was stunned. Can it be like this? Just kidding, I give it to you when I get my salary. Gao Yang took the dagger and walked towards the center of the basin. Ah! I understand. Hui Xiong finally understood. Use blood, right? Ghosts are the children of beasts. The captain has the curse of ghosts in his body, so he is half a ghost. The captain's blood also has the energy of beasts. Yes. Gao Yang cut open his left palm and let it hang naturally, letting the blood drip into the sand under his feet. My blood may be able to activate the altar. Gao Yang smiled. Try it, there is no loss. Chapter 535. Except for Dr. Jia, who was sent away, everyone in the action team was focused and looked at Gao Yang's feet. Unconsciously, there was a small pool of blood under Gao Yang's feet, which slowly melted into the yellow sand and turned into a sticky brown mass. Okay. Qingling took the sea potion and walked towards Gao Yang. Wait a little longer. Gao Yang said. If you wait any longer, you will lose too much blood. Buzz. Suddenly, the sound of some energy resonance appeared in everyone's ears. With the position under Gao Yang's feet as the center of the circle, a translucent milky white energy ripple spread along the yellow sand. Everyone felt that they were penetrated by some evil energy. Everyone only felt a tingling sensation, and the energy in the body was blocked for a second, and then quickly recovered. There is a reaction. Gao Yang's voice was happy. It seems that his blood can really be used as a spare key. Yeah. Qingling grabbed Gao Yang's bloody left hand, and injected a quarter tube of sea potion into it. At this time, the entire basin changed. A stream of white energy emerged from the pool of blood under Gao Yang's feet, as if it came from an underground hot spring. They quickly turned into 5 energy rays, spreading along the sand, quickly and accurately outlining an altar. The altar was a circle with ancient and sacred patterns, and in the middle was a giant bird totem with its wings spread and its belly rounded. Altar. This is the altar. Hui Xiong was very excited and immediately took out his mobile phone to record. I missed the trip to the west, and I missed the trip to the island country. This time I was finally there, and I had to leave a souvenir. It's the same as the previous 2 altars. Gao Yang's face was a little pale, under the light of the altar under his feet. The altar has appeared. What should we do next? Dohu put his hands in his pockets and walked towards Gao Yang. This really asked Gao Yang the question. Their purpose this time was to find the altar and related clues. The target behind it was still the beasts and the foggy world. Call Dr. Jiao over and let him study it to see if there is anything he can find, Gao Yang said. Okay. Dohu was about to turn around when he suddenly lowered his head. Not only him, but everyone felt a strong pressure coming from the sky. Johan and Manshi were the first to kneel on one knee and could no longer stand up. Soon, Huixiong and Qingling also knelt down, supporting themselves with their hands, almost unable to resist the terrible gravity. Ah! What's going on? Huixiong gritted his teeth and wanted to look up, but he couldn't. Gao Yang and Dohu were still barely standing. Gao Yang's muscles were tense. He mobilized his energy and slowly raised his head, trying to see what the pressure from the sky above his head was. Crashed. Gao Yang's feet were empty, and he sank into it. At some point, the sand under his feet turned into turbulent quicksand. Gao Yang immediately activated teleport to escape, but the pressure from above continued to work, and Gao Yang's teleportation failed. In a blink of an eye, the cold and fine quicksand completely submerged him. His feet lost their support, his eyes lost their vision, and he could no longer struggle. He could only let his body fall rapidly in the quicksand. This state lasted for 20 seconds, and Gao Yang's vision reappeared. He found that he had escaped from the quicksand and fell into a deeper abyss. Gao Yang snapped his fingers, and a circle of flames instantly wrapped around his body, illuminating the surroundings. Metal? The next second, Gao Yang heard Qingling's voice. He turned his head quickly. Qingling had already stepped firmly on the Tang sword and flew down diagonally in Gao Yang's direction. Gao Yang reached out and grabbed Qingling's hand, stepped on the Tang sword, and hugged Qingling. Wow! Huixiong shouted under his feet, leading Gao Yang and Qingling by 10 meters. Gao Yang activated teleport and brought Qingling to Huixiong. Gao Yang reached out and grabbed one of Huixiong's hands. Huixiong looked up and saw that it was the captain who saved him. Just as he was about to thank him, a pair of hands suddenly appeared, grabbed his face, and pulled his nostrils into a pig's nose. It was Manshi. He stepped on Huixiong's back with both feet, grabbed his face with both hands, and barely stopped. Man-yi? Utama. You are looking for a wash. Huixiong was so angry that he couldn't speak clearly. This way. A voice came from behind. Qingling turned his head. Not far away, Dohu was grabbing Johan, and the two fell at a high speed. Qingling turned the blade and chased after him. Huixiong calmed down and reached out to grab Dohu. This time, all 6 people were saved. Qingling's load was at its limit. She dragged 5 teammates and tried to slow down the speed of falling. A few seconds later, Dohu was the first to let go and jumped from a height of more than 20 meters and landed safely. The others also looked at the distance and let go and jumped to the ground one after another. Qingling and Gao Yang stepped on the Tang sword and landed easily. The 6 people gathered in place and took a breath. Gao Yang raised his hand, and a small fireball slowly rose, like a flare, briefly illuminating the surrounding area. Everyone could barely see clearly that this was a very empty underground space, and some stone pillars and stone statues could be vaguely seen. We sank in the quicksand for no more than 30 seconds, and then fell freely for more than 10 seconds. Manshi roughly calculated, this is at least 200 meters below the space. Talisman Cave? Dohu asked. No, Gao Yang said. Reason? Dohu asked. Intuition. The reason is that the system didn't remind me, but I can't say. Could it be the underground tomb of the ancient ruler of Ningguo? Johan speculated. If I didn't know that the lifespan of the Misty World is only 100 years, I would agree with you. Dohu moved his shoulders. Look around, Gao Yang said. Qingling raised her foot and walked away. Gao Yang grabbed her. You walk in the middle. Qingling thought about it and didn't object. Gao Yang walked in front and arranged, I will lead the way, Manshi, you follow me. Qingling and Johan walk in the middle, Huixiong and Hushu will be the last. Okay. Dohu highly praised Gao Yang's arrangement. Gao Yang has a system alarm. If he encounters danger, he has 1 second more reaction time than others. In addition, he has teleportation, so it is most suitable to walk in the front. Man's Gecko has night vision and can detect danger more easily than others. Following Gao Yang, he can effectively detect. Huixiong can resist damage, Dohu is very strong, and the 2 of them are behind to prevent sneak attacks. Gao Yang raised his right hand, and a stable fireball was burning on his palm, illuminating the area within 20 meters around him. Everyone walked for a few minutes and stopped. In front of them was a door composed of 2 giant stone pillars. Chapter 536. Some ancient characters of Nepal were carved on the stone pillars. Unfortunately, the knowledgeable Dr. Jia was not here, so everyone could not interpret the information. Johan took out his mobile phone, took photos, and waited to go back to study. Everyone passed through the stone pillar door. There was a 10-meter wide walkway in front of them. This walkway was 2 meters lower than the previous ground. On both sides were riverbank-shaped sloped platforms, on which stood many bus-sized stone statues. Each stone statue was a combination of different human heads and different mammals. They crawled along the aisle with their feet together, nodded slightly, and stared at the direction under their feet, like 2 rows of solemn and evil guards. The middle walkway was about 100 meters long, with a staircase at the end and a rotten wooden boat next to it. This place may have been on the surface before. Gao Yang guessed. This walkway was a small river. If you want to get to the other side, you have to take a ferry. Everyone nodded and tried to imagine the scene. The Guni people sat on the wooden boats one after another, rowing slowly to the other side. The stone statues on both sides of the river were flush with the river surface. They lowered their heads and looked majestically at every person crossing the river. The 6 people walked across the dry river. In front of them was a wall made of countless square boulders. The entire underground space was wrapped in darkness. The wall created an illusion that there was no end to the top, left, or right. In the center of the wall, there was a narrow passage less than 2 meters long, and the end was invisible at a glance. It looked like a narrow rift split by the giant's axe. Gao Yang confirmed that the system had no alarm and walked into the narrow passage first. His companions followed in order. Being in the narrow passage, Gao Yang felt very strange. There were thick walls on both sides. Looking up, he could only see a dark and oppressive gap. This feeling is like having a nightmare, lost in a depressing and weird magical corridor. This place makes me uncomfortable. Hui Xiong put his hands on the rough wall while walking, and his nails scratched the wall with a weird sizzling sound. Stop it, it's even more uncomfortable. Man, she said with disdain. This underground space is much larger than I imagined. Johan was a little amazed, and it's very real. Do, who understood Johan's meaning, are you thinking that maybe the ancient country of Guni really existed in history? Johan nodded. This is the ruins of the ancient country of Guni. According to our speculation, the lifespan of the misty world is only 100 years, and the past history is just fiction. In this case, why did Song Dao go to so much trouble to create such a ruin? That's right. Hui Xiong couldn't figure it out. Logically speaking, the triangular towers on the ground are already disguised realistically enough, so there is no need to create such a large ruins hidden underground. Who is this for? Lost beasts don't need these things, and we awakened people have no chance to see them at all. Gao Yang also felt very contradictory, and it was indeed unnecessary. Think about these later. Do, who reminded, focus on the present. Everyone ended the conversation, stayed alert, and continued to go deeper. A few minutes later, the 6 people finally walked out of the long narrow road of the city wall, and came to a place with a wide view. Gao Yang mobilized his energy, and threw the fireball in his hand into the air. The fireball slowly rose, like a small sun, and then bloomed with a bang, briefly illuminating the entire space. Everyone saw clearly that they had arrived at a huge circular square. This square is shaped like a poached egg. The outer circle of egg white, where the 6 of them are currently, is a forest of large stone pillars. The yolk part inside is a wide and flat circular square. Due to the obstructed vision, everyone can't see more things, but it is obvious that the yolk part is the central area of the entire underground space. Everyone shuttled through the stone pillar forest, feeling like a flea walking on the scalp of an animal. Each stone pillar was engraved with ancient characters and some abstract symbols. Qing Ling and Hui Xiong walked in the middle, took out their mobile phones, and recorded some videos in a hurry with the help of the firelight created by Gao Yang. After a while, everyone walked out of the stone pillar forest and came to the central square. Gao Yang used the same trick again and threw a flare again. This circular square is about the size of a football field. The only building is a black obelisk standing in the center, with a diameter of about 3 meters. Everyone be careful, Gao Yang said softly, and led the way. The 6 people came to the front of the obelisk, and the incendiary bombs above their heads had almost dissipated. Gao Yang's toes were empty, and he looked down and found that there was a groove of several centimeters under his feet, and there was still a sticky brown grease in the groove. Gao Yang thought for a moment, and a small flame appeared on the tip of his finger. With a light hook, the flame fell into the groove. Wah 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 wah. In an instant, the brown grease in the groove was ignited, turning into 2 fire lines close to the ground. Spreading rapidly, they kept splitting and accelerating, and within 3 seconds, the flames outlined a magnificent totem on the circular square. The whole square became extremely bright. Everyone stood in the burning totem, and immediately recognized that it was the totem of the living beast. The whole circular square was an altar. For a moment, everyone's face darkened. Or let's retreat. Hui Xiong was not a coward. He always enjoyed fighting and adventure. But a battle with no chance of winning seemed stupid to him, and there was no glory in death. How to retreat? Manshi poured a bucket of cold water, return the original way, and crawl back from the quicksand? You only know how to talk nonsense. Hui Xiong was very excited. He looked around and lowered his voice. If a living beast jumps out later, I don't know if you will still be stubborn. Lao Xiong, relax. Dou Hu patted Hui Xiong on the shoulder. The bridge will naturally be straight when it reaches the bow of the boat. It's the boat to the bridge. Qing Ling corrected. Dou Hu was about to say something, but his eyes lit up. He quickened his pace and came to Gao Yang. Captain, did you find anything? Gao Yang was already standing under the obelisk. At the bottom of the obelisk was an upright black sarcophagus, 3 meters high and 1.5 meters wide. On the obelisk, there were ancient murals with dark colors and rough textures. Gao Yang looked at the murals with a somewhat ugly expression. Dou Hu also walked forward. He looked up and saw that the mural on the obelisk was a white bird. Needless to say, this must be a beast. The wings of the white bird were twisted, as if they were broken. Its expression, if a head with only one eye could be called an expression, showed pain. A gap appeared in its swollen round abdomen from the position of its belly button, and countless black filaments emerged from it. These filaments looked like coagulated blood, and also like some kind of evil black magic energy. These black threads expanded outward and spread to the other side of the stone wall of the obelisk. Gao Yang and Dou Hu moved their feet and turned left, and the obelisk in front of them began to rotate. Soon, the two saw the second mural on the obelisk, which was indeed connected to the content of the first mural. Chapter 537. In the mural, among the countless black threads, there sat a naked child, about 3 or 4 years old, with black hair and black eyes, his body covering his sexual characteristics, his face showing an innocent smile, and his whole body shining. Although the paint on the mural was very dark, it presented an unusually sacred effect. Gao Yang noticed that the black threads did not touch the child, but bypassed the target, continued to flow around, and turned into the third stone wall. At this time, everyone was attracted by the content of the mural, and turned left around the obelisk. More than 10 seconds later, everyone saw the third mural, which connected to the content on the second mural. Among those strange black threads, there was another 3 or 4-year-old child crawling on the ground, and the gender was still unknown. Unlike the first child, this child had white hair, red eyes, and the corners of his mouth were downward, looking a little sad and lost. These black threads still did not entangle the child, but one of the black threads, like a needle and thread, passed through the heart of the child. Ghost. Qing Ling recognized it. White hair and red eyes, the features are too obvious. Wang Ghost. Manshi said its full name. Yeah, it can't be wrong. Dou Hu naturally guessed it. Emin said that the beast can give birth to 3 kinds of creatures. The obelisk should record those 3 kinds of creatures. Aren't ghosts born with curses? Hui Xiong discovered something. Is this black line passing through the ghost a curse? Jiuhan nodded. It seems so. Gao Yang's heartbeat quickened and his face turned pale. He quietly activated spirit armor and forced himself to calm down. He continued walking forward and finally saw the 4th and last mural on the obelisk. There was also a child of 3 or 4 years old crawling on the ground, and his gender could not be seen. But this child was not a normal creature, but something made up of those black lines. It was the black lines themselves. On its face made up of black lines, there were only a pair of empty white eyes and a mouth. Although it was so abstract, Gao Yang could feel his anger, violence, hatred and evil. It seemed to curse everything and wanted to destroy everything in the world. Gao Yang's heartbeat accelerated again, and the blood in his body turned cold. Gao Yang? Qing Ling called twice, and Gao Yang came back to his senses. What's wrong with you? Qing Ling frowned. Gao Yang shook his head and smiled faintly. Nothing, I was fascinated. This child's painting style is different from the previous ones. Hui Xiong frowned. It looks very evil. Manshi said. A bit like a demon. Jiuhan was also a little uneasy. Dohu pondered for a moment. Everyone, I guess that the sarcophagus contains a dead beast, a beast in human form. Everyone looked at each other and basically agreed. Brothers? Dohu smiled evilly. Uncle Hu, I have an immature suggestion. Don't tell me, you want to open the sarcophagus? Huixiong had a bad feeling. Yes. Dohu looked at the others. Who agrees? Who opposes? Qingling and Manshi looked indifferent. Johan nodded. There is no other way here, we can only take a gamble. Gaoyang seemed to be thinking about something, and did not object. No, you really want to open it? Huixiong was dumbfounded. I am famous for being reckless on weekdays. Why are you more reckless than me? Is there any normal person in this team? The minority obeys the majority. Dohu looked at Huixiong with a smile. Brother, thank you for your help. Huixiong was stunned and pointed at his nose. I will do it. You are the strongest. Dohu pulled out the long knife on his back and looked at the sarcophagus. You can let me do it, but my method is more violent, and I don't think it respects the dead. If I violate any mechanism, I won't care. Don't. Huixiong hurriedly shouted. Let me do it, Manshi, Johan, you cover me. Huixiong turned around. Manshi and Johan silently retreated more than 10 steps and stood behind Dohu. Captain, you cover. Gaoyang turned around and grabbed Qingling's hand and teleported to a safe distance. Everyone watched from a distance, with a look of thank you. Gray Xiong resisted the urge to curse. I am relatively tough, and I took a resurrection pill, but you guys are too bad. Ha! Gray Xiong growled, and the whole person quickly turned into a giant bear covered with gray hair, and his shirt was directly torn by his powerful muscles. He grabbed the clothes on his chest and pulled them gently, as easy as tearing a layer of plastic film. He came to the sarcophagus under the obelisk with his upper body bare-chested and observed for a few seconds. There was a relief on the coffin lid, which looked like a gorgeous queen wearing gold and silver. She put her hands together and placed them on her chest, with a noble and peaceful face. Gray Xiong walked to the side of the upright sarcophagus, put his hands on the heavy coffin lid, and pushed it hard. Ka. The coffin lid moved to one side, like the hour hand on the pendulum pointing to 12 o'clock, to the direction of 1 o'clock, revealing a little gap in the coffin, and it was pitch black inside. When Huixiong pushed the coffin lid, he quickly retreated. He had seen many tomb-robbing movies, and was afraid that the coffin would release deadly poisonous gas or countless man-eating beetles. But there was nothing. Huixiong waited for more than 10 seconds and felt relieved. He stepped forward again, squatted down, and hugged the bottom of the stone coffin lid with both hands. The muscles of his arms bulged suddenly. Ah! Huixiong picked up the black coffin lid weighing several tons, stepped back a few steps, and put it aside. Bang! The coffin lid fell heavily to the ground, stirring up dust all over the ground, and the sound echoed in the square. The surrounding firelight illuminated the inside of the coffin, and everyone could see clearly. Inside was a female mummy, with her hands crossed on her chest, a slim figure, and an exaggeratedly bulging abdomen. Gaoyang had seen photos of mummies on the internet. The bandages on their bodies were dirty and severely decayed. But the mummy in front of him looked like it was brand new, with no traces of time at all. The white bandages were pure white, even emitting a faint sacred glow. On those bandages, there were strings of ancient black spells. Soon, Gaoyang's face turned pale. He found that the black spells on the bandages were moving, like countless black bugs. Gray Xiong. Come here! Gaoyang shouted. Chapter 538. Gray Xiong ran away, and as he ran, he felt a chill on his back. This was not a psychological effect. Just after he ran 2 steps, the mummy in the sarcophagus suddenly burst out a circle of translucent white energy ripples, which shook around the square. This energy was so familiar that everyone was penetrated by this energy ripple for a moment, and they only felt paralyzed, and the energy in their bodies also misfired for a second. 1 second later, everyone regained the initiative of their bodies and retreated again, highly alert. In the sarcophagus, the black talisman on the mummy's body turned into countless black reptiles, crawling towards the bulging abdomen and gathered into a black dot at the position of the belly button. It seemed that the insects had drilled into the mummy's abdomen. Wow! The weird, short, cold cry of a baby rushed out of the abdomen, and with a strange texture like flowing water, brushed every hair on everyone's skin, arousing a deep fear. Swish, swish, swish. The white bandages of the mummy began to fall off, and the white bandages on the abdomen fell off the fastest. They were like white water plants at the bottom of a lake, swinging in circles. A few seconds later, everyone saw clearly that there was a crack in the abdomen of the pale female corpse. An indescribable sticky black liquid spurted out from the crack, like squid ink, Wow! Another cry came, grabbing everyone's heart. Paw! A dark red hand stretched out from the crack in the corpse's belly. Paw! Another hand stretched out. The two hands stretched to both sides and forcefully opened the belly of the corpse. Warning! You are facing an extremely dangerous situation. Lucky point income increased to 8,000 times woo. A translucent scarlet force field visible to the naked eye swung out from the sarcophagus, covering the entire central square in an instant without giving anyone time to react. Gao Yang shouted, asking his teammates to be careful. He suddenly realized that he could not hear any sound, and his ears were filled with the gurgling sound of boiling water, which isolated all other sounds. Then, Gao Yang found that the whole world had become distorted. Whether it was the obelisk and sarcophagus in front, the stone floor under his feet, the burning altar totem, or the other 5 companions, they all became distorted. This distortion was naturally not an objective distortion, but a distortion in perception. Everything seemed to have turned into soft jelly. Gao Yang raised his right hand, and in his sight, his right hand was also crooked. And the energy in his body, like a signal of poor contact, could only be gathered in the palm of his hand intermittently, and the effect was very strange. Under the pollution of this huge scarlet force field, the actions of others also became stumbling and very uncoordinated. This reminded Gao Yang of a casual game he had played before, called Human Falls. Now they were like the rubber men in the game who walked without bones. The only one who was not affected was the monster, which slowly crawled out of the bulging belly of the beast's corpse. It was 1 meter tall, with a big head, slender limbs, and a thin body. If compared with humans, it looked like a 3-year-old child, and a severely malnourished, deformed child. It had no hair, no nose or ears, its eyes were black holes, and its mouth was exaggeratedly cracked, like a beast. It was slippery all over, with a layer of greasy dark red liquid flowing, and from time to time a blood bubble would pop out and burst with a click, and the body seemed to be boiling. On! On! It panted and crawled forward with difficulty on the ground. The strange scarlet force field rippled from under it in circles, and the effect continued unabated. Soon, its skinny hands supported the ground and slowly stood up. It stumbled and staggered, trying to move forward. After stumbling a few steps, it gradually stood firm, quickened its pace, and ran towards Hui Xiong. Every step it took, it stepped on a circle of stronger scarlet energy ripples, which spread around, interfering with everyone in the square over and over again. The beast like Hui Xiong clenched his fists and took a defensive posture. But he was like a drunk, his body was swaying, and he couldn't muster up the energy. In contrast, the little red monster ran faster and faster, its body completely adapted to the scarlet force field, and it leaned over and rushed towards Hui Xiong in an extremely deformed but self-contained posture. More than 10 meters away, it arrived in front of Hui Xiong in the blink of an eye. Get out of here! Hui Xiong was like a drunkard, barely throwing a punch and hitting the opponent's head. The little monster dodged lightly, and its right hand quickly melted and reshaped into a sharp red wooden thorn, which pierced into Hui Xiong's lower abdomen with a puff. Woo! The scarlet force field was introduced into Hui Xiong's body like an electric current, and it swung inside him. The jelly acting on Hui Xiong's body instantly increased by 5 times, twisting all his internal organs. Wow! Hui Xiong spat out a mouthful of blood and fell down softly without bones. Swish! A purple-green blade light fell from the sky and attacked the little monster. It didn't even have time to look back, and its body was split in half like a piece of firewood. Dohu made his move. Dohu was indeed a seasoned combat expert. With the help of Killing Expert, he was the first to find and adapt to his current physical condition and barely recovered 50% of his mobility. Dohu actually had a 50% chance of saving Hui Xiong, but he chose not to save him, so that he could find a foolproof opportunity to kill the little monster with one blow. Anyway, Hui Xiong had taken Dr. Jia's medicine, and as long as his heart and head were not seriously damaged, he could be resurrected even if he died. The little monster was 1 meter tall, and Hui Xiong was nearly 2 meters and a half after being transformed into a beast. The little monster was unlikely to hurt Hui Xiong's vitals. These considerations were completed within 2 seconds. 2 seconds later, Dohu chopped the little monster in half. The little monster's body was split into 2 halves. Dohu didn't give it any chance. The moment it landed, it squatted and turned, and with a backhand sweep, the little monster's body was chopped into 4 pieces. Paw, paw! The 4 pieces of the body flew everywhere, with the splashing oily red liquid. The little monster was obviously beyond the scope of humans. Even after being cut into pieces, it was still alive. The 4 pieces of the body rolled on the ground twice, as if they felt the strong magnetic force, and quickly gathered towards each other, trying to reassemble. Flame. Chapter 539. Gao Yang was the second person to adapt to the Scarlet Force Field. He activated the Level 3 Spirit Armor, closed all negative emotions, quickly calmed down, quickly adapted to the strange feeling of the body, and thus found the rhythm of the body's movement. When Dou Hu did not save the little monster and used Hui Xiong as bait to drag the little monster and successfully dismembered it, Gao Yang, who was calm enough, immediately understood Dou Hu's intention and had to admire him in his heart. He was really a cold-blooded king of actual combat. At the same time, Gao Yang also guessed that the little monster could not die so easily. He activated Teleport, approached the corpse closest to him, and launched flame at it without hesitation. Although the energy was mobilized intermittently, it was still successful. Boom! A small pillar of fire that was not very stable rose from the ground, and the corpse with a thigh and a quarter of the abdomen was like a loach in a frying pan, shaking wildly. In the past, Gao Yang must have heard the screams of the little monster and the crackling of the burning flames, and these sounds did exist objectively. But Gao Yang, who was in the Scarlet Force Field, could not hear it, and his ears were filled with gurgling white noise. As expected of a monster born from a living beast, its ordinary flesh and blood body would vaporize in 1 second, but it was burned for 3 seconds without any signs of melting. After 3 seconds, it still broke free from the burning of the flames and flew to the other 3 parts of the body. The body of the little monster was reassembled into a whole, but its entire right thigh and abdomen were severely burned, like melted and deformed red wax. Dou Hu raised his knife and pressed forward again. The little monster bent its slender legs, jumped suddenly, and flew into the air, avoiding Dou Hu's knife sweep. Gao Yang, who was calmer than anyone else on the scene, was slightly surprised. This little monster was born less than 30 seconds ago, and it has already learned to walk, run, and jump from a crawling baby. It is growing. Sure enough, the system prompt sounded in my ears again. Warning! Luck point income increased to 9,000 times. The little monster jumped high into the sky, but it has not fallen yet. Dou Hu's chop missed. Without any hesitation, he kicked his leg suddenly, turned into a blue marble with fierce sword energy, and shot it at the enemy in midair. The little monster suspended in midair immediately put his hands and feet together and curled up into a ball. At the same time, the Scarlet Force Field around it was retracted to its body in an instant, turning into a dense, sticky, twisted and weird red amber that surrounded it. In an instant, Dou Hu's Qinglong demon sword stabbed the little monster. But it twisted the moment it approached the red amber. The power of the Dou Hu demon sword was dissolved, the sword energy disappeared, and even the sword and the arm became twisted, like a reflection in the ripples of the lake. Dou Hu was shocked and felt something was wrong. Swoosh! Gao Yang came to Dou Hu with an extreme distance teleport and pushed him out with force. Woo! 0.3 seconds later, the red amber expanded by nearly 1 time and swallowed Gao Yang. Gao Yang was instantly jelly-ized by 3 times. He felt dizzy, and there were dense gurgling sounds in his ears. His body, especially his limbs, twisted like a few streamers facing the wind. Then, he felt a pain in his chest, and this pain was like a poorly contacted electric current, appearing in a second and disappearing in a second. Dou Hu, who was pushed away, landed safely, and he looked up. Above his head, Gao Yang, who was swallowed by the red amber, had his chest pierced by the arm that had been transformed into a red blade by the little monster. Dou Hu was shocked. This monster is constantly learning and evolving. The longer it drags on, the lower their chances of winning. Dou Hu was not worried about the killed Gao Yang at all. How could his good apprentice die so easily? 2 seconds later, the killed Gao Yang turned into a phantom and disappeared. The real Gao Yang had found an opportunity to come to Hui Xiong and injected the sea potion into the wound on his abdomen. However, there was no effect. Hui Xiong's body was stiff, and his heart stopped beating. The damage of the little monster really carried a fatal curse, and it would kill anyone who touched it. Gao Yang, who was under spirit armor, had no sadness. He could only hope for Dr. Jia's resurrection medicine. In theory, the talent of fake death treats any damage equally. As long as the brain and heart are not severely damaged, they can be resurrected once within a certain period of time. Hui Xiong is dead. Gao Yang took advantage of the retraction of the Scarlet Force Field, and his voice reappeared, shouting to everyone. For a moment, everyone understood the hidden meaning. This monster must not be allowed to hurt the body directly, otherwise it will surely die. At the same time, a look of doubt appeared on the red face of the little monster, without complete facial features. It didn't know what Phantom was, but as a killing machine, It quickly recorded this phenomenon and incorporated it into its own combat system. Woo! The little monster suspended in the air spread its limbs again, and the strange scarlet force field spread out again, spreading to the entire square. The basic jelly effect came again, and everyone's body turned into a rubber man again, and their hearing was blocked by the gurgling sound. Swish! Swish! 2 black gold darts and a throwing knife were shot at the little monster from different directions. Originally, the throwing knives and darts were aimed at the eyes and head of the target. However, due to the interference of the scarlet force field, they deviated and pierced the monster's shoulders and chest. Black gold weapons seemed to be its natural enemy. Although the throwing knives and darts could not really hurt it, they had a certain paralyzing effect on it. The little monster shuddered and fell straight down. During the fall, the 4 black gold weapons were spit out of its body with a puff. At the same time, the little monster quickly regained control of its body. A second before landing, it did a front flip and floated half a meter above the ground. Go to hell! Under the interference of the scarlet force field, Man-Snake made a not-so-perfect jump and pounced on the little monster, stabbing its head with the black gold short knife in his right hand. Puff! The little monster quickly raised his left hand, which turned into a red long knife, and stabbed Man-Snake. This was expected by Manchi. He raised his left hand to block the stab. The little monster's red long knife pierced his little arm, which was about to trigger the 5-fold jelly curse. Once successful, Man's flesh, bones, and internal organs would be twisted and dislocated, and he would die on the spot like Huixiong. Manchi didn't give it time. He swung the short knife without hesitation and cut off his entire arm. Swish! Gao Yang had already seen through Manchi's intention. After all, he had used this trick before. At the moment when Manchi cut off his arm, he activated teleportation and rescued Manchi from the little monster. Self-explosion. Manchi shouted. Chapter 540. Pound. Manchi's right arm exploded. For a moment, flame shot up into the sky, thick smoke billowed, and the scarlet force field that enveloped everyone disappeared. Manchi covered his broken arm with blood gushing out, his face pale. Jiuhan rushed over, took out the sea potion he carried with him, and injected it into Man's shoulder with a swift movement. He looked at the explosion not far away. Is it dead? How is it possible? The battle has just begun. Dohu narrowed his eyes slightly, and did not retract the knife in his hand, but instead held it tighter. Since Gao Yang's flame can cause damage to it, Gecko's self-explosion can naturally do the same. However, it is too naive to expect a medium-sized bomb to kill the evil seed born by the beast. What exactly is it? Jiuhan frowned. I don't know. Dohu said solemnly. It should be the 3 children painted on the obelisk. It's not clear which one it is. They don't look like it. It should be the 3rd one, a dead baby, so it mutated. Qingling guessed. It's very likely. Everyone had similar ideas. This thing is definitely not a ghost. First of all, it is stronger than a ghost, and its appearance is completely different. In addition, ghosts also grow up little by little according to the growth trajectory similar to humans. But this monster is completely unreasonable and evolves rapidly in killing. It should not be the child on the first mural either. That child is shining with gold and looks holy and friendly. The child composed of black lines on the 4th mural is the closest to this monster in temperament, evil, angry, and hateful of everything. Gao Yang frowned, and the alarm sounded again in his ears. Lucky point income increased to 10,000 times. Here it comes. Gao Yang shouted quickly. Woo! The strange scarlet force field rushed out from the fire, dispersing the flames and smoke, and surrounded the square again, oppressing everyone. Still on the burning ground, the little monster floated up. It had learned to fly. Its deformed and skinny body was covered with blast wounds and burns, and the charred flesh and blood mixed with the greasy red liquid. It could no longer be described as ugly. Its dark eyes became even darker, revealing a coldness that pierced people's hearts. Hiss, hiss. The little monster's body split. Yes, it was like a piece of thin paper, torn from the top of the head to the crotch by a pair of invisible big hands, and turned into 2 symmetrical halves. Then, the 2 halves of the body grew new hands and new feet again, and half of the head turned into a smaller head. In a few seconds, it completed the split and turned into 2 little monsters. Gao Yang was shocked. It is learning my phantom in the way it understands. Gao Yang and I will deal with one. Dohu made a quick decision. You deal with the other one. Dohu's personnel allocation is very reasonable. It is currently known that the only talents that can really cause damage to small monsters are flame and self-explosion. Gao Yang and Man, she cannot be in the same team. In Dohu's group, he is responsible for containment, and Gao Yang is responsible for attack. In the other group, Qing Ling and Jiu Han are responsible for containment, and Man Shi is responsible for attack. I am afraid that I will have to give up another arm or even a thigh, but with the tenacious vitality of the level 6 gecko, these can grow again. Everyone did not hesitate at all, tried to adapt to the mobility disturbed by the Scarlet Force field, and rushed towards their respective enemies. Under the Scarlet Force field, Douhu's actions were greatly reduced, but the speed was still very fast. He balanced his soft body, leaned forward and rushed towards the monster's clone, slashing at the ground with a knife, and the sharp purple-green blade energy turned into a cold half-moon, swinging towards the enemy. The monster's clone quickly leaned back, and it seemed that there were no bones in its body. Its back was folded 90 degrees, directly turning into a right angle, avoiding the half-moon blade energy slashed by Douhu. Douhu sneered. Bang! Douhu's legs burst out with all his strength, and he kicked hard, accelerating instantly. He let his soft body fly towards the little monster like a real rubber man. The little monster leaned back to avoid the blade energy, and just as he was about to stand up, Douhu had already flown above the monster's head in a strange, soft posture. Swish! The soft Douhu did not hesitate to tear the waist muscles at the cost of a sudden side spin in the air, and the Qingxua demon sword in his hand once again slashed out a beautiful arc of light, cutting off the little monster's head. Douhu flew a few meters away, rolled twice on the ground, and stood up shakily. He covered his side waist and grimaced. Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Gao Yang saw the right moment, and at the moment when Douhu cut off the enemy's head, he activated teleportation and came to the front of the target. Flame Fist. Gao Yang did not dare to fight in close combat, and punched its chest from a distance of half a meter. Although the energy in his body was not in good contact, it still shot out a fierce flame. The flame that could have engulfed it deviated and only burned half of its body. There was nothing he could do about it. Under the Scarlet Force field, Gao Yang's arms were as soft as plasticine, and the accuracy was greatly reduced. The little monster still suffered a lot of trauma. It quickly jumped out of the flames and flew into the air. At the same time, the head also flew over and returned to its neck. It stopped in midair, keeping a safe distance, folded its hands and feet, huddled into a ball, and retracted part of the Scarlet Force field, entering a defensive state. Gao Yang and Douhu instantly felt as light as a swallow, and regained their best condition. Ong! Ong! The monster hanging in the air above the square made a small sound, like a moan, and like sobbing. Gao Yang and Douhu did not dare to approach for a while. After all, the density of the Scarlet Force field surrounding it was too high, and Douhu had experienced it before. On the other side of the square, Qing Ling, Man Shi, and Jiu Han were fighting with another clone of the little monster. The one-armed Man Shi threw out a flying knife, and Qing Ling controlled the black gold dart to try to contain and block its actions, but due to the interference of the Scarlet Force field, the effect was not ideal. The little monster took the initiative to attack, and his right hand turned into a 2-meter-long blood-red spear, stabbing at Qing Ling's forehead. Qing Ling dodged it with a sideways move, and at the same time swung his 2 knives from bottom to top, cutting the monster's blood-red spear into 3 sections. However, this was just a feint by the monster. The monster's other hand suddenly transformed into a blood-colored whip, and was about to wrap around Qing Ling's waist. Qing Ling was caught off guard, but she was not panicked at all. Chapter 541. Only in terms of pure melee skills, Qing Ling has reached the ceiling level after days of devilish training and countless actual combats. Even Douhu praised her. You are invincible below the master, and above the master, barely, 1 for 1. Qing Ling relied on her keen fighting instinct to do 3 things within half a second. 1. Quickly release the double knives in her hands. 2. Activate metal to control the double knives to stab the opponent. 3. Pull out the 2 butterfly double blades on the outside of the thigh. Swish. The butterfly double blade cut the long whip that was about to wrap around Qing Ling's waist into 3 pieces at an incredibly fast speed. Puff. At the same time, the 2 long knives pierced into the monster's shoulders under the control of metal. It turned out that Qing Ling wanted to pierce the monster's 2 arms to block its movements more accurately, but due to the interference of the Scarlet Force field, the position still deviated. But the difference was not big. Qing Ling didn't give it any chance. Although the force field interfered with her body coordination, she could still exert 70% of her strength if she just waved her arms in close combat. Swish, swish, swish. Qing Ling combined a set of close combat boxing techniques, holding the butterfly double blades in both hands, and cut, chopped, stabbed, and picked the little monster's body smoothly. Each wound was not deep, but the speed was extremely fast, and the attack was wide, leaving no time for the opponent to counterattack. From a distance, it looked like a slender, elegant lawn mower, frantically harvesting a bundle of red wheat. Not only that, the butterfly double blade still had the energy of level 3 lightning. Every 2 or 3 cuts would trigger a purple current, with a short paralysis effect. Qing Ling transformed into a merciless killing angel, not caring about the accuracy of her knife skills, and madly tortured the opponent. For a moment, red flesh and purple electricity flew everywhere. Ah! The little monster was in great pain. It retreated and wailed, but Qing Ling couldn't hear it at all. In less than 10 seconds, Qing Ling had left hundreds of sharp knife wounds on the opponent. She saw the opportunity, quickly put away the knife and stabbed back, intending to pierce its eyes. Suddenly, her body trembled, and she felt that the jelly state was getting worse, because the scarlet force field around was withdrawing towards the monster. Qing Ling immediately put away the knife, and planned to jump back. The monster quickly counterattacked, and the severed arm turned into a red broken blade, stabbing Qing Ling. Under the interference of the scarlet force field, Qing Ling's movement slowed down, and she had no time to dodge. Puff! The snake rushed over at some point, and he blocked the stab with his right hand. His right palm was pierced, blood flowed, and it quickly jellied. Its curse was very fast, and it would spread throughout the snake's body in less than 2 seconds, and death was waiting for him. Qing Ling didn't think much, and instinctively swung out the butterfly double blades, cut off the snake's arm, and quickly jumped back to distance himself from the monster. The moment the snake's arm was cut, the pain appeared, and he was happy in his heart. Qing Snake, you understand my tactics. The snake endured the pain, jumped to the side, and shouted, self-explosion. Pound. The front half of the snake's arm exploded, and the power was no less than a small explosion. This time, the monster also had experience. Before the explosion, it suddenly stretched out its arm, tilted its head back, and protected it with the other hand to minimize the damage of the explosion. A second later, it was still blown away by the explosion. Weakness. Jiuhan had been waiting for an opportunity. During this period, he did not do nothing. He quickly approached Huixiong, untied the belt on his jeans, and pulled it out. Jiuhan wanted to use his own belt, but he would always have to worry about his pants falling down during the battle. It was too stupid. Jiuhan wrapped Huixiong's belt around his right hand, and then continued to wait for an opportunity. Now, the opportunity came. Jiuhan's right hand wrapped in the belt punched the monster flying towards him in the back. The monster was punched and flew away, and flew towards Manshi again. Manshi, who lost his arms, jumped forward with force, and kicked his legs hard at the monster's chest. The monster was caught off guard and flew towards Jiuhan again, like a badminton. Jiuhan swung the racket again, and the second punch hit the monster's back again. Due to the interference of the scarlet force field, Jiuhan failed to control the angle this time, and the monster flew towards Qing Ling. Metal? Qing Ling raised his hands, and tried his best to control the 2 black gold knives still inserted in the monster's shoulders. The 2 knives felt the call of a powerful force, and quickly pulled the small monster to fly towards Jiuhan again. Activate level 6 weakness, 36 times the power. Jiuhan clenched his fists, and rushed towards the monster. 1 second later, he would throw the third punch. He almost saw. The monster's chest exploded directly, and then the whole body twisted in a spiral shape and exploded one after another, and finally turned into a pile of rubble. Even if it can recover, it must take a lot of time. Captain Chiang will not give it time. His Chiang brand flamethrower will directly plow the ground and burn them into a pool of blood. But the reality is not like that. When Jiuhan's fist wrapped with a belt was about to approach the monster, it suddenly tilted and lost some of its power. The punch missed and hit the monster's abdomen, failing to trigger the 36 times power. Jiuhan was shocked. At some point, the scarlet force field had returned to the monster's surroundings, producing a 3 times jelly effect. The monster was hit by Jiuhan's punch and flew 7 or 8 meters away, rolling on the ground twice, but it was not seriously injured. Puff. The double knives were spit out from the little monster's shoulders, and it quickly floated into the air and flew to another clone. The 2 clones collided like 2 pieces of red jelly, and with a gurgle sound, they turned back into a whole. It seemed to realize that the clone tactics it learned from Gao Yang was a wrong decision. The little monster turned back into the deformed child again, hanging in the air, surrounded by a high-density scarlet force field, like a piece of red amber. It bent its legs together, hugged its knees with its hands, and buried its head deep, looking like a wrong child huddled in the corner crying. At that moment, Gao Yang actually felt a trace of indescribable pity. Gao Yang, don't be stupid. It is not a human, but a bloodthirsty, evil, and terrifying monster. It just killed Hui Xiong, and wants to kill all of you. Gao Yang activated spiritual armor, quickly wiped out unnecessary weak emotions, and became rational again. Facts have proved that he was right. Ah. After a few seconds, the little monster was completely angry. It raised its head, and let out an angry scream that could pierce the eardrum. Warning! Lucky point income increased to 11,000 times. Chapter 542. After the devil scream, the whole body of the little monster flashed a dazzling red light, like a piece of steel that had reached its melting point. Woo! After a moment, the scarlet force field swung open again. Everyone staggered, became shaky, and stood unsteadily. Everyone felt a more serious disturbance than before. Douhu and Gao Yang relied on their respective talents to adapt to the force field first and barely regained their body rhythm, while others were slower. Gao Yang knew that he couldn't delay any longer. The most terrifying thing about this monster is not its strange ability and tenacious vitality, but that it can continue to evolve rapidly in battle. Although Gao Yang's luck also relies on continuous fighting to brush luck points and continue to grow. But the opponent's growth rate is much faster than Gao Yang, at least 10 times faster than his. After a few more rounds, its combat power might be close to Zhuang Mei's second form. That would be really dangerous. The strengthened scarlet force field reappeared on the entire square, and the body of the little monster completely melted and turned into 5 strip-shaped creatures, like several giant leeches. Swish, swish, swish. They swam towards the 5 people with terrible twisting power, at an incredibly fast speed. It's bad. Gao Yang's heart sank. He, Douhu, and Qingling might be able to deal with a leech each, but Manchi, who had lost both arms, and Jiuhan, who could only rely on fists for close combat, were probably doomed. Even if Manchi and Jiuhan could be resurrected by resurrection medicine like Hui Xiong, it would be difficult for Gao Yang, Douhu, and Qingling to kill the 5 leeches in one blow under the suppression of the scarlet force field. If they can't solve it at once, what awaits them is another fusion, and then growth and evolution. Gao Yang clenched his fists and thought quickly. He must activate the power of enlightenment, launch the flame fist, hit 5 leeches at once, and completely destroy them. But everyone's talents and combat mechanisms could not give him such an opportunity. Damn it! In a flash, a giant red leech attacked Gao Yang head-on. Swish! 2 black gold darts were shot out, and the red leech had a force field around it, slowing down the speed of the black gold darts. It twisted its body lightly, and shook it away, and continued to move towards Gao Yang at a constant speed. Dang! The red leech stopped abruptly, when it was less than 2 meters away from Gao Yang. To be precise, it hit something. Gao Yang looked closely, and was surprised and happy. What blocked the enemy was a translucent barrier with lavender water waves. This is Bai Lu's ability. Ding 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 ding. At the same time, the other 4 red leeches also hit the translucent barrier. 2 seconds later, Bai Lu appeared. She wore a bright red palace dress, her silver hair was flying, and her eyes were bright red. She stood on the top of the obelisk with her legs together tiptoed, and opened her hands to control the special water elements. These water elements turned into more than a dozen translucent purple water walls, floating above the square. Bai Lu's sexy red lips hooked lightly, her voice was soft and gentle, but with a hint of coldness. Hey, isn't this the son-in-law of the ghost family? I haven't seen you for a few days, and you become so messed up. Gao Yang almost fell backwards in one breath, feeling half touched and half unhappy. First of all, I didn't provoke any of you. Secondly, swish. Gao Yang didn't have time to complain. A gust of wind blew, and Gao Yang was dazed and found himself standing in front of the stone pillars at the edge of the square. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Within 2 seconds, several more gusts of wind blew around Gao Yang, and Douhu, Qingling, Jiuhan, the armless Manchi, and the corpse Hui Xiong all appeared beside him. Jingjia, wearing a retro tuxedo, was holding the shirtless Hui Xiong with one hand. The belt of his jeans was untied, and his pants were pulled down during the supersonic movement, revealing yellow underwear with a blue cat printed on it, which wrapped half of his round buttocks. The picture was a bit eye-catching. Jingjia's combat power was very weak, but his speed was the fastest among the known creatures in the mist world. Douhu, Qingling, Jiuhan and Manchi, who felt the supersonic speed for the first time, stood there with messy hair, opened their eyes wide, and their chins almost dropped to the ground. They fell into a trance. What happened just now? Who am I? Where am I? Thank you for your hard work, and leave the rest to our ghost group. Jingjia gently put Hui Xiong down and bowed politely to everyone. While Jingja was talking, Bai Lu didn't stop her work. She controlled more than a dozen translucent water walls, gradually condensing them into solid purple ice crystal walls, and gathered towards the center of the square little by little. The 5 red leeches felt threatened and fled like headless flies, but they could only keep hitting the crystal wall, then keep turning around to find a way out, and then hit another wall again. Gao Yang secretly exclaimed. Bai Lu's strength has also improved a lot during this period. Then he became confused again. Where did Bai Lu get so many water elements for her to operate? Did she extract such a huge amount of water elements from the air in an instant? No, this is too outrageous. Did she drive a sprinkler truck here? No, this is even more ridiculous. Wait, Gao Yang thought of the dry river before they entered the temple. It seems that there is still water there, which was directly requisitioned by Bai Lu. This means that Bai Lu explored the temple before them, but did not rush to open the sarcophagus, nor did he awaken the monster in the belly of the mummy of the living beast. The ghost group relied on Jing's supersonic ability to easily avoid Gao Yang and others, hiding in the dark, waiting for them to explore the truth first, and then decide whether to attack and when to attack. Should I say it or not, this behavior is really stupid. Caw caw caw. Boom. While Gao Yang was thinking, the purple crystal walls on the square began to close one after another, and finally formed a polygonal solid purple cage. The 5 red leeches in the cage were still hitting the crystal wall, and the speed was getting faster and faster. The naked eye could only see countless red afterimages, like tadpole fireworks blooming in the sky, running around. It's a pity that all struggles were in vain, and it couldn't get out. The little monster accepted the reality, and it turned back into a hole. The scarlet force field was completely withdrawn, and gathered around it again to protect it. The little monster put its feet together, hugged its knees, and buried its head. Ong! Ong! It began to sob again in grievance. This time Gao Yang would not be fooled. It was thinking and evolving. Soon, it would become stronger, and have newer and more deadly killing moves. Heavenly drop. A clear and slightly mature voice came from above. Chun appeared. This little boy who looked 7 or 8 years old wore a black dress and a red bow tie. His soft silver hair was parted in the middle, covering half of his full forehead. He was suspended in the air, his hands open towards his feet, and his eyes flashed with sharp red light. God's power. Chapter 543. 1 second passed. 3 seconds passed. Nothing happened in the square. As Gao Yang had seen Chun create a meteor crater at the crossroads, his blood boiling turned into inexplicable embarrassment. No, Master Chun, don't let down at the critical moment. How come the move was silenced after being called so loudly? Suddenly, Gao Yang's eyes tightened, and he realized that things were not simple. Crack, 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 crack. The polygonal cage composed of amethyst walls had cracks, and the cracks were like rapidly growing vines, quickly splitting, spreading, and spreading everywhere. Ding. A crisp sound, accompanied by a strong airflow, shook everyone's sight. In an instant, the crystal cage shattered, turning into countless crystal clear purple fragments, like a beautiful dreamy purple snow. Oh no! Johan became worried. The cage was broken, and the little monster was about to come out. Don't worry. Gao Yang was relieved. In the air, the curled-up little monster was indeed motionless. It wasn't that it didn't want to move, it just couldn't move. Chun's coercive force was not only applied from top to bottom, but also from all directions, but it would take some time. Bai Lu's amethyst wall bought him time. Chun controlled the coercive force and surrounded it from all directions, cooperating with the cage to firmly press the little monster to a central point. Chun opened his hands, and his 10 fingers bent little by little, slowly clenching back into fists. Empty. A strong airflow vibrated. At first glance, nothing happened. If you look closely, you will find that the curled-up body of the little monster is tightened again, and the high-density scarlet force field wrapped around it also began to twist and tremble at high speed. Empty. 3 seconds later, the power doubled. The hurricane blew close to the ground of the square, and Gao Yang and others were forced to squint their eyes. Ah! The curled-up little monster screamed, and the high-density scarlet force field around it disintegrated, turning into a red evil spirit and retracting into its body. Empty. The power doubled again, reaching the limit. The curled body of the little monster has been compressed to the point of deformation, and looks more like a meatball. It glowed with evil red light, struggling to resist the terrible pressure that could compress ordinary flesh and blood into a small marble. The power of the two sides reached a delicate balance. If Chun had 1 more tenth of power, the little monster would explode all over, turning into a pool of blood, and then being compressed into a bloody ping-pong ball. Similarly, if the little monster had one more tenth of power, Chun's pressure would completely disintegrate, and his efforts would fail. Warning! Lucky point benefits increased to 12,000 times. Gao Yang was shocked. What? Even on the verge of death, it can still grow and evolve. This is not a monster, this is a demon. Duh. A burst of excited footsteps appeared. Gao Yang was delighted, and before he could turn around, a soft body threw itself on his back, and a pair of hands tightly hugged Gao Yang's neck. Chu Shui rubbed Gao Yang's cheek with her cheek, and her voice was filled with joy and grievance. Gao Yang, I miss you so much. Gao Yang was about to say something. Bai Lu's gentle and angry voice came. How many times have I told you? Don't be a licking dog, be careful not to lick until you have nothing in the end. That's right, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, and you have to pay attention to the method of recruiting a son-in-law. Hurry up, I can't handle it. Chun gritted his teeth, and his hands, that couldn't make a fist, began to tremble. Chu Shui had jumped off Gao Yang and ran towards the square. She was wearing a big red cloak with a hood and barefoot. She turned back and blinked at Gao Yang while running. Gao Yang, look at me. Chu Shui had jumped up and down, like a child playing, but she was very fast and arrived at the center of the square in the blink of an eye. She squatted down, supported herself with both hands, and jumped lightly like a kitten. Her hood was lifted, her cloak fluttered, her soft silver hair flew everywhere, and her red eyes were as bright as gems. Drive away this soul. Chu Shui stretched out her right hand with 4 fingers together, and pushed out a palm towards the curled-up little monster. An invisible spiritual wind blew, and the translucent blue spirit of the little monster was pushed out directly from the body, turning into a ghost state. The little monster in the ghost state was stunned for a second, looking at its own body that was still curled up, unable to understand what was happening. But the killing instinct was still there. Since he could move, even in the ghost state, he still rushed towards Chu Shui in front of him without hesitation. Chase the soul. Chu Shui in the air made a graceful rotation, and threw out an energy field in the state of a spirit from both hands, like a fairy scattering flowers. Wow! For a moment, 3 bronze ancient doors in the shape of spirits appeared out of thin air behind the little monster, on the left and right, and invisibly locked the little monster's movements. The little monster struggled angrily, but his body could not move. The 3 ancient doors were closed tightly, without door locks. The door handles on the left and right were ferocious bull heads and horse faces, which looked dilapidated and dark, as if they came from the underworld. Facing the little monster spirit, Chu Shui raised his right hand and waved it casually, carelessly and without rules. But every time she waved her hand, she summoned a dark green lightning out of thin air. Corpse dog. Hidden arrow. Sparrowine. Swallow thieves. Non-poison. Purging dirt. Stinking lungs. Chu Shui's voice was light and emotionless. 7 lightning bolts fell one after another, hitting the monster's head, chest, abdomen, hands and feet respectively. Every time the lightning struck, a green energy would rush out of the little monster's body. They turned into struggling and twisted skulls, wailing in pain, and quickly turned into a puff of green smoke and disappeared. After being hit by 7 lightning bolts, the little monster's spirit body became transparent and thin, and it seemed that it was almost fused with the air. Chu Shui stretched out her right hand to the little monster and snapped her fingers. Click! The 3 cold bronze ancient doors felt the call of their master and made a click-click-click sound. Chu Shui continued to casually send down the last 3 judgments. Fetal light. Xuangling. Yujing. Bang bang bang. The 3 doors opened quickly, and there was endless darkness and overwhelming miserable screams. Swish swish. The little monster spirit was unraveled, turned into countless silk threads, and was sucked into the 3 doors respectively. Dong dong dong. 5 seconds later, the 3 bronze doors closed mercilessly. Chu Shui slowly landed, she turned around, and her flying silver hair slowly fell down. Rest. Chu Shui uttered the last word. In an instant, the 3 bronze doors fell apart, turned into a crystal-clear spirit particle, and dissipated silently. At this moment, Chu Shui's beautiful face was a little pale, and her expression was between a little tired and indifferent, as if she was a girl from the netherworld, extremely dangerous and not to be challenged. 2 seconds later, Chu Shui raised her eyes slightly, and looked at Gao Yang not far away. Gao Yang. The girl smiled sweetly, her eyes curved, and ran towards Gao Yang happily. Chapter 544. During the few seconds that Chu Shui ran towards Gao Yang, the body of the little monster that was still suspended in the air no longer flashed an evil red light, and lost any signs of life. It fell to the ground with a thump and stopped moving, like a piece of dead meat. Its 3 souls and 7 spirits were destroyed, and its soul was wiped out. Gao Yang had always known that Chushue was the ceiling of spiritual damage, and today he saw it. He was happy, took a step, and ran towards Chushue. Chushue saw Gao Yang running towards her, and her smile became even sweeter. She opened her arms, and was about to throw herself into his arms. 2 seconds later, Chushue's arms were empty, and she stumbled and almost fell. Gao Yang teleported to the body of the little monster behind her 1 second before Chushue hugged him. Flame. This guy is probably dead, but finishing him off is necessary. In less than a few seconds, the body was completely burned into a pool of black ash, and there was no possibility of resurrection. Gao Yang was relieved, but he still laughed at himself in his heart. I am not good at fighting, but I must not be a slacker in the aftermath. Gao Yang. Gao Yang turned around, and this time he did not dodge. Chushue rushed into his arms. Do you miss me? Do you miss me? Tell me. Do you miss me? Chushue buried her face in Gao Yang's chest, rubbing it hard, greedily smelling his breath. I do. Gao Yang was about to answer, but suddenly found something wrong. His waist was a little tight. He looked down and was scared. Under Chushue's big cloak, a pair of slender white legs actually clamped Gao Yang's waist. No. What is this action? Chushu. Bai Lu walked over quickly and took Chushu out of Gao Yang's arms. Stand up straight. How can you be so shameless? Bai Lu felt helpless. During this period, Chushue had been pestering Bai Lu to tell her what love is. Bai Lu thought it was time for Chushue to grow up, so she watched some love movies with her, trying to teach her about love. Last night in the hotel, Chushue opened Bai Lu's laptop and found a movie called The God of Comedy. She watched it all. The heroine in the movie always hugged the hero in a strange way, with her legs clamped around his waist. After watching it, Chushue excitedly told Bai Lu, Sister, I understand love. I don't want friendship anymore. I want to be Gao Yang's love. Bai Lu almost fainted. You know nothing about love. You are so love-minded. You are sold by Gao Yang and have to count money for him. At this time, Chushue couldn't wait to shout, Gao Yang, I've decided. We are not friends anymore. We want to be. Bai Lu covered Chushue's mouth in time. Chushue struggled with her hands waving wildly, but soon she calmed down. She blinked her eyelids, tilted her head, and fell asleep. Then, her body under the cloak quickly evaporated and turned into a ball of white mist with a milky fragrance. In a blink of an eye, the mist dissipated, the cloak fell to the ground, Chushue disappeared, and turned into a white cat, curled up in Bai Lu's arms and fell asleep. Is she okay? Gao Yang was a little worried. She consumed too much energy. Just make up for it with some sleep. Bai Lu explained as usual. That's good. Gao Yang breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time he felt a little complicated. Is this the case for all strong people, charging for 2 hours and talking for 5 minutes? Suddenly, Gao Yang felt a chill on his side, and when he looked back, Qing Ling was staring at him dimly. Gao Yang suddenly felt something was wrong and introduced with a smile. Qing Ling, they are the ghost group. This is Bai Lu. You have seen this cat. It's called Chushue. You knew that the ghost group followed us? Qing Ling's voice became colder. How dare you hide such a thing from me? No. Gao Yang quickly glanced at Bai Lu. Come and testify for me. Gao Yang, happy cooperation. Bai Lu smiled cunningly. Swish. Qing Ling's tang knife pressed against Gao Yang's neck. You still say you don't know. It's unfair. I really don't know. Gao Yang raised his hands and winked at Bai Lu. Bai Lu smiled gloatingly and explained slowly. I was just joking. He really didn't know. Qing Ling half believed and half doubted. After a few seconds, she retracted the knife and her brows relaxed a little. Although it was very unpleasant to be used by the ghost group, Gao Yang did not participate, and considering the help of the ghost group, this matter was even. Qing Ling swung his right hand, and the long sword disappeared. Not far away, Chun and Dohu were already chatting. Gao Yang had told Dohu about the ghost group in advance, so Dohu had no hostility towards them for the time being. Dohu squatted down like a second-rate guy and looked at the little boy in front of him. Are you the boss of the ghost group? I prefer the title of head of the family, Chun said. Ouch. Dohu reached out and rubbed Chun's head. You are so smart. How dare you? Chun took a step back suddenly, feeling insulted. What are you doing? Ah? Dohu felt a little wronged. Is it a friendly gesture to touch a child's head when seeing him? Child? I am old enough to be your grandfather. Chun was very angry, quickly tidied his hair, and put on airs again. Ahem. Since this is your first offense and you are the companion of our ghost family's son-in-law, I will not pursue it this time, and it will not happen again next time. You are so arrogant. Dohu was not afraid at all, and smiled playfully. I still want to pursue you. Chun was stunned at first, and smiled. It was purely coincidental that I used you. We are also looking for live animals. Although you are traveling with Gao Yang, the ghosts and awakeners are natural enemies after all, so I did not show up rashly. Then why did you take action again in the end? Dohu asked. Killing the son of Curse is our common goal. Chun explained calmly, but in his heart, he was thinking, if I don't take action now, I'm afraid I won't be able to defeat it. So it's called the son of Curse. Dohu pondered the name. This may not be its real name. Jingja came behind Master Chun like a gust of wind. Oh my god! Dohu was shocked. Brother, you are too fast. How did you do it? Can you teach me? It's innate, I can't teach it. Jingja nodded politely. Just like your talent, I can't learn it. Haha, that's right. Dohu lowered his head and looked at Chun in front of him. Little guy. Call me Master Chun. Chun interrupted. Ahem, Master Chun. When did you start following us? Dohu asked. We should have been followed as soon as we arrived in Nigua. Gao Yang came over and took Playak over. Chapter 545. That's right. Bai Lu came over with Chu Shui in her arms. Gao Yang looked at Bai Lu. Did you do anything to my orange juice in the hotel buffet? To be precise, I did something to the glass. Bai Lu hooked her fingers, and a ball of very thin purple silk threads immediately appeared around her. I used a thread to connect your glass to another glass, so that I could eavesdrop on your conversation from a distance. Haha, you almost found out. Gao Yang complained in his heart. It's mainly because you have no ill will towards me, otherwise my system would definitely find out. You learned that we were going to the Triangle Tower through eavesdropping, and guessed our purpose. Dohu restored the story. Then, you watched us activate the altar. Bai Lu smiled and agreed. You created that pressure, didn't you? Dohu looked down at Chun. Chun admitted generously. I'm just helping you, otherwise you would never find this place. Help us? Dohu touched his chin and said with a sly smile. You don't have the confidence to deal with the child of the curse, so you use us as the vanguard. Ahem. Chun was exposed and was a little embarrassed. Without us, you can't deal with it. Gao Yang thought. This monster called the child of the curse is indeed very scary. If it can't be solved quickly, God knows how high its upper limit of evolution is. It is entirely possible to surpass the living beast. Dohu smiled. He understood the ways of the world, and the topic was turned over. We are mainly here to investigate the living beast and related information. It is an accident to encounter the child of the curse. Dohu smiled subtly. But you seem to be coming for it. Chun didn't say anything. Why? Dohu asked. Why do you have to kill it? Chun thought about it, and smiled calmly. It's okay to tell you. You should know that Songmu sect has cooperated with us before. We did some things for them. In exchange, they regularly provided us with food and removed the curse on us. I know. Gao Yang told everyone about this. But Songmu sect broke its promise. They couldn't remove the curse on us, but as compensation, they revealed some truth to us. When we learned the truth, we were quite shocked, and it took us some time to accept it. Gao Yang guessed. You know your origins. It seems that you know. Chun looked at Gao Yang, with a mature light in his clear big eyes. He smiled bitterly. Oh, it turns out that we ghosts are children born from humans and beasts, and we are born with a curse. Not only that, once the beast gives birth to us, it will die. Gao Yang and others were all shocked. They didn't know about this. Dohu is a veteran, and he said calmly, We already know this. Let's talk about something new. Chun sighed. The Songmu cult doesn't know where the beasts come from, but they can confirm that a few beasts appear every 20 years, and their mission is to sow and give birth. We also know this. Dohu said. Then do you know what else the beasts can give birth to besides us ghosts? Chun asked Dohu. Dohu didn't say anything, and after a few seconds, he confessed, I don't know. Chun looked serious. We also know a second kind. The child of the curse. Gao Yang figured it out. It's this thing tonight. Yeah. Chun nodded. The Songmu cult believes that the curse of ghosts comes from the child of the curse born by the beast, so as long as we find and kill it, we may be able to eliminate the curse on us. So you started traveling around the world, looking for the child of the curse? Gao Yang asked. Bai Lu gently took over the conversation. We collected a lot of clues, and went to many places, but we returned empty-handed. Nigua is our last stop, but I didn't expect to run into you. Ha! This is called fate. Dohu grinned. Gao Yang immediately asked, Now that the child of the curse is dead, has the curse on you disappeared? If the curse disappears, ghosts don't have to worry about dying at any time, and maybe they don't have to eat awakened people? Gao Yang is very concerned about this matter. I don't know. Chun raised his right hand and looked carefully for a few seconds. After killing it, there were indeed some changes in my body, but my curse is still there. Chun looked up at Bailu and Jingzhe. What about you? Still. Bailu was very calm. Jingzhe nodded. It may take some time, or it may not work at all. Chun was not too disappointed. He didn't have much hope at the beginning, but since there was a way, he had to try it. Gao Yang sighed. Things really didn't go so smoothly. There is another thing that Gao Yang has always felt very contradictory, and Johan also mentioned it before. This beast. Gao Yang turned around and pointed at the mummy in the sarcophagus. Is it really from our era? What do you mean? Chun didn't understand. Gao Yang glanced at Do Hu. 100 years of information, can you tell me? Do Hu nodded. Speak, there is no need to hide this information. Just treat it as an information exchange. Qi Ling and others had no objection. We speculate that the real lifespan of the foggy world is only 100 years. It has no history and no future. In 2 years, this world will end, and everything will disappear or be swallowed by the fog. The scene was silent. This time, it was Chun, Bailu and Jingzhe's turn to be shocked. In the next 2 minutes, Gao Yang briefly talked about the drunkard. Chun's face became heavier. He now understood Gao Yang's question. If the foggy world only has a lifespan of 100 years, the ruins of the ancient Ni Kingdom Temple under the desert should not exist now. In the history that Sandao made up, the ancient Ni Kingdom civilization existed for thousands of years. The funny thing is that the real history of the foggy world is only 100 years. If Sandao was not bored, there would be no need to forge this ancient ruins. And from the current evidence, the mummy in the sarcophagus, the beast with 2 lives, also participated in this realistic forgery project. I don't know. Chun shook his head. If this world really only has 100 years, then everything here doesn't make sense. Chun's answer was within Gao Yang's expectations. In fact, there are many things that don't make sense. For example, why did this mummy beast have 2 lives in one? Who killed it? Who sealed it? Why did the beast die, but the cursed child in its belly can still live? There are too many mysteries. Gao Yang's mind was in a mess, and he always felt that there were still some key clues missing, which were the thread that pulled down the mysterious veil of this world. Ah! A familiar voice came, interrupting everyone's thinking. Chapter 546. Everyone looked at Hui Xiong lying on the ground a few meters away. The resurrection drug took effect, and he came back to life. Hui Xiong's beastly body returned to its original state, with his upper body naked and dense hair. His jeans were partly removed, and his butt was sticking out, revealing his yellow underwear with a blue fat man printed on it. He turned over with difficulty, covering the wound on his abdomen that had not yet completely healed, with a painful expression. Head hurts. Hui Xiong covered his face with one hand and slowly sat up. He saw that the surroundings were in a mess, and it was obvious that a fierce battle had taken place. Ah! Hui Xiong was startled and woke up a lot. He remembered that they were fighting with that bastard, and he was stabbed by it, and then fainted, or maybe died. It's over? Hui Xiong looked at the others in disbelief. Congratulations, you won by lying down. Man Snake had been holding this sarcasm in his heart for a long time. Oh my god! Hui Xiong was so excited that his abdomen hurt again. He took a breath and said, "Where's the body of that bastard?" The captain cremated it for free. Johan held back his laughter and threw the belt to Hui Xiong. Put on your pants first. Fuck. Hui Xiong looked down and his face suddenly changed. He hurriedly put on his pants. Why did you take off my pants? What did you do to me? I explain later. Johan stepped forward and supported Hui Xiong. Forget it, take me to see the body first. Hui Xiong took out his mobile phone with a distorted screen from his trouser pocket. I take a picture. Johan helped Hui Xiong walk to the ashes. Hui Xiong was very disappointed, but he still took a few pictures, and raised his mobile phone to take 2 pictures of the obelisk. What is this bastard called? Hui Xiong asked. Son of a living beast, or... The ghost group calls him the son of the curse. Johan said. Ghost? What ghost? Hui Xiong was still a little confused. He turned his head and saw 3 strangers standing next to Do Hu. A little ghost, a tall man, and a beautiful woman holding a white cat in her arms, all with silver hair and red eyes. They are ghosts? Hui Xiong was surprised. Yes. I missed a lot of things. Hui Xiong was very regretful. He suppressed his curiosity, Never mind, let's do business first. He picked up the phone, operated it, and smiled happily. Dr. Jia's high technology is good, we can receive signals here. 3 seconds later, Gao Yang, Qing Ling, Manshi, and Johan's phones all rang. Gao Yang saw that the message came from the Loving Patsong group, and Huixiong sent 2 photos of the scene in the group. Huixiong, I just finished fighting the son of the curse, and got a little injured. Ken, wow! What is the cursed child? Ken patted 7 shadows. Ken, Captain, are you alright? Gao Yang, everything goes well. Grey Hero patted Ken. Grey Hero, the monster born from a living beast is stronger than a ghost. Tengu, cool. Iman, +1. Chening, it looks like another fierce battle. I hope everyone is okay. Nana, indifferent face, it doesn't matter, I will take action. Man Snake, this thing is quite strong. Grey Hero lay down before he could see it clearly. He woke up after we beat him. Grey Hero patted Man Snake. Grey Hero, I was beaten tactically to buy precious time for my teammates. Johan, I can testify for Grey Hero, he slept soundly. Grey Hero, get lost. Gao Yang took back his phone and looked at Grey Hero. Stop chatting. Can you move now? Okay, I'm fine. Huixiong took back his phone. The others in the group obviously didn't intend to end the topic, and their phones were still beeping. Put it away and leave here, Gao Yang said. Everyone took a short break, treated the wounded, and began to investigate and take pictures of the entire temple ruins, extracting key items and packing them. Half an hour later, everyone left the temple and returned the same way. Chun Tung flew into the air, sending a strong pressure towards the top of his head, and directly created a temporary skylight in the quicksand layer. Jingjia took 2 people at a time and flew out. Strictly speaking, Jingjia can't fly, but his supersonic speed allows him to fly over eaves and walls, and the effect is almost the same as flying. In just 10 seconds, a few gusts of wind blew, and all members of the Pasong action team and the ghost group returned to the desert. At 1 o'clock in the morning, on the sand dunes not far from the triangular tower, Dr. Jia was sitting on the sand, calling Chening from the Baichuan group, and said excitedly, I didn't lie. Dohu asked me to leave for a while, so I walked around. When I came back, I saw that 6 living people were gone. How could I know where they went? Dr. Jia. Dohu and others came behind Dr. Jia. Don't bother me, I'm on the phone. Dr. Jia replied impatiently. He was stunned and jumped up. Wow, where did you go? It's a long story. Dohu grinned. Wait, who are these 3 people? Why is there a cat? This cat is very beautiful. What breed? Let me take it back for research. Dr. Jia. Gao Yang explained. Calm down, these 3, no, these 4 are ghosts. Ghost group? Dr. Jia was even more excited. Great. Finally, I saw a living ghost. Please come back with me. Let me study your body structure. Dr. Jia's eyes moved to Bai Lu's face. Well, let's start with you. Old man, you have to thank me for not being hungry. Bai Lu, who was holding her sister, looked angry. Otherwise you would have died. Old man? Dr. Jia was hit hard. You are a beautiful girl. How can you be so uncultured? I am uncultured? Bai Lu's mouth twitched. She claimed to be elegant, dignified, beautiful and generous. She could even accept others scolding her for being vicious, but she would not allow anyone to slander her for being uncultured. You dare to say it again? I don't mind eating a junk meal. Gao Yang felt a headache. He held his forehead and walked forward. Uncle Hu, leave it to you. Dohu lit a cigarette, took a puff, and walked away without looking back. Qing Snake, you take care of it. Qing Ling glanced at Johan coldly. Deal with it. Johan looked at Manshi, who had disappeared long ago, and finally looked at Huixiong. Don't worry, leave it to me. Huixiong was waiting for this moment. He pulled Dr. Jia over. Old Jia, forget it. I tell you where we just went, I guarantee you'd be interested. Okay. Dr. Jia was interested. After you left, we activated the altar, and ended up encountering quicksand. You don't know how dangerous it is. I didn't expect there to be a ruin below, and it was a temple of the ancient Inai country. The temple was so big. There was a mummy in the sarcophagus, and it turned out to be a living beast, and it was pregnant. Wow! That cursed child is so strong, I'm not a pushover, I took the lead, and killed them all at once. I almost cut it down, and the ghost group took action. It turns out that they have been following us. That's what happened. Huixiong finished speaking. Dr. Jia was stunned. Lao Xiong, I didn't realize you are so strong. Hey, strength is secondary. Huixiong also held a cigarette, looking old and puffing. The The main thing is that I have been through many battles, and have rich experience. I have summarized the 3 key points to victory. Let me tell you in detail. Chapter 547. Gray Xiong talked with Dr. Jia for the whole journey. Gao Yang listened to a few sentences casually. Except for the names, the story was basically unrecognizable. However, thanks to him, Dr. Jia and the ghost group had no more conflicts along the way. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning when everyone left the Triangle Tower scenic area. After all, people and ghosts have different paths. Chun reached a confidential verbal agreement with Gao Yang and others and parted ways. Before leaving, Dohu was unwilling to give up and wanted to ask Chun for some information about the Sungmu cult. Chun told him truthfully that the previous contact of the ghost group was Edmund. Now Edmund is dead, and they have lost contact with the Sungmu cult. If the Sungmu cult contacts the ghost group again in the future, the 3 major organizations can offer more attractive conditions, and Chun is not impossible to consider cooperation. Before leaving, Bai Lu called Gao Yang aside and reluctantly took out a postcard with the desert and the triangular tower scenery printed on it, a letter that Chu Shui stayed up all night to write for you. Gao Yang was a little touched, but also a little sad. Such a short letter had to stay up all night to finish. Gao Yang could almost imagine Chu Shui lying on the table, biting the pen, racking her brains to choose words and sentences, just like when she was writing essays when she was a child. Gao Yang lowered his head and read the letter. The sun is so bright and hot. I sweat a lot and am always thirsty. I don't like the desert. My sister said that we are vampires, so we don't like the sun. I don't like the sun, but I like Gao Yang, Cici. Gao Yang, I miss you so much. Do you miss me? After Gao Yang finished reading the letter, he was about to speak, but Bai Lu had already handed him the pen. Gao Yang held the postcard in his left palm and replied on the spot. I don't like the desert either, but I am very happy to meet you. Chu Shui, you saved me again. You are awesome. The trip is over. Go home and have a good rest. When I have time, I will come to play with you and treat you to delicious food. Gao Yang reached out and rubbed Chu Shui's little head in Bai Lu's arms, folded the postcard and put it beside her. The white cat woke up slightly. She subconsciously stretched out her pink little claws, hugged the postcard, and fell asleep sweetly again. So cute. Gao Yang couldn't help laughing, and his originally heavy mood improved a little. When he looked up, he was greeted by Bai Lu's death gaze. Gao Yang felt a chill on his back, and immediately retracted his hand. Goodbye. Bai Lu turned around with a bad face. Gao Yang and others returned to the hotel, avoided Dr. Jia, and held a short meeting to unify the experience tonight, and report to the 3 major organizations. Afterwards, Gao Yang personally called Qilin and made a detailed report. After listening, Qilin just said that he knew and asked Gao Yang to be careful. The 2 of them kept it to themselves, and did not mention the island country incident, as if it did not exist at all. The group planned to sleep for a few hours in the hotel, and take a plane back to Licheng at noon. Just in case, the 7 people were divided into 3 double rooms according to their combat power, so that they could take care of each other. Dohu and Dr. Jia shared a room, Johan, Manshi and Huixiong shared a room, and Gao Yang and Qingling shared a room. At 3:30 in the morning, Gao Yang and Qingling washed up and lay down on their own beds. Gao Yang closed his eyes and rested. After 10 minutes, he still did not hear Qingling's even breathing, knowing that she was still awake. After a while, a rubbing sound came from the darkness next to him. Gao Yang opened his eyes and saw Qingling, who was wearing a silk nightgown, turn her body to the side, with one hand resting on her face and the other hand naturally placed on her thigh, staring at him with a faint look. Qingling? Gao Yang confirmed. Qingling did not answer, which was considered as tacit agreement. After a moment of silence, Qingling said softly, You are worried. Gao Yang was stunned at first. Sure enough, he could not hide it from her, just like Qingling could not deceive him if she had something. Yes, Gao Yang admitted. Qingling asked directly, Since you saw the murals on the obelisk, something is wrong. What is it? She was right. Gao Yang sighed. Qingling, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but I can't tell you. What do you mean? Qingling asked. Gao Yang thought about it, and made an inappropriate analogy. It's like, I found a question, but only found half of the question, and there is no way to solve it, so I want to at least figure out the whole question first, then tell you, and you can help me find a solution. Qingling thought for 2 seconds and said seriously, Then tell me about the other half of the question first. No. I want to help you. Qingling interrupted. Gao Yang was stunned, moved, and surprised. Qingling was not a nosy person. This was the first time she was so proactive. Let's do this. Gao Yang no longer insisted. Tomorrow when we return to Liqing, you accompany me to do something, and I will tell you. Go to sleep. I will figure it out myself. Okay. Since Gao Yang gave in, Qing Ling no longer pestered and turned over. A few minutes later, Qing Ling's breathing became even and she fell asleep. Gao Yang lay in the dark, thinking alone for a long time, feeling sad. He gently turned sideways, looked at Qing Ling, who was sleeping in the darkness, and slowly closed his eyes. The journey back home was smooth, and Dr. Jia followed Do Hu back to Liqing, deciding to stay for a while. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Gao Yang and his group walked out of Liqing Airport. Before leaving the airport, Gao Yang talked to Dr. Jia alone for a few minutes, and the two were very mysterious. When he came back, Dr. Jia shook his head and said, "This Jiang is too cunning, he took off my underwear." Gao Yang smiled and said, "Dr. Jia, thank you, I owe you a favor." Before getting in the car, Gao Yang thought of something and called Do Hu, "Uncle Hu, borrow a light." Uncle Hu was slightly stunned, and immediately understood. He stretched out his hand, Gao Yang held it, and copied Do Hu's killing expert. Do Hu came over and said with a sly smile, "It's your friendship price, 3 Jinwu coins. I give it to you later." Gao Yang smiled bitterly. Why not learn something else? Learn from your apprentice Qing Ling's dead money grubber. Qing Ling and Gao Yang got in the same taxi and went back to Liqing University together. It was already early morning when we got off the bus. Gao Yang took Qing Ling to a spicy hot pot cart opposite the school gate to eat. After eating for a while, Gao Yang suddenly said something out of nowhere. "I remember that Qining loves to take a bath. As long as she doesn't work overtime, she will take a bath every night before going to bed." Qing Ling was eating fish balls with her head down. She frowned slightly, and didn't understand why Gao Yang said this. "I guess she must still be taking a bath at this time," Gao Yang said. "What do you want to say?" Qing Ling just felt puzzled. "Let's verify it." Gao Yang picked up the phone and called Qining. Qing Ling put down her chopsticks and looked at Gao Yang as if he was crazy. "Are you serious?" "Of course." Gao Yang smiled. Soon, the call was connected. Gao Yang picked up a piece of freshly blanched greens and asked, "What are you doing?" "Something?" Qining asked. "Are you taking a bath?" Gao Yang pretended to be anxious. "Yes." Qin Ying's voice was a little awkward. "Come to the entrance of Liqing University right away." "What?" "Hurry up. It's a matter of life and death." Gao Yang quickly hung up the phone and turned it off. Qing Ling's face sank. "Are you crazy?" Gao Yang didn't explain, waved his hand. "Boss, 3 more bowls of beef offal noodles." "Okay." About 10 minutes later, a car drove out of the intersection not far away. It drifted directly to the entrance of Liqing and stopped. Qining got out of the car in a hurry. Sure enough, her hair was wet, she was wrapped in a bathrobe, wearing a pair of slippers, and her expression was flustered. People who didn't know the situation saw this scene, and had already had wild thoughts. "Qining, this way." Gao Yang and Qing Ling were sitting together at the spicy hot pot stall across the street. Gao Yang turned sideways, and waved to Qining. Qining was stunned, and quickly crossed the road and came to Gao Yang. She looked at the spicy hot pot owner warily, and asked in a low voice, "What's the matter? You really love taking a bath. You are just a little bath princess." Gao Yang pretended to smile frivolously, and patted the long bench next to him. "Sit down." Qin Ying's face was not very good, and she patiently sat down next to Gao Yang. Gao Yang pointed to a bowl of beef offal noodles on the table. "I ordered it for you. It will get cold if you don't come quickly." "Is this an urgent matter involving human life?" Qin Ying's brows were twisted into 8 characters. "Yes." Gao Yang still had a joking face. "You will know how amazing it is if you taste it. Such a good delicacy. If you taste it in the morning, you will die in the evening." "Psycho!" Qin Ying was really angry and stood up to leave. She hated frivolous people the most in her life, and her previous good impression of Qiang was gone. "Qining." Gao Yang stopped acting and called her. "Stop joking. Let's talk business. Sit down." Qining looked at Gao Yang suspiciously, calmed down, and sat down again. "What's the matter?" Qining asked. "Can I trust you?" Gao Yang asked. Qining was startled and looked up at the spicy hot pot boss again. Since Gao Yang asked this, he should have confirmed that he was a lost beast. Qining has been in the workplace for many years, and immediately heard Gao Yang's implication. She said straight to the point, "Elder Qiang, do you want to poach me?" Gao Yang was also very frank. "Do you want to consider it? Are you representing the Qilin Union?" Qining paused and said in a lighter tone, "Or the 12 zodiac signs?" "What if I say that I represent myself?" Gao Yang asked back. Ning didn't say anything. She looked down at the steaming beef offal noodles in front of her and was silent. Ning, what are you pursuing? Gao Yang asked. Live. Ning thought for a moment without hesitation and added, if possible, I hope to live with dignity, security, and freedom. I want the same thing as you do. Gao Yang said. Me too. Ling, who was eating noodles seriously, added. Do you think the three major organizations will unite closely and realize our wishes? Gao Yang asked. This question touched Chen Ying's heart. Ning and Gao Yang have been through life and death for a while, and she admires Gao Yang's character and personality. She no longer hesitated and sighed, to be honest, I don't think it's optimistic. Excuse me for being blunt. Gao Yang looked at Chen Ying. Madam Li, I can't realize your wish either. Chapter 548. Maybe? Chen Ying also looked up and met Gao Yang's gaze, with a firm attitude, but she saved my life, was kind to me, and treated me like a family member. I will never betray her and the Baichuan group. Gao Yang nodded slightly, motioning Chen Ying to continue. Perhaps you can join us, so that we can become stronger. Chen Ying said sincerely, our Baichuan group has always been very democratic. Elder Qiang is very strong, and has a certain prestige. If the time is right, Madam Li will be willing to give up her position. She thought about giving up her position to the drunkard at the beginning. You know this? It seems that Chen Ying also knows that the Baichuan group is very weak, but she has her own bottom line, so she came up with this compromise plan. Haha, she failed to poach people, and was poached instead. Okay, I think about it. Gao Yang knew that Chen Ying could not win over, so he was polite. I hope you will think about it seriously. Chen Ying paused and added, don't worry, I won't tell anyone about what happened tonight. Thank you. Activate lie detector. Chen Ying didn't lie, her attitude was kind. Since you are here, let's eat something. Gao Yang said. Chen Ying hesitated, the food at midnight was so delicious, she smiled embarrassedly, then let's eat something. She broke open the disposable chopsticks, picked up a piece of steaming beef offal in the bowl, and put it into her mouth. Chen Ying's eyes lit up. The delicacy in the world. Isn't it? Gao Yang was quite proud. This is professionally certified by Ling. She is our recognized little princess of spicy hot pot. Ling lowered her head to eat the food and accepted the praise calmly. You are flattered. Well, it's really delicious. Chen Ying held the chopsticks, covered her mouth with one hand, and her expression was quite tangled. It's really sinful, tonight's Lu-style gymnastics was in vain again. After finishing the spicy hot pot, it was too late. Gao Yang and Ling did not return to the dormitory, but went directly to Iman's store to stay for one night, and returned to school early in the morning. Lin Daijian and Chiu were still worried about the missing Monsieur. Gao Yang pretended to be unaware, and worried with them, and gave them advice. Nothing happened during the day. At noon, Gao Yang found a chance to be alone, entered the system, checked his data layout, and prepared for possible dangers. The data is as follows. Latest accumulated lucky points 782 points. Physical strength, 451 endurance, 458. Strength, 1148 agility, 1892. Spirit, 1837 charm, 526. Luck, 813. Teleport level 6. Copy level 6. Flame level 6. Spiritual armor level 3. Illusion level 6. Lie detector level 4. Luck level 4. In the evening, Gao Yang and Ling went to Shanqing Hospital to visit Teacher Su and meet Officer Huang. Gao Yang and Ling walked out of the elevator with fruits. The corridor was very quiet. A young man and woman stood at the window at the end of the corridor on the left. The boy wore a fashionable dark casual suit. He was tall, thin and handsome, with wheat-colored skin and single eyelids. He put one hand in his pocket and held a cigarette in the other hand, which he put outside the window to let it smell. His butt was leaning on the windowsill. He looked chic and frivolous. The girl was small and thin, wearing a white collar suit that didn't fit her well, carrying an insurance bag, with her hands behind her back, looking like a little fangirl. You've been single since birth? You must be kidding, I don't believe it. Hong Xiaoxiao blushed, her eyes were excited, and she was a little nervous. What? Do I look like a seasoned lover? It's not good to judge people by appearance. Zhong He smiled crookedly, full of sultry. But you are so handsome, there must be a lot of girls chasing you. Hong Xiaoxiao was about to say something. Gao Yang and Ling walked out of the elevator. Hong Xiaoxiao was slightly startled and quickly stood at attention. Elder Qiang. Miss Qingxi. Gao Yang complained in his heart. This newcomer is worthy of being a salesman. He has only seen basic file photos and remembered everyone. Seventh brother, Sister Snake. Zhongyi put out the cigarette in his hand on the windowsill and threw it into the trash can beside him. Although we met during the Scarlet Tide, we are not so familiar with each other, right? Gao Yang nodded slightly. Has anything happened in the past few days? No. Hong Xiaoxiao began to report. Since the last incident, everything has been safe and sound, and I have refiled it to ensure that there is no risk. Very good. Gao Yang turned around and walked towards the intensive care unit with Qing Ling. Sitting on a bench outside the ward was a silver-haired old man in training clothes. It was Monkey. It was late autumn, but he was still wearing a single layer of clothes. He looked energetic and strong. Master Monkey. Gao Yang greeted him. Black Horse, Green Snake, you are back. Did the mission go well? Monkey was still used to calling Gao Yang Black Horse. Very well. Gao Yang glanced inside the ward. Is it convenient now? Monkey nodded. Gao Yang stepped forward and knocked on the door. Who? It was Officer Huang's voice. Me. Gao Yang replied, and Qing Ling. Come in. Gao Yang and Qing Ling pushed the door open. Inside the ward, Officer Huang was helping Teacher Su walk around the ward. Slow down, slow down. Be careful. Officer Huang was very careful and gentle. Oh, I just took 2 steps casually. I'm a pregnant woman, not a disabled person. You're exaggerating. Teacher Su complained, but her voice was very gentle. When she saw Gao Yang and Qing Ling, she smiled and explained, I eat and sleep every day, and I'm almost suffocated. Officer Huang became nervous. Don't say such unlucky words. We're about to unload. In the future, wherever you want to go, we can go there as a family of 3. Officer Huang only had his wife in his eyes, and completely ignored Gao Yang and Qing Ling. Ahem. Gao Yang reminded awkwardly. Officer Huang looked up and said, Sit down. Why are you standing there? We're old acquaintances. Pour yourself some water. Gao Yang smiled helplessly, and found 2 chairs with Qing Ling to sit down. Officer Huang helped Su. She walked back and forth in the room for a few circles before taking a rest. Gao Yang, Qing Ling, and Su. She chatted for a while, and then left. Officer Huang saw the 2 off, and walked out of the ward. The 3 of them avoided suspicion, and came to the quiet corner of the corridor. I heard about what happened before. Gao Yang glanced at Officer Huang. You are too impulsive. If it weren't for Hong Xiaoxiao. Don't say it, it's all in the past. Officer Huang smiled bitterly, and didn't want to mention it anymore. His eyes became firm. My wife is about to give birth in the next 2 days. There must be no more accidents. Aren't you afraid? Qing Ling asked directly. Officer Huang's face sank, and he understood what Qing Ling meant. No. Officer Huang said with relief. Whether it's a human, an animal, or a ghost, I'm mentally prepared for whatever my wife gives birth to. Officer Huang looked at his 2 companions and laughed at himself. Before, I was always worried and scared, and wanted to find out the truth. But when this day came, my heart was actually very calm. No matter what happens, it can't change the fact that we are a family. Gao Yang nodded. I understand how you feel. Qing Ling didn't quite understand, but she also nodded. Just make your decision. Gao Yang said again, Officer Huang, we will also come to accompany you tomorrow night until Teacher Su gives birth smoothly. That's great. I feel more at ease with you here. Officer Huang smiled. Chapter 549. November 11th, 6:30 p.m., Zhou Xingfu Jewelry Store. Lin Yu, wearing light makeup, hair tied up, and a professional skirt, was standing in front of the counter, looking at her watch from time to time. She looked calm on the surface, but anxious in her heart. Today is her and Lao Gao's 20th wedding anniversary. Lao Gao specially booked a high-end restaurant, and the couple also planned to be romantic and have a candlelight dinner together. The original time was 6:30, and Lin Yu got off work at 6 o'clock, which was completely in time. As a result, Xiaoling, who was working the night shift, had to send her child to her grandmother's house first, and was delayed on the way. It was now 6:35, and she hadn't returned to the store. Sister Lin, I'm here, sorry. Xiaoli pushed the door open. It's okay, I'm glad I'm here. Lin Yu immediately took off her work badge on her chest, and walked quickly into the dressing room in the inner room. A few minutes later, she changed her clothes. Lin Yu has a slim figure, wearing a soft off-white turtleneck sweater, a brown wool skirt, a pair of white high heels, and a small white bag in her hand. Her hair was naturally scattered, and she had permed it in the morning, so the ends of her hair were slightly curled. She looked beautiful, dignified, graceful, and elegant. How is it? Lin Yu asked Xiaoli with a smile. Xiaoli gave Lin Yu a thumbs up. 30 years old. No more. Your husband will definitely knock you out tonight. What are you talking about? Lin Yu was a little embarrassed. Then I go first. Lin Yu. Manager he came over, looking anxious, holding a gift bag in her hand. Quick, send this to General Manager Tan, you know, the rich lady we received together last week. Sister He. Hurry up. Otherwise she will be angry. This is a big customer. Send her anything first. Sister He took out a business card without saying anything. This is the address and contact information. Hurry up. Okay. Lin Yu didn't dare to delay, and went out with the gift bag. She took a look at the business card. Fortunately, the address was not far away. It was nearby. It was a traffic jam now. Lin Yu called Lao Gao while walking. Hello? Lao Gao, have you arrived? Just arrived. Lao Gao's voice was a little apologetic. Wife, I was going to pick you up, but if someone doesn't take the seat here, I won't keep it for you. It's too tight. I have already ordered the dishes. Hurry up. Okay, I do it as soon as possible. Let's not talk about it for now. Lin Yu hung up the phone. Lin Yu came to the shared electric car on the side of the road, scanned the code with her mobile phone, and set off on an electric car. Lin Yu often rode a bicycle when she was young, but she didn't ride an electric car very often. She was not very skilled. She was crooked all the way and almost hit it. Slowly, she got used to it and was actually a little happy. She sped up, speeding on the road in the cool evening breeze, feeling a bit like a female knight. At this time, it was late, and the city lights were just coming on. Lin Yu rode an electric bike, driving along the riverside scenic area. Bang! A loud noise suddenly came from the side of Lin Yu, and a second later, the dim sky was as bright as day. She was startled, slowed down while stabilizing the front of the electric bike, and looked over. On the shallow beach by the river, someone was setting off fireworks, or fireworks with words on them. Lin Yu saw the two fireworks words in the sky clearly. Lin Yu. Lin Yu was startled and subconsciously braked. Why is it my name? Lin Yu looked at the shallows, smiled slightly, and got the answer. She parked the electric car, walked down the river bank from the stairs of the viewing platform, and came to the shallows. There was a man standing by the river, with his back to Lin Yu. Because it was dark, he couldn't see his face clearly. Lao Gao. Lin Yu shouted uncertainly. The man didn't answer. He squatted down, and the flame of the lighter appeared in his hand, as if he was lighting something. Zzz. 2 seconds later, a cluster of white sparks of cold light fireworks appeared under the man's feet, quickly spreading to both sides, and soon outlined a super large heart on the shallows, surrounding Lin Yu. The man stood up, turned around, and smiled at Lin Yu. It was Gao Shou. He wore a slim white shirt and trousers, his hair was combed back, and he held a bunch of red roses in his hand. The cold light fireworks on the shallows flickered, illuminating his face. He was no longer as shameless as usual, but walked towards Lin Yu with a serious look, and a hint of youthful handsomeness could still be seen in his eyebrows. Lin Yu wanted to laugh and scold him. Old couples, stop being so naughty, but she just opened her mouth slightly, unable to say anything, and her eyes became warm unconsciously. Lin Yu, I fell in love with you the first time I saw you. Gao Shou walked to Lin Yu. At that time, you were wearing a white school uniform, as beautiful as a painting, and I shamelessly thought at that time, it would be great if this girl could also fall in love with me. Lin Yu, thank you for choosing me, building a family with me, sharing joys and sorrows, and never leaving. I have been very happy all these years. But there is one thing I have never said to you properly in 20 years. Today, I must make up for it. Gao Shou handed the rose in his hand to Lin Yu. Lin Yu took it blankly. Gao Shou took the gift box from Lin Yu, and took out a rose-red ring box from it. Gao Shou knelt on one knee, and opened the ring box. Inside was a beautiful diamond ring. Lin Yu, marry me. Lin Yu lowered her head, and looked at the man in front of her, still speechless. Promise him. Someone shouted. It was Guan Huan. He ran out excitedly, while holding his mobile phone in both hands and recording. Behind him, Gao Xinxin, Gao Yang, Qing Ling, Lin Dajian, Qiu Qiu, Cantu, Zhou Qing, all ran out. Originally, Gao Yan also thought about calling Wang Zikai to join in the fun. After thinking again and again, he still didn't do it, and helped Wang Zikai make up an excuse to make his sister give up this idea. Everyone cheered happily. Promise him. Promise him. Promise him. Old Gao, I really admire you. Lin Yu cried and laughed. She wiped the tears from her face with her hand, took a deep breath, and looked down at Gao Shou seriously. I promise. Lin Yu said, and stretched out her left hand to Gao Shou. Gao Shou took Lin Yu's hand and put a diamond ring on her ring finger. Oh yeah. Ah. It's so sweet. Dog food is enough. The people around shouted. Bang 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 bang. Gao Yang used a lighter to light the fireworks on the riverside, and the sparks rose into the sky with chirping sounds, blooming into colorful and beautiful flowers. Give me a kiss. Zhou Qin shouted. Yes. Give me a kiss. Cans followed suit. Go away, kid. Are you afraid of getting sty? Gao Shou blushed. Please, we are all adults. We have been so worried about your proposal plan. Please give us some benefits that adults can see. Xiao Qiu shouted shamelessly. He was just a guest onlooker, and the proposal plan had nothing to do with him. That's right. I don't care. Kiss me. Lin Dajian also got excited. Gao Shou also went all out, hugged his wife in his arms, turned around, and kissed her in a borrowed position. Lin Yu's face also turned red to the roots behind her ears. She covered her face with her hands, embarrassed to look at the children. Not counting, I didn't see anything. Zhou Qin shouted disappointedly. Okay. Gao Shou waved his hand and said, I'm going to take my wife to have a candlelight dinner. You guys have fun by yourselves. Come to my house for dinner some other day, so that you can taste my wife's cooking skills. Amidst the laughter, Gao Shou took Lin Yu away. Gao Yang watched the loving backs of his parents walking up the river bank and smiled contentedly. After a while, he turned around and looked at everyone. Thank you for tonight. Come on, I treat you to dinner. What are you waiting for? Let's get started. Qiu was the first to respond. Chapter 550. Gao Yang treated everyone to a barbecue, and then went to KTV to sing until 11 o'clock. After the show, Gao Yang sent Gao Xinxin home first. In the taxi, his sister didn't say anything, staring out the window in a daze. Gao Yang was also thinking about something, and the two of them were silent for a long time. As they were about to get home, Gao Xinxin suddenly said quietly, Brother, I want to tell you something. You tell me. Guanghuan and I are just classmates, and I lied to you before. Gao Xinxin said. I saw it at a glance. Gao Yang smiled. But why did you do this? Gao Xinxin puffed her lips and soon sighed. I don't know, I just know that you have a girlfriend. I feel a little unhappy. I feel that I can't lose. What's the comparison? When you go to college, you will naturally fall in love. Yes. Gao Xinxin nodded and smiled gently. Seeing my parents today, I suddenly yearn for love. In the future, I will also find a man as good as my father. I can do it. Gao Yang nodded. Brother, you should also be nice to your sister-in-law. Gao Xinxin pursed her lips. Although I still don't like her very much, I can see that your sister-in-law cares about you very much. The eyes of liking someone will not lie. Gao Yang was stunned. 2 seconds later, he smiled naturally. Of course my girlfriend likes me, you are talking nonsense. TSK. Gao Xinxin looked at Gao Yang with disdain. Just because I like you today doesn't mean I will like you tomorrow. We women are fickle. Gao Yang reached out and rubbed Gao Xinxin's head. You are a little devil. 2 minutes later, the car stopped at the gate of the community. Gao Yang wanted to get off the car to send Gao Xinxin home, but Gao Xinxin stopped him. Brother, don't send me home, I'm just a few steps away, I go back directly. Okay. Gao Yang lied to Gao Xinxin that he was going back to college, but he was actually going to Shanqing Hospital. He helped his father fulfill his wish. Next, he and Qing Ling would help Officer Huang protect Su Shi until she gave birth smoothly. There couldn't be any more accidents in the meantime. It would take another 20 minutes for the taxi to drive to Shanqing Hospital. Gao Yang decided to take a short nap to recover some energy. He quickly entered a light sleep through meditation. Gao Yang dreamed, which was strange. Gao Yang, who was in a light sleep, almost never dreamed. However, Gao Yang knew very well that he was dreaming. He didn't rush to get rid of his sleepiness and wake up, but let himself immerse himself in the chaotic and blurred ocean of consciousness and flow with the tide. Gao Yang turned into a butterfly without knowing when. This dream seemed to have happened once before. Gao Yang originally thought that this was just a projection of his confused subconscious after being seriously injured and unconscious. Now it seems that this dream may have a deep connection with the real world. It was still the same place. 2 black and white walls that seemed to stand in the universe, and between the 2 walls was a gray swamp. The swamp was full of eyes of all sizes, and countless pale hands floating up and down. In the center of the river ahead, there grew a towering tree, with gray hair of life entwined on its branches, and it was giving birth to a human being, at least from the outside, a human girl. Gao Yang flapped his wings, and came under the tree. The surface of the swamp river was a huge tree root with tangled roots. Any tree root was a dark brown shallow beach. On the shallows, there were 3 naked girls sitting, their long hair covering their upper bodies. Their skin was white and glowed with a faint halo, as holy as angels. Gao Yang was behind the 3 girls, and could only see their slender backs and 1/3 of their profiles. The black-haired girl sat on the far left with her legs together. She was beautiful and melancholy, looking down at the gray swamp with a cold expression, thinking about something. The brown red-haired girl sitting in the middle crossed her legs, leaned back, and supported herself with her hands, looking bored. The blonde girl on the right was the youngest, 11 or 12 years old, and she had a very bad temper. In the swamp not far away, pale hands kept reaching out. They were dense and layered, forming deformed white waves, surging towards the 3 of them. "Get lost. Don't bother me," the blonde girl yelled, and the pale hands immediately felt the thunderous wrath. They trembled and shivered, and with a splash they turned into a piece of white foam and merged back into the swamp river. But it won't be long before these pale hands will reappear, come back again, tirelessly. "Ha, the last sister of the last class is dead too." The brown red-haired girl smiled indifferently. "It's our turn soon." "Are we the last class?" the black-haired girl asked indifferently. "I guess so. I don't think there are other sisters on this tree." The brown red-haired girl hooked her calves, and her 5 toes were still moving in a funny way. "Oh, I can't wait. I'm going to school now, fall in love, and find the most handsome boy in the school." "Boring," the blonde girl sneered. "People who talk about their masters all day are boring." The brown-haired girl countered. "Sister, don't be too anxious. According to human rules, you are not yet an adult. You have to wait until you are 18 years old to have a child. No need for you to remind me. I know what to do." The blonde girl replied proudly. "Aren't you afraid of death at all?" The brown-haired girl didn't quite understand. "We will die if we have children with humans." "That's you." The blonde girl was quite confident. "We will die if we fail. I will succeed and become a mother." "Haha, since you are so motivated, I can rest assured." The brown-haired girl laughed. "You don't want to give birth?" The black-haired girl tilted her head and looked at the brown-haired girl. "Of course not." The brown-haired girl said without hesitation. "I have a wonderful life waiting for me. I can do whatever I want. If I feel lonely, I can find a man. If I feel empty, I can raise a child or a cat or dog. I want to be free. No one can control me or restrict me." "Boring." The blonde girl expressed her contempt again. The brown-haired girl ignored the blonde girl and looked at the black-haired girl. "What about you? What are your plans?" "I don't know." The black-haired girl looked at the waves made of pale hands rolling over. She waved her hand lightly, and the waves turned into a burst of white foam and disappeared. "I haven't thought it through yet." The black-haired girl answered honestly. "What haven't you thought through?" The brown-haired girl blinked. "Meaning." The black-haired girl smiled softly. "What is the meaning of our existence?" "Wow. Sister, I know what you are suitable for." The brown-haired girl's eyes lit up. "There is a profession among humans. What is it called?" "Discounter?" "It's a philosopher." The blonde girl corrected. "Yes. Philosopher, you are suitable for that, haha." Gao Yang in the dream didn't care about some real connections. He just thought these 3 girls were interesting, and planned to listen to them talk for a while. Boom. Suddenly Gao Yang heard an explosion. Gao Yang opened his eyes, and leaned forward slightly. The taxi driver had already stepped on the emergency brake. Gao Yang turned his head to look out the window. There was a sky-high fire and thick smoke on the street not far away, as if it was bombed by a missile. Gao Yang was shocked. That was the inpatient department of Shanqing Hospital. Swoosh. Gao Yang didn't care about anything. He teleported out of the taxi and ran towards the accident site. There were few people on the road late at night. Gao Yang rushed into the alley, teleported and bounced, climbed onto the roof of the 7-story apartment, and then shuttled between the roofs. He arrived at the scene of the accident in less than half a minute. Gao Yang was shocked. Most of the inpatient building of Shanqing Hospital collapsed, as if it was crushed by a giant. There were flames and smoke everywhere, and a small amount of elemental particles remained on many broken walls. It was the smoker. He created a large elemental explosion. Gao Yang jumped down from a high place and rushed over. Chapter 551. Many people ran out of the building, shouting for help. They were all lost, and had revised their logic and cognition, thinking that it was a missile attack or a disaster such as a natural gas explosion. Since it was originally a hospital, many doctors and nurses from other buildings rushed over to save people. In the flames that shot up into the sky, Gao Yang saw Officer Huang and Pohu head-on. Officer Huang was holding the injured and unconscious Hong Xiaoxiao, and Pohu was carrying the injured and unconscious Zhong He on his back. They were mixed in a panic and ran out of the bombed hospital building. What happened? Gao Yang rushed over. Officer Huang put Hong Xiaoxiao on the ground and shouted to Monkey, called Yuanma and Ming Yang to come over. Officer Huang stood up, covered his bleeding abdomen, approached Gao Yang, and lowered his voice. She was taken away. Gao Yang guessed that it was the tail team, and asked softly, where did they go? I don't know, but they left from the main entrance. Officer Huang's voice was shaking. The front door? That's behind me. Gao Yang's thought just flashed through his mind, and suddenly there was an explosion behind him, violent and dull, like thunder, as if it came from far away. Gao Yang turned around quickly, and saw a ball of fire in the direction of the sky. That was the top of Qinshan Mountain. In Qinshan, Gao Yang said. Let's go! Officer Huang was about to leave, and in excitement, he pulled his injured abdomen off. Gao Yang took a look. You are seriously injured. You won't die. Officer Huang's face was pale. He took out his car keys. Get the car. Quick! Gao Yang no longer hesitated, and supported Officer Huang, and didn't care so much, directly launched teleport in the chaotic crowd and disappeared instantly. The two lost people who just witnessed this scene were stunned in place, and one of them fainted. The other blinked and forgot about this scene. He continued to shout, help, there was an explosion, come and save people. In less than 10 seconds, Gao Yang helped Officer Huang leave the hospital, and came to the car on the side of the road. Get in the car. Gao Yang opened the car door, and Officer Huang gritted his teeth and got in, covering his abdomen. Swish, a gust of wind blew, and Qing Ling flew over with a sword. There were not many pedestrians on the road in the early morning, but it was too blatant for her to fly with a sword like this. But she guessed that something happened to Officer Huang, so she didn't care too much. Qing Ling landed and got in the car without saying a word. Gao Yang didn't even bother to fasten his seat belt, and stepped on the accelerator after the car started. What happened? Qing Ling asked. Where is the Tengu? Officer Huang asked instead of answering. If there was a Tengu, they would have traveled several times faster. I don't know, maybe she went back to the organization. Qing Ling said. She was caught by the tail team. Gao Yang explained while speeding through a red light, and drove towards the explosion. At this moment, the phone rang. It was Zhuge calling, and Gao Yang turned on the speakerphone. Jiang, go to Qinshan immediately. I saw it, Gao Yang said. My wife was caught by the tail team. Officer Huang shouted, we must save her. Don't worry, Zhuge said confidently. The 3 major organizations have sent people over, and the president will also be there. This time we will catch them all in one fell swoop. Gao Yang was slightly stunned, and instantly figured out something. In fact, with Sushi's special identity, even if Officer Huang, Pohu, Zhong He and Hong Xiaoxiao were sent to guard her, it would only be considered a medium configuration. If Gao Yang was Qilin, he would at least send Elder Qinglong to guard. Similarly, if Gao Yang was Dohu, he would also come to guard in person. But they didn't do that. Now it seems that Qilin and Dohu did it on purpose. They guessed that the tail team would come to rob people again, so they deliberately let them successfully rob, and then follow the clues to find the base and annihilate them in one fell swoop. If the Songmu sect behind the tail team can also be pulled out, then Sushi's specialness will naturally be clear. That's why Zhuge discovered them within a few minutes of the tail team robbing people. No, it's probably not Zhuge, but Tengu and Xiaotian, the strongest reconnaissance team. It turns out that this is the new task assigned to Tengu by Dohu. Judging from the explosion on the top of Qinshan Mountain, the battle may have started. I do it as soon as possible. Gao Yang hit the reverse plate fiercely, and turned at the intersection ahead. Officer Huang, who was in the co-pilot, took out the sea medicine he carried with him, stabbed it into his abdomen, and groaned. Are you okay? Qing Ling in the back seat pressed the window, and the cold wind immediately rushed in, ruffling her hair, but also clearing her mind a lot. It's okay. The sea potion began to work. Officer Huang took a breath, and suddenly punched the car hard. Fuck. The tail team succeeded again. Don't worry, tell me the situation. Gao Yang continued to drive, his voice calm. The 4 of us are divided into 2 groups, and every 20 minutes, we will check the entire floor. Officer Huang said in an annoyed tone. But I didn't expect that the group of lunatics in the tail team would blow up the entire building. It's the smoker. Qing Ling said. It can only be him. Officer Huang took a breath. His ability is too terrible, and he caught all of us off guard. Officer Huang took out a tissue from the car and wiped the blood off his hands. Monkey reacted quickly and immediately used the earth element to protect a ward. Zhong He used the phantom to reinforce the second layer. We escaped. Gao Yang turned the steering wheel and turned again without slowing down. But we were still tricked. Officer Huang pulled out his pistol and checked the bullets. The astronaut had been hiding in the dark for a long time. Everyone was poisoned. Cough, cough. Officer Huang coughed and touched the blood on his mouth. Wrong direction. Gao Yang, you drove the wrong way. Gao Yang nodded. No hurry, let's go to a place first, and then go to Qishan. Gao Yang, you are crazy. Officer Huang was very excited. Go save people first, and talk about it later. Sushi is not in Qishan. Gao Yang interrupted. Ah? Officer Huang was stunned. Qing Ling, who was in the back parking lot, spoke up. This is a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The explosion was caused by the tail team themselves, deliberately leading us there. Yes. Officer Huang calmed down a little. It is indeed possible, but how did you know? Did you secretly send someone to follow the tail team? Gao Yang shook his head. No, the tail team's actions are very covert. Then how can you be so sure? Officer Huang was confused. Because the tail team can only take Sushi to one place. Gao Yang said. Where? Officer Huang asked. Altar. Officer Huang was shocked. You mean, the altar of the beast? Yes. Is there an altar in Liqing? Why has no one ever found it? Officer Huang frowned. Because the altar is just a mark, marking a key position. This position is very special. Gao Yang thought for a moment. You could understand it as an energy mine, and the beast has the key to the mine cover. Every time the scarlet tide comes, the beast will open the mine cover, use the energy of the mine, and use the red mist as a medium to sow seeds. Officer Huang nodded. Go on. Gao Yang looked up and glanced at Qing Ling in the rearview mirror. We went to the desert of Ni 2 days ago and found a new altar, which proved my guess from the side. Qing Ling further explained. Gao Yang used his blood to activate the altar. Before that, there was only a sand dune and nothing there. Blood? Officer Huang became more and more confused. Qing Ling continued. Gao Yang was bitten by a ghost before and didn't die. There is half of the ghost's curse in his blood. We already know that ghosts are the children of beasts and humans. Wait! Gao Yang, when were you bitten by a ghost? Officer Huang was quite surprised and looked over sideways. Gao Yang smiled and said, It's a long story, let's first. Bang. Without any warning, Officer Huang pulled out a pistol and put it against Gao Yang's temple at a speed so fast that it was impossible to see clearly, and fired 3 shots in 0.1 seconds. Chapter 552. Bang. The bullet with light element shot through Gao Yang's skull in an instant and burst out from the other side of the temple. The bullet brought a stream of blood plasma and tiny golden light spots, and shattered the window glass on the left side of the driver's seat. Squeak. The car, which lost the driver's control, made a sharp turn at high speed, broke through the guardrail on the roadside, and hit a thick wall on the roadside. The front of the car was compressed twice, and the hood flew off, and smoke came out. Beep, beep, beep. The shrill alarm sounded in the silent streets in the middle of the night. In the car, Gao Yang opened his eyes in disbelief. His skull shattered, his brain spurted, and he lay on the steering wheel and died. 3 smoking bullet holes appeared on the rear driver's seat, but Qing Ling was not shot. Qing Ling was well prepared. At the moment when Officer Huang drew his gun and attacked Gao Yang, he quickly leaned over and jumped out of the car window, escaping a disaster. Qing Ling landed in the middle of the road and stood up with a roll. Metal? Qing Ling shouted, and 6 black gold weapons appeared in an instant and blocked in front of Qing Ling. Not only that, the 2 iron manhole covers on the roadside also bounced up with a clang and floated in front of Qing Ling. Qing Ling did this to prevent Officer Huang from shooting next. Qing Ling was sure to win in close combat, but she was at a disadvantage in long-range combat. Bang! A few seconds later, Officer Huang, who was in the passenger seat, kicked open the car door. He held the black gold pistol in both hands, his eyes were red, his face was full of tears, and he looked very painful. Why? Officer Huang yelled at Qing Ling. Why can't you two be a little stupid? Why can't you turn a blind eye? Qing Ling's face was as solemn as frost, and there was a hint of reluctance in her cold voice. Huang Qi, it's not too late to stop now. Gao Yang and I won't blame you. Officer Huang was stunned and found that there was another person behind Qing Ling, Gao Yang, who was unharmed. Gao Yang. Officer Huang was surprised and happy. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should be happy or upset first. It's great that I didn't kill him. Damn it, why didn't I kill him? You little brat, you actually used Phantom in advance. Officer Huang smiled bitterly. You even defended me, are you still a human being? Officer Huang. Gao Yang looked painful, his voice trembling. It's not too late to stop now, Qing Ling, and I don't want to lose you, you are our best friend. You are also my best friends. Officer Huang raised his head slightly, not letting tears flow out of his eyes. But, there is no turning back, from the time I shot you. No, from the time She confessed everything to me, I can't turn back. Wake up! Gao Yang shouted. She is using you. No! She loves me. Officer Huang yelled. She loves me, wants to give me a child, wants to give me a home. What's wrong with this? She can't give birth to a child, nor can she give birth to a ghost, Gao Yang stopped and didn't say anything. You want to say the child of the curse? Officer Huang smiled coldly. Gao Yang was shocked. It turned out that he had known this for a long time. Why do you know this? Officer Huang asked Gao Yang. We saw the murals on the obelisk in the ruins of the temple, under the desert of Ningwa. It recorded the 3 kinds of creatures born by the beast. Gao Yang lied. The painting on the obelisk was indeed an important clue, but he had another more important source of clues. If that's the case, you should know that she may also give birth to a divine child. That's a real human. Officer Huang shouted. Gao Yang's eyes were painful. He knew very well that there was no time, and Officer Huang was stalling for time. He glanced at Qing Ling. You go first, you must stop Qing Ling looked at Officer Huang with complicated eyes, and then at Gao Yang. Be careful. She turned and ran away. Bang, 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 bang. 6 or 7 bullets were fired at Qing Ling, and Qing Ling successfully left, with the cover of the manhole cover, and the black gold weapon. Stop! Officer Huang aimed his double guns at Qing Ling, and quickly gathered light elements. Swish! Gao Yang came to Officer Huang's side in an instant, his fists wrapped in dazzling flames. Flame fist! Holy shield! A second later, Gao Yang threw a reserve punch, and Officer Huang was forced to let Qing Ling go, summoning a giant shield of light elements to block Gao Yang's fists and flames. Nothing. The fierce flames were blocked by the dazzling light shield, and split to the sides, leaving 2 charred gullies on the road behind Officer Huang. After all, Officer Huang only had level 4 light. How could he withstand Gao Yang's level 6 flame? His arms went numb, and the light shield was on the verge of breaking. 10,000 feet of light. At the moment when the light shield was broken, Officer Huang summoned a golden cloud above his head, and shot countless arrows of light. Gao Yang retracted the flames, and left the coverage of the light arrows with teleportation. He rolled over and stood firm, and quickly threw 2 fireballs at Officer Huang. Officer Huang clenched his fist, and raised it violently. Countless light arrows on the road were instantly pulled out from the ground, and shot towards Gao Yang. They were so dense that they dispersed Gao Yang's 2 fireballs, and stabbed Gao Yang. Flame fist! Gao Yang did not hold back and punched hard. A dragon of fire roared and flew out from his arm. Countless arrows of light were instantly melted by the dragon of fire. Officer Huang did not resist, and suddenly jumped to the side to avoid the rampaging dragon of fire. A second later, the dragon of fire hit the house behind him, and exploded directly. Officer Huang turned his back to the explosion, and his figure was against the light. He held the gun in both hands, and looked alertly, and began to look for Gao Yang's figure. Swish! A few seconds later, Gao Yang, who had disappeared, suddenly flashed to the side of Officer Huang. Officer Huang was well prepared, and activated the level 6 gun god. He twisted his wrist at an incredibly fast speed, and fired 2 shots at Gao Yang's heart and forehead. Bang bang. Missed. 1 bullet grazed Gao Yang's hair, and 1 bullet grazed Gao Yang's left waist. Because Gao Yang grabbed Officer Huang's wrist at the same speed, and changed the position of his gun. Officer Huang was shocked. He didn't expect that Gao Yang had secretly copied Officer Huang's gun god before getting on the car. At this moment, Gao Yang also activated the 6th level gun god, so his attack speed was no slower than Officer Huang. Now Gao Yang has blocked Officer Huang's hands. He can completely activate flame to burn a pillar of fire that shoots up to the sky and burn the opponent to death at close range. But Gao Yang didn't do that. He quickly raised his foot and kicked a wound on the opponent's abdomen. It was actually stabbed by Zhong Yi's phantom. Gao Yang had already noticed it. Gao Yang probably guessed that Officer Huang took advantage of the absence of Paho to shoot and attack Zhong He and Hong Xiaoxiao, and cooperated with the tail team to create explosions and chaos, creating the illusion that Su Shi was robbed. Officer Huang did not kill Zhong He and Hong Xiaoxiao, because he had only one purpose, which was to let Su Shi go to the altar to give birth to the child smoothly. Pound. The kicked Officer Huang flew towards a roadside store like a high-speed bullet ball, smashed a billboard, and fell to the ground. After landing, Officer Huang wanted to get up quickly, but failed. He knelt on one knee and spit out blood. Gao Yang walked towards Officer Huang. Huang Qi. Stop it! This was the first time Gao Yang called his name. Su Shi must give birth to a cursed child. You are not a god. How can you decide the birth of my child? Huang Qi spit out a mouthful of blood. This is not something that anyone can decide, it is fate. Gao Yang said. I, Huang Qi, never believe in fate. Huang Qi shouted angrily. I don't believe it. Gao Yang's eyes were red, and his mouth was trembling. He didn't want to lose this friend, and he couldn't lose him. Huang Qi, listen carefully. Gao Yang told his secret. He only told Qingling this secret. Now, he is going to tell Huang Qi. My mother is a beast. Chapter 553. On the top of Qishan Mountain, a big fire was burning, dyeing a large area of the night sky red. There were many dead trees on Qishan Mountain in late autumn, and the fire was spreading wildly, with the momentum of burning the whole mountain. A minute ago, the tail team created a huge explosion. It was 2 tons of explosives that had been stored halfway up the mountain. It was not an elemental explosion created by the smoker. According to the plan, they had to make a noise, the bigger the better, in order to attract the awakened people who left the city to come over, so that the tiger away from the mountain plan would be successful. The reason for choosing Qinshan is that the terrain is high, which is convenient for everyone to notice, and the second is that Qinshan is very large and suitable for escape. The work is done, shall we go? Xing Kong, shirtless, and with eyebrows like knives, came over. His bronze skin glowed dark red under the firelight. Wait a little longer, make sure they all come. Madame Wu said in a serious tone. She is now the new leader of the tail team. To be honest, she doesn't like this position. The previous leader was Edmund, who planned and strategized, while the hyena, the dog-headed military strategist, gave advice, and the others were responsible for execution, and it had always been smooth. Although the tail team worked for the Sangmu cult, they had their own independence. The goals and ambitions of the teammates were different, but Edmund always had a way to unite these crazy dogs and always help them clean up their butts at critical moments. But now, Edmund and Hyena are dead, and Mrs. Wu has to temporarily serve as the leader. After all, she is the only normal person left in the team. I feel more and more that it is not a good idea to cooperate with the beast. As the deputy captain, Xing Kong basically understood Edmund's previous secret mission. It turned out that Edmund decided to cooperate with the beast at the instruction of the Sangmu cult. This beast is Su Shi. Before, Su Shi took the initiative to find Edmund. She knew that the tail team was using the corpses of the beasts to make holy water, and planned to find and hunt living beasts. Su Shi hopes to cooperate with the tail team and seek protection. She admitted that she was very weak during pregnancy, and her strength was less than 1/10. Of course, in order to show her sincerity and cooperation, Su Shi told Edmund part of the truth about the beasts. Although it was Su Shi's one-sided words, the Sangmu cult judged that Su Shi did not lie based on the information it had. After Edmund's death, Xing Kong and Madame Wu also knew this part of the truth about the beasts. After discussing, they decided to continue the dangerous mission left by Edmund. The so-called truth about the beasts is, they come from another world. Su Shi did not reveal what it is, and where it is. In short, every 20 years, 3 beasts will go to the misty world with a mission. Their mission is to sow and give birth. Seeding. Every 10 years, during the Scarlet Tide, the beasts will travel around the world, activate the power in the altar, use the blood mist as a medium, and spread the energy seeds of the dead lost beasts into the bodies of the living lost beasts, and then let them give birth at a specific time for special reproduction. If 3 beasts work at the same time, the seeding can be completed in 1 night. But the beasts in childbirth cannot work. In the worst case, there may be only 1 beast that can work at the same time, which requires 7 nights. This is why the Scarlet Tide lasts a total of 7 days. Reproduction. The beasts can choose their own mates. The object must be a human or an awakened person. They will combine with them and give birth to children. As a price, the beasts must die. As long as the beasts combine with humans, they can definitely get pregnant and give birth. The children they give birth to are divided into 3 types: God's heir, lost ghost, and cursed abyss. The popular names of these 3 names are Holy Son, lost ghost, and cursed son. Among them, lost ghost occupies the vast majority, and lost ghost has a 50% chance of giving birth to twins. If a beast is pregnant with a lost ghost, it can be felt immediately, because lost ghost does not belong to humans or beasts, but is a cursed alien. As a mother, the beast usually chooses to hide, not to be discovered by awakened people and high-level beasts, secretly giving birth to children, and then dying. The reason may be that when the beasts are pregnant, they also have an inexplicable maternal love that only humans have. They don't want their children to be killed by high-level beasts or awakened people as soon as they are born, so they can only resort to this last resort. This leads to the fact that the lost ghosts are born without father or mother, without surnames or names. They grow up alone, hard, and confused, not knowing where they come from and where they are going. They only have the instinct of survival and hunger. When they are hungry, they must eat the energy of the awakened. After eating once, they can live for several years. However, there is a special induction between the ghosts. They will attract each other, find each other, and huddle together for warmth. This is how the ghost group came into being. Chun should be the first ghost in the Misty World, that is, the child born by the first living beast. Sushi is one of the last living beasts to come to the Misty World, and is also the youngest and the last pregnant living beast. Sushi is very clear that she is not pregnant with a ghost, so there are only 2 possibilities left, the heir of the god and the curse. Before her, all living beasts failed and all the pregnant ones were ghosts. As for her peers, Lin Yu and Zhuang Mei, they are greedy for the false life in the Misty World, afraid of death, and have no courage to combine with humans, so they are not pregnant and have never really given birth to children, so they can still live and retain the powerful abilities of living beasts. Now, Sushi is pregnant, and she must be pregnant with the heir of God. Because the heir of God is destined to be born, this is fate, it is the will of God, and no one can change it. Regarding Sushi's pregnancy, Lin Yu chose to remain silent, but Zhuang Mei was jealous and fearful. She decided to stop Sushi, and even wanted to force her to abort. Pregnant Sushi is no match for Zhuang Mei. For the sake of the child in her belly, Sushi can only bow down and cooperate with the Sanmu sect. She hopes that the tail team will take her away, hide her well, and give birth to the child smoothly. In exchange, she will provide the tail team with real holy water. This is a fatal attraction for both the tail team and the Sanmu sect. Especially the tail team, they always believe that as long as they took the real holy water, they could break through the limit of talent level and reach level 7 or even level 8. At that time, the tail team was no longer a rat crossing the street, no longer the tail of the crane, but the superior. Under the instruction of the Sanmu cult, the cooperation was reached. Edmund dispatched all the tail team members to capture Sushi, who knew that the 7 shadows and several people quickly tracked up, and the living beast Zhuang Mei was even more like a mantis catching a cicada and a yellow bird behind. Zhuang Mei's strength was beyond everyone's expectations. It used its own silent energy to kill Edmund by surprise, and snatched Sushi away, and went to the island country, wanting to use the power of the altar to help Sushi force abortion. But fortunately, the awakened people took action again. It is said that the Sequence 1 dragon arrived in time and killed Zhuang Mei. This dragon can actually kill Zhuang Mei alone, which is really terrifying. I am afraid that only the goddess of San can deal with it. Fire! What a big fire! Wow, ha ha ha, burn, it's all burning. The cockroach's excited shouting brought Mrs. Wu back to her senses. Chapter 554. This short, fat, ugly, and low IQ man jumped and danced in front of the fire that covered the whole mountain, holding a burning piece of wood in his hand. His short, rough hands were burned by the redwood, but he didn't care at all. We have come to this point, and we can't turn back. Madame Wu answered Xing Kong and looked at the cockroaches. You also saw that only cockroaches can survive by drinking the holy water made by hyenas, and their IQs will decrease every time they take it. If we take it, we will definitely go berserk. In that case, I would rather die. Xing Kong cursed and said uncertainly, Will Sushi really give us holy water after giving birth to the heir of God? I don't know. Madame Wu told the truth. If we can't drink the real holy water, we can't break through the talent level and will always be rats in the gutter. The Sangmu sect will not give rats a ticket. We must take a gamble. Look! Xing Kong looked up and found something. A private helicopter appeared in the sky above the city not far away. Oh, you're here pretty fast. Xing Kong stood up. Can we run away? Well, you take the blood amber down the mountain from the west, and I take the cockroach from the east, and we meet at the old place. Mrs. Wu said. I know. Xing Kong left quickly. Mrs. Wu turned her head and shouted impatiently, Cockroach, stop playing, go home and eat. Eat. Great. Eat. Cockroach threw away the stick and turned around. At this moment, the blood amber was hiding in a dark cave. It was originally a small scenic spot on the Green Mountain. Later, a landslide occurred nearby and it was blocked. It was a good hiding place. Outside the cave, there was a red flame, and it seemed that the fire was spreading quickly. Why haven't you come yet? Xuewa complained in the space suit. As the trump card of the team, she rarely showed up and always hid near the base. Once her teammates were in a disadvantageous situation, they would secretly send her a message, and she would immediately take off her hood and breathe. Yes, just breathing for a while, all the advanced creatures around would be contaminated by the virus in her body, fall into weakness, spit blood constantly, and suffer terribly. But who knew that Xuewa would suffer terribly even if she just took off her hood and breathed normally? Every breath of air she inhaled was like sulfuric acid, burning her throat and lungs, and then pulling her other internal organs like a saw. I really miss my previous life. At that time, she had not yet awakened, and was just an ordinary girl who couldn't be more ordinary. Growing up in a dual-income family, like most girls in the world, she had an average appearance and average grades. When I was a kid, I loved watching cartoons like Sailor Moon. In junior high school, I was addicted to girls' comics and romance novels. In high school, I watched idol dramas and chased stars. In college, I was still single. I wrote CP fan fiction online every day. When I made money from working, I went to concerts with my classmates, or traveled to popular cities, ate delicious food, drank milk tea, and took photos everywhere. After graduation, Xuewa worked as a copywriter in an advertising company. I worked overtime every day, had meetings every day, and had only one day off on Sunday. I couldn't do anything, so I could only use it to catch up on sleep. Sometimes, Xuewa would feel that this kind of life was boring. I really wanted to quit my job and go on a trip, but in the end, I didn't have the courage. Once, Xuewa ordered takeout, but the delivery guy was late. She was so hungry that her stomach hurt, and she was very angry, so she gave the first bad review in her life. The late delivery guy came to apologize to him, with bruises on his hands and face. He said that his cat died yesterday, and he didn't sleep all night. Today, when he was riding his bike, he seemed to hear the sound of his cat, and he fell down because he was distracted, so he was late. Xuewa didn't know what to do for a while, so she quickly withdrew the bad review, comforted him in a hurry, and gave him an orange. The boy in his 20s stood at the entrance, holding the orange, and cried wow, because his cat was called Orange. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, I'm sorry. That day, Xuewa didn't know why she said sorry, and she said it many times in one breath. What happened next? The two added WeChat, occasionally chatting and asking about each other's well-being. What happened next? The two became friends, and occasionally they would meet up for dinner, watch exhibitions, and complain about the life of office animals. What happened next? The two got together, but no one took the initiative to talk. One night, the boys sent Xuewa home. They passed by the green belt of the community. The air was filled with the fragrance of sweet-scented osmanthus. They walked side by side, and their dangling hands unconsciously held each other, and then, their fingers were entangled and never let go. What happened next? The boy moved into Xuewa's single apartment, and the two raised a stray cat named Yuzi that they picked up in the community. Every morning, the boy got up on time at 7 o'clock, heated up a simple breakfast and milk for Xuewa, fed the cat, shoveled the poop, and then woke Xuewa up, put on a helmet, and went out to deliver takeout. Xuewa got up in the cat's coquettish voice, washed, ate breakfast, changed clothes, went out, squeezed into the subway, and went to work in the company. After get off work in the evening, whoever comes home early prepares dinner, usually the boyfriend. The two hold bowls, curl up on the sofa, open the laptop, and randomly find a relaxing and brainless online drama, commonly known as electronic pickled mustard, watch and eat, and giggle from time to time. It's getting late, so they take a bath, feed the cat, clean the poop, hug each other and fall asleep. They chat before going to bed, mostly about trivial matters in life, and also about their visions of the future, such as going to the snow country to see the aurora, the island country to see cherry blossoms, and the Nyo-Erdive to see the sea within 3 years. After living together for half a year, they were suddenly driven away by the landlord. The two moved in a panic, tired, sad and wronged. From then on, they had a savings plan and decided to put together a down payment within 2 years to have their own home outside the city. Everything was fine. Originally, everything was full of hope. Suddenly one day, Shuebwa was sick. At first, he was dizzy, nauseous, and had a low fever. Later, he began to vomit and have diarrhea, which seriously affected his life. She went to the hospital for blood tests, various x-rays, and repeated examinations, but nothing could be found. Shuebwa was still sick, sometimes better, and sometimes worse. She soon lost her job and lay at home every day, feeling more and more miserable and in worse physical condition. Later, her boyfriend could no longer work and took care of her at home every day. This made Shuebwa even more miserable and self-blaming. She became emotionally deteriorating, lost her temper at every turn, smashed things, went on a hunger strike, and threatened to commit suicide. Finally, her boyfriend could no longer bear it and slammed the door and left in anger. Weak Shuebwa lay on the bed crying. After a while, she regretted it and was scared. She felt that she might really die. She called her boyfriend and apologized to him, hoping that he would come back and not abandon her. The boyfriend softened his heart and said he would be back soon and buy her favorite egg tarts on the way. Soon, the doorbell rang, and Shuebwa dragged her aching body to open the door. An elegant old gentleman stood outside the door. The old gentleman came straight to the point. "Madam, according to my observation, your patient talent is about to reach level 2, which will bring danger to you and the people around you. You now have 2 choices. 1. Come with us and work for us. We can alleviate your pain and let you live with more dignity. 2. Stay here and wait for your boyfriend to come back, and then your patient will kill him, or he may become a monster and kill you." At that time, Shuebwa didn't understand what Edmund was saying at all, but strangely, she thought Edmund was not lying. During the time she was sick, she had a feeling that she was different from others. She was special, even though this special brought her endless pain. "Who are you?" Shuebwa asked. "You can call us the Tail Team," the man replied with a smile. Shuebwa decided to leave. She tore off a note, wrote a sentence, and posted it on the refrigerator. "I'm leaving, don't look for me, just treat me as dead." Later, Shuebwa would ask herself whether she regretted this decision. What she called living with dignity now was being trapped in a special device that could only maintain basic life and relieve pain to a certain extent. It looked like a bulky space suit. But later she thought, it doesn't matter whether she regrets it or not. She had no choice at that time. 6 years have passed in a blink of an eye. The ex-boyfriend has already forgotten her. Maybe he has married another ordinary girl, each working, raising cats together, and paying mortgages together. Will he still get up on time at 7 o'clock every morning, heat up toast and milk in advance, feed the cat, clean up the poop, wake up his wife, and go to work? Is Yuzi still alive? Does he still remember Shuebwa, his ex who suddenly disappeared? "Shuebwa?" Shinkong walked into the dim cave. "Are you leaving?" Shuebwa forced himself to think and asked through the helmet of his space suit. "Hey, look who's here." Just as Shinkong finished speaking, someone walked out from behind him. Chapter 555. Shuebwa was startled, and the blood in his body almost froze. Behind Shinkong stood a tall, thin, short-haired man with wheat-colored skin and a high-nosed bridge. After 6 years, he had matured a lot, and his thin cheeks had a little flesh, but his eyebrows had not changed, and they were still as clear and soft as stream water. "Chi Hao." Shuebwa couldn't believe it. Why are you here? I have been looking for you all these years, and it has been so hard for me." The man named Chi Hao stepped forward. He was Shuebwa's boyfriend back then. Shuebwa subconsciously took a step back, and it was hard to say whether it was because of defense or because of homesickness. "Don't be afraid, I'm not a beast, I know everything about you." Chi Hao explained. "Not long after you left, I also awakened. I joined the Qilin Guild. I have been looking for you all these years. I really didn't expect that you actually joined the Tail Team." "Great. Chi Hao is also a human." Shuebwa was overwhelmed by great joy. His voice choked. "Chi Hao, I'm sorry. Forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye that year. I had no choice. I was afraid of hurting you." "I know." Chi Hao stepped forward. "It doesn't matter, wherever you are, I'd be there. This time, don't think of leaving me again." Shuebwa, "Okay." Shinkong crossed his hands and smiled wickedly. "I thought you were bragging, but I didn't expect you really have an ex-boyfriend. You actually used my old game username. You really haven't forgotten me." Chi Hao laughed. "It was only when I heard the name Shuebwa that I guessed that the patient of the Tail Team might be you." The Shuebwa in the hood laughed and cried for a while. "Didn't you forget me too?" "I can't forget it. I can never forget it." "Ahem, I say, now is not the time to reminisce about the past. Xing Kong reminded. It's time to run away. Yes. The elders are coming soon. We have to go. Chi Hao looked serious. He took out a golden potion. Xuebua, this is the latest antidote developed by the Qilin Union, which can help you suppress the side effects of the patient. You will never need this suit again. Take it off quickly, so that we can travel faster. Okay. Xuebua took off his helmet, took the potion, and stabbed it into his neck. Suddenly, Xuebua felt the long-lost comfort, tranquility and warmth, light and floating, like soaking in a hot spring. How is it? Chi Hao asked. Great, there is no pain in my body. Xuebua took a deep breath, and for the first time felt that the air was so fresh, and the whole world turned into color. Great. Chi Hao was very happy. He couldn't help but reach out and gently touch Xuebua's pale and thin cheek. Xuebua, you have lost a lot of weight. It's okay, it's all over, your illness is cured, and we are together again. Yeah. Xuebua shouted to Xing Kong. Why are you standing there? Help me untie this thing. I want to throw it away for a long time. Haha, I'm happy to help. Xing Kong stepped forward quickly, and helped Xuebua open the special buttons and zippers on the outside of the space suit. Soon, the space suit clicked and fell off in all directions, like a blooming white bud. Xuebua, who was only wearing underwear, pulled out the infusion tube on her body and walked out of the space suit. Chi Hao had taken off her coat and put it on Xuebua. She supported Xuebua with both hands. Let's go! Okay. Xuebua smiled and snuggled in Chi Hao's arms, feeling the residual warmth of his coat, and walked out of the cave together. The fire outside the cave disappeared at some point, leaving only the dazzling, warm white light that drowned everything. Qilin, Suzaku, Qinglong and Xiaoyan stood at the entrance of the cave. Xuebua in the cave looked at Qilin for only 1 second, and then smiled with great happiness. Then, she smiled as she took off her space suit and pulled out the infusion tubes that kept her life. She had tears of joy in her eyes, and kept calling out Chi Hao's name. In less than 10 seconds, she knelt on the ground. Her breathing became weak and rapid, but a blush appeared on her pale face, and her eyes flashed with a spirit she had never had before. Her thin, skinny, shriveled hands were wrapped around her shoulders, feeling the warmth of Chi Hao's coat in the illusion. The light in Xuebua's eyes dimmed little by little until her breathing stopped. She died in false hope with a smile on her lips. Qilin sighed. He killed Xuebua in the most merciful way. The most dangerous enemy has been solved. Elder Qinglong said, looking at Xiaoyan beside him. Child, you have done a great job. Xiuqian's face was without any joy. His eyes were melancholy and broken. It's not your fault, nor is it this sister's fault. Zhu Ke pulled Xiaoyan into his arms and touched his head. We just did what we should do. Qilin looked at Xuebua's body, pushed his glasses on his nose, leaned on his crutches, turned around and left, gone. At the same time, Qinghe Park. It was late at night, and the park was very quiet. There were few tourists, less than 100 people, mainly those who came to the park for night jogging, dating, and a few camping. At some point, it started to drizzle. Strange, the weather forecast clearly said there was no rain today. People in the park complained or turned around to find a place to shelter from the rain. However, they didn't walk a few steps before they froze in place, as if they had been acupunctured. A few seconds later, they all looked up at the sky. Their eyes were dazed, their pupils were dilated, and their lips were slightly open. The melodious, sad, and endlessly gentle piano sound came from the center of the park. It was like the breath from Mother Earth, cleansing everyone's heart. Mom! Finally, one person shouted first. Mom! Mom! In the park, all the lost beasts shouted at the same time. In the center of the park, Qinghe Lake. The lotus flowers on the lake are still blooming, but they are no longer as lush and bright as in summer, and have a decadent and sad atmosphere. In the octagonal pavilion in the middle of the lake, there is a tall woman sitting. She is wearing soft pajamas. Her skin is so white that it glows. She has a waterfall of blonde hair, a pair of breathtaking blue eyes, and a high bulge in her belly. This is exactly what Sushi really looks like. Under her feet, white energy like Lycoris radiata blooms, and these white energy petals gather in front of her, forming a magical white piano. Sushi closed her eyes, opened her hands, and played the third movement of Moon Song passionately. This movement has a melody like a storm, revealing a kind of anger, pride and high fighting spirit, and a tragic and majestic feeling of moving towards the ultimate destiny. At this moment, Sushi's joy also reached its peak. She could clearly feel that it was coming soon, and the heir of God in her belly would be born. It was the crystallization of her and her lover, and at the same time, It was a gift from God. Her child was a perfect existence for herself and this misty world. As Su Shi played the piano, the lotus flowers and lotus leaves on Qinghe Lake floated up one after another, accompanied by a large amount of lake water, rising into the air little by little, and finally turned into bursts of light rain, falling on the entire park. Soon, Qinghe Lake dried up. At the bottom of the 3-meter-deep lake, in the gray mud, a huge round totem appeared. It was a living beast shining with white light. This altar was larger than the 3 altars of the West Country, the Island Country, and the Ni Country combined. It was the most important living beast altar in the center of the misty world. Here, Su Shi will give birth to her child, also a child of God. Suddenly, the piano sound stopped. Su Shi retracted her hands and slowly looked to the side. On the small stone bridge leading to the pavilion by the dried-up lake, stood a tall and solemn female figure. Qingling's hair and clothes were soaked by the rain. She held a long knife in both hands, her face was pale, and her eyes were stern. Qingling? Su Shi was slightly surprised, and asked with a smile as if chatting casually, "Why are you here?" Chapter 556. Teacher Su. Qingling said coldly, "The child cannot be born." "What are you talking about?" Su Shi was stunned, and her smile disappeared. "This is the child of Lao Huang and me? How can you say such cruel words? He promised me to give me a home, and we will have a home now." Su Shi lowered her head, and gently stroked her bulging belly with a loving face. Qingling was silent for 2 seconds, and a trace of resolute murderous intent appeared in her eyes. She raised her 2 knives and took a step forward. "Teacher Su, I'm sorry. If you want to hate, hate fate." "Fate?" Su Shi held her lower abdomen with both hands and slowly stood up. "Why should I hate fate? Fate makes me so happy and complete. I can't thank it enough." Su Shi took 2 steps towards Qingling, and Qingling immediately felt a sense of oppression. Even though she was very weak at this time, she was still a living beast. "But I'm curious, when did you find out?" Su Shi smiled with interest, and said confidently, "Old Huang will never betray us." "He didn't betray you," Gao Yang found out. Qingling answered truthfully. "How could he find out?" Su Shi asked. On the way here, Qingling had sent a message to Gao Shou. Now all she had to do was to delay time, and wait for everyone's support. "If you want to know, I tell you." Qingling gave Su Shi a brief review. In fact, until Long killed Zhuang Mei, Officer Huang hid well. Gao Yang and Qingling never doubted him, and they didn't expect that this was actually a play directed and performed by Officer Huang, Su Shi, and the tail team. However, Officer Huang didn't rely entirely on acting skills. After all, no one expected that Zhuang Mei, a wild animal, would show up halfway. Officer Huang knew very well that Su Shi would be forced to abort by Zhuang Mei. His fear, anxiety, irritability, and anger during the journey, all of which were true and true. As for Zhuang Mei, her biggest mistake was that she was disappointed with humans. Because of her disappointment with humans, she gradually became disgusted with humans and eventually looked down on them. She looked down on humans, so she had no intention of explaining to Gao Yang and the others what she was going to do. If Zhuang Mei had patiently explained at the time, Gao Yang would have been awakened even if he didn't believe it completely, and thus suspected that the whole thing might be a trap set by Officer Huang and Su Shi. But Zhuang Mei didn't explain. She thought no one could stop her. Unfortunately, she didn't expect that Long would take action, and the strongest awakener in the misty world would directly wipe out Zhuang Mei. However, although Zhuang Mei didn't wake Gao Yang up. But after this battle, Gao Yang received a call from Suzaku, who told Gao Yang all the information he had obtained from Edmund. After Gao Yang learned the 2 pieces of information about sewing and giving birth, he synchronized his own clues and immediately speculated many things. First of all, Gao Yang believed that his mother Lin Yu was most likely a living beast. It turned out that when the Scarlet Tide came, Zhuang Mei did not help Master Fu, and Bai Lu take Lin Yu away to attract Gao Yang to show up. This was really just a coincidence, which is why Master Fu did not answer Gao Yang's question directly at that time, but only told Gao Yang that Lin Yu was safe. The truth is, Zhuang Mei and Lin Yu are both living beasts, and they went to the altar to perform the mission of sewing during the Scarlet Tide these 2 days. After the work was completed, they found a reason to come back. Gao Yang almost collapsed just by speculating this conclusion. He was in pain and confusion, and didn't know how to face it. With Qingling's encouragement, he decided to confront his mother face to face after returning home. When he returned to the city late at night, his mother was waiting for him in the living room. Lin Yu sat on the sofa in a daze. She could sense that Zhuang Mei was dead and was sad for her. In fact, When Zhuang Mei decided to capture Su Shi and take her to the island country, she told Lin Yu about this plan. Lin Yu dissuaded Zhuang Mei. She believed that no matter what Zhuang Mei did, it would be in vain. Su Shi's child would definitely come to the world. This was fate and God's will. Zhuang Mei just didn't believe in fate. Since she was born, she has been a disobedient child. She despised the will of her master. After coming to the Misty World, she kept playing with the world, unwilling to combine with humans, and refused the mission of giving birth. In the end, Zhuang Mei failed to stop Su Shi, and she was also martyred. When Gao Yang returned home, Lin Yu knew that her son had guessed her identity with just one look. That night, Lin Yu cooked a bowl of noodles for Gao Yang. After eating the noodles, her son suddenly told her about his childhood and finally hugged his mother and cried. The mother and son said nothing, and then said everything. In the end, Lin Yu just touched Gao Yang's head and told him gently, "Don't be afraid, you are my child, and I will protect you." Gao Yang knew that his mother must have her own difficulties, so he stopped asking. After that, Gao Yang naively thought that everything would be fine. As a mother of a living beast, she was so powerful that she could definitely settle everything, at least the current crisis. Until Gao Yang went to the desert of Nigua, activated the altar, accidentally broke into the underground temple ruins, saw the ancient murals on the obelisk, and saw the monster in the belly of the living beast mummy. At that moment, Gao Yang truly understood Lin Yu's words. "You are your mother's child." He, Gao Yang, is Lin Yu's child, a child who is truly blood and water. At that moment, Gao Yang's worldview collapsed, completely collapsed. After dealing with the little monster suspected to be the child of the curse, Gao Yang forced himself to calm down with spirit armor, reorganized the chaotic information in his mind, and finally figured out the whole thing by half guessing and half guessing. The conclusion is, Gao Yang is the child of the beast Lin Yu and the human Gao Shou. Gao Yang is not a ghost, nor is he a curse. He is the shining child on the second mural of the obelisk, the Son of God, the Son of God. This also explains why Chu Xue could only treat Gao Yang as food at the beginning, and ate Gao Yang, but did not kill Gao Yang. Chu Xue should be the ghost closest to the Son of God among the ghosts. She is already very good, but still a defective product, so Gao Yang, the successful product, instinctively attracts Chu Xue. Based on this point, continue to speculate. After Lin Yu gave birth to Gao Yang, as a living beast, she became very weak, but she did not die like other living beasts. She became a real mother and continued to live, but she did not tell anyone about it. Yun, the leader of the delusion beast visitors, soon discovered Lin Yu's secret. As the answerer, she already had her own answer. Therefore, Yun decided to keep this secret for Lin Yu. 3 years later, Yun found a lost baby girl and disguised her as Lin Yu's. This child was Gao Yang's sister Gao Xinxin. Gao Xinxin's initial role was just a smokescreen to cover Lin Yu. The purpose was to make all the high-level beasts believe, especially Zhuang Mei and Su Shi, who were also living beasts, believe that Lin Yu did not give birth to a child with a human, but found a human baby and a lost baby as a disguise, and lived a false life, just like the life Zhuang Mei had lived at the beginning. But not long after, Gao Yang's grandfather, the Horner, discovered Gao Yang's true identity. Yun dealt with Gao Yang's grandfather in time, and continued to help Lin Yu hide the secret. When Grandma was dealing with Grandpa that night, Gao Yang accidentally saw what happened when he got up to pee, but he was too young at the time and quickly forgot about it, thinking it was a nightmare. It was not until his 18th birthday that Gao Yang ran into the mental patient, and had a sign of awakening that he remembered the scene again. Yun and Lin Yu have been guarding this secret for all these years. Now, the secret himself knows. Chapter 557. Gao Yang is the heir of God. While he was thankful for his luck, he immediately came to a particularly pessimistic conclusion. The child of Officer Huang, and Su Shi is not the heir of God, not the ghost, but the curse. Gao Yang's reasoning is as follows. First, from the murals on the obelisk, it is known that the living beast will give birth to 3 kinds of children, and will definitely give birth to these 3 kinds. The lifespan of the Misty World has come to an end, and the last 3 living beasts are Lin Yu, Zhuang Mei and Su Shi. Zhuang Mei has no children, and was wiped out by the dragon. Lin Yu secretly gave birth to the heir of God, Gao Yang. The little monster Gao Yang encountered in the ruins of the temple in the country of Gunny is most likely not the child of the curse. First of all, the existence of that place is very suspicious, which contradicts Gao Yang's understanding of the Misty worldview. Moreover, after the little monster died, the curse in the bodies of all the ghosts did not disappear. Moreover, the little monster was red all over, and the appearance of the child of the curse on the mural was black. As for Su Shi, if she was pregnant with a ghost, she would feel it immediately, so there was no need to worry that Lin Yu and Zhuang Mei would be jealous of her. Su Shi couldn't feel it, so it could only be the heir of God or the cursed abyss, because both were very special. Su Shi didn't know that Lin Yu had given birth to the only heir of God, so she was so convinced that the child in her belly was the heir of God. After thinking about this, although Gao Yang was unwilling to accept it, he still forced himself to be rational. This rationality drove Gao Yang to begin to doubt Officer Huang. Officer Huang was very likely to know Su Shi's identity and participated in this scam. Once some things begin to doubt, many details cannot stand scrutiny. The first thing Gao Yang did after returning from NI was to call Qining out in the early morning. In fact, digging Qining was just a side purpose. The real purpose was to test Qinying's travel speed. When Su Shi was caught by the tail team, the incident happened suddenly, and Gao Yang overlooked some details. Looking back, it was very unreasonable. At that time, Qinying's home was about the same distance from Officer Huang's home as Liqing University was from Officer Huang's home, or even a little further. The road conditions were good late at night, and traffic jams were not considered. Even if Officer Huang notified Qining first, and then notified Gao Yang, Qingling and Tiango, it would not take more than 2 minutes. In other words, Qining, who was taking a bath at home, received Officer Huang's call, and drove to Officer Huang's home quickly without delay. It would take at least 10 minutes. This point was confirmed again when Gao Yang asked Qining to come over for Malatang. But that night, Gao Yang relied on Tiango's flight to rush from Liqing University to Officer Huang's home in just 5 minutes. They had just arrived at Officer Huang's home when Qining arrived right after them, which means that Qining only took 6 minutes to get here, which is unreasonable. Unless Officer Huang waited for 5 minutes after calling Qining, and then called Gao Yang, Qingling and Tiango. Officer Huang did nothing in these 5 minutes. This is unreasonable. But if it was a trap, everything would make sense. Officer Huang hoped that several people could arrive at about the same time and quickly launch the tracking operation, playing the whole play. Anyway, with Edmund's invincibility, even if the tail team was tracked, they could easily escape, which confirmed the whole thing, and no one suspected that Officer Huang and Su Shi directed and acted it out. In fact, Gao Yang never doubted it from beginning to end, firstly because of his trust in him, and secondly because the situation was urgent. Unfortunately, Zhuang Mei showed up halfway, and the plan was completely messed up, which led to the subsequent trip to the island country. In fact, if Qining had not rushed to Officer Huang's house in a bathrobe that night, Gao Yang might not have noticed this flaw. If Qining had been wearing formal clothes, Gao Yang would have assumed that Qining was operating near Officer Huang's house, so he rushed over quickly. But Qining was so eager to save people that she rushed over without changing her bathrobe, which left Gao Yang with the impression that Qining rushed over from home, and Gao Yang also recalled this detail later. So far, Gao Yang can be sure that Officer Huang deceived Gao Yang, Qingling, and the 3 major organizations for Su Shi. Gao Yang was very sad on the one hand, but he could understand Officer Huang's choice on the other hand. After eating the spicy hot pot, Gao Yang told Qingling about his speculation. Qingling asked Gao Yang what he planned to do. Gao Yang replied to Qingling, if the 3 major organizations knew the truth, Officer Huang and Su Shi would definitely be dealt with immediately. He is our companion and cannot die. Qingling said. Yes, so we will solve it ourselves. Gao Yang said, tomorrow night we will go to guard Officer Huang and Su Shi, and find an opportunity to confront him and let him accept the reality. Do you think Officer Huang will listen to us? Qingling asked again. I don't know. Gao Yang was not optimistic. What about Su Shi? Qingling asked again. She is pregnant with a cursed child, we can't just ignore it. Gao Yang was silent for 10 seconds, and the temperature in his eyes cooled down a little bit. Do it. Qingling nodded, yeah. The matter is not over yet, Gao Yang still has some guesses. That night, the two went to Iman's board game bar. Gao Yang took out the world map, spread it on the table, and drew the altar locations of the West Country, the Island Country, and the Anai Country respectively, connecting them into a line, and found that it was a narrow inverted triangle. What do you think it represents? Gao Yang asked Qingling. Uterus? Qingling guessed. Gao Yang nodded. Dr. Jia is very knowledgeable about the graphic symbols of the Misty World. He told me that the narrow inverted triangle symbolizes the uterus. Gao Yang said, marking the location of Liqing, which is just above the middle of this narrow triangle. I think there is another most important altar for living animals in Liqing. Gao Yang said, that's why Su Shi didn't hide and stayed in Liqing all the time. Where will it be? Qingling asked. Xinghe Park. Gao Yang said. Reason? From the map, it is in the center of Liqing. And my mother has never been there in all these years. Gao Yang recalled. Every time our family goes to Qinghe Park to play, she always has various situations, such as stomachache, sudden appointment, or quarrel with my father. Anyway, she has never been there. Is she afraid of being exposed? Qing Ling figured it out. Gao Yang nodded. I think so. When the beasts approach the altar, it will activate it. Except for the Scarlet Tide once every 10 years, they will not approach the altar at other times. Qing Ling is a man of action. Let's go and see now. The two went to Qinghe Park before dawn and took a walk inside. When approaching Qinghe Lake in the center of the park, Gao Yang's heart was suddenly touched, a very subtle intuition. He immediately walked to the lake, took out a dagger, cut his finger, and a drop of blood fell into Qinghe Lake. 2 seconds later, the lake surface under his feet flickered slightly, and a circle of white ripples spread. Gao Yang immediately felt some strange energy resonance, and he quickly withdrew his hand. No mistake, this is it. Qing Ling nodded, and the two stood by the lake, looking at the lake, and were silent for a long time. If possible, I don't want to kill Officer Huang. Qing Ling broke the silence. Me too, Gao Yang said. But if he wants to kill us... Qing Ling's eyes turned cold. I will kill him. Gao Yang was silent. He was not as strong and determined as Qing Ling. He had always been a weak and even cowardly person. He would never have an answer until the moment something happened. Chapter 558. Sushi listened to Qing Ling's simple review without any surprise on her face. Her expression was still gentle, but beneath this gentleness was a kind of arrogance and alienation. Qing Ling. She smiled. You can't fool me. I know I'm pregnant with the heir of God. Qing Ling's voice was cold. It seems that accepting reality is more difficult than deceiving yourself. Hee, it's Gao Yang who is deceiving himself. Sushi took another step forward. Have you ever thought that if he is really the heir of God, would he be as weak as he is now? Qing Ling was stunned, and she admitted that for a moment, she was shaken. A second later, Qing Ling held the knife tighter. She believed in Gao Yang. Sushi still smiled. I am the one chosen by God since birth. My mission, my entire life, is for the arrival of this day. This feeling, you will not understand. I'm sorry, everyone who wants to hurt my child must die. Sushi retracted the smile on her face. Qing Ling took a deep breath. Why haven't Gao Yang and Gao Shou come yet? I can't delay any longer. Qing Ling raised her knife and prepared to fight. Suddenly, she frowned and noticed someone approaching. She was shocked to find that it was the smoker in the last team. This man with messy hair and thick body hair wore a white vest and big shorts, a pair of sandals on his feet, a brown thin windbreaker on the outside, and a small round sunglasses on his nose. Qing Ling immediately turned sideways and decided to deal with the smoker first. Beauty, don't be impatient. The smoker grinned. Turning you into fireworks is the second step, otherwise, you listen to my first step first? Qing Ling said coldly. Speak. The first step. The smoker raised his right index finger and put it in front of his nose. Kill Sushi, the dead liar first. Sushi in the pavilion was slightly stunned, but not too panicked. This is different from what we agreed. We will protect you to give birth smoothly, and you will give us pure holy water. This is what we agreed before. But... The smoker looked back at Sushi, paused for 3 seconds, and suddenly yelled, How the hell do I know that you are carrying curse abyss in your belly? You would rather believe her one-sided words than believe me? Sushi was a little disappointed. The smoker grabbed his messy hair with both hands and pulled it hard. I have done all kinds of bad things since I was a child. I like to go against good people the most. No one knows good people better than me. The smoker looked at Qing Ling and continued to pull her hair. This beauty and that Qiang are good people at first glance. Good people, I hate good people the most. The smoker pulled off a tuft of his hair and shouted, But good people are more trustworthy. Sushi's green eyes moved slightly. Qing Ling was silent. The smoker, this scum, is very self-aware. So annoying. The smoker squatted down and started pulling his hair with both hands. His face was twisted with pain, and he was almost crazy. So annoying, so annoying, so annoying. I thought there was really holy water, and I could set off more beautiful fireworks. I knew you bitch, were lying to me. The smoker raised his head suddenly, with a sinister smile on his face. It doesn't matter, fireworks made of wild animals should be beautiful too. The smoker stood up and opened his hands to the sky. Qing Ling was startled. She found that countless black shadows flew up from all directions of Qinghe Park and gathered towards Qinghe Lake. Soon, they were all over the night sky, densely packed into one piece. These were the lost beasts of Qinghe Park. They had demonic eyes and stiff bodies. Their bodies had long been marked with the fireworks marked by the smoker, turning into elemental bombs that could explode at any time. But in their minds, they still couldn't get rid of the brainwashing of the living beast Su Shi, and kept shouting, "Mom, Mom, Mom." That scene was so weird that it made Qing Ling's scalp numb. "Smoker, stop." Su Shi's face was calm, but there was a trace of fear in his eyes. "The birth of the Arab god is destiny. You can't shake the tree with a gnat." "Haha, stop pretending here." Smoker laughed excitedly. "If you are really that strong, why do you need our tail team to protect you? Now you are just a rookie. I declare the fireworks show." Smoker raised his head in ecstasy and shouted, "Officially start." At the same time, on the street outside Qinghe Park. Beep, beep, beep. The car that hit the roadside was still emitting a shrill alarm. Within a minute of Gao Yang telling the truth, two awakened killers broke out of the windows of the buildings on both sides of the street and rushed towards Gao Yang and Officer Huang respectively. They were easily solved by them. After hearing Gao Yang's words, Officer Huang was not even surprised. He smiled as expected. "Haha, I knew you would say that." This is exactly what Su Shi expected. Gao Yang was shocked. Su Shi had predicted this situation, and had already given Officer Huang a shot of prevention. "Huang Qi," Gao Yang shouted, "when have I ever lied to you? You are my companion and the person I trust the most." "Gao Yang, you are also the person I trust the most." Huang Qi raised his head slightly, and smiled faintly. "You should understand me. Do you know how much I long for a home?" Gao Yang was stunned, and suddenly, he understood everything. "You don't care at all?" Huang Qi was not brainwashed by Su Shi. For Huang Qi, whether the child is a ghost, a god's heir, or a curse, he doesn't care at all. They are all his children. Huang Qi did not answer but asked, "Gao Yang, if it were your wife and children, would you watch them die?" Gao Yang opened his mouth, but couldn't speak. Some things, even if they are wrong, have to be done. Officer Huang raised his pistol. At this moment, any argument became pale and powerless. A cold wind blew past. 5 seconds later, the two men attacked at the same time. Chapter 559. At the moment Gao Yang disappeared, 3 bullets flew through the air. Gao Yang teleported and approached Huang Qi. Huang Qi quickly turned around and shot. Just as he was about to pull the trigger at Gao Yang, 2 balls of fire had already attacked from both sides. Huang Qi hastily fired 2 shots, and suddenly jumped back to avoid the fireballs. Gao Yang once again activated teleport in time to avoid the shooting, and quietly flashed behind Huang Qi, with a dazzling flame on his right fist. Huang Qi was one of Gao Yang's best partners. He knew Gao Yang's attack path and talent mechanism very well, and directly predicted Gao Yang's backstab. Swish. Huang Qi had been waiting for this moment. At the moment Gao Yang flashed, his left hand condensed a dazzling and sharp lightsaber, and slashed blindly behind him. The lightsaber slashed at Gao Yang's waist. Gao Yang's cooling time had not yet recovered, so he could not activate teleportation, and retreated suddenly in a hurry. Although he reacted quickly and dodged Huang Qi's lightsaber, he could not avoid the sharp sword energy. Z. Gao Yang's abdomen was cut open by the golden arc of light, and blood gushed out immediately. Gao Yang felt pain and instinctively leaned back. Bang, bang, bang. Huang Qi fired 3 shots without any hesitation, hitting Gao Yang's right knee, heart and forehead respectively. All 3 shots hit Gao Yang, who was overturned by the impact of the bullets, and flew 2 meters away. Huang Qi's heart was only relaxed for half a second before he reacted quickly. He tensed his muscles, mobilized his energy, and shouted, "Holy shield!" Countless light elements gathered and wrapped his whole body, and gathered on his head in an instant, turning into an umbrella-shaped golden shield. Empty. Gao Yang's true body descended from the sky, and with a flame fist, he struck the golden umbrella. The fierce flames engulfed the golden umbrella, and were soon split into countless streams of fire. They rushed to the ground, and then shot up into the sky again, instantly blooming into a bright red flower of the other shore. However, the flames continued to pour down, and finally the golden umbrella failed to divert, and was completely swallowed up. The Higanbana turned into a pillar of flame that shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire block. 5 seconds later, the pillar of flame dissipated, and red sparks and golden light spots flew all over the sky, forming a strange heavy snow. Gao Yang finished the flame fist without reservation, quickly retreated, and distanced himself from Huang Qi. Huang Qi knelt on the ground, with many parts of his body severely burned and bloody. The ground around him was charred and mixed with some damaged light element fragments. Wow! Huang Qi spit out another mouthful of blood. He has reached his limit. Whether it is the number and level of talents, or the strength of the six-dimensional attributes, Huang Qi and Gao Yang have a considerable gap, and he can't beat Gao Yang. Huang Qi. Don't force me. Gao Yang shouted. I won't show mercy anymore. Gao Yang clenched his fists. There is no time. He must go to Qinghe Lake to support Qingling. Heh, brat. Huang Qi stood up slowly. What did I say at the beginning? I should stay away from people like you. Otherwise, I won't live long. Huang Qi panted, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. Gao Yang, as a friend, I will teach you one last lesson. Huang Qi showed his bitter smile again, but a resolute murderous intent flashed in his eyes. People with soft hearts can't make it to the end. Gao Yang was startled. He had smelled a familiar fragrance. It was the holy water of Sangmu sect, but if you distinguish carefully, there is a difference. This fragrance is not as strong as before, but it is deeper and more evil, and it has a bewitching calmness and gentleness. It turned out that Huang Qi had already bitten the small medicine bottle hidden in his mouth, and the remaining black holy water flowed out from the corner of his mouth. No! Gao Yang shouted, but it was too late. Huang Qi's eyeballs were quickly swallowed by the darkness, and then melted into two streams of ink that flowed down his burned face, and his eye sockets became black holes. His chest broke through his clothes and exploded tragically. The flesh, internal organs and bones were reassembled to become a vortex-shaped evil black flower. It beat strongly and transported energy to all parts of the body through black blood vessels. Huang Qi's body did not become huge, and he still maintained the basic appearance of a human. Black curse marks appeared on his skin, as if countless small insects were swimming under his flesh and blood. Huang Qi took the holy water that Su Shi left for him. Now, the energy in his body has skyrocketed, and at the same time, he still has a certain amount of human rationality and retains the talent of an awakener. In an instant, Huang Qi's gun god broke through level 7, and light broke through level 5. Warning! Luck point benefits increased to 7,500 times. The shock and pain on Gao Yang's face slowly returned to calm, and a tear flowed from the corner of his eye. Activate spiritual armor. Sadness concentration, reduced to 4.9%. Coldness concentration, increased to 95.1%. Die! Huang Qi shouted, and his hands covered with black curse marks began to swell into form, and soon turned into two honeycomb barrels. Chong 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 chong. The two honeycomb barrels rotated at high speed, and fired from his hands at a total speed of hundreds of luminous elemental stray bullets per second. With the blessing of the 7th level gun god, these stray bullets also have locking and tracking functions. In an instant, a rain of light bullets rained down on Gao Yang's head. Gao Yang jumped suddenly, and with teleportation, he flashed into a building on the street. Boom boom boom. Some of the light bullets exploded on the road, and more light bullets turned in time, tracking Gao Yang and rushing into the house. Boom boom boom. In less than 10 seconds, the whole house was bombed into waste. Huang Qi stopped shooting. He knew that Gao Yang's teleportation could penetrate the wall. He had already hidden in other houses. Huang Qi must prevent his sneak attack. Swoosh. 30 seconds later, Gao Yang really rushed out of the window of another house. Beep. Huang Qi's cracked mouth shot out a gold element laser mixed with black flame power, and the speed was incredible. Gao Yang, who was in midair, turned around and dodged. Swish. The street lights, billboards and houses behind him were directly cut open. Gao Yang had just landed, and hadn't stood firmly when dense light streams appeared around him. Huang Qi's hands turned into honeycomb barrels, and began to fire dense tracking light element streams. Gao Yang relied on teleport to avoid the bombardment, and came to the billboard of the side building. The next second, countless light streams followed him again, and they would not stop until they caught the target. Gao Yang ran and jumped, and each time he launched teleport within the limit, constantly jumping back and forth on the telephone poles, billboards and air conditioning cabinets on both sides of the street, flying over the eaves and walls. Huang Qi's light element stream seemed to be unlimited ammunition, inexhaustible. He opened his hands and spun with Gao Yang's figure, like a crazy golden gyroscope. The rain of light element bullets shot from Huang Qi's hands turned into a dense flock of golden birds, constantly changing their shapes, sometimes rising, sometimes falling, sometimes spinning, and sometimes turning, chasing Gao Yang relentlessly, but always a little slower, and could only bomb its shadow from the previous second. A minute later, the entire street was baptized by light bullets. Countless cement rubble and glass fragments were splashed everywhere along with the sky full of light elements, and buildings continued to collapse. Flames shot up into the sky, and the scene was in chaos. Gao Yang was still jumping and dodging at high speed with the help of teleport, constantly dealing with Huang Qi, looking for opportunities to get close. It lasted for nearly a minute, and in the middle of the ruined street, Huang Qi's crazy shooting finally began to weaken, and Gao Yang's teleport times were almost exhausted. Gao Yang seized the opportunity, flashed behind Huang Qi, and punched down with a flaming fist. Although Huang Qi was blind, it did not hinder his strong perception. During the battle, he kept a close eye on Gao Yang and knew his movements clearly. Huang Qi turned around incredibly fast, and his hands, that had turned into honeycomb-like cannon barrels, instantly turned back into black arms. He raised his right hand and caught Gao Yang's fist head-on. Boom! The flames that were enough to vaporize flesh and blood instantly engulfed Huang Qi completely. Huang Qi in the flames was being slowly burned, but it was still too early for him to melt, and he felt almost no pain. Gao Yang was shocked. He wanted to run, but it was too late. Chapter 560. Huang Qi in the flames still held Gao Yang's fist tightly, and his right hand had been raised at some point, with 5 fingers tightly clenched. Swish, swish, swish. In a moment, countless light elemental bullets still flying in the air felt the call of their master, turned into slender golden light cones, and shot towards Gao Yang. Puff, puff, puff. Hundreds of golden light cones pierced Gao Yang into a hornet's nest. Puff. At the same time, a black gold dagger pierced Huang Qi's black heart from behind. It was the black gold dagger given to him by Manchi. Wow! Huang Qi spat out a mouthful of blood, and then realized that he was deceived by Gao Yang's illusion again. But why? He had been locking onto Gao Yang. When did he summon the phantom and switch? Huang Qi knew very well that Gao Yang could not use other talents when switching between the phantom and the real body, but he clearly used a continuous flame fist. Even if the power was not strong, it could not be faked. In a flash, Huang Qi figured it out. Gao Yang had deliberately hidden in the building from the beginning, and was waiting for the phantom's cooling time. After that, the Gao Yang who rushed out of the window was always a phantom. Gao Yang's real body had been hiding, and did not move. Level 6 Phantom. The phantom duration is increased to 90 seconds, with 25% of the owner's attribute value and talent strength. When the phantom uses teleport, the flash distance will be shorter, and the number of uses in a short period of time will also be reduced, but Huang Qi, who is concentrating on locking onto Gao Yang and firing light stream bullets, cannot detect these. In order to paralyze his opponent, Gao Yang controlled the phantom and fought with Huang Qi to the extreme for a minute before taking action. Huang Qi was completely deceived. He had never doubted that Gao Yang was an illusion from the beginning. Flame Fist. Gao Yang did not think that piercing Huang Qi's heart would kill him. At this moment, he was extremely cold-blooded and did not hesitate at all. The fire element flowed into Huang Qi's chest along the black gold dagger, burning his heart madly. Ah! Huang Qi screamed in pain, but Gao Yang did not stop. Roar. 5 seconds later, a small flame dragon roared and rushed out of Huang Qi's chest. Huang Qi stopped screaming. The black heart on his chest disappeared, leaving only a bloody hollow, and behind the hollow, stood Gao Yang with an expressionless face. He knelt on his legs and fell to one side. Gao Yang took a step forward and hugged Huang Qi with both hands. Remove spiritual armor. Emotions and reason returned to normal. Gao Yang looked at the man in his arms, his face pale, his hands shaking uncontrollably, at a loss. Huang Qi's eyes were hollow, and there was black blood on his nostrils and mouth. The man opened and closed his lips with difficulty, and tried to stretch out his hand. Gao Yang was stunned and held Huang Qi's hand tightly. His hand was cold and rough, like the stone at the bottom of the lake. He clearly remembered the first time he shook hands with Huang Qi. It was a pair of warm and strong hands that made people feel at ease and reassured. Am I a good companion? Huang Qi was breathless. Yes, Gao Yang replied. Am I a good husband? Yes. Am I a good father? Yes. He. Huang Qi was satisfied and smiled without regrets. I will accompany you, so far. Huang Qi's smile froze, his hand lost the last strength, slipped from Gao Yang's hand, and fell to the ground. On the bloody ring finger, the ring shone brightly under the flickering firelight. Gao Yang's body was shaking violently, and he felt his stomach churning. The strong feeling of vomiting almost overwhelmed him. He put down the corpse in his arms, and stood up in a daze. He tried to turn around and walk forward, but his legs were shaking, and he was about to fall. Activate spiritual armament. Close all emotions. Gao Yang's pale face slowly regained its color, and his eyes, which were out of focus due to pain, gradually calmed and brightened. His body stopped shaking and his steps began to speed up. Gao Yang walked faster and faster, and finally ran at full speed. He did not look back. At the same time, at the top of Chishan Mountain, the fire was burning more and more fiercely. At the entrance of the closed scenic area, Xing Kong quickly jumped over a burning tree trunk and headed for the cave where the blood amber was. Suddenly he stopped. A drop of cold rain hit his nose, which was a little painful. Xing Kong looked up, and after a few seconds, he wiped his face and found that it was half-melted ice chips. Paw, paw, paw. For a moment, small but dense hail rain fell from the sky. How could hail rain fall in the late autumn of leaching? Xing Kong knew that this could not be a natural phenomenon, it must be artificial rainfall. Xing Kong squinted his eyes, and found a huge gray-blue cloud in the sky. Rain and hail fell from this cloud, accurately extinguishing the burning forest. At this moment, two people were floating in the cloud. Tengu was still in the sky, with white headphones hanging around his neck. A tough white bandage stretched out from the sleeve of his left hand. The bandage was wrapped around the waist of a girl and hung her in the air. The girl was about 20 years old, wearing a loose witch costume with a white shirt and red skirt, a gray-blue princess cut, a cold face, white skin, and a thin and flat figure. She opened her hands, her deep blue eyes shone, and circles of blue energy ripples spread around her body. She was summoning a hailstorm to put out the fire on the top of the mountain. The girl was an elite under Elder Qinglong, and was now promoted to a guardian and renamed Liu Shuang. Liu Shuang's talent was Water God, serial number 33, Elemental System, and she borrowed elemental runes from the 12 zodiac signs to break through level 4, and quickly reached level 5. A month ago, she also comprehended Frost. The same type of talent no longer needed rune circuits to break through level 4, and she quickly reached level 5 again. Liu Shuang classmate. Tengu's teeth began to chatter. It's so cold, how long will it take? 10 minutes. Liu Shuang's voice was as gentle as a girl, but there was no expression on her face, like a robot. Hu Tengu sneezed. You should have said it earlier, I just wore a down jacket. Can this cold be considered a work injury? Xing Kong on the top of the mountain cursed a swear word, and buried his head to continue on his way. He took 2 steps and stopped again. There was a man standing on the road in front of him. Xing Kong looked over intently. He was a tall but thin middle-aged man, wearing a light black shirt and black pants, with a long knife on his back and a short knife on his waist. He had a thin face, unshaven beard, messy natural curly hair, and a green tattoo of the word tiger could be vaguely seen on his left temple. His dark brown eyes were small, but very bright and sharp, and he looked like a ruthless character. He grinned, and his decisive temperament was gone. See you again, little brother. Chapter 561. Dou Hu used his little finger to pick at his ear under his curly hair. Your name is Xing Kong, right? What's your talent? It seems to correspond to mine, right? Xing Kong took 2 steps back, keeping a safe distance, and was highly alert. This Dou Hu is not easy to mess with. His strongest damage talent killing expert knocked Madame Wu down with 1 move before. But he is also a melee fighter, and my talent can force him to be evenly matched. If I anger him, the effect will be better. What are you doing? Xing Kong sneered with contempt. I thought someone would be sent to deal with me, but I didn't expect it to be a malnourished skinny monkey. Haha, it's useless to want to anger me. Dou Hu smiled indifferently. Xing Kong was shocked. He knew his method. Yes, the Qiang saw through his method before, and he would definitely tell Dou Hu. Don't waste your time, Uncle Hu, I only have one emotion when fighting. Dou Hu slowly pulled out the green dog demon sword on his back. That is excitement. Xing Kong felt a strong sense of oppression in an instant. Calm down, you must be calm. Even if the opponent is not angered by me, I can absorb his energy, but it will be slower. As long as I delay time, it can still be a 50-50 fight. Dou Hu is not in a hurry to go up. I know that you rats in the gutter always want to compete with us awakeners in the top 12 talents, and think we are not as good as you. Isn't it? Xing Kong's mouth curled up slightly, and sneered. Our talent is only level 3, but we can fight back with you. If we upgrade to level 7, you can't be our opponent at all. Ha ha ha. Dou Hu pulled out the short knife at his waist with his left hand. Little brother is very ambitious, I admire it. Well today, Uncle Hu, I will give you a chance to prove yourself. Dou Hu raised his right hand and stretched out his green dog demon sword towards Xing Kong. You hold this sword. Next, I will only use my left hand and this short sword to fight you. If I fail to kill you within 10 seconds, I will lose, and you can do whatever you want to me. Is this fair? Oh, you said it. Xing Kong was delighted. This stupid dog, I will make you regret it in a while, and you will pay the biggest price in your life for underestimating your enemy. Of course, a gentleman's word is as good as a horse. Do-Hu threw the green dog demon sword in his right hand to Xing Kong. Come on. Xing Kong raised his hand to catch the sword. Puff. The short sword in Do-Hu's hand pierced Xing Kong's throat. Xing Kong was distracted for only a moment when he caught the sword, and Do-Hu threw the short sword, and his action was incredibly fast. Xing Kong didn't even have time to feel the pain, he just felt his throat tighten, and Do-Hu, who had transformed into a phantom, rushed in front of him, holding the handle of the short knife in his hand, and slashed it with his backhand. Z. A stream of blood splashed on Do-Hu's face. Xing Kong's head flew out of his body, and he felt that the world was upside down, shaking up and down twice. It turned out that his head had fallen to the ground. You? He looked at Do-Hu, who was looking down at him, in a daze and unwillingly, and couldn't say anything. Do-Hu picked up his Qingxue Yao Dao and put it back into the scabbard. He didn't even bother to look at Xing Kong for a second, turned around and left, leaving a leisurely sentence. Who is a gentleman among serious people? It's raining, it's raining. The cockroach shouted disappointedly. The fire is gone, it's gone. Just after Xing Kong left, hail rained from the sky. Mrs. Wu looked up at the sky and found the gray-blue cloud. Once the fire was out and the chaos was over, it would be more difficult for her to escape. Cockroach. Don't stand there like an idiot. Follow me, Mrs. Wu shouted. As soon as she turned around, she was startled. 3 figures appeared at the intersection of the way down the mountain. 2 men and 1 woman. Mrs. Wu had never seen them before. The man in the middle walked in front. He was tall and thin, leaning on a cane in his right hand, wearing a black wool sweater with dark patterns, black trousers and black leather shoes, and a brown wool coat on the outside. On the left chest of the coat was a black gold brooch with a unicorn totem. The man's facial lines were soft, but his facial features were deep. His chestnut hair was slightly curly, combed in a 3:7 ratio, and he wore a pair of black-framed glasses on his high-nosed bridge. He had a gentle temperament and a literary and bookish air. The woman walking on the left looked very young, at most 26 or 27 years old, with brown wool curls and a delicate and world-weary face. She wore a white coat that was longer than her knees, like a researcher, buttoned up, with a pair of straight calves underneath, red high heels, and a red scarf tied around her neck. On her left chest, she wore a diamond-studded Qilin brooch. The man on the right was older, about 40 years old, tall and strong, wearing a slim black leather jacket, dark jeans, and a pair of high-top marching boots. His facial lines were tough, his eyes were as sharp as an eagle, he had a neat O-shaped beard, and he was serious and exuded the cold majesty of an elder. Based on the existing information, Mrs. would guess that these were the Qilin, Suzaku, and Qinglong of the Qilin Union. Haha, what an honor, one of the top bosses in the awakening world came out in person. It seems that our plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain was very successful. Mrs. Wu had a flash of thought, and suddenly found that the 3 people were standing 10 meters away from her. Wait, they were clearly 30 meters away before, how come they suddenly came over? That feeling was like a movie that froze for a moment, and then jumped to the scene 10 seconds later. Mrs. Wu certainly didn't know that it was Qilin who changed her perception of the passage of time through mental interference, making her have the illusion that 10 seconds of time were stolen. Qilin gently pushed the glasses on his nose with his left hand. Are you the leader of the tail team? So what? Mrs. Wu inexplicably had a subconscious fear, and her tone was a little guilty. You are afraid. Qilin could feel Mrs. Wu's emotional ups and downs, and he smiled emotionlessly. I give you 8 words. Leniency for confession, strictness for resistance. Mrs. Wu didn't speak. She was weighing the pros and cons. Forget it. Qilin sighed, obviously impatient. We don't mind interrogating the corpse. As soon as Qilin finished speaking, Suzaku put his hands in his pockets and walked towards the cockroach beside him. Suzaku looked at the cockroach with a smile. Are you the number 10 cockroach in the tail team? My name is Cockroach, a talented cockroach. The cockroach had disgusting brown saliva at the corner of its mouth. I am an indestructible cockroach. Hee hee, little sister, you are so beautiful. Be my toy. I have many beautiful little skirts. But you may not be able to wear them. The cockroach said and took a step closer. Hee hee, I can shrink you a little, hee hee. Suzaku felt disgusted in her heart. She really didn't expect that this person with the same talent as her head and tail would be such a disgusting idiot. In Chiang's report, Suzaku already had a good understanding of the cockroach's talent mechanism. She smiled sweetly, took a step forward, and stretched out her right hand wearing a red glove from the pocket of her white coat. Okay, Sister will be your toy and play with you. Chapter 562. Cockroach was stunned. He had a syringe in his left hand. It was the holy water that Xing Kong had left for him. He was about to give himself an injection. But he didn't expect that this beautiful sister would be willing to be his toy. It was the first time that someone was willing to play with him. Great. That's great. Cockroach didn't inject the medicine. He ran over happily and grabbed Suzaku's hand. Suzaku tried to hold back his nausea. Fortunately, I wore a pair of gloves when I went out to match the scarf. Hee. Cockroach held Suzaku's hand and was about to crush Suzaku's fingers. Suddenly, Cockroach felt something was wrong. The energy in his body entered a stress state in an instant. He began to scream wildly, his heart beat wildly, and the blood in his body boiled like boiling water. What's going on? Cockroach didn't understand what was wrong with him. Have fun by yourself. The smile on Suzaku's face disappeared. She took off her gloves, threw them away, turned around and left, not even wanting to look at him again. Suzaku was right, because the next scene would be very nauseating. Just now, Number 10's cockroach was given a threefold increase by Suzaku's equivalent exchange. The cockroach has been using holy water for a long time, and in addition to the damage to its intelligence, its control over its own energy is also very weak. Now, his energy is completely out of control, and the cockroach's over-repair mechanism is infinitely amplified. The cell tissue in the cockroach's body is dividing crazily, and the flesh and blood are gurgling. He is like a balloon, expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 10 seconds, he has become a big meatball with a diameter of 3 meters. No, don't. The cockroach slowly lost his words. His head was swallowed by the meatball. Baji. When the load of the meatball reached its limit, it began to tear its skin and flesh, bursting out disgusting pools of blood, and the body that had burst before began to repair frantically. The cockroach's body cycled through 3 processes uncontrollably: proliferation, bursting, and repairing. In this way, the cockroach turned into a meat mountain composed of a pile of rotten flesh and blood. This meat mountain kept wriggling, rolling, bursting, and then sticking together. Just looking at it would give people nightmares. Mrs. Wu, who witnessed this scene, was completely stunned. Until Zhu Kei returned to Qilin, Mrs. Wu could not come back to her senses. The blood in her body cooled down little by little, and the fluke mentality in her heart disappeared. She had guessed that Shinkong and Xuebuo were most likely killed. Edmund, the Songmu cult deceived us. The awakeners of the first 12 talents are too terrible, and they are not at the same level as rats in the gutter like us. Even if we really rely on pure holy water to break through level 4, or even reach level 7, I'm afraid we can't defeat them, right? Where is Sushi? What is your purpose? Qilin stared at Mrs. Wu. He didn't find Sushi and didn't want to waste any more time. Ha. Mrs. Wu suddenly laughed desperately. At this moment, she realized how naive she was. All the forbearance, struggle, and efforts of their tail team so far were a joke. Suddenly, she didn't care about anything. She knew that she was just a dirty rat in front of these 3 people. Even if you are a rat, I will bite you hard with the deepest malice. Ah! Madame Wu yelled, her hands turned into black gold blades, and rushed towards Qilin. Qilin's eyes flashed with regret. Ding Qinglong came in front of Qilin in an instant, raised his left arm, and blocked Madame Wu's full-strength chop. Madame Wu was shocked. He actually blocked my attack with his flesh? What a strong physique! Qinglong's right hand was already clenched into a fist, hidden at his waist. Qinglong quickly accumulated strength and uttered 4 words: a reserved punch. Qinglong's punch was as fast as lightning and hit Madame Wu's black gold chest. Madame Wu was stunned. She was hit in the chest, but she didn't fly out immediately. A second later, the delayed dark force came. Boom! A shockwave spread out with Madame Wu's chest as the center. Crack! Madame Wu was torn into pieces, disintegrated into a pile of black gold parts, and scattered. Qinglong knew very well that no matter how strong his fist was, it could not destroy the body made of black gold, so he directly infused the hidden power of this punch into Madame Wu's body. Although Madame Wu had a body made of black gold, various joints still needed some high-grade fiber materials to connect to ensure that Madame Wu's body had the flexibility and agility of a human. Qinglong's hidden power destroyed these high-grade fibers. Madame Wu was dismantled into dozens of pieces of broken copper and iron by a punch, scattered everywhere. Her head was like a ball, thrown high up, and fell right into the meat mountain of cockroaches, and was about to be swallowed by the rolling flesh and blood. No, I don't want to die in this pile of rotten meat. Madame Wu's head shouted desperately. The last chance? Where is Sushi? What do you want to do? Qilin looked at Madame Wu and asked coldly. This gentle, graceful, and easygoing man completely angered Mrs. Wu, and even made her forget the humiliation and fear in front of her. Why, you people are born powerful and noble, high and mighty, and we can only be like rats in the gutter, dirty, pitiful, waiting to be eliminated. When death is imminent, you still have to interrogate us in such a humiliating way. Why? Mrs. Wu bit the holy water hidden in her teeth. Gurgle gurgle. 2 seconds later, her 2 black gold artificial eyes fell out of their eye sockets, and then a small amount of black blood flowed out of the empty eye sockets. A circle of black energy swung around Mrs. Wu's head, and these energies turned into earthworm-shaped black curse marks, spreading to the entire dilapidated and disgusting meat mountain. Hiss hiss hiss. The rolling flesh and blood stopped growing under the power of the black curse mark, and it began to twist, deform, and reorganize. This process was like the devil using the most vicious imagination to pinch a hell devil. In just 10 seconds, a 4-meter-tall, extremely ugly flesh monster with black flames burning all over its body was born. It had no head, but 2 heads were embedded in its chest. One was Mrs. Wu's black gold head, and the other was number 10's tumor-like head. They were glued together like deformed conjoined twins. Human. Human, 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 human. Mrs. Wu was completely reduced to a monster. Toys. You are all my toys. Number 10 still had that pitiful and perverted IQ. This was the first time that his IQ exceeded that of his companions. Leave it to me. Qilong took a step forward, intending to launch a serious punch after charging. Let me do it. Qilin stopped Qilong from attacking. If Qilong punched down, he might give Qishan a middle part, and the flames would only spread faster, and Liu Shuang and Tengu's firefighting team would be exhausted and cry. Yes. Qilong retreated. Chapter 563. Qilin took a step forward. The surrounding woods were still burning, but they had been extinguished by the hail and rain. In front of the fire, there stood a monster figure against the light. Roar. He roared, and a strong airflow, mixed with flames, hail, and an evil sense of oppression, blew Qilin's hair and coat. Qilin leaned on a cane with one hand, lowered his head slightly, and took off his black-framed glasses. Qilong and Zhuchua's faces changed slightly, and they immediately took 2 steps back and closed their eyes at the same time. If they didn't close their eyes, even if they didn't have direct visual contact with Qilin, they might still be affected by his mental damage. Qilin didn't actually have myopia. He wore glasses all year round because his pupil technique was too strong. If he didn't suppress it properly, it would be difficult to control the severity of his attack. Qilin hung his glasses on the chest pocket of his coat. He raised his head and whispered 4 words before the monster took action. Eternal Kingdom. Instantly, the Qilin's eyeballs turned into black spots without any texture or details, and then the black spots began to rotate, and gradually dark green, dark blue, dark purple, and dark red symmetrical fragments of light appeared, like a deep and enchanting kaleidoscope. Number 10, who had turned into a monster, was about to move, but suddenly everything in front of him was pitch black, and his body became light and fluttery. He found that he had turned back to his original appearance. Before he could rejoice, his body suddenly began to fall. Ah! Number 10 shouted, the weightlessness made him dizzy, and he just wanted to vomit. He found himself falling into an endless abyss, and kept falling. After an unknown amount of time, a white spot finally appeared under his feet, which was the exit. Wow! Soon Number 10 fell out, but did not land. He continued to fall. Below him was a blue ocean with a white cruise ship sailing on it. He fell uncontrollably towards the ship, and was about to fall. Great, he was tired of falling. It didn't matter if he was smashed into a meat paste. He would not die anyway. Soon, he was about to fall onto the deck of the cruise ship. A girl in a sun hat was sitting on the deck. She was holding a palette and a brush, painting an oil painting. The painting was a world of ice and snow. Wow! Number 10 fell into the little girl's oil painting and entered the world of ice and snow. He was still in the sky and continued to fall. No, don't. Ah! Number 10 was in great pain. The feeling of falling made him collapse. He just wanted to stop. Soon, he was about to land again. This time, there was an ice field under him, and a polar bear was standing on the ice field. The polar bear looked up at Number 10, who was falling from the sky, and a bright starry sky was reflected in the polar bear's eyes. Wow! Number 10 fell into the polar bear's eyes, and came to the universe. There was obviously no gravity in the universe, but the cockroach was still falling. After falling for an unknown period of time, he saw a target again, which was a pirate ship coming towards him. He was about to fall into the pirate ship, and there was a planet pattern printed on the sail of the spaceship. Wow! Number 10 fell into the world of patterns, and this time, it found itself above Jupiter. He was still falling endlessly, and under him was a huge and terrifying red vortex storm. No! Stop! 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 Number 10 cried. He had never been so scared and helpless before. For the first time, he thought about death. If he died, would everything stop? But he couldn't even die. What was waiting for him was only an absurd and endless fall, as if he was sucked into the horizon of a black hole. Shilin took out a white silk handkerchief from his pocket, wiped the mist off the black-framed lenses, and put them on again. The eyes under the lenses turned back to their original dark green, deep and cold. Okay. After Shilin finished speaking, Suzaku and Qinglong opened their eyes. The monster in front of them was motionless, and the black flames all over its body stopped burning, revealing brown-red flesh and blood tissue. The two conjoined heads protruding from the monster's chest had a dull expression, and completely stopped thinking. Mrs. Wu's two eye sockets were originally empty. The cockroach's eyes turned into a dark ink spot, and its lips were slightly open, with a sticky brown liquid flowing down. He will never wake up again until his body fails, his energy is exhausted, and his heart stops beating. But even so, his spirit cannot be freed. In the Eternal Kingdom, a moment is eternity. Sushi is not here. Shilin said, we can only interrogate the corpse. I can't interrogate a corpse like this. Juchua's expression was very ugly. There is another person. Qilong thought, his name is Xing Kong, he should be the core figure of the tail team. Coincidentally, I just killed him. Dohu walked towards the three people. Qilin, Juke and Qinglong immediately turned their heads to look at him. Dohu was stunned, and then reacted, wait, you didn't ask for any clues? Do you think this thing can still be interrogated? Juke rolled his eyes. It's broken. Dohu slapped his head, I left him alone. I don't know if the fire over there is out, otherwise it will be burned. Why are you still standing there? Go save the body. Juke shouted in disgust. Oh. Dohu ran away. At the same time, Qinghe Lake. The dry lake bottom was flickering with white energy. It was a huge altar for living animals. She was standing on the pavilion in the center of the altar. Under her feet, there were faint white energy lines, like the tentacles of jellyfish. Above her head, more than 100 lost beasts, with the mark of fireworks, were strangely suspended. Mom. The eyes of a lost beast suddenly flashed with bright blue light. Swish. It plunged down suddenly, and turned into an elemental missile. Swish, swish, swish. One after another, elemental missiles plunged down, and aimed at Sushi in the pavilion. Boom. Boom boom boom. The elemental missile exploded, and each lost beast turned into colorful elemental energy and exploded in Qinghe Lake. The elemental energy splashed everywhere, carrying a terrible assimilation force. No matter whether it was the water plants, fish, or even stones in the lake, wherever they went, they were all like a touch of chalk dust, destroyed and assimilated by the disordered elemental energy, and finally became a part of them. Qingling, who was standing by the lake, was almost blinded by the flash, and she couldn't help but raise her hands to cover her eyes. She had a feeling that the entire Qinghe Lake was a big oil pan, and God was throwing various colors of exploding candies into the oil pan, watching them crackle and explode. Explosion! Ha ha ha, this is called art. The smoker waved his hands wildly, like a passionate symphony conductor. The dazzling colorful lights flashed in front of his eyes, at a high frequency, and his back figure against the strong backlight was set off to be extremely crazy. Qingling finally understood why the smoker wore sunglasses, just to appreciate his art. The explosion lasted for a full minute. Qingling finally opened his eyes, and the Qinghe Lake in front of him had already changed beyond recognition, turning into a colorful, crystal-clear element lake, which was full of element crystals, like an element mining pool. The pavilion had long disappeared, and the place where she was located had become a rockery made of element crystals. She was buried in the element rockery, and his figure could be vaguely seen. Chapter 564. Who? The smoker's energy was overdrawn, and he knelt on the ground. He tried hard to stand up. It's not over yet. Beauty, take me over quickly, the next part is the highlight. I want to turn the beast into smoke. The smoker didn't say anything else. His face froze. He realized something was wrong. Qingling had the same feeling. It was a cold, evil, and extremely oppressive feeling. For a moment, even the sound of the wind around turned into the whisper of the devil. Hiss hiss hiss. Countless thin lines of black energy emerged from the elemental rockery, in the center of Qinghe Lake. From a distance, they looked like the black hair of a witch. They became more and more numerous and denser. Ding! In an instant, the elemental crystal rockery was shattered and turned into colorful gems flying all over the sky. Su Shi was not dead. She had no clothes on her body, and had been destroyed by the elemental bomb. There was no scar on her body, and she was shining with a holy and hazy white light, like a saint in mythology. She slowly floated and stopped at a height of several meters. Qing Ling and Yan Gui saw clearly that those evil black energy threads were coming out from the navel of her bulging belly. "Child, my child, are you protecting your mother?" Su Shi's green eyes were completely bewildered, and her happy smile was almost twisted. "You are so good, you are worthy of being your mother's good child." Ah! 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 Su Shi began to scream in pain, her eyes melted instantly, and countless black threads drilled out, and then black threads also drilled out of her mouth, nose, and ears. Her expression was extremely distorted, and she was almost torn apart by the terrible black line. Most of the black thin lines came out of her belly button. These black thin lines have life, and are extremely frantic and angry. They gathered together, and became irregular geometric balls of thread. The balls of thread changed hundreds of forms in a second. It seemed that it wanted to find the only correct form through thousands of wrong attempts, and then be truly born. Ah! Su Shi's body was like a high-speed computing computer, enduring the pain of being tortured by countless mistakes. Qing Ling swore that this was the most painful scream she had ever heard in her life, the kind of scream that would make her break into a cold sweat when she woke up from a nightmare many years later. The scream still contained the last energy of the beast, exerting the silent attribute, bringing a sense of paralysis to Qing Ling and the smoker's body. Even at this time, Su Shi, as a mother, could still retain a trace of reason, burning her last life, trying to stop the enemy from approaching and protecting the child who was about to kill her. Is this maternal love? Qing Ling didn't know, and didn't want to know. She gritted her teeth, raised her two swords, and approached Su Shi, who was giving birth, step by step. Her intuition told her that something terrible was about to happen, and she might be the only one who could stop Su Shi. But in the end, it was too late. When Qing Ling was less than 10 meters away from Su Shi's scream stopped abruptly. The world suddenly became terribly silent, as if all sounds were taken away. The numbness in Qing Ling's body disappeared, and the energy breath from Su Shi completely disappeared. The belly of this mother had shrunk, and her originally holy and dazzling body had become thin, decayed, and covered with horrible black corpse spots. She fell to the ground slowly like a rotten leaf. There was still a hint of smile on her old and twisted face. In her last moments of consciousness, Su Shi wanted to open her eyes and see her child, even for a moment. However, she no longer had eyeballs, and she could not see anything. What a pity! This was probably the only regret of her life. In a trance, she heard the voice of her husband Huang Qi, and that voice brought her into a slice of time. On a sunny afternoon, after lunch, the couple lay lazily on the sofa in the living room, with Huang Qi's head resting on Su Shi's thigh. "Wife, what are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking about whether the baby is a boy or a girl, and what name to give it." "Oh, what a coincidence, I'm thinking about this too." "Let's discuss it." "Haha, don't rush to decide, let's think about it separately." "Why?" "Thinking about a name makes me feel very happy, and I hope this feeling of happiness can last a little longer." "Could it be that this is what people call hope?" "Maybe, it's true." Huang Qi opened his eyes, looked at Su Shi's face, and suddenly couldn't help saying, "Wife, I love you." "You said it this morning?" Su Shi smiled. "This is from the afternoon." Huang Qi also smiled. "I love you. This is from the evening." "I love you too. This is from tomorrow." Su Shi died, and Zhu Yuan was born. Qing Ling looked at the evil creature composed of black energy threads in disbelief, and for a moment she even forgot to act. No, she couldn't act, and some terrible coercion forced her to stop resisting. Its frantic form seemed to stabilize, turning into a child of about 4 years old. However, the black thin lines that made up its body were still shaking and pulling at a high frequency. The monster in front of him looked like a three-dimensional creature scribbled with charcoal. It had no nose, ears, or mouth, only a pair of empty round white eyes. The child slowly raised his head and looked at Qing Ling in front of him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The black thin lines that made up the child became disordered again. 2 seconds later, it quickly turned into a tall and graceful long-haired girl, exactly like Qing Ling. Qing Ling's scalp was numb and creepy, as if he was looking at his own shadow. After encountering the monster at the ruins of the ancient Nai country, Qing Ling guessed that this monster called Zhu Yuan must also have the attribute of rapid evolution. It imitated the people it saw, which should also be a kind of thinking and growth. However, Zhu Yuan did not seem to like Qing Ling's image, and soon turned back into a child. It obviously had no mouth, but it made a syllable. That syllable was strange. It didn't belong to human language, but Qing Ling could understand its meaning directly and automatically translated it in her mind. Death. After the syllable appeared, Qing Ling found that she could move. She raised her knife and was about to rush forward, but she was stunned. Wait, something is wrong. Why did the familiar coordination of the body disappear? Why can't my left hand feel my knife at all? No, I can't feel my entire left hand. Qing Ling quickly lowered her head, and her entire left arm disappeared. Hiss. A large amount of blood spurted out from Qing Ling's left shoulder, staining Qing Ling's left face red. Chapter 565. Qing Ling, who had lost her entire left arm, stood there in a daze, not even having time to feel the heart-piercing pain. Fear, confusion, despair. When did it happen? When did it attack? And what did it do to me? Why didn't I notice it at all? And why didn't my eyes see anything? Ah! A second later, Qing Ling screamed and knelt on one knee. Her right hand was forced to let go of the Tang sword and cover the broken wound on her left shoulder, but she couldn't stop the large amount of blood flowing out. Qing Ling needed time to catch her breath. She subconsciously looked back at the smoker, hoping that he would hold the enemy back first, but she only welcomed deeper despair. The smoker's head disappeared, and 2 seconds later, the headless body fell to the ground, and blood gurgled out of the neck and soon flowed all over the ground. At this time, if someone set up a high-speed camera with more than 250 frames per second next to it, they could restore the full picture of the incident. 3 seconds ago, when Zhu Yuan uttered the word death, countless small black vortices appeared on its body, and these vortices shot hundreds of black death rays in all directions, like a round laser light. Wherever the death rays went, all creatures were directly melted. The whole attack process was so fast that it ended in less than 1 minute. Qing Ling, who was closest to the cursed child, had no idea what was happening. If she knew about this move in advance and focused all her attention on it, she might be able to barely notice it, but it was just a notice, and she couldn't dodge it at all. The smoker died, but Qing Ling didn't die. It was definitely not because Zhu Yuan showed mercy, it was just randomly killing all the creatures around. Qing Ling only lost one left arm, purely out of luck. Next time, Qing Ling will not be so lucky. 3 seconds later, the cooldown of Zhu Yuan's skill ended. Its empty white eyes looked at Qing Ling in front of it, and this person was not dead yet. Zhu Yuan was born to hate all living things, and must be eliminated. Death. This time, Qing Ling saw it, but only saw it. Zhu Yuan's dark body seemed to flash. Within 1 minute, hundreds of black death lights burst out from its body again, randomly killing all living things around. This time, Qing Ling disappeared. Where she sat, there was only a pool of blood and several black gold weapons, which were Tang Dao, Xiao Dao, Butterfly Double Blade, and 2 darts. Zhu Yuan found the black gold weapons on the ground and became curious for a second. Buzz. The body composed of black energy lines changed into the shapes of these weapons one after another in 1 second. Obviously, Zhu Yuan was not satisfied, and changed back to the form of a child after 1 second. It is like a child who is curious about everything but quickly loses interest. Next, it will try everything, imitate everything, and then destroy everything. In the end, it will destroy the world, fall into complete boredom and emptiness, and then destroy itself. This is the ultimate fate of the child of the curse. It curses all the meaning in the world. Qing Ling is not dead. She is pale and half lying in Gao Yang's arms. Gao Yang finally arrived in time, and activated teleportation to save Qing Ling, while avoiding the death ray of the curse. Ah! Qing Ling screamed. Her pain did not come from the broken arm. Although it was painful, it was still bearable. The real pain came from the black curse on the broken arm. They were like slowly burning black flames, eating away at Qing Ling's body bit by bit. Soon, her neck, collarbone, and chin were covered with earthworm-like black curse marks, and there was a tendency to continue to spread to the whole body. If left alone, she would surely die. Gao Yang blocked his emotions. At this moment, he was as rational as a robot. He had a blank expression, and cut his palm with the black gold dagger. The blood quickly dyed the whole hand red. Gao Yang covered the broken wound on Qing Ling's left shoulder with his bloody palm. Ah! Qing Ling's wound seemed to be sprinkled with salt and oil. The pain suddenly increased several times. She struggled desperately, and was in agony. Qing Ling could no longer bear it. She tilted her head and bit Gao Yang's arm. Gao Yang said nothing and endured silently. After a few seconds, the black curse marks on Qing Ling's body quickly faded and finally disappeared. Qing Ling finally regained some consciousness. She let go of Gao Yang and pushed him with her other hand. Go! Don't worry about me. Gao Yang didn't say anything, but his hands didn't stop moving. He bit off the needle cover of the seed potion with his mouth and stabbed Qing Ling's left shoulder with a needle to help her stabilize her injury. Even though he relied on spirit armor to suppress his emotions, Gao Yang still felt a little guilty. Qing Ling's arm couldn't be back. It was all his fault. If only he had come earlier. Gao Yang put Qing Ling down and stood up. Swoosh! Gao Yang came to the position where Qing Ling was before. At this moment, he was only 10 meters away from the curse abyss. He knew very well that he could never be its opponent, but there was no fear on his face. When Gao Yang arrived at Qinghe Lake, he just witnessed Zhu Yuan killing Yan Gui and seriously injuring Qing Ling. In an instant, Gao Yang seemed to be penetrated by some kind of energy and received some kind of divine revelation. Many inexplicable instincts and experiences immediately emerged in his mind. Until this moment, he no longer had any doubts. He was sure that he was the son of God, and the other party was the son of the curse. Just like there is darkness, there is light. Gao Yang saw his own shadow and confirmed his true existence. Next, he immediately deduced two things. First, I am the nemesis of Zhu Yuan. Second, the blood in my body can hurt Zhu Yuan, and can also heal the curse of Zhu Yuan on others. The murals on the obelisk actually recorded this point obscurely. The black thin lines running out of the beast completely bypassed the first shining child, which shows that Zhu Yuan is afraid of the air of God. Darkness will disappear when it is illuminated by light. Similarly, Zhu Yuan did not rush to attack Gao Yang after seeing him. It was immediately attracted by Gao Yang, and in an instant understood many things. It finally found its best form. After undergoing extremely violent changes, this evil black energy thread slowly stabilized and turned into an 18-year-old boy. Gao Yang looked at the cursed child in front of him as if he was looking at his own shadow. Soon, the shadow had more details. He had real hair, eyes, nose, mouth, ears, internal organs, bones, flesh, and skin. He turned into a Gao Yang covered with black curse marks and with black pupils. Zhu Yuan had no expression on his face, slowly raised his right hand, opened his lips slightly, and uttered a syllable, which was the language of humans. Death. Warning. You are in hell. Lucky point income increased to 30,000 times. Chapter 566. Woo. Zhu Yuan's right hand burst out a huge black death light. Wherever the death light went, no grass grew, all living things were destroyed, and the mountains collapsed and the ground cracked. 3 seconds later, the death light disappeared, and a rift more than 10 meters wide appeared from the center of Qinghe Lake, extending all the way to the end of the city. It was like the cleavage left by the giant axe of the gods on the earth. Gao Yang activated teleport in advance to avoid it. At this moment, Gao Yang held Qing Ling's two black gold long swords in both hands, and looked at his shadow expressionlessly. Gao Yang took a deep breath, and after thinking quickly with his near-absolute rationality, he came to the conclusion that he had no chance of winning and should run away. But Gao Yang didn't. Some things, even if they are wrong, must be done. Swish. Gao Yang created a phantom clone, and took away a black gold show sword in his hand. Then, Gao Yang and the phantom clone raised their left hands at the same time, grasped the blade, and slashed it fiercely, smearing their own blood on the two long swords. Then, Gao Yang and the phantom clone took out a Qing Ling black gold dart at the same time and stabbed it into the chest fiercely, almost hurting the heart. Within a minute, without the treatment of the Nani and Seed potion, Gao Yang would die. Officer Huang, you said before that I have the aura of the protagonist, and those who follow me will be unlucky. I didn't believe it before, but now I believe it. If I am really the protagonist, I am really the most cowardly protagonist. I have suffered so many setbacks along the way, and it's time to be handsome for once, right? Officer Huang, watch it. This move will be very handsome. Oh, by the way, this move has no name yet. If it were you, what would you name it? How about Seven Shadows Crying Blood Slash? It's quite second year. Does it look like the hot-blooded comics you've read before? Gao Yang seemed to remember something happy, and the corners of his bleeding mouth curled up slightly. Lucky points add luck. Activate the power of enlightenment. Physical strength, 1 endurance, 1. Strength, 3200 agility, 3167. Spirit, 1 charm, 1. Luck, 1777 activate copy. Level 6 sword god, fully activated. Level 6 Murder Expert, near-death state, fully activated. Swish. Gao Yang and Phantom Gao Yang disappeared at the same time. Instantly came to both sides of the curse abyss, and at the same time swept out a strange purple-blue knife light. Ding. 2 knife lights slashed towards the neck of the curse abyss, but were blocked by its quickly raised arms. Hiss hiss hiss. The blood-stained blade, as if it was poisonous, began to corrode the body of the curse abyss. The body of Zhu Yuan was completely transformed into flesh and skin, and some of the black lines exploded in some places. They were like living water plants, twisting and screaming in pain. Ah! Zhu Yuan's 2 ears turned into 2 small black whirlpools, and roared a black sound wave to both sides, which was enough to instantly shatter a person's brain and internal organs into a pool of blood. Gao Yang and the Phantom Gao Yang had already teleported away. The 2 Gao Yangs just landed and kicked their feet hard, leaving a deep pit on the ground. Dong dong. The 2 Gao Yangs turned into 2 phantoms and rushed towards Zhu Yuan again. Swish. Hundreds of black death lights burst out from Zhu Yuan's body, randomly sweeping in all directions. Gao Yang, who turned into 2 phantoms, predicted again and launched teleportation, using the time difference of disappearing to avoid the sweep of death lights to the extreme. Ding ding. Another 2 blood-shedding purple-blue blades slashed at Zhu Yuan from the front and back. This time, Zhu Yuan failed to parry in time, and his back and chest were hit hard. Zzz. Zhu Yuan's human body was hurt again, and countless black lines rushed out of the flesh and blood, vibrating at a high frequency, almost returning to the chaotic state of an extremely unstable mass of black lines. Zhu Yuan quickly retracted the black lines into his body, and continued to maintain Gao Yang's appearance, which was very important to him. Gao Yang did not give him more time. In fact, Gao Yang only had 10 precious seconds. Shwa shwa. Shwa shwa. Ding ding. Gao Yang's figure was getting faster and faster. The closer the murder expert was to the dying state, the more terrifying his combat power was. Qing Ling, who was watching the battle from a distance, saw 2 phantoms entangled with the son of the curse, issuing crazy high-frequency slashes. After a few seconds, the phantoms could not even be seen clearly. Gao Yang and his phantom, in coordination with teleport, turned into countless messy afterimages. They slashed out hundreds of purple and blue sword lights every second, covering every part of Zhu Yuan's body. And every slash would stir up chaotic black energy lines on Zhu Yuan's body. In the first few seconds, Zhu Yuan tried to fight back, but soon he could only passively endure. Its human body began to twist, deform, and disintegrate in Gao Yang's frantic slashing, slowly turning back into the shape of a group of black energy lines before. In the dazzling sword light, chaotic energy ripples rippled along the Qinghe Lake that had been blown into a meteorite crater. In those 10 seconds, Qing Ling covered her broken arm, her hair flying back, and she stared at the scene of the battle between heaven and man in the distance without blinking. Gao Yang. Win for me. Must win. 10 seconds, as long as 10 days, 10 years, 10 centuries. Gao Yang had already forced his way through the cooling time limit of teleportation. He didn't know how many times he had flashed, and how many times he had killed Zhu Yuan. Later, he almost lost his sanity, not to mention other emotions. He gave everything to his body's instincts. In the last half-second, Gao Yang felt that his energy began to decline, and his power of enlightenment was about to disappear. He merged with the phantom, holding the knife in his right hand, and painting the knife with his left hand, stained with blood. At the same time, it turned into a point of extreme cold light, piercing the chest of the son of the curse. In fact, it could no longer be called a chest. It was almost turning back into a mess of black energy lines. Ding. The tip of the knife pierced into the black line. Voila! Countless black lines rushed out frantically in all directions, as if being pulled by a huge attraction, to tear it completely into empty fragments. However, Zhu Yuan resisted tenaciously. Ah! Gao Yang changed to holding the knife with both hands, yelled, and burned the last bit of strength, energy, and even soul in his body without reservation. Squeak! Finally, the blood-stained tang knife pierced Zhu Yuan's chest. Time was absolutely still for 1 second. No! A huge black energy shock wave spread out from Zhu Yuan's body, and Gao Yang was thrown out fiercely. Qing Ling jumped up and caught Gao Yang. The two hugged each other, fell to the ground together, and rolled several meters away. Qing Ling, whose arm was broken, was pale, quickly climbed up, and helped Gao Yang up with one hand. Gao Yang's face was pale, his eyes were dim, and his body was cold. Qing Ling did not hesitate, quickly pulled out the black gold dart on Gao Yang's chest, took out the sea potion that had been prepared long ago, and stabbed it fiercely into Gao Yang's chest. Gao Yang did not react at all, and his pale face was not red. The wound on his chest was still bleeding, and there was no sign of healing. Gao Yang. Cheer up. Qing Ling's body was trembling. She found the special adrenaline she carried with her, bit off the needle cover, and stabbed it into Gao Yang's heart, injecting it all in. Gao Yang was still motionless, and his heart was no longer beating. The moment the power of enlightenment ended, he had overdrawn all his life and energy. It was a real suicidal overdraw, without any reservation. He died. Chapter 567. Qing Ling was stunned, and the corners of her eyes began to turn red. She grabbed Gao Yang's clothes with one hand and shook him hard. Wake up. Gao Yang, did you hear me? Gao Yang did not respond. Get up. Get up. Qing Ling clenched her right fist and hit Gao Yang's chest hard. You useless thing. Get up. Don't die. Do you hear me? I won't let you die. Qing Ling panted. The rubber band on her ponytail broke, and her black hair fell down, covering her pale face. She lowered her head. Her right hand was still clenched into a fist. Her knuckles were white and trembling slightly. A tear fell on her fist. Suddenly Qing Ling raised her head and opened her eyes wide. She quickly reached into Gao Yang's chest pocket and took out a small blue medicine bottle. Isn't this Dr. Jia's resurrection medicine? Suddenly, Qing Ling remembered that when they walked out of the airport, Gao Yang talked to Dr. Jia alone for a few minutes, and Dr. Jia complained a lot when he came back. It seems that Gao Yang guessed that Dr. Jia had left a pill for him, so he borrowed it from him and took it before this battle. Qing Ling felt relieved, and she sat down dejectedly. After a long while, she uttered 2 words from her mouth. Old 6. Buzz. Suddenly, a dark red stream of light passed by the ground. Qing Ling's whole body sank, and her blood quickly turned cold, almost freezing. She raised her head with difficulty, and her eyes became desperate little by little. Zhu Yuan was beaten back to his original form by Gao Yang, but he did not die. It was sealed by Gao Yang's blood, and could no longer transform, imitate, and curse everything in the world. Therefore, it directly skipped this stage and entered the ultimate stage, destroying everything. It turned into a sphere wrapped with black energy threads, which rotated at high speed and made terrifying, bizarre, and incomprehensible sounds. In the middle of this black sphere, a small ball of dark red light flashed like a beating heart. It was the core of the curse abyss. With it as the center, countless dark red blood curses close to black spread out, forming a huge curse totem. They rushed out of the meteorite crater and almost covered the entire Qinghe Park. The sky and the earth turned into a suppressed scarlet. In the self-destructive force field of the curse abyss, Qing Ling's blood almost coagulated, her body became heavy, and she couldn't even breathe. She could clearly feel that the energy in her body was fading, and the flower of life was decaying and withering. Qing Ling squeezed out the last energy in her body, supported Gao Yang with one hand, and wanted to take him away. 1 step, 2 steps. Before she could even finish the 3rd step, Qing Ling fell down with Gao Yang. Buzz buzz. The dark red position, along with the beating of the red heart of Zhu Yuan, was still spreading in circles. Qing Ling's face was pressed against the rough and cold ground. She had no strength left and closed her eyelids unwillingly. Suddenly, a golden light flashed before her eyes, and all the depression and pain disappeared instantly. The blood in Qing Ling's body began to flow again, her heartbeat also slowly accelerated, and the energy in her body returned little by little. She heard footsteps, and tried to look over by sticking to the ground. 2 people were walking towards her, a man and a woman. The man was wearing trousers and leather shoes, and the woman was wearing high heels and a knee-length skirt. Qing Ling regained some strength, supported herself on the ground with one hand, and sat up straight. She saw who was coming. It was Gao Shou and Lin Yu. At this time, a translucent golden space the size of a telephone booth surrounded her, protecting him and Gao Yang. It was the barrier of absolute defense. Breaking through the 4th level of absolute defense, 3 barrier spaces of different sizes can be created at the same time. Qing Ling was about to say something when she was interrupted by Lin Yu. Qing Ling, the curse abyss is going to self-destruct. Lin Yu said lightly. Gao Shou and I must stop it, and only we can stop it, otherwise the entire Liqing will be razed to the ground. You have known this for a long time? Qing Ling still asked. No, I just knew it a few days ago. Gao Shou smiled and glanced at Lin Yu. I really didn't expect that I, Gao, could be a hero. From the day I gave birth to Gao Yang, this day was destined to come. Lin Yu sighed slightly. When the heir of God is born, the curse abyss will be born. This is fate. So everything we do is in vain. Qing Ling found it hard to accept such a result. You, the tail team, Shuang Mei, and even everything Yuan and I did, could not escape fate, but it was not in vain. I always believe that everything is meaningful. Lin Yu lowered her head and looked at Gao Yang, who was in a state of suspended animation beside Qing Ling, with a gentle look. Child, help me tell Yang Yang that Mom loves him. Dad loves him too. Gao Shou also looked at Gao Yang gently, his eyes full of reluctance. No. Qing Ling refused. She guessed what would happen next. No. Absolutely not. Gao Yang worked so hard, just to not lose you. When he wakes up, how can I tell him all this in person? What I hate most, what I am most annoyed with, and what I am not good at is doing this. Qing Ling regained some strength. She stood up and rushed forward, but was stopped by the absolute defense barrier. Come back. Qing Ling clenched her right fist and hit the translucent golden energy barrier hard. I won't tell you. If you want to tell him yourself. Stop. Don't go. In the oppressive, evil dark red atmosphere, Gao Shou and Lin Yu held hands, without hesitation, without looking back, and walked towards the curse abyss step by step. Gao Shou pulled off the round jade pendant that he had worn for many years from his collar. This was something Lin Yu's grandmother gave him back then. Gao Shou never thought that from that moment on, he was calculated by this old woman. But Gao Shou still wanted to thank her. If it weren't for her, how could he, Gao Shou, find such a beautiful and gentle wife, raise two such excellent and kind children, and spend this life without regrets in the misty world? Yes, without regrets. Even the only regret, I didn't propose to Lin Yu properly, was fulfilled tonight with the help of the children. Gao Shou looked at Lin Yu beside him. Wife, do you have anything else to say to me? Lin Yu smiled, stretched out her hand to hook Gao Shou's neck, stood on tiptoe, and kissed Gao Shou. At the same time, Lin Yu transferred all the remaining energy of the beast in her body to Gao Shou. Only the beast that gave birth to the Arab god has the real pure holy water, the holy water that the tail team dreamed of. In a trance, time went back to the midsummer 22 years ago, that evening with gentle sunset, on the country road with constant cicadas, the warm wind blew Lin Yu's hair and Gao Shou's eyes. Lin Yu let go of Gao Shou, with a streak of blood on the corner of her mouth. She smiled. I like you. This time, Gao Shou no longer stood there stupidly like he did back then, nor did he slap himself to confirm whether this was a dream. He knew that this was not a dream, but his real life. His eyes were full of affection, and he answered tenderly, I love you. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Shou's eyes quickly became bloodshot, and his eyeballs turned into a pure white color without a trace of impurities. The jade pendant in his hand floated up, and the surface quickly melted, returning to its true form, a rune circuit made of black metal, covered with tiny circuit-like scratches, with a shield totem in the middle. This is the last of the 12 rune circuits, the Guardian Rune. Chapter 568. Z. The Guardian Rune flashed with golden light, and under the smudge of the dark red field, it was like a red-hot iron, rushing to the center of Gao Shou's chest in an instant, and quickly burned into his body. A flower of energy bloomed on Gao Shou's chest, and these slender petals quickly covered most of Gao Shou's body. Gao Shou seemed to be wearing a golden armor, shining brightly. At this moment, under the catalysis of holy water, Gao Shou directly upgraded from level 4 absolute defense to level 7, and then merged with the Guardian Rune to reach level 8, and comprehended the strongest defense skill, Chain of Destiny. Gao Shou clasped his hands together suddenly, and in an instant, a steady stream of golden energy overflowed from his feet. They were like surging waves, roaring, rolling, and rushing towards the curse abyss. Splash. In an instant, the golden waves submerged the curse abyss, and the most central area of the meteorite crater. Boom. The golden energy turned into a huge golden pillar, rushing towards the sky, as if to support the sky and the earth. Chong 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 chong. Countless golden plane barriers appeared around the golden pillar, and countless golden chains rushed out of the barriers. Some of them tied Zhu Yuan tightly to the golden pillar, while the other part of the chains intertwined with each other to form a golden cage that covered the sky and the sun. Ah! Zhu Yuan, who was already in the black thread ball state, struggled frantically, screamed horribly, and vibrated out circles of cursed power that could instantly kill ordinary people. Gao Shou and Lin Yu outside the golden cage, holding hands, faced all this calmly. Their eardrums ruptured, bleeding, and then the corners of their eyes and mouths began to bleed. But they looked firm and unmoved. The golden pillars did not move, and the chains that bound Zhu Yuan were still tightening inch by inch. Swish swish. Ding! The majestic and arrogant bell sounded, and a thin golden thread appeared out of thin air, and pierced through Zhu Yuan's chest. It was the threat of fate. At this point, the dust settled. In this barrier, no creature, no thing, and even fate itself, including Gao Shou and Lin Yu, could escape. This could only last for 1 minute, but it was more than enough. Zhu Yuan was about to self-destruct, and it gave up its last struggle. Bound to the pillar of fate, it became quieter than ever before, and soon it turned back into the child, who looked like a few years old scribbled by charcoal. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. It was crying. 7 seconds later, the crying stopped. The world lost its sound and color. Woo. Too fast. Absolute, extreme pure black filled the golden cage and swallowed everything in the cage. Even Qing Ling, who was outside the cage and protected by a small space of absolute defense, was hurt by the extreme black. She had to close her eyes, otherwise she felt that her soul and body would be destroyed and wiped out by the black. But Qing Ling couldn't control herself, she couldn't close her eyes at all. Fortunately, the body's self-protection mechanism appeared. Qing Ling's body softened and she fainted. Ah! A minute later, Gao Yang, who was pretending to be dead, shouted and suddenly woke up. He was resurrected, and Qing Ling, who fainted beside him, also woke up in Gao Yang's scream. Qing Ling. Gao Yang slowly stood up and wanted to go over and pull Qing Ling up. He was slightly startled. Not far away from him was an abyss with a diameter of about 50 meters. It was bottomless, and there were still bursts of black mist in the abyss. At the edge of the abyss, there were 2 backs standing, 1 man and 1 woman. They were holding hands, and the other hand was open to both sides, as if they were hugging something or protecting the people behind them. Gao Yang recognized them at a glance. They were his parents. Dad? Mom? Gao Yang stood up and stumbled forward. A smile appeared on his face, and tears overflowed from his eyes. Great Dad, Mom. We won, we? The smile on Gao Yang's face froze. As he approached, he gradually saw that the backs of his parents were strangely gray and white, and they looked like a plane, a standing picture board. What's going on? No, 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 no. This can't be true. My blood is effective against the curse abyss. I pierced its heart with a knife. I killed it. I didn't become a waste this time. Why? Dad, Mom. Answer me. Turn around. Don't be so quiet. Don't pretend you didn't see me. Don't play this kind of joke on me. Please, 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 please. Swish. A gust of wind blew, and the 2 gray-white planes in front of the abyss turned into a puff of dust and disappeared without a trace. Gao Yang's hands were still stretched in the air, and he hadn't had time to touch them. Gao Yang fell to his knees with a flutter. He was pale, his hands were shaking, and he couldn't say anything. His legs seemed to have lost their bones, and he couldn't stand up. He struggled to crawl forward, using both hands to dig up the scorched earth on the ground next to the abyss. There was still some white dust on it, which was the ashes of his parents. Gao Yang shivered as he pulled more and more black scorched earth toward his chest, as if it was all gold, silver, and jewelry, the most precious things in the world. Gao Yang, don't do this. Qing Ling slowly stepped forward. She lost an arm, and her movements were a little uncoordinated. Gao Yang couldn't hear anything. He opened his mouth and tried to make a sound, but his throat seemed to be stuck with a stone. He continued to pull the scorched earth on the ground and gathered it toward his chest. Gao Yang, they died to stop the curse abyss from self-destructing and to save us. Qing Ling suddenly couldn't say any more. She realized that any language was pale at this moment. Gao Yang still didn't speak. Suddenly, he grabbed the scorched earth on his chest and stuffed it into his mouth. Gao Yang's chest was so empty and uncomfortable. He had to stuff something in there, he had to fill it up, or he would die. Qing Ling was stunned for a moment, and stepped forward to pull Gao Yang away. Stop. Gao Yang's mouth was full of scorched earth. He was like a fool, rolling on the ground, and he only wanted to eat more scorched earth. Stop. Stop for me. Qing Ling couldn't pull Gao Yang, she yelled, kicked Gao Yang to the ground, and Gao Yang rolled to the side. Qing Ling followed, pressed her knee against his chest, and pinched Gao Yang's bulging mouth with one hand. Spit it out. Spit it all out. Ugh. Gao Yang pushed Qing Ling away fiercely, turned over and vomited. It hurts. It still hurts. Activate spirit armor. Shut off all emotions. Failed. Activate spirit armor. Shut off all. Failed. Shut off. Failed. Can't stop it anymore. Can't escape anymore. Can't get rid of it anymore. The sadness that permeated Tian Ling finally caught up with him. Chapter 569. Ah. Ong. Air. Ong. Gao Yang cried like a mute who had just learned to speak. He sat on the edge of the black abyss, howling, his face covered with tears and bloodstains, helpless like a child. I don't have parents anymore, gone. I finally found my parents. What should I do? Who will help me? Who will save me? The one-armed Qingling stumbled forward and knelt in front of Gao Yang. She stretched out her right hand, grabbed Gao Yang's head, and held him in her arms, resting her chin on Gao Yang's head. Qingling looked up at the starry night sky, her voice soft and hoarse, with a hint of fatigue. She stroked Gao Yang's head and sang the ballad she had heard in her childhood, which was one of the few warm memories she had about her parents. Little rocking bed, rock gently. The night sky is so beautiful. Mom is the stars, Dad is the moon. Accompany me to sleep. La 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 la. Accompany me to sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Gao Yang's crying gradually stopped. After the sadness, he was hit by a tsunami-like fatigue, and Gao Yang fell asleep. He dreamed again. In the dream, he was still the white butterfly, wandering in the majestic and boundless corridor of the universe. After a while, it came to the ancient giant tree again. This time, the three girls all put on holy white robes, with a round totem on the back of the robes, which was a white bird flying with its wings spread. The three girls were barefoot, each holding a soft green lantern, walking on a branch wider than the road. The gray-white hair entangled in the branches rustled to the sides, making way for the three girls. The girl with brown hair was the most excited, walking happily in front, turning around from time to urge the black-haired girl and the blonde girl behind her, "Hurry up! Are you in a hurry to reincarnate?" The blonde girl said with contempt, using the common language of humans. "Ha ha, reincarnation, this metaphor is good." The brown-haired girl thought of something. "By the way, when we get there, we must have a name, right?" The black-haired girl nodded. "The surname depends on the family we live in." TSK. The brown-haired girl was a little disappointed, and her eyes suddenly lit up. "What about the name? You can always choose your own name, right? The master won't care about this, right?" "I think so." The black-haired girl was not sure. "The master won't care about such trivial matters." The blonde girl said. "Then I want to be called May." The girl with brown hair said excitedly, "I like plum blossoms." Over there, plum blossoms symbolize being unique and independent, not following the world, haha, just like me. "Oh, as long as you are happy." The blonde girl sympathized with the girl's aesthetic taste. "You guys should also choose a name," the girl with brown hair urged. The blonde girl's green eyes were rolling, and she already had the answer in her heart. Huh? The girl with brown hair was stunned. "It means morning light." The black-haired girl looked at the blonde girl. "Is it this she?" "That's right." The blonde girl raised her chin. "The morning sun symbolizes hope. I will definitely complete the master's mission and become everyone's hope." "You are so arrogant. Then you should keep working hard." The girl with brown hair said a few perfunctory words and looked at the black-haired girl. "What about you?" The black-haired girl thought calmly for a few seconds. "Moon." "Moon?" asked the brown-red-haired girl. The black-haired girl nodded. "I like the moon." The three chatted and unknowingly walked to the end of the branch. This huge branch extended all the way to the inside of the white wall. Obviously, the other side that the three girls wanted to enter was the world behind the white wall. Standing under the white wall, the three stopped and their expressions became humble and respectful. They put down the lanterns in their hands, bowed their heads slightly, put their hands together, and prayed. Their faces were illuminated to be flawless white. Mom, don't go." Gao Yang tried to flap his wings and flew towards the black-haired girl, but he couldn't get close to her. Gao Yang realized that this was the magic boundary of the foggy world, a boundary that he could never get close to no matter how he ran. Suddenly, the black-haired girl sensed something. She slowly turned sideways, turned back, and looked in the direction of Gao Yang. "Hey, what are you doing? It's about to start." The girl with brown hair opened one eye and reminded softly. The blonde girl beside her ignored them, and closed her eyes devoutly. The black-haired girl was stunned for 2 seconds and smiled slightly. Nothing. The black-haired girl turned around, clasped her hands in front of her chest, and closed her eyes. Soon, a crack appeared on the white wall in front of the three girls, which was the passage leading to the other side. The three girls in white robes prayed in unison with extremely pious voices. While praying, they stepped into the crack in the wall, and were soon drowned by the white light in the crack. Her prayers still echoed in the lonely black and white corridor. Everything has its origin, and everything has its destination. We have no way of knowing. We don't need to be afraid. Fate has its own arrangements. Congratulations. Lucky breakthrough to level 5. Chapter 570. Early morning, Qinghe Park, Qinghe Lake. Gao Yang, who was extremely sad and tired, had just fallen asleep in Qing Ling's arms when a helicopter came from the direction of Qishan. The pilot was Huang Lian, Qilin, Zhu Ke, Qinglong, Dohu, Li Mumu, and Xiao Tian were all on the helicopter. After Tiango and Liu Shuang put out the fire on the top of the mountain, they also arrived quickly. Qilin and others had just finished the battle in Qishan when they saw a black death light that almost split the sky, and the earth burst out from the center of Qinghe Park, which shocked them greatly. This kind of destructive power of combat power was the first time everyone had seen it. A few minutes later, when they arrived at the scene, the battle was over. Qinghe Lake turned into a huge meteorite crater, with elemental crystals and charred soil everywhere, and a black abyss with a diameter of dozens of meters in the center. Near the mouth of the abyss, the broken-armed Qing Ling hugged the unconscious Gao Yang. It seemed that the two had just encountered a deadly battle and luckily survived. Dohu was the first to jump off the helicopter, landing accurately in front of Qing Ling and Gao Yang. What happened here? Curse Abyss. Qing Ling's voice was hoarse. Curse Abyss? Dohu was stunned. Cursed child. Qing Ling changed her words. She gave birth to a cursed child. 10 minutes later, everyone stood in front of the abyss, not daring to get too close. Although Curse Abyss was dead, the abyss left behind when it self-destructed still exuded an evil energy that made people uncomfortable. Qing Ling had begun to receive treatment from Zhu Ke, and her physical strength had recovered, but her broken arm could not be restored. After trying several times, Zhu Ke gave up, and she said apologetically, "Your hand can't come back, at least, there's nothing I can do about it." Yeah. Qing Ling was very calm. This was within her expectations. Her arm was not cut off, but was directly melted by the death light. There was also a terrible curse. If it weren't for Gao Yang's blood, she would have died. Zhu Ke looked at Gao Yang in Qing Ling's arms, put her hand on Gao Yang's forehead, and gently closed her eyes. After a few seconds, she sighed. The energy overdraft is very serious. I will help him recover a little. Don't. Qing Ling stopped. Zhu Ke was stunned, and immediately understood. She took back her hand. Okay, let him sleep for a while. Waking up now will only make Gao Yang more painful. In front of the abyss, Qilin was leaning on a cane, and Li was sitting in a wheelchair. Behind them stood Qinglong, Tiango, Liu Shuang, Huang Lian and Xiao Tian. In these 10 minutes, Qing Ling gave a simple but accurate explanation of what happened here. Qing Ling did not hide it. Under the current situation, it was almost impossible to deceive the three major organizations, and they came too fast, and there was no time to think about the modified version. As for Gao Yang, the entanglement between Qing Ling and Officer Huang, and the reasoning behind the whole thing, it is difficult to explain it in a few words. Qing Ling considered that too much talk would lead to mistakes, so he simply said, I don't know much about other things. When Qing wakes up, you can ask him. Shen Si, Wang Gui, and Zhu Yuan. At this moment, everyone was thinking about these three names and fell into deep thought. After a while, Qilin looked at Mr. Li beside him. Madam Li, didn't you dream about what happened tonight? Mr. Li looked calm. Logically, I should have dreamed about a disaster of the level of Zhu Yuan's self-destruction. Could it be that Zhu Yuan has the ability to block predictions? Qi Long made a guess. It's possible. Mr. Li narrowed his eyes slightly, however. According to Qingche's description, I think it is more likely that Gao Shou's talent is the cause. Fate Chain? Qilin figured it out immediately. Li nodded. Fate Chain, as the name suggests, can lock even fate within its domain. My profit is to spy on fate, and I naturally cannot spy on locked fate. That is to say, if Gao Shou hadn't used Fate Chain, you would have predicted what happened tonight. Qi Long asked. Yes. A trace of bitterness appeared on Li's lips. In that case, Zhu Yuan successfully destroyed itself and raised Li Qing. Such a big disaster, I would definitely dream about it. Qilin nodded slightly, having figured it out. He turned around and looked at Gao Yang, who was still sleeping in Qingling's arms. From the beginning, I knew Qiang was very special. I didn't expect that he was actually the heir of God. Uncle Qilin, are there really gods in this world? Xiao Tian couldn't help asking. Uncle doesn't know either. Qilin paused. Maybe, it's just a respectful title given by the beasts to their leaders. I think so too. Mr. Li nodded. The real God should be omniscient and omnipotent. Those powerful beings that we can't understand are not gods. Haha, maybe the ants think we are gods. Dohu touched his chin and laughed. One day if they can defeat us, they will think we are just SOSO. Brother Tiger. Qin Long smiled meaningfully. You are really arrogant. Haha, Fighting against the sky, the fun is endless. Dohu crossed his hands, his eyebrows were flying. Qilong no longer entangled with this topic, he looked at Qilin. President, what about Qing? Qilin understood what Qilong meant. No matter how nice the name of God's heir sounds, it can't cover up the fact that Gao Yang is born from a beast and a human. According to the theory of bloodline, Gao Yang has half-beast blood and is no longer a pure human. Qiang's identity and position became very subtle in an instant, and everyone had to re-examine this companion. Qilin thought for a moment and made a judgment. Tonight, Qiang and his family saved all of us. Beasts are divided into good and bad, not to mention the heirs of gods. I think Qiang is still an awakener and still our companion. Yeah. Li also nodded in agreement and looked at the sleeping Gao Yang. We Baichuan group will always remember Qiang's kindness. The same goes for the 12 zodiac signs. Dohu said, taking out his mobile phone, walking away while pretending to make a call. You guys talk first, I report to Long. After the three major organizations expressed their positions, Qilin looked at Qingling again. Although it's a bit presumptuous, I still have to ask, where is the Guardian Rune Circuit? I don't know, it was like this after I woke up, and I didn't see the rune. Qilin said. Zhuke beside him frowned slightly. Will it not be destroyed by the curse abyss? Impossible. Qilin said firmly. The rune circuit can never be destroyed. At most it will be transformed into other forms. Will it fall into this abyss? Wanlian spoke. Yes, it is very likely. Qinglong agreed. Gao Shou was upgraded to level 8 under the catalysis of holy water and rune circuit, and trapped the curse abyss in the barrier of the chain of fate. The self-destruction of the curse abyss failed to break through the barrier, causing its evil energy to spread underground and drill out an abyss. The chain of fate ended, and the materialized energy condensed into a protective rune circuit again, just falling into this abyss. Others also figured it out. Qilin turned around and looked at the abyss again, slightly concentrating. Everyone followed in silence for a moment. How about sending someone in to take a look? Dohu had already called Long and walked over casually. This is not an ordinary abyss. Qilin could faintly feel the evil breath from the abyss. Even if it is a fire pit, you have to jump. Dohu was excited. The last rune, hope, is right in front of us. Qilin said nothing. Mr. Li did not object. Tengu. Dohu looked at Tengu. Do you dare to try? Okay. Tengu was very straightforward. He left his feet on the ground and was about to fly into the abyss, but was stopped by Dohu. Wait. Put on insurance. Dohu said. Oh. Tengu opened his hand, and a white cloth rushed out of his sleeve. Dohu grabbed it and grinned. Go. Tengu flew over the abyss, kept upright, and slowly descended into the abyss. A few seconds later, Tengu's head sank into the abyss. Come back soon. Mr. Li had seen the future 10 seconds later. Chapter 571. As soon as Li finished speaking, Tiango had already touched the black fog in the abyss. He was like being electrocuted, his body trembled violently, became stiff, and fell into the abyss. Dohu, who grabbed the white cloth, quickly exerted force and jumped back at the same time. Tiango was pulled out of the abyss and fell to the ground. Ah! Tiango was in great pain and rolled wildly on the ground, as if countless insects were gnawing at his flesh and blood. Dohu stepped forward and saw that a large number of tiny evil black spells had appeared on Tiango's chest, spreading towards his neck and about to cover his entire face. Qingling opened her right hand, and the black gold dart flew back to her hand. Gao Yang's blood can cure it. Zhuke immediately understood. She took the dart, grabbed Gao Yang's palm, and gently scratched it, and blood flowed out. Dohu ran over with Tiango in his arms, and Zhuke held Gao Yang's hand and pressed it on Tiango's neck. Ah! The pain on Tengu's body doubled. In less than 3 seconds, the black spell on Tengu's body disappeared, and Tengu stopped shouting. He took a breath with difficulty and closed his eyes slightly. Seeing that Tengu was saved, Suzaku immediately held Gao Yang's cut hand with both hands. In the blink of an eye, the wound on Gao Yang's palm healed. Tengu's experience shocked everyone present, and at the same time, they were more and more convinced that Qin Shi did not lie. Gao Yang is really the heir of God. Only his blood can deal with the curse of Zhuyuan. Even if Zhuyuan is dead, the power of the curse it left is still terrifying. It's fucking weird. Dohu smacked his lips with a headache and stretched out his hand to Tengu. Are you okay? It's okay. Tengu felt better, grabbed Dohu's hand, and stood up. What's wrong with your body? Zhuke asked. I don't know. Tiango shook his head. As soon as I touched the black fog, the energy in my body was sealed, and then, I felt like there were bugs biting my whole body. Qilin looked serious. He thought for a while, and looked at Qinglong beside him. Call Heyu here immediately. Yes. Qilong took out his cell phone. Qilin looked at Dohu again. The monkey in your organization, if convenient, let him come as well. Okay. Dohu didn't ask anything and took out his cell phone. Qilin finally looked at Li. Madam Li, Songdao may not be able to deal with the battlefield tonight, so we have to do it ourselves. Well, leave it to Baichuan Group. Li glanced at Huang Lian. Call Chen Ying and mobilize everyone to block Qinghe Park. Yes. Huang Lian also took out his cell phone from his pocket and started to contact. Everyone continued to wait near the abyss. Qilin, Li and Dohu asked Qingling in detail and learned more details. During this period of time, 5 high-level beasts that heard the news appeared one after another, and they were all easily dealt with. About 20 minutes later, a high-pitched and wild engine sound came, and everyone looked sideways. Ah! A black motorcycle rushed out and appeared in the air above the meteorite crater. The motorcyclist was wearing a black leather jacket and a black helmet, like a black knight. 3 seconds later, the motorcycle landed, and with an exaggerated lateral drift, it stopped steadily in front of everyone. The motorcyclist parked the motorcycle, took off the helmet with his left hand and tucked it under his armpit, and placed the index and middle fingers of his right hand in front of his temple and gestured. President Qilin, the elite blackfish is here to report. Qilin nodded slightly in response. Dohu squinted at the man, who had short, rough black hair, blue eyes, a slightly long face, a cheerful and confident smile, and a little bit of exaggeration. Dohu had heard about it on the way here. Heyu is a subordinate of Qinglong, with a talent clairvoyance, serial number 98, enhanced system, excellent vision, can see things within 1 kilometer clearly, and can also see through obstacles to a certain extent. A while ago, Heyu comprehended the talent spider poison, and his position was promoted to elite, and he changed his name to Heyu. His apparent identity is a motorcycle acrobat. Boss, what's the matter? Heyu put his safety helmet on the front of the car and walked towards Qilong. Qilong pointed to the abyss on the side. Look at what's in it. Be careful, don't get too close. The black fog is very dangerous. Yes. Heyu had noticed this strange black abyss a long time ago. He suppressed his curiosity and didn't ask more questions. Blackfish walked quickly to the side of the abyss, poked his head slightly, and looked down into the abyss. Just as he was about to activate his talent, Kirin immediately shouted, "Wait a minute. What else does the president want to say?" Blackfish turned around. "Close one eye," Kirin said. Blackfish was stunned, and immediately understood yes. Blackfish stretched out his hand to cover his right eye and activated clairvoyance. The blue pupil of his left eye immediately became extremely bright, and shot out a blue laser light into the abyss under his feet. The blue laser light was blocked by the black fog in the abyss, but soon it penetrated the black fog and penetrated deeper. The others waited quietly. At this moment, the side of Blackfish's left eye was no longer an ordinary field of vision, but like a telescope focused on one point. But as the laser light penetrated deeper and deeper black fog, he began to feel dazed and had a more wonderful feeling. He felt that his left eye had turned into a deep water detector, and was falling towards the mysterious and unknown deep sea. At this time, his perception of himself and sight had become blurred. Soon, a more immersive feeling came to him. He felt that his soul had been sucked in, merged with the deep water detector, and sank to the bottom of the abyss little by little. As the exploration deepened, the thick black fog gradually thinned, and the blackfish slowly saw that the abyss was surrounded by smooth dark green stone walls covered with black symbols. The blackfish tried hard to remember 1 or 2 symbols, but these symbols were constantly changing their shapes, like shadows under the swaying candlelight, without any rules and no memory points. Blackfish no longer entangled this, he continued to dive, straight to the bottom. After an unknown period of time, the blackfish landed. Under his feet was a black color without details, not like rocks, nor like land, soft, and there would be a slight creaking sound when he stepped on the ground. It was like stepping on the snow. Black snow? How could there be such a thing? Blackfish concentrated his mind, and the remaining rationality reminded him that he was not at the bottom of the abyss. This was just an illusion caused by his clairvoyance when exploring the abyss. However, even if it was an illusion, it must be because he had captured some clues. He decided to write down everything he could remember at the bottom of the abyss, and report it truthfully. Blackfish controlled his illusory body, and tried to move forward. Soon, he saw the only thing, the door. An old iron door, painted with green paint. The paint was severely peeling, replaced by brown rust. There were many small advertisements and flyers posted on the door. unlocking, unblocking sewer pipes, repairing air conditioners, installing anti-theft windows, real estate agencies, training classes, gyms, free broadband for recharging phone bills, etc. Blackfish was surprised. It was too strange. How could there be a door at the deepest part of the abyss? And it was just a door. Chapter 572. There were no walls or houses around it, just a lonely door. Blackfish walked over and took more than 10 steps, but found that the door was still more than 10 meters away from him. He quickened his pace and ran, but he still couldn't shorten the distance, as if he was chasing the horizon. Blackfish reacted, "Isn't this the foggy boundary of the island?" Blackfish took a deep breath and decided to activate the perspective ability of clairvoyance to take a peek behind the door. It worked. The door began to become transparent, and Blackfish held his breath and waited quietly. 4 or 5 seconds later, a vague outline appeared in the room. When he saw a very ordinary room, Blackfish was even a little surprised. It was really just a room. The bed, bedside table, wardrobe, desk are all old furniture with a sense of age. The window has light blue curtains, and white light shines in. Judging from the intensity of the white light, it may be a midsummer afternoon. There were colorful posters on the wall. Blackfish wanted to remember the content of the posters, but strangely, he couldn't remember the details. Blackfish was startled. A vague figure appeared in the room. She suddenly appeared. She was sitting on the swivel chair in front of the desk, using a computer, a clumsy square box computer. The fluorescent light hit the person's face. The person lowered his head and typed on the keyboard. Blackfish could almost hear the crisp keyboard sound. Suddenly, the vague figure noticed that someone was watching outside the door and slowly turned his face. Blackfish covered his right eye, stood on the edge of the cliff, and looked down into the abyss. An hour had passed. Blackfish was very quiet. Cheelin had been monitoring Blackfish's emotions and found that he was not in any danger for the time being. Everyone waited patiently for a whole hour, and no one spoke. "Ah!" Heyu suddenly shouted, and the whole person fell backwards and flew out. It was as if a sniper bullet was fired from the abyss and hit Heyu's left eye. His left eyeball burst out directly, and blood splattered everywhere. My eye. Ah! It hurts. Heyu first covered his bleeding eyes, but soon, he couldn't take care of them anymore. He rolled back and forth on the ground, scratching his heart and lungs. His blind left eye socket began to spread vivid and evil black curses to his entire face, and they began to erode his body and soul. "Get out of the way!" Suzaku was prepared. Her hands were already stained with Gao Yang's blood. She quickly stepped forward and pressed her bloody palm on Heiyu's blind left eye. Zizizizi. Ah! Blackfish wailed in pain, but the cursed mark on his face was melted by the blood, turning into a wisp of black smoke and dispersing in the air. The pain of the torture on Blackfish's body and mind finally disappeared. He gasped and looked around with his right eye blankly. Blackfish. Qilong squatted forward and asked in a deep voice, "What did you see?" "Ah?" Blackfish was a little confused. What? Qilong was startled and continued to ask, "Abyss? What is in the abyss?" "What abyss? Hey, why am I here?" "I'm not." Blackfish completely forgot. He covered his blind left eye again. "Ah, my eyes, what's wrong?" "What's wrong with my eyes?" Qilin observed the panicked Blackfish. He didn't know how to lie, but he could feel that Blackfish was confused and frightened at the moment, and it didn't seem to be fake. "Blackfish, calm down, it's okay, I help you heal." Suzaku soothed him with words, while stopping the bleeding in his left eye. The wound healed quickly, but the lost left eyeball could not be restored. "Tisk, it's a bit weird." Dohu looked at Qilin and smiled bitterly. Don't do it for now, I'm afraid only Qiang can enter this abyss. Too dangerous." Shukei was a little worried. Even if his blood can be immune to the curse, it doesn't mean he can go to the abyss to find the rune and bring it back safely. "Yes, no one knows what else is in the abyss," Li said. "We have no right to make decisions for him." Qilin said nothing. Everyone looked at him, waiting for him to make a decision. 10 seconds later, Qilin looked up. "Give up the exploration for now, wait for Qiang to wake up, and let him decide for himself." Qilin said, and looked at Dohu, "Who come here, let him block the abyss first." "No problem." Dohu made an okay gesture. "This task can be done by Ho at level 5 Earth. 6 Frust." Qilin looked at the cold blue-haired girl with princess cut. "After the abyss is blocked, you refill Qinghe Lake with water." "Yes," Lu Shuang replied. "Leave the rest to us," said Mr. Li in the wheelchair. "Thank you, dismissed." Qilin leaned on his crutches and turned to leave. After walking 2 steps, he seemed to have thought of something, and turned to look at Dohu. Won't Long come to the scene to take a look? He is at the place of business, not in the city. Dohu smiled, but he was worried in his heart. He should have guessed that Long was hibernating, but he couldn't be sure. After all, Long has always been unpredictable, and does not play by the rules, which Qilin is very afraid of. Qilin nodded and turned to leave. Qi Long and Heyu followed. Zhu Ke glanced at Qingling and Gaoyang. Should I take Qiang back, or let Qingxi take care of him? Dohu took out a cigarette. Both his parents are dead, and what he needs more is companionship and support. At this time, his ex-girlfriend is more useful than you as a colleague. Zhu Ke sighed lightly. Okay. Dohu took out a lighter and lit a cigarette, took a breath, and waited until the people from the Qilin Union left. Then he looked at Tiango. You send Qingxi and Qiang away. Where to? Tiango asked. Where else can I go? The hospital. Dohu smiled. Gaoyang slowly opened his eyes, and woke up. It was 5 o'clock in the morning, before dawn, and the room was dim. Judging from the layout, it was an intensive care unit. Gaoyang's body was still extremely tired. Thanks to this tiredness, it was like giving him a shot of a strong sedative, and combined with the emotional control of spiritual armor, he was now very calm. You're awake. Qingling's voice came, and the bedside table on the left was lit with a hazy orange light. Gaoyang slowly turned sideways. There was another bed on the left. There was a light blue curtain between the two beds. Behind the curtain was a female figure, sitting cross-legged, and her left arm disappeared. Gaoyang's heart was tightened again, just like a very light ripple on the calm lake. How is your body? Qingling asked through the curtain. Nothing serious. Gaoyang's voice was hoarse. He sat up slowly, and tried to move his fingers, then his arms. He raised his hand to pull the curtain, but Qingling called him. Don't open it. Gaoyang was stunned, and his hand stopped in midair. That's it. Qingling behind the curtain took off all her tops, and the wounds on her chest and broken left arm were wrapped with circles of blood-stained bandages. Qingling didn't want Gaoyang to see it, not because of gender differences. She just didn't want Gaoyang to see her vulnerable appearance. Put your hand over here, Qingling continued. Gaoyang leaned forward and put his hand through the gap in the bed curtain. 2 seconds later, a slightly cold hand held Gaoyang's hand tightly. Chapter 573. After a few seconds, she confirmed that Gaoyang was fine, so she let go and took his hand back. Gaoyang said calmly, the aftermath plan? An arsonist set fire to Qishan Mountain. More than 200 tourists on the top of the mountain did not have time to escape. Many bodies were burned. Your parents happened to be among the victims. Qingling paused for a moment and added, the Baichuan group blocked Qinghe Park and is working hard to repair it. The guardian rune fell into the abyss left by the curse. Tengu wanted to go in, and was almost killed by the curse. Blackfish explored with clairvoyance, his eyes were blinded, and his memory was deleted. All of these were cured with your blood. Gaoyang had no expression on his face, and his eyes turned slightly. After a few seconds of silence, Qingling asked, what did you say to Gao Xinxin? Gaoyang already had the answer in his heart. My parents couldn't sleep, so they climbed Qishan Mountain at night to watch the sunrise and encountered a fire. Will your sister believe it? Qingling expressed doubt. Spirit armor reached the cooling time. Gaoyang's voice trembled slightly. There was a period of time when my father had a lot of social activities, and he was diagnosed with 3 highs. My mother accompanied him to the riverside for a night run every day. Adults can also have their own romance. Yeah. Qingling is fine. Gaoyang clenched his fists, his knuckles turned white, he closed his eyes, and tried to put himself into a meditative state. After holding on for a long time, Gaoyang activated spirit armor again, and looked up at the figure behind the bed curtain. What about your hand? First install a mechanical arm, the 3 major organizations will pay for the materials, and Dr. Jia will help me customize it. Qingling replied. Gaoyang asked again, can the original arm grow back? I don't know. Qingling said, Dr. Jia will extract the energy and blood of the man-snake and the dead pig to develop a special medicine, but he thinks the success rate is very low. The curse of the curse abyss is not an ordinary injury. In the past, Gaoyang would have said something encouraging like it will be fine. But at this moment, Gaoyang didn't want to say anything. Things don't always get better, and hard work and optimism are often useless. In fact, the harder he tried, the worse things seemed to go. He was like a clown in front of fate. I'm going back to Nigeria with Dr. Jia. His laboratory is over there. Qingling said and stood up. How long? About 10 days. Take care. Gaoyang's voice was hoarse. You too. After a few seconds, The door closed and the ward became quiet. Spiritual armor entered the cooling time again. Gao Yang's breathing was rapid. He pinched his hands hard, buried his head deeply, and his shoulders trembled. There were no tears, no crying, only the cold wind before dawn, gently blowing the curtains. At 10 o'clock in the evening on the 12th, number 15 middle school. Not long after the bell for the end of evening self-study rang, many high school students came out of the school gate. They were wearing blue and white autumn school uniforms with long sleeves and long pants, carrying school bags and pushing bicycles, and walked out of school in groups of 3 or 5. Gao Xinxin tied her hair into 2 ponytails, carried a painting bag, and walked quickly in the crowd. Guanghuan also carried a painting bag and followed beside her, smiling earnestly. Gao Xinxin, tomorrow is a holiday. How about we and your brother go to the movies in the afternoon? The 2 words no time came to Gao Xinxin's mouth, and when she heard your brother, she immediately changed her words. What movie? Drifting Blue Star. I heard it's super good. Okay, Gao Xinxin said. That's right, let him call his sister-in-law. I invite you to come. Guanghuan didn't say anything else, and Gao Xinxin glared at him unfriendly. Guanghuan immediately shut up. Did I say something wrong? My sister-in-law has something to do tomorrow. You just need to buy 3 tickets. Gao Xinxin said. Okay, no problem. I buy the tickets right away. Guanghuan took out his mobile phone. He always turned on the flight mode at school, and he didn't dare to use it for fear that the teacher would confiscate it. Don't worry. Gao Xinxin also took out his mobile phone and turned it on. I call him first. The 2 walked towards the bus stop. Gao Xinxin was about to dial the number when Gao Yang took the initiative to call her. She picked up the phone with a smile. Hello, brother, do you have tomorrow? Gao Xinxin, look up. Gao Yang interrupted coldly on the phone. Gao Xinxin immediately looked up and found Gao Yang standing across the street. Brother, why are you here? Come here, I have something to tell you. Gao Yang interrupted Gao Xinxin again and hung up the phone. Gao Xinxin was stunned, feeling something was wrong. The brother across the street looked very haggard. Under the dim streetlights, he looked pale and sullen. But he didn't seem angry, but like a robot stripped of emotions. What happened to my brother today? It feels weird. Gao Xinxin was confused. She glanced at Guanghuan. My brother is here to pick me up. Guanghuan also saw Gao Yang and grinned. I go with you. No, you go home first. Gao Xinxin looked around the road and saw that there were no cars. She quickly crossed the road and walked a few steps. She didn't forget to turn back and remind Guanghuan, you can buy tickets for tomorrow afternoon. Remember, just buy 3. No problem. See you tomorrow. Guanghuan waved happily and watched Gao Xinxin trot to Gao Yang. He opened the ticket purchase app, found the afternoon show of Wandering Blue Star tomorrow, and started to choose seats. Does Gao Xinxin like to sit in the front or the back? Guanghuan couldn't make up his mind, so he decided to ask directly. He looked up and was about to shout across the street, but stopped in time. Across the street, Gao Xinxin and Gao Yang seemed to be a little bit wrong. At this moment, several classmates waiting for the bus next to him chatted while browsing their phones. Wow, no way, Qishan caught fire last night. What? Let me see. Oh my god. Half of the mountain is burned. Many tourists on the top of the mountain couldn't escape, and many people were burned to death. How could this happen? It's so scary. Across the street, Gao Yang said something to Gao Xinxin expressionlessly, and the smile on Gao Xinxin's face froze. Soon Gao Xinxin smiled again. She grabbed the shoulder strap of the painting bag on her shoulder with one hand, hit Gao Yang's chest with the other hand, and said something. Gao Yang didn't smile, just looked at Gao Xinxin. After a few seconds, Gao Xinxin's smile slowly solidified and finally disappeared. Both of them looked gloomy, and said a few more words. At this time, the bus came, and some students in front of the bus stop got on the bus, and swiped their cards. Guanghuan hesitated for a moment, but still didn't get on the bus. After a while, the bus drove away, and the brother and sister across the street became more and more abnormal. Chapter 574. Guanghuan found that Gao Xinxin's face was ashen, as if she had heard a terrible piece of bad news. Her thin body was shaking violently, and she could hardly stand. Her eyes were red, and she kept shaking her head and backing away. Gao Yang took a step forward to help her, but Gao Xinxin suddenly opened his hand. Gao Xinxin turned around and was about to run away. Gao Yang caught up with her in 2 steps and grabbed Gao Xinxin's hand. Gao Xinxin suddenly yelled like crazy, and Guanghuan could hear it across the street. Let me go. You liar. It's impossible. Guanghuan panicked for a moment. What happened? Did they have a fight? No way, the relationship between the brother and sister is very good. Gao Yang sent messages to Guanghuan every few days to ask about Gao Xinxin's situation, and Gao Xinxin always talked about Gao Yang. Last night, he also participated in his uncle's marriage proposal with the brother and sister. They also went to dinner and karaoke together. Everything was going well, so why did they suddenly quarrel? Guanghuan was a little hesitant whether to go over and try to mediate. But his intuition told him that the matter seemed very serious. Sure enough, Gao Xinxin was completely crazy. She raised her painting bag and threw it at Gao Yang, who snatched it away. Gao Xinxin took off her school bag and threw it at Gao Yang, who didn't dodge. The school bag fell to the ground, but Gao Xinxin was still not satisfied. She clenched her fists and beat Gao Yang with all her strength. Gao Yang didn't dodge, like a sandbag standing still. Look, isn't that Gao Xinxin from the art class? Who is that handsome guy? Her boyfriend outside the school? Ha, most likely. Are they quarreling? She must have been dumped. She usually acts so arrogant, but I didn't expect this day to come. Quick, quick, take a picture and send it to the group. This is a big news. Across the street, Gao Xinxin suddenly lost all her strength. She staggered and knelt on the ground. Gao Yang followed and knelt down, holding her in his arms. He said nothing and had no expression, like a robot. Gao Xinxin buried her face in Gao Yang's chest, and her crying gradually became quieter. Oh my god, it's like an idol drama. Quick, take it. Guanghuan's heart hurt a lot. He took back the phone he used to buy movie tickets and turned to block the two girls. No photos. Who are you? The girl who raised the phone was very unhappy. It must be Princess Gao's dog again. Another girl said sarcastically, is he going to be a flower protector? Get out. Guanghuan, who hadn't been angry with anyone in 18 years, yelled, almost ferocious. The two girls were so scared that they almost dropped their phones. They whispered a few words and left in a hurry. Gao Shou and Lin Yu didn't even have ashes. The only thing that could prove that they had climbed Qin Shan was a short surveillance video at the foot of the mountain. The couple appeared in the video and then left the video, but the picture was blurry. This was forged by Nana using the Thousand Faces Man, which was enough to deceive Gao Xinxin. The brother and sister took 3 days off, packed some of their parents' underwear, and put them in a small paper box, which was considered the corpses of their parents. The incident happened suddenly, so there was no such thing as a posthumous photo. The brother and sister looked through their phones and found that their father proposed to their mother on November 11th, and they happened to take a good photo of them together. They turned it into black and white and used it as their parents' posthumous photo. Early in the morning on the 13th, the brother and sister took a car back to the countryside, and with the help of their uncle, Uncle Qing, and some fellow villagers, they held a traditional funeral. In the foggy world, some people will not have a funeral after death, and their families will choose to cremate them directly. Later, Gao Yang realized that these dead people were all high-level beasts, and their bodies left obvious beast characteristics, which triggered the logic correction and self-protection mechanism of the lost, so he chose to cremate them quickly to let everything return to normal as soon as possible. Gao Yang's parents didn't even have corpses, so the funeral could naturally be held as usual. The uncle invited a funeral team, set up a mourning hall, and had a buffet. The two brothers and sisters knelt on both sides of the mourning hall, wearing mourning clothes. When people came, they kowtowed, and the gongs and drums were loud and firecrackers were set off. At night, they followed a master to perform a ritual, circling around the coffin in the mourning hall to help their parents' souls to transcend. The master recited unclear words and his tone was also strange, like drunken nonsense, and like some kind of off-tune singing, with the sadness of separation between the yin and yang, which made people cry. In the past, Gao Yang did not quite understand why there should be funerals. The deceased has already passed away. No matter how lively and grand the funeral is, what does it have to do with the deceased? The deceased might even find it noisy. After these 3 days, Gao Yang finally realized that he was wrong. The meaning of funerals is, on the one hand, to mourn the deceased, and on the other hand, to save the living. Because many people, including Gao Yang, cannot bear the grief of life and death for a while, at this time, there is a task that must be completed, which becomes Gao Yang's life-saving straw. Funerals are just like this. During these 3 days, Gao Yang did not have to think about anything, and did not have time to think about anything. He kowtowed to everyone he saw, and various folk rituals were also arranged. He got up early in the morning, and when he came to his senses, it was already late at night, and he could fall asleep. After the 3-day funeral, when Gao Yang came to his senses, he found that he could face this sadness even without spiritual arming. It turns out that there is nothing that cannot be crossed except death. Human beings are really cold and ruthless. The coffins of my parents were buried with my grandmother on an old grave hill in the countryside, and my grandfather's grave was also here. On the morning of the funeral, the weather was clear, and the sun was warm. Gao Xinxin and Gao Yang knelt on the hilltop covered with fresh soil, watching my uncle, Uncle Qing, and several helpers, each shoveling soil, burying the coffin, and then piling it up into a grave. My uncle put down his shovel, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and thanked him. "Thank you for your help these days. Don't leave in a hurry. Let's have a meal, and drink together at noon. I will treat you well." Soon, the crowd on the grave hill dispersed, leaving only my uncle, Gao Yang, and Gao Xinxin. The brother and sister were still kneeling on the grave, with a wooden face. Chapter 575. I consulted a master, and the feng shui here is very good. The uncle lit a cigarette, and took a puff with an air of old-fashionedness. He was a little fat, and his hairline was a little high. He looked older after working hard these days. After the 7th day, I asked people to come and lay cement, put up the tombstone with the words, and plant 2 cypress trees. In the future, I will come to sweep the graves every year in festival. If you have time, come back to see them more often. Uncle, thank you for these days. Gao Yang said, if it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would do. We are a family, so don't talk about each other. This is my job. The uncle sighed. Yang, Xinxin, I originally wanted to ask you to come back and live with me, but your parents, they did it so that you could go to a good school. Move to the city. Gao Yang nodded. We can take care of ourselves, uncle, don't worry. Uncle patted Gao Yang. Yang, you will be the pillar of your family in the future. Take good care of Xinxin. If you really have any difficulties, don't bear it. Call uncle at any time, understand? Okay. Uncle glanced at Gao Yang and Gao Xinxin. The morning hall is about to be demolished, and the final payment of the funeral team has to be settled. I will go back to deal with it first. You two should not stay too long. In the afternoon, we will count the favors and expenses together. Okay. Uncle left. Gao Yang and Gao Xinxin were still kneeling. The brother and sister just stared at the grave piled with fresh soil in a daze. Dad and Mom are dead. Everything is so unreal. It doesn't even seem like a nightmare. It's more like an absurd joke. After an unknown amount of time, Gao Xinxin finally spoke quietly. Brother, if we die too, can the family be reunited? Gao Yang was stunned. Gao Xinxin. Gao Yang pointed to the grave in front of him. You said this in front of my parents. Do you want them to die with regrets? Gao Xinxin's eyes turned red and her voice trembled. But I really feel so bad. Gao Yang's voice softened a little. Xinxin, you must be well. Do you hear me? Brother, you too. I only have you. Gao Xinxin cried again. Well, we all have to live well, as long as we still remember our parents and grandparents. They have not really left. Well? Gao Yang gently hugged Gao Xinxin to his arms, not letting her see his face. Remove mental armament. Gao Yang closed his eyes, and clenched his fists. Gao Xinxin, actually, brother also wanted to end it all. But I don't want you to think that way. You have to be strong, move on, be happy, and never, ever bow to fate. The two siblings knelt for a long time at their parents' graves, and then kowtowed at their grandma's and grandpa's graves before going down the mountain. After lunch, Gao Yang and his uncle dealt with a follow-up, and then returned to the city with Gao Xinxin. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Gao Yang sent Gao Xinxin back to school. Gao Xinxin was listless, and wanted to take a few more days off, but Gao Yang didn't agree. Gao Yang knew very well that Gao Xinxin must not be allowed to stay at home alone and think about things at this time. She must have something to do so that she can get out of the pain as soon as possible. On an autumn afternoon, the two sat in the back seat of the bus, swaying all the way, stopping and starting. Gao Yang thought about it for a long time, and finally said, Xinxin, why don't you transfer to boarding school? Gao Xinxin is a day student. She goes home to sleep at night, and goes to school for morning self-study in the morning. It's actually quite busy, but it's always good when her parents are at home. Now, her parents are gone, the house is empty and cold. Gao Xinxin goes back alone every day, and Gao Yang is worried about it. Gao Yang thought Gao Xinxin would not agree, but she agreed easily. Okay. It seems that Gao Xinxin doesn't want to face that home alone. As Gao Xinxin's guardian, Gao Yang had a long talk with the head teacher. The head teacher expressed regret for Gao Yang's parents' affairs, and agreed to let Gao Xinxin transfer to boarding school midway. Gao Yang paid the relevant fees, received some daily necessities, and sent Gao Xinxin to the dormitory. Going downstairs, Gao Xinxin took the sheet from Gao Yang's hand. "Brother, you go back, I'm fine." Gao Yang nodded. "If there is anything, call me anytime." "Okay. Tell me in advance when you are on vacation, I will pick you up." "Okay. It's getting colder, you should wear more clothes." "I know. The food in the cafeteria is definitely not as good as at home, but you can't be picky about food. It's the time for growth. I will send you some food later." "No. It's inevitable that there will be friction when getting along with roommates. Don't make trouble. Don't be afraid of trouble. If anyone bullies you, tell me." "Brother." Gao Xinxin interrupted Gao Yang. "You are so nagging." Gao Yang was stunned. When did he become so nagging? He smiled and patted his sister's shoulder. "Okay, go up quickly." "Yeah." Gao Xinxin nodded and went upstairs with her things. Gao Yang left number 15 middle school and went back home. The days in late autumn are not long, and it is already evening after 5 o'clock. Pushing the door open, the living room is empty. The curtains are not drawn, blocking the sunset outside the window, but the red light is still shining through, and the whole living room is stained with a faint orange-red outline. Gao Yang changed his shoes and walked into the entrance. There were still unfinished buns and half a cup of soy milk on the dining table. The buns were sour, and the soy milk was almost solidified. Gao Yang could imagine that on the night of the 11th, her parents knew that they would not return this time, so they prepared breakfast for Gao Xinxin in the kitchen in advance for the next day. On the 12th, Gao Xinxin got up early in the morning, hurried to the kitchen to take out the hot breakfast, ate a few bites and went out. She didn't even think that her parents were gone. She probably thought that her mother went to the market to buy vegetables, and her father was still in bed in the room, so she must have closed the door very lightly when she went out, for fear of disturbing her father. Gao Yang didn't think about it anymore. Overthinking was a bad habit of his, and he must change it in the future. He looked at his parents' bedroom door, struggled for a minute, and finally pushed the door open. An old-fashioned double bed with 2 bedside tables. On the left bedside table was a small mirror, some bottles of skincare products, a few rubber bands, and a pink and white moon rabbit doll. It was the first doll Gao Xinxin caught, and gave it to her mother. On the right bedside table were several financial magazines and success books, a multifunctional flashlight, a thermos cup, and a famous watch that had been used for many years. It was bought by his father for business purposes. On the wall in the middle of the bed was an old-fashioned heart-shaped wall lamp, and on the wall lamp hung the wedding photo of my parents. Dad had a shiny back-combed hair and wore a broad-shouldered blue casual suit. Mom wore a white headband, curly hair, a light-colored floral shirt, and a yellow long skirt, which were fashionable clothes for young people at the time. The two stood in the studio, with a famous landscape behind them. Their smiles were a little restrained, but there was a gleam of joy in their eyes. On the left wall was a red oak wardrobe, and in the corner was a clothes hanger, on which hung Mom's hat and coat, as well as her recently received birthday gift, a wool scarf. Bits of memories instantly flooded Gao Yang's head, once again, breaking through his defense barriers. Gao Yang activated spiritual armor, walked quickly to the window, opened the curtains, pushed open the window, and the bloody sunset instantly filled everything in the room. Mom loved to bask in the sun when she was alive, and liked to open the window to let the air circulate. Gao Yang left the room and closed the door. He felt a little dizzy, and then he remembered that he hadn't eaten all day. He walked into the kitchen and opened the freezer, which contained eggs, milk, some seasonal vegetables, and various sauces. Gao Yang took out eggs, chives, and a few cabbages and cooked himself a bowl of noodles. After the noodles were cooked, Gao Yang took out the glass bottle of pickled mustard tuber and scooped a spoonful, then sat back at the dining table and took 2 big mouthfuls. But after chewing the noodles for a long time, he just couldn't swallow them. The ingredients, the method, and the seasoning were the same, but why did the taste just differ? With a hum, a familiar voice that seemed to be from another world came to my ears. Well, it's delicious. What delicacies from the mountains and the sea, golden juice and jade wine, are not as good as a bowl of noodles cooked by my wife. Eat your noodles. No one will think you are dumb if you don't speak. Gao Yang looked up suddenly, and the dining table was empty. There was nothing but his narrow shadow projected on the wall. Chapter 576. At 3 a.m., Blue House Clinic, Mutual Psychological Treatment. Participants, Qilin, Suzaku, Qilong, Jiang. Gao Yang was the last to arrive. At this time, Qilin had just made coffee for everyone, and Suzaku helped to serve it, and everyone sat down. Jiang, I am sorry. Qilin spoke first. I am sorry. I am sorry. Suzaku and Qinglong said one after another. Gao Yang nodded slightly. It may be a bit presumptuous to say this. Qilin said with concern, I am a psychologist. If you can't get over it, I can provide psychological counseling for you. Thank you, President. Gao Yang said politely. I'm fine now. Okay. Qilin picked up the coffee and took a sip. Let's get started. Qilong took over the topic and looked at Gao Yang opposite him. Huang Yo, Su Shi, and your mother Lin Yu. We only know the general situation from Qinling. I hope you can explain it in detail. Okay. Gao Yang explained the whole story without any emotion. Except for his relationship with the ghost group, he almost didn't hold back. 20 minutes later, the three of them finished listening. Suzaku was in a very complicated mood. Qing, it means that you guessed that your mother was a beast, but you didn't tell the organization. Yes. Gao Yang admitted. Later you also knew that Huang Yo had betrayed, but you didn't tell the organization either. Qinglong added. Yes. Qing. Qinglong always speaks frankly, and his tone is serious. Although from the result, you and your parents saved all of us, I am grateful to you on a personal level. But from the process, your actions are both crazy and childish, and even a betrayal to the organization. Yes. Gao Yang said. Qinglong continued to ask. When you assassinated Xuanwu, you always went to extremes and ignored the overall situation. If you had reported to the organization in time, we could have dealt with it together, and the ending might not have been so tragic. I was too selfish and conceited. Gao Yang said calmly. I selfishly hoped that my relatives and companions would not get into trouble. I conceitedly thought that I could handle everything, but I messed up. Faced with Gao Yang, who admitted his mistake so sincerely, Qinglong was stunned for a moment. Qinglong, Qiang is a person who values feelings. Zhu Kei said, a bystander can see more clearly. He has a more rational choice, but he is the authority, and did what he should do. We have no right to blame him, not to mention that he did save us. One thing for one thing. Qinglong argued, there is no order without rules. There is a lot of luck in this matter, but it may not be the case next time. Okay. Qilin spoke. The scene was quiet. Qilin thought seriously for more than 10 seconds, then slowly raised his head. 7 shadows. Gao Yang raised his head and met Qilin's gaze. You have important intelligence, but you didn't report it, which is a fault. You risked your life to stop the curse abyss, which is a merit. From a personal perspective, I understand you and appreciate you. But as a union leader, I must punish you to set an example. Accept any punishment. Gao Yang said. First, from today, your position as the captain of the Pitsong team will be removed, and Elder Qinglong will take over. Second, you are not allowed to leave the city in a short period of time, and your whereabouts will be monitored by the organization. Third, fully assist the 3 major organizations in obtaining the Guardian Rune, and then restore all your rights and positions, and reward according to your merits. Any objections? No. Gao Yang calmly replied, I will obey the organization's arrangement. Okay. Qilin's eyes moved. Aren't you going to ask where the Guardian Rune is? Qingling told me that he fell into the abyss left by the curse abyss. Gao Yang said, my blood is immune to the curse of the curse abyss, so I should be able to enter the abyss. 7 shadows. Zhu Kei said earnestly, no one knows what dangers are in the abyss. You can only go alone. It is very likely that you will not get the Guardian Rune and lose your life. You must think it through. Indeed. Qilong also sighed. However, in the end, a rune is right in front of us. We don't have much time. If Qiang doesn't do it, no one else can do it. Qiang. Qilin looked calm. You can think about it again. No, I go. Gao Yang said, but give me some time first. Okay. Qilin nodded, but what's the reason? I want to find the 12 zodiac signs first and upgrade spirit armor to level 4. It would be best if I can reach level 6, so that I can be more confident. Talent level 3 to 4 is a hurdle, level 6 to 7 is also a hurdle, and level 7 to 8 depends on rune circuits, and other conditions may be required. Qinglong nodded. The spiritual pollution power of the living beast is very strong. Xu Yuan is the son of the living beast. There may still be spiritual pollution energy or monsters in the abyss. This is proved by the fact that Blackfish was injured and his memory was cleared. Qiang is right to improve spirit armor. Speaking of this, Zhu Kei said in a subtle tone, Qiang, your speed of understanding new talents is far beyond others. Is this the air of God? Maybe? Gao Yang said. Okay, that's it. Qilin said. Next, the 4 discussed other tasks. The progress of the Sangmu cult's investigation, Jian Ye's investigation, finding a point of entry for investigating the dead beast, cooperation and prevention among the 3 major organizations, etc. At 5 in the morning, the psychological mutual aid treatment ended. Before leaving, Qinglong took out an electronic bracelet containing black metal parts and put it on Gao Yang's wrist. It is equivalent to the electronic shackles of the awakened, which can locate Gao Yang's position in real time. If Gao Yang forcibly removes or destroys it, or uses the active talent while wearing the bracelet, Qinglong will know immediately. In short, as long as Gao Yang does not leave Liqing and does not use his talent, he is free, just like probation. Qilin did this to prevent Gao Yang from acting first and then reporting, and to ensure that the special existence of God's heir is always under the supervision of the organization. Gao Yang knew this very well, and he took the initiative to wear the bracelet without showing any resistance or disgust. Gao Yang left the building, and found Zhu Kei smoking on the side of the road. The night wind messed up her hair, and the white smoke she exhaled. Her slightly pale face revealed the high-level fatigue of an urban woman. She turned around and said in a natural voice, "Give you a ride?" "Thank you," Gao Yang said. The car started. Zhu Kei put out the cigarette but rolled up the window. "Where are you going?" "Lijianjuan," Gao Yang answered. Zhu Chua's eyes moved. Lijianjuan is a villa area in the middle reaches of Lijiang River, and all the people living there are rich. She has sent Gao Yang many times. He either went home or went to college. Why would he go there in the middle of the night? Immediately, Zhu Kei figured it out, and she smiled faintly, looking for that special lost person. "Yeah, I miss him a little bit." Gao Yang tilted his head to look out the window, and admitted lightly. Zhu Kei, who was driving, nodded. "Okay, let's talk to a friend." Zhu Kei found that Gao Yang had changed a lot again. It is normal to be depressed due to excessive grief over the death of both parents, but Gao Yang's changes are not limited to this. The sense of measure and caution in his bones disappeared. It's not that he became arrogant, but that he became indifferent. And hidden behind this indifferent is a deeper mind. The previous Gao Yang was like a small boat in a lake on a rainy day. Although it was a little hazy, you could at least see the swaying boat trying to row to the shore. The current Gao Yang is a thick fog. You shout into the fog, and there is a voice in the fog that responds to you, but you have no idea whether there is a lake or a small boat in the fog, or even whether the person who responds to you is a person. Zhu Kei is slightly melancholy. In the past, she and Qiang had a relationship between colleagues and friends, sometimes taking a step forward, sometimes taking a step back, but there was always an unspoken friendship. Now she and he are really just colleagues. On the way thereafter, the two stopped talking. Not long after, the car drove to the gate of Lijianjuan community. "We're here," Zhu Kei said. "Thank you." Gao Yang got out of the car and gently closed the door. He didn't look back, and his lonely figure quickly blended into the night. Chapter 577. The 2-story modern villa in front was bright, and it seemed that the lights in every room were on. Wang Zikai had not changed at all. He was not afraid of anything except loneliness, and the darkness of the night seemed to increase his loneliness. Gao Yang stood outside the villa, thinking about whether to ring the doorbell or climb through the window. Click. The door opened at this moment. Wang Zikai was wearing a set of stand-up collar cotton pajamas with a tacky color. He was holding a bag of garbage in one hand and scratching his back with the other hand. Both of them were stunned for a second. "Gao Yang?" Wang Zikai smiled happily, but soon he felt something was wrong. He suppressed his smile and stood there stupidly, not knowing what to say. These days, Wang Zikai was also very worried about Gao Yang. When the bad news about Uncle Gao and Aunt Lin came, Wang Zikai couldn't help crying. He thought Gao Yang and Gao Xinxin must be feeling very sad. Wang Zikai was not stupid. He guessed that the two people could not have died in a fire. They must have been killed by the enemy. If Wang Zikai knew who it was, he would eat their flesh alive, drink their blood, pull out their muscles, and grind their bones to ash. However, Gao Yang refused to say anything about this, and only said that he had to take care of his parents' funeral first. Wang Zikai was anxious and didn't know who to ask for advice for a while. Finally, he thought of Pang Jun. Pang Jun naturally knew about this, so he had the following phone call with Wang Zikai. "Brother Kai, you are the best at fighting, but you are not as good as me in the ways of the world. Stop talking nonsense, tell me what to do." "It's very simple, don't do anything." "No, my brother's parents were killed, and I watched helplessly." "Brother Kai, I know you are angry, and I am also very sad about this, but the one who is most sad now must be Brother Yang. Even if you kill 10,000 lizardmen now, and find their leader, will Brother Yang's parents come back? I can't. So, it's useless to do anything. Brother Yang can only be sad now. He has to get over this hurdle by himself. No matter what you say or do, he will find you noisy and annoying. Then I will really do nothing. Yes, do nothing. When he gets over it, thinks it through, and accepts it, he will naturally come to you. At that time, no matter what he asks, even if he asks you to go to the moon and pick the stars, you will go through fire and water without hesitation. That makes sense. Okay, I listen to you. Wang Zikai hung up the phone, resisted doing nothing, and waited at home. He would check his phone dozens of times a day. When he had nothing to do, he would check Gao Yang and Gao Xinxin's social platforms, and then check the text messages and chat windows to see if the two siblings had contacted him. A few days passed, and there was no news at all. Wang Zikai couldn't wait any longer, so he called Pang Jun again. Pang Jun broke the same set of words, and told Wang Zikai again. Wang Zikai decided to give Gao Yang 3 more days, just 3 days, no more. Tonight, he was thinking about Gao Yang and had no mood to sleep. He was playing games on the sofa and suddenly smelled a strange smell. He looked sideways and found that the takeaway box he had left over from a few days ago had become smelly. He went downstairs with the garbage and opened the door to see Gao Yang standing outside. Wang Zikai was surprised and happy. Fat Jun, you are a man who understands the ways of the world. He was very happy, but when he thought of Gao Yang who had just lost his parents, he felt that he should not laugh and froze. Why are you here? Wang Zikai said after a long time. Not welcome? Gao Yang said indifferently. Then I go back. Hey, don't. Wang Zikai hurriedly grabbed Gao Yang, threw the garbage bag with his left hand, and flew across the courtyard and into the trash can on the roadside. Wang Zikai let go of Gao Yang and rubbed his hands on his pajamas twice. Why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming, so I could prepare some midnight snacks or something? My parents' funeral is over. Gao Yang's voice was a little tired. I can't stay at home alone, I always have random thoughts, so I came to play games with you. Okay. Recently, It Takes Two is very good. I just bought it. Let's play together. Wang Zikai grabbed Gao Yang's arm again. Come on, come in. Wang Zikai cleaned up the messy living room at an incredibly fast speed, sat down next to Gao Yang, turned on the game console and the projection screen, and picked up the controller. Gao Yang took the controller and watched the opening animation. He found that he had no desire to play games at all. Those moving pictures could not enter his mind at all. He put down the controller and looked at Wang Zikai. I'm a little hungry. What do you want to eat? I make it for you. Whatever. I grill 2 chicken wings for you and make a bowl of turkey noodles. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. Wang Zikai threw the controller away, patted his butt and ran to the kitchen. Soon, the kitchen was filled with clanging sounds, which were completely different from the sounds of his mother cooking. Gao Yang lay down slowly and took a deep breath. His chest was still empty, but it didn't hurt so much. He reached into his pocket and took out a round gray metal the size of a makeup mirror, which was the Guardian Rune Circuit. Gao Yang took it in his hand and looked at it carefully. This was the jade pendant that his mother's grandmother gave to his father. It was his father's amulet and heirloom. Now, it finally reached Gao Yang. You said so much, aren't you going to pass it to me? What are you thinking? This is my treasure. You can give it to me or not, I don't care. Memories are like poisonous snakes hiding in the dark, ready to bite Gao Yang at any time. He immediately activated spiritual armor, and his heaving chest slowly calmed down. That's right, Gao Yang lied to Qilin. The Guardian Rune was in his trouser pocket, but he didn't blush or feel nervous. In the past, Gao Yang must have been very nervous and scared, and he would have hidden the Guardian Rune before the meeting. But now, he was almost dealing with this matter carelessly. That night, Gao Shou and Lin Yu sacrificed themselves to lock the curse abyss. After that, the Guardian Rune Circuit returned to its original appearance, fell on the edge of the cliff, and was covered by charred soil. After Gao Yang woke up from his fake death, he was too sad and crazy, rolling on the ground and stuffing soil into his mouth. Qing Ling went to stop Gao Yang, and it was at this time that she discovered the Guardian Rune Circuit. Qing Ling picked it up directly and hid it on her body. It must be said that Qing Ling also has a big heart. In front of so many bigwigs from the 3 major organizations, she lied calmly. However, thanks to the dangerous and strange abyss left by the curse abyss, which attracted everyone's attention, Qing Ling was not suspected. Everyone was blinded by experience and believed that important things must be obtained with great difficulty, and that it was necessary to explore the dangerous abyss to get the Guardian Rune. Just like in the past, it was necessary to explore the Rune Cave and defeat the strong enemy to get the rune. It became everyone's subconscious intuition. After that, Qing Ling accompanied Gao Yang to the hospital. A few hours later, Gao Yang woke up. She asked Gao Yang to stretch out his hand, and when she held his hand, she gave him the rune circuit. Qing Ling didn't say it directly because she was cautious. She couldn't guarantee that she was not monitored by talents such as Shunfinger and Qianlian, so it was best to hand over the rune in secret. Gao Yang reached out his hand, and immediately knew what Qing Ling had given him. He quietly put it away. Next, Qing Ling told him that the guardian rune had fallen into the abyss. Gao Yang knew that this was a counterattack. Gao Yang decided to hide the rune first, and not tell the three major organizations for the time being. He had his reasons. Gao Yang was startled and realized that he was distracted. He looked up and saw Wang Zikai standing behind the sofa with 2 bottles of Coke in his hand. It would take 2 minutes to grill the wings and instant noodles. He took the drinks first, and saw what Gao Yang was holding. "What are you holding?" His originally relaxed face slowly darkened. "What is it?" Chapter 578. Gao Yang still had the guardian rune in his hand. He was a little dazed and even felt incredible. "Hey Gao Yang, what are you doing? Why did you make such a low-level mistake? Since you awakened, haven't you lost enough? Do you want to lose Wang Zikai as well? No, with Wang Zikai's current strength, you are about to lose your life. Quick, think about how to explain, how to make up, maybe you can still fool him." Gao Yang's reason told himself so, but an unprecedented feeling of boredom surged in his heart, swallowing up his remaining reason. "Rune loop," Gao Yang blurted out, without any fear in his heart. "Well, don't pretend. Come on, Wang Zikai, if you are really a hidden high-level beast, wake up quickly, and give me a quick death. Anyway, it's death in anyone's hands. It's better to die in your hands. If this foggy world is a novel, I don't have the patience to read it anymore. I just want to turn to the last page quickly." Wang Zikai still stared at Gao Yang, his expression uncertain and his eyes unpredictable. "Gao Yang." Wang Zikai paused for 2 seconds, and the corners of his mouth suddenly rose. "Is this a gift for me?" Gao Yang was slightly startled, and followed his words and said, "Yes." "Amulet, right." Wang Zikai jumped over the sofa in a hurdle posture, sat next to Gao Yang, and snatched the guardian rune from his hand. "I gave you one last time, so this time you also asked for one for me." "Oh yes." Gao Yang nodded, "to keep you safe." Wang Zikai weighed it in his hand, and then put it in his mouth and bit it. "Damn! What is this thing made of?" "It's a bit hard." "Black gold." "Black gold?" "A special metal," Gao Yang said. "It is very effective in killing beasts. Qing Ling's knife is made of black gold." "Beasts?" Wang Zikai didn't understand. "A general term for lizardmen. In fact, lizardmen are just a kind of beasts," Gao Yang explained calmly. "If you want to save the world, you have to kill beasts." "Beasts?" Wang Zikai pondered the word, frowned slightly, and soon relaxed. "Okay, they are all bad guys anyway, just do it." Wang Zikai looked at the rune circuit in his hand like a child who just bought a new toy. "Hey, why is there no name engraved on this thing? Can it be pierced? I want to wear it around my neck." "Why don't you try it?" Gao Yang said. Wang Zikai clenched his right fist, and 3 sharp bone spurs emerged from the back of his hand with a swoosh sound, and began to carve on the rune circuit. Some sparks splashed on the rune circuit, making a sharp sound that made people's teeth ache, but there was no trace left on it. "Fuck. This is awesome. It's much better than the amulet I gave you. I'm making a killing this time." Wang Zikai quickly gave up the idea of piercing the hole. He stuffed the rune into his trouser pocket and said, "Thank you. Don't lose it. This thing is limited to 12 in the world. This is one of them," Gao Yang said. "Haha, don't worry." Wang Zikai patted his chest and deliberately said in a hoarse voice, "The person is here, and the rune is here." "Yeah." Gao Yang nodded. Ding. The sound of a microwave oven came from the kitchen. "Ah, the chicken wings are ready, wait." Wang Zikai ran to the kitchen. Gao Yang sat on the sofa, slightly absent-minded. These days, he has been on guard against Wang Zikai's beast awakening, and has been on the edge of losing control several times, but he didn't expect the final result to be like this. Wang Zikai is indeed a beast, but he will never hurt Gao Yang. "Mom, you said that the birth of the heir of God, and the curse abyss is destiny and cannot be stopped. Then Wang Zikai, this unreasonable and extraordinarily warm existence, could it also be destiny?" Thinking of this, Gao Yang's slightly pale face showed a smile, which was his first smile in a few days. In this smile, there was a hint of self-abandonment, and a hint of fearless madness. "Fate, if you have any tricks, just use them. Whoever is cowardly is a grandson. Chicken wings are here. After a while, Wang Zikai happily walked out of the kitchen with chicken wings and turkey noodles. He glanced at the direction of the sofa and immediately stopped talking. Gao Yang leaned on the sofa and fell asleep. He hadn't slept well for several days. Now, he slept very deeply, even sweetly, and his eyebrows were naturally stretched. Wang Zikai put the food aside, tiptoed over, picked up the air conditioning blanket on the sofa, and gently covered Gao Yang with it. Then he picked up the remote control on the coffee table and turned off the projection screen. At this time, there was a movement from the window. Wang Zikai quickly looked up and saw a girl in a big red cloak climbing through the window. It was Chuxue. Her eyes lit up. Gao. Swoosh. Wang Zikai jumped to the window almost instantly and covered Chushua's mouth with his hand. His movements were so fast that it was unbelievable, but there was no sound. MMM. Don't talk, he just fell asleep. Wang Zikai whispered. MMM. Chuxue, whose mouth was covered, rolled her eyes and nodded. Wang Zikai slowly let go of his hand. Why are you here? I'm going to play with Gao Yang. Chuxue said in a whisper. He's not at home, nor at the university, so he must have come to your place. Oh, you become smarter. Wang Zikai raised his lips and gave affirmation. A little? Chuxue was not happy at all when praised by stupid Kai, and made a face. The two of them walked to the sofa lightly and squatted beside Gao Yang. They hugged their knees and stared at the sleeping Gao Yang's face intently. The two looked for a while, and a silly smile appeared on their faces. At this time, Wang Zikai found that there was a stupid hair on Gao Yang's head that stood up. He stretched out his hand and gently pushed it, and the stupid hair fell to the left, but it was still a little bent and not really straightened. Chuxue took a look and felt that it was wrong, so he stretched out his hand and pushed the stupid hair to the right, but the stupid hair did not seem to belong to the right side either, and it was still bent and did not really blend with the other hair. Puff. Both of them couldn't help laughing out loud and immediately covered their mouths. Chuxue stood up and gently sat on the sofa to Gao Yang's right. She closed her legs, turned sideways to Gao Yang, and leaned her face on Gao Yang's shoulder. In less than 10 seconds, Chuxue fell asleep. Wang Zikai was stunned. No way, she just fell asleep like this. What should I do? Wang Zikai also sat down on Gao Yang's left, picked up the controller, turned it to silent mode, played a game for a while, and the changing light flickered on his face. Not long after, he was also a little sleepy and began to yawn. Slowly, Wang Zikai also closed his eyes, tilted his head, and leaned on Gao Yang's shoulder. Outside the window, the gray-blue sky broke at dawn, and a blush gently pushed away the darkness. The fresh morning breeze blew across the sparkling river, blew across the front beach and the forest garden, and slipped into the villa. In the messy living room, the three of them snuggled on the sofa and fell asleep peacefully and sweetly. At that moment, time was as quiet as a pause of fate. Chapter 579. 2 hours ago. Dongyu District, Apple Island, Nameless Lake. The night wind was strong, and the waves on the lake were rippling to one side. The night sky was covered with dark clouds, flowing and changing rapidly. The silver moon appeared from time to time in the dark clouds, casting a piece of moonlight, like a giant light insect close to the ground, crawling on the wasteland, and soon climbed to the nameless lake. In an instant, the lake surface was sparkling, and the cold light was radiant, like a bath of divine light, with a kind of miraculous beauty. Next to the reeds by the lake, stood a tall and thin man. He was wearing a tattered gray cloak, and the original color could not be seen because it was too dirty. A pair of wrinkled leather boots were already patinated, and the shoelaces were tangled randomly, forming countless knots, as if they were growing on his feet. His hair was lush and greasy, hanging roughly on his waist, and strands of it looked like seaweed. He looked like a homeless man who hadn't taken a bath in many years. The man slowly raised his head, the moonlight illuminated his dirty face, his skin was dark, his face was full of thick beard, very sloppy, but his deep gray-blue eyes were as clear as the lake in front of him. He stood by the lake, his cloak and hair swaying in the night wind, but his body did not move at all, his eyes did not blink, like a stone statue. After an unknown amount of time, his eyes suddenly moved a little to the left. Someone is coming. The reeds made a rustling sound, and automatically moved to both sides to make way. A figure walked through the reeds with an elegant and leisurely pace. The person was surrounded by colorful and crystal dust particles, looking like a cluster of nebulae. If you look closely, you can make out the figure of a woman from the dust particles, but as the dust particles keep changing, her body outline also changes, sometimes tall, sometimes short, sometimes fat, sometimes thin, with no other features. It must be said that as a traitor of the Baichuan group, she was cautious enough, and she did not take off her disguise even when she met with her own people. She came to the lake and faced the sloppy and rough homeless man, Ming Jing. Her voice was full of electric grain, as if it came from a radio with a very poor signal, and it was obviously processed. The man named Ming Jing called out the other party's code name in a low and cold voice. "Chinaway, what do you want from me?" "It's time. Lady Songmu needs you," Chinaway said. Ming Jing had no expression. After a moment of silence, he said, "The body is hidden at the bottom of the lake?" "Yes, otherwise I wouldn't let you come here." Chen's voice was slow and vague. At the beginning, the bishop stole 12 bodies from the Qilin Union. The most special one was hidden at the bottom of the lake. He wanted to use it when the time was right, but he didn't have the chance. "I will revive it." Ming Jing's tone was still emotionless. "What is the mission?" The heir of God appeared. "Kill him." Ming Jing's eyes trembled, and his eyes sharpened. "The mother of Tsong bless you," Ming Jing said. "The mother of Tsong bless you," Chen said. Ming Jing raised his foot and walked towards the lake. His body was submerged by the lake water little by little, and soon, only the slowly spreading ripples were left on the lake. Chen was still waiting by the lake, and the colorful dust particles around her were flowing quickly, like a fireworks tree, reflected on the lake. After an unknown amount of time, the dark clouds covered the moon again, and the lake surface returned to darkness. Buzz. A short muffled sound came from the bottom of the lake. A line of gray-blue energy shot out from the center of the lake, and in an instant, it split into two energy filaments, falling forward and backward, dividing the lake into two. In an instant, the wind on the lake stopped, as if even the air had frozen. Voila! The lake surface was cut open by an invisible force, extending all the way to the bottom of the lake. In a blink of an eye, a 4-meter-wide gully appeared in the center of the lake. The water flow at the cut was smooth and flat, as if it was frozen by an invisible and neat force. Chen Hui looked down at the bottom of the lake, confirmed the situation, and turned away. At some point, the wind on the lake surface appeared again, and the reeds rustled and swayed in the wind. Gao Yang dreamed again, which was not surprising to him. What surprised him was the place in the dream. On the side of the road in the town, there was a self-built 2-story cement house, with a small cement platform in front of the door, and a ginkgo tree next to it. In the late autumn, when the sky was high and the air was clear, the leaves rustled when the wind blew, and the golden ginkgo leaves fell in waves. Gao Yang walked across the cement floor covered with fallen leaves and saw a familiar small shop. Outside the shop was a glass counter with various cigarettes. Inside the shop were 2 small shelves with various snacks and daily necessities. On the left wall were children's toys, 4-wheel drive cars, small air guns, cards, yo-yos, dress-up stickers, bamboo dragonflies, bubble gum, pet machines. On the right wall was a landscape calendar and several certificates, all of which Gao Yang and Gao Xinxin brought back from school. Under the certificates, there were 12 drawings with 12 rune totems scribbled in crayons, exuding a strange childlike beauty. A familiar voice came from the side. "You have accumulated 339 lucky points so far, and it will cost 1920 points to comprehend your talent again." Gao Yang turned sideways, and it was indeed the dormitory ant with a gentle smile. "I didn't summon you," Gao Yang said coldly. He hadn't entered the system for several days. "Yes." The dormitory ant smiled. "You are dreaming." "So am I in a dream or in the system?" Gao Yang asked. "You entered the system unconsciously in your dream," the dormitory ant replied. Gao Yang smiled bitterly. "Is this luck? Luck that can't be escaped no matter how hard you try." "Report," Gao Yang said. "Congratulations. Luck is broken through level 5. The dormitory ant's voice was slightly brisk. "Level 5 luck. The upper limit of the 6-dimensional attribute value reaches 2000. The use time of the power of enlightenment is extended to 15 seconds. The cooling time is shortened to 24 hours, and the attribute value loss is reduced to 1%. The basic luck point gain is increased to 2 points per hour. Promoted to the VIP of the Talent Temple, with the privilege of equal treatment." Gao Yang said nothing. The dorm ant took the initiative to explain. "From now on, any talent you have will have the same probability of understanding. In other words, the special probability limit of understanding the first and last talents will not be valid for you." In the past, Gao Yang might have jumped 3 feet high with joy. But now, he has no joy at all, because he knows what this luck is exchanged for. After a moment of silence, Gao Yang looked up and looked at the dorm ant seriously. "System, what is the heir of God?" "As the name suggests, the heir of God." The doorman said nonsense. What is God? Gao Yang continued to ask. Please explore it yourself. The doorman said. Gao Yang was not surprised. At first, Gao Yang thought the system was an instruction manual. Now Gao Yang feels that the system is more like a dictionary. Although it contains all the basic words, the answers to most questions can only be checked and combined by Gao Yang himself. It's okay, quit, Gao Yang said. Okay. The doorman disappeared, but Meng did not wake up. Gao Yang was stunned for a moment, then walked to the shelf and took a few bags of squirrel instant noodles. He sat on the cement steps in front of the store, tore open the bag of instant noodles, took out the plastic disc with the squirrel printed on it, put it in his pocket as if it was a treasure, and started eating noodles. The ginkgo leaves above his head slowly fell, and Gao Yang chewed them one by one, making a crunch sound, as if he had returned to his carefree childhood. Chapter 580. When Gao Yang woke up, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. For some reason, after this sleep, although his chest was still empty, he felt much more relaxed. There was no one in the living room, and Wang Zikai's voice was faintly heard outside the window, and it seemed Chushua's voice. Gao Yang got up and walked to the open-air balcony. The bright sunlight made him squint slightly. In the front yard, Wang Zikai and Chushua were wearing black and white sportswear and playing badminton. Both of them were very agile, going back and forth, and they were evenly matched. Gao Yang stared at the flying badminton. His head was like a pendulum, swinging back and forth, swinging back and forth. Chushua was the first to see Gao Yang on the balcony, and forgot to swing the racket for a while. The badminton fell on Chushua's head with a click, but Chushua didn't feel any pain at all. Gao Yang is awake. Chushua threw away her racket, trotted 2 steps, jumped lightly, jumped onto the balcony, threw herself into Gao Yang's arms, and rubbed her head against Gao Yang's chin. She had just finished exercising. Her body was hot, her face was covered with sweat, and her hair exuded a faint milky fragrance. Chushua, when did you come? Gao Yang forced himself to smile, and took Chushua off his body. Last night. Aw no, tonight, aw no. This morning? Gao Yang asked. Yes, this morning. You fell asleep when I came. You slept for a long time. How can you sleep more than me? The smile on Chushua's face disappeared, and she opened her eyes wide. Gao Yang, you have lost weight. Really? Thin. Chushua was a little unhappy. Gao Yang, are you unhappy? You smell very unhappy now. Gao Yang was stunned. It seemed that Chushua didn't know about him. Yes, the ghost group might not know, so how could she, a confused ghost, know? There are some troubles, but it's all right now. Gao Yang perfunctorily passed it over and asked Chushua, Chushua, has the curse in your body disappeared? Chushua shook her head, no. Then your sister and Lord Chun? No. Chushua replied. Gao Yang was a little surprised. Zhu Yuan was dead, and logically, the curse in the ghost's body should also disappear. Could it be that the abyss left by Zhu Yuan is still haunting? It is very likely. It seems that I have to explore that place. Gao Yang. Let's go for a big meal. Chushua didn't care about the curse at all. She jumped on the spot excitedly. You promised me. Here. Chushua reached into the pocket of her sportswear and quickly took out a flyer. Here, I want to eat the grilled fish here. Gao Yang took a look and saw that this store was in Dewan Mall. How did you know this store? He asked. Stupid Kai recommended it. Chushua said. At this moment, Wang Zikai downstairs was putting one hand in his pocket and holding a racket on his shoulder. This one tastes good, you can try it. He looked calm on the surface, but he was muttering in his heart. Gao Yang is sad, he should go out more to relax. Just use Chushua to make it difficult for him to refuse, fuck. Brother is really a genius. Gao Yang did not expose Wang Zikai's little trick. He looked at Chushua with expectation, and nodded after a few seconds. Okay, let's go eat fish. Yeah. Chushua was very happy. She turned around and was about to jump off the balcony, but Gao Yang grabbed her. Don't worry, I have a task for you in the afternoon. We will go to eat in the evening. What's the matter? Chushua asked. You know, in a while. Gao Yang kept it a secret, and he shouted to Wang Zikai downstairs, go buy something right away. Half an hour later, Wang Zikai returned home with a lot of shopping bags. Gao Yang and Chushua had been waiting for a long time on the sofa in the living room. Have you bought everything? Gao Yang stood up and asked. I have. Okay, let's get started. Gao Yang said. Wang Zikai bought powerful hair dye, contact lenses, and all kinds of girls' clothes. Gao Yang decided to dye Chushua's hair. He thought Chushua would be reluctant, but she was so excited when she heard that she was going to dye her hair. She had wanted to dye her hair for a long time, but her sister Bailu had never allowed it. Between black, red and gold, Chushua chose gold. Gao Yang helped Chushua wash her hair, apply conditioner, blow dry, and put on a plastic cover. Wang Zikai adjusted the hair dye according to the instructions. Although he was clumsy, he was very attentive. Gao Yang applied the hair dye to Chushua, and then put on the hood. Then, Wang Zikai turned on the hair dryer to warm Chushua's hair. Chushua was quite excited at first, but gradually got bored and finally fell asleep. 2 hours later, Gao Yang woke Chushua up, washed her hair, and blow-dried it. Chushua stood in front of the mirror, and found that she had a beautiful blonde hair. Looks good. Chushua danced happily, just like a princess. Humph! Wang Zikai was very proud. Don't you see whose craftsmanship, Disher and I is the runaway princess? Really? Chushua turned to look at Gao Yang and blinked expectantly. Obviously, it's the runaway princess of the ghost group. Gao Yang also smiled. Next is to wear beauty contact lenses. Wang Zikai put his hands on his hips. Haha, I bought black, brown, blue, gray, green, and a kaleidoscope Sharingan. What is a Sharingan? Chushua was very curious. Damn! I knew you would like it. Wang Zikai was excited, and was about to talk non-stop. Blue. Gao Yang interrupted in time. Blue eyes look good with blonde hair. Okay, I want blue. Chushua listened to Gao Yang very much. Wang Zikai was unwilling, but kaleidoscope. I want blue. Chushua shouted again. Sit down. Gao Yang pointed at the sofa, and Chushua sat down immediately. Look up. Chushua looked up at Gao Yang. Open your eyes wide. Chushua opened her eyes wide. Gao Yang disinfected his index finger with eye wash, dipped it in a blue contact lens, and slowly moved it close to Chushua's pupil. Ah, so strange. When Chushua's eyes touched the cold and soft lens, she couldn't help blinking, tears flowed out, and her head couldn't help moving. Gao Yang quickly stretched out his other hand, and placed it on Chushua's forehead. Chushua, don't be afraid, look at my face. Where to look? Chushua asked. Whatever. Oh! Chushua was quickly attracted by Gao Yang's eyelashes. Gao Yang's eyelashes were dark and slender, trembling with his breathing. Slowly, Chushua looked at the eyes under the eyelashes. The moist black eyes were like a gentle vortex, getting closer and closer to her, almost sucking her in. Gao Yang's breath was like a breeze blowing across the lake, a butterfly flying over the grass, intoxicating. Chushua was a little dazed. It was a wonderful feeling between sleepiness and dizziness. Her heartbeat in her chest accelerated involuntarily, and her skin was a little hot. Huh? Strange. What's wrong with me? Am I sick? No, ghosts don't get sick. Just when Chushua wanted to explore the source of the strange feeling, Gao Yang's hand had already been removed from her forehead. His beautiful eyelashes, moist eyes, and warm breath quickly left. Okay. Chushua came back to her senses, and felt her eyes were cool and a little dry, but she quickly got used to it. She blinked, looked at the mirror, and smiled excitedly. Looks good. Chushua was very happy, and the previous subtle feeling had long been forgotten. Next is to change clothes. Gao Yang said. Okay. Gao Yang picked and chose among the pile of clothes bought by Wang Zikai, and finally chose a brown woolen sweater, and a beige long skirt. Chushua changed her clothes and came out, carrying a teddy bear backpack, just like a sweet and energetic college student, without any trace of ghosts. Not bad. Gao Yang nodded with satisfaction, as if he had successfully completed a job. What are you waiting for? Let's go! Wang Zikai couldn't wait. Wait, I still need an identity. Gao Yang thought for a while, and said, Chushua, from now on, you will be called Wang Xiaoxua outside. You are Wang Zikai's distant cousin, and live abroad most of the time. No! The blonde and blue-eyed Chushua stuck out her tongue at Wang Zikai, who wants to be the sister of stupid Kai. Huh? I'm stupid? Wang Zikai exaggeratedly winked and looked at Gao Yang. Brother, please judge, who is stupid between us? This question hit the soul directly, and Gao Yang didn't have an answer for a while. Ahem. Gao Yang coughed lightly. Chushua, if you don't cooperate, I won't take you out to play. Chushua was embarrassed for 2 seconds, and immediately compromised. Humph, Wang Xiaoxua is Wang Xiaoxua. Chushua was afraid that Gao Yang would regret it, so she rushed forward and hugged his arm, and did not forget to turn back and shout, Stupid Kai, let's go. Calling Kai brother, no respect. I know, stupid Kai, I call you after we get out. Chushua smiled mischievously. You'd better. After dark, The three of them came to the grilled fish restaurant in Dewan Plaza. Prince Kai was used to spending lavishly, so he directly ordered the most expensive King Supreme grilled fish in the store. After waiting for a while, two waiters carried a sedan chair in front and back, and there were several people dressed as chefs behind them, beating gongs and drums, and bringing up a large basin of grilled fish. How big was that basin? It reminded Gao Yang of his childhood bathtub. For a moment, all the guests in the store looked at the three of them, and Gao Yang immediately understood what was special about King Supreme. Isn't this the server-wide trumpet function after you draw a divine beast in the game? It satisfies two words, vanity. Gao Yang sighed in his heart. It seems that it is right to disguise Chushua, otherwise he will be targeted sooner or later. Chushua is a typical paper tiger. She shouts the most fiercely before eating, but she is full after a few bites. Gao Yang didn't have much appetite, so he ate some casually. Wang Zikai looked at the big pot of grilled fish and was dumbfounded. No, you don't want to eat? I'm full. Gao Yang drank buckwheat tea. I'm full too. Chushua hugged Gao Yang's arms with both hands and played stickers. Wang Zikai frowned. What should I do? This is too wasteful. Gao Yang complained in his heart. You still know how to waste. Next time when you order food, can you take a look at the notes in the brackets? It clearly says that it is for 10 people. Gao Yang. A deep and magnetic male voice came.